Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Ding. System initialization complete. Host is in critical condition. Commencing auto repair protocol. Injury repair in progress. Repair complete. A cold, emotionless voice echoed in Yongjie's mind as his consciousness stirred. His eyelids fluttered open slowly, the ache in his body receding as if it had never existed. Author's note: the protagonist's name will soon be changed. Where am I? He muttered, blinking at the fractured ceiling above him. Wasn't I writing a novel just now? He sat up, disoriented. The musty air filled his nostrils as he took in the shattered remains of what seemed to be a wooden shack. The furniture was splintered, the walls cracked. Everything around him was chaos. Outside, voices echoed, screams, pleas for mercy, manic laughter. It sounded like hell. And then stab. A searing pain tore through his skull. A torrent of foreign memories slammed into his mind, forcing him to clutch his head in agony. Images, sensations, entire lifetimes unfolded like a rapidly playing movie reel. When it ended, Yongjie understood. He wasn't Yongjie anymore. He had transmigrated. His soul now inhabited another body, in another world. A world he knew all too well, One Piece. The year was 1516 in the Sea Circle calendar. A new year had just begun. In his previous life, Yongjie had been a full-time web novelist. His works? Mostly fanfictions. One Piece among them. None were breakout hits, but he'd often fantasized about what he would do if he ever ended up in that world. Well, now he was here. But reality was harsher than fantasy. In his imagination, his characters were invincible, taking down admirals, clashing with emperors, shaking the world with their will. In real life, he'd been reincarnated into the body of a no-name villager named Lucifer. And today, pirates were attacking his town. The former Lucifer hadn't lasted long. A pirate had kicked down his door and cleaved him open without a word. That's when Yongjie's soul crossed over. Seriously? I die from writing too much, and this is my reward, he grumbled. Stayed up all night hitting word count, and I die? There was no time to lament. A scream pierced the air, close, too close. Lucifer's body moved on instinct. He ducked into a shadowy corner of the hut, holding his breath. His body still felt weak. If a pirate barged in now, he'd be slaughtered in seconds. System, are you there? He whispered in his mind, desperate. Ding, demon system successfully bound to host. Relief flooded him. Thank God. What functions do you have? Do I get a beginner's gift pack? Novice gift pack delivered. Congratulations, host. You've received Fruit of Speech, Defect-Free, and Hell Demon Physique. A swirl of dark light formed in his hand. A devil fruit, black as obsidian, etched with eerie crimson patterns, materialized in his palm. Fruit of Speech, he murmured. Without hesitation, he took a bite. Unlike the foul devil fruits in the stories, this one was sweet, juicy, delicious. One bite, then another. In seconds, it was gone. Warmth surged through his veins. A foreign energy bloomed inside him, burning and reshaping every inch of his body. His skin tingled, his muscles twitched. It was like being reborn. When the sensation faded, he rose to his feet. He felt powerful. Not just stronger, transcendent. He could feel the strength in his limbs, the sharpness of his senses, the vitality coursing through him like wildfire. His body had become something inhuman. The Hell Demon Physique had only one true weakness, his heart. Everything else? Practically immortal. Even decapitation wouldn't kill him permanently. And then something else stirred, an instinct. As natural as breathing. It was the power of the Fruit of Speech. Lucifer's eyes widened. He understood how to use it. No training. No guesswork. The knowledge was imprinted in his very soul. He tested it. Long sword. A gleaming blade appeared in his hand, forged from nothing. Pistol. A sleek handgun materialized, its shape and weight instantly familiar. Fire. A plume of flame burst forth from his palm. Lightning. Ice. Flash. One after another, elements crackled into existence, vanishing at his whim. Powers that required rare devil fruits in this world were now his to summon, through mere words. He was no longer just a man. He was a force of nature. A devil cloaked in human skin. A god of speech. Lucifer grinned, his eyes glowing faintly red in the dim light. Let the world burn if it dares stand in my way. Too strong. Lucifer muttered, his voice low, almost reverent. This is power beyond reason. His words shaped reality. His will bent the world. And this was only a fraction of what the fruit of speech could do. 1/10,000th of its full potential, and already it felt divine. Then crash. A pirate kicked down the door and swaggered into the ruined cabin, dragging blood with him. He was a mountain of a man, easily over 2 meters tall, his wild hair soaked in gore, a machete gleaming red in his hand. Oh? A rat in hiding. The pirate sneered. You were lucky to avoid us this long, kid. But your luck ends now. He raised his blade, eyes gleaming with the thrill of the kill. Time to die, brat. The machete swung down with brutal force. Schlunk. The pirate froze. Blood spurted from his chest. His body trembled, then collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud. A sword was buried in his heart. The pirate's lifeless eyes stared in confusion, frozen in disbelief. He had attacked, but somehow he was the one who died. You picked the wrong demon to mess with, Lucifer muttered coldly. He stepped over the corpse, eyes calm, unfeeling. His clothes shimmered, rags melting into a long jet-black coat. An aura of quiet death clung to him. He hadn't conjured just a weapon. He had reshaped his entire presence. Perhaps it was the hell demon physique altering his nature, but there was no guilt, no hesitation. If anything, he felt alive. The taste of bloodlust was intoxicating. So this is the nature of a demon, he whispered, flexing his fingers. Demons of hell were ruthless, bloodthirsty, and devoid of pity. And in this cruel world of pirates and warlords, that made sense. Strength ruled all. The weak were prey. Even survival was a sin for the powerless. If he wanted to live, to thrive, he had to embrace the monster within. A twisted smile touched Lucifer's lips. The hunt begins. He walked out of the cabin. The town had become a war zone. Fires crackled in every direction. Smoke twisted into the sky like black snakes. Screams echoed from every corner, pleas, cries, laughter. Pirates chased down civilians, cutting them down like livestock. Lucifer stepped into the chaos like a shadow. Hey! Look at this little bastard, still walking around like he owns the place. He's either brave or brain dead. Let's fix that. 3 pirates, grinning and soaked in blood, approached from the street. Their blades were already wet with fresh kills. Behind them, bodies littered the road. Lucifer didn't blink. Flying sword, he whispered. 3 silver streaks tore through the air. Thunk. 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 Each pirate dropped instantly, swords piercing their chests. They hadn't even screamed. Lucifer lowered his hand. Weaklings. The sudden slaughter didn't go unnoticed. What the hell? He just killed 3 of ours. Get him. That bastard's with the townsfolk. A dozen pirates turned their attention to Lucifer. Guns raised. Blades drawn. Kill him. Gunfire erupted. Dozens of bullets howled through the air, aimed at Lucifer's heart, head, and limbs. Return. The single word echoed like a curse. In a blink, the bullets twisted midair, reversing direction. Bang. 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 Screams followed as pirates were ripped apart by their own fire. Blood painted the streets. Bodies crumpled, lifeless. What is this? He didn't even move. It's a devil fruit, he's got powers. Panic spread like wildfire. The remaining pirates backed away, trembling. The power they'd just seen wasn't something they could fight. He hadn't even touched them. Lucifer's gaze swept across them, dead and cold. Scum, he said flatly. Die. Flying sword. The sky above him shimmered. Dozens of swords rained down like silver meteors. Splat. Splat. Shunk. Splat. Limbs flew. Screams cut off mid-breath. Pirates were shredded where they stood, some impaled by 5 or 6 blades, reduced to twitching corpses in seconds. The massacre had begun. Lucifer moved through the town like a specter. Where he walked, pirates died. Flying swords danced through the air like reaper's scythes, cutting down bandits by the dozen. They tried to run, to fight, to plead, but none could touch him. Lucifer didn't stop. He didn't speak. He didn't feel. He harvested. Run. Run for your lives. This guy's a monster. Find the captain. Get Captain Snake. Yeah, Captain Snake can take him. He's a devil fruit user too. The surviving pirates broke formation and fled like rats, scrambling for the town's outskirts, where their leader waited. Lucifer watched them scatter. He didn't chase. He simply stood there, letting the flames dance behind him, swords dripping, town soaked in death. A demon had awakened. And the world would never be the same again.
Flying sword. Lucifer chased outside the town, a dozen flying swords fell, and a dozen more pirates died. Boom! Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky and jumped in front of Lucifer. He swung a 3-meter-long mace and knocked some of Lucifer's flying swords into the air. Damn brat, how dare you kill so many of Laozi's subordinates? Die to Laozi. The man is more than 3 meters tall, with muscles all over his body, and scars all over his upper body. He is very fierce. From the tone of his voice, it is obvious that he is the captain of the Lion Majesty Pirates, Snake. Flying sword. With a wave of Lucifer's finger, a giant flying sword shot out of the air, hit Snake's mace, and sent him flying more than 10 meters away. Snake turned into a cannonball, smashing a wall to pieces, and the mace in his hand was also blown away. If he hadn't used the mace as a shield, he would have been pierced by the giant sword long ago. It actually blocked it. Lucifer was a little surprised. After all, this was the first pirate who could block his move. Although Lucifer didn't even use 1,000th of his strength, this pirate is already considered strong. Boom! Snake crawled out from the ruins, his arms were bent and drooping weakly, obviously fractured. Damn kid, Laozi can't spare you. Snake let out a roar, his eyes were like Lion Majesty, and his body began to change. His neck was elongated, his body was raised and softened, and 2 fangs grew out of his mouth. In the blink of an eye, Snake was transformed into a snake man. Shall I go, Orochimaru? Lucifer took a look and thought he saw Orochimaru. Snake is a user of the Zoan snake fruit ability. At this moment, when he activates his ability, he has become a snake man. The body is more than 20 meters long, and the 2 fangs in the mouth flow venom, dripping on the ground and corroding the ground. It has appeared, the captain has used his ability. Snake fruit black snake form. No one can stop the captain in this state. That kid is dead. Kill him, Captain Snake. You are the strongest, Captain Snake. A group of pirate soldiers around, seeing Snake using his ability, started to shout. Go to hell. Snake straightened up his huge snake body, opened his bloody mouth and bit Lucifer. Those 2 sharp fangs are Snake's greatest weapons. The snake fruit is highly poisonous, and Snake relied on this ability to enter the Grand Line from North Blue. Looking at the huge snake body, Lucifer didn't dodge or dodge, just slightly raised his hand. Sharp storm. As soon as the voice fell, the space behind Lucifer split open, shooting out countless flying swords and long knives. Each of the flying swords and long knives was extremely sharp and shone with a cold light. Puff, 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 puff. Groups of blood splashed and bloomed, Snake's huge snake body collapsed, and blood flowed all over the ground. Dozens of long swords were stuck in the giant snake's mouth, and his huge body was also pierced by the long swords, turning into a hedgehog snake. In front of Lucifer, Snake has grown in size and is a living target, and he can only be beaten in vain. He also opened his mouth wide, showing his greatest weakness in front of Lucifer, looking for death. Ding! Host killed Snake and got 3,500 kill points. The electronic sound of the system suddenly sounded in Lucifer's mind. Kill point? What is this? Lucifer asked puzzled. After the host kills a powerful target, he can get killing points. Use killing points to purchase related items or abilities in the system mall. So that's how it is. Lucifer understood, and then asked, then those people I killed before, why didn't they kill them? The person host killed before was too weak to be counted as the target. Lucifer got it. The so-called target person must have a certain strength. Those with too low strength are not eligible to be selected by the system. Those who died in Lucifer's hands before were all miscellaneous soldiers of the Black Snake Pirates. Of course there was no killing point. And Black Snake is the captain and has a certain strength, so he has the killing point. This is for me to hunt the strong. The characteristic of the system is obvious, which is to let Lucifer hunt and kill stronger targets. Only in this way can you get a large number of killing points and go to the system mall to buy items or abilities. Returning to reality, the pirates watching the battle saw their captain so easily killed in seconds, and their legs were already weak in fright. They yelled Snake's name, expecting him to stand up. Captain. Captain Snake. Captain, get up quickly, you are the man who is going to become the pirate king? Get up and deal with this brat. Impossible, how could the captain lose? It's a pity that Snake is too dead to die anymore. It is useless to let them shout their throats. I love your captain so much, let's die together. Lucifer waved his hand, and the storm of sharp blades in the sky above his head fell again. Puff, 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 puff. Groups of blood spattered, and in the blink of an eye, another 20 or 30 pirates were dead. What? Forgive me. Please spare my life. I am willing to be your subordinate. The rest of the pirates shouted as they fled, and some knelt down and begged for mercy. But Lucifer did not show mercy, but chose to kill them all. When this group of pirates robbed the town before, those residents also begged them in the same way, but they didn't show mercy, and instead killed more vigorously. The louder the residents begged for mercy and cried louder, the more excited they became. For such scum, Lucifer will not hold back even if he can't get a killing point by killing them. Killing them all, leaving no one behind, is the best way. Sharp storm. Lucifer's cold voice resounded, like a demon from hell, exploding in the ears of many pirates. As the storm of sharp blades swept across, countless pirates died tragically under the sword. In the end, more than 400 people from the Black Snake pirates died in the hands of Lucifer. The streets inside and outside the town were full of corpses of pirates, with swords stuck in their corpses, in a terrible state of death. The residents of the town escaped unharmed, and they looked at Lucifer from among the ruins, with fear in their eyes. Although Lucifer killed all the pirates and saved all of them, they dared not come forward to thank Lucifer. It's nature for the weak to fear the strong, not to mention Lucifer's way of killing is too cruel. Many residents looked at Lucifer with only fear in their eyes, not gratitude. It looks like the island can't stay any longer. Lucifer knew it from seeing the fear the townspeople had towards him. He walked out of town and came to the shore. There is a pirate ship docked here, with the flag of the Black Snake pirates flying on it. Boarding the Black Snake pirate ship, Lucifer finds some treasure in the cabin, which is the private collection of Black Snake. The amount of money is not much, less than 20 million Baileys. In fact, this is also normal. The money obtained by pirates burning, killing and looting will soon be squandered by them. The reason why the Black Snake pirates came to this town to plunder must be because of lack of money. Lucifer doesn't care much about the amount of money. After he had the word spirit fruit, he was no longer short of money. Gold generation. After Lucifer finished speaking, a piece of gold appeared out of thin air and landed in his palm. Just like the gold extracted from the gold mine, the gold created by Lucifer using the fruit ability is also real, and no one can see the difference. This piece of gold will remain there until Lucifer removes his powers. If Lucifer wants, he can now create unlimited gold or diamonds. As long as he thinks, it won't be long before Lucifer can become the richest man in the world. Even the Golden Emperor Kizaru, who has awakened the golden fruit, will soon be surpassed by Lucifer in terms of financial resources alone. Money is just a symbol. Lucifer smiled lightly, and drove the pirate ship away from the coast. From this moment on, Lucifer officially went to sea. After gaining power, Lucifer was going to go to sea, and the town residents' attitude towards him was only secondary. The main reason is that Lucifer wants to get more kill points. He wants to become stronger and must go to sea. Only by going to sea can we find those powerful opponents. System, open the properties panel. Lucifer whispered softly, and a virtual screen appeared in front of him. Only he can see this screen. Host, Lucifer. Age, 23. Devil fruit, word spirit fruit. Physique, hell demon. Kill points, 3,500. Lucifer's attribute panel is still very simple, and it is clear at a glance in a few words. In the Black Snake pirates, only Black Snake has some strength, and the other members are all miscellaneous soldiers. So Lucifer only got 3,500 killing points for killing all the pirates. The bounty is 35 million Baileys, and there are only 3,500 kill points. A snake is too cheap. Lucifer shook his head, and threw a reward order into the sea, with a photo of the Black Snake on it, and the reward was 35 million Baileys. In Grand Line, the bounty of 35 million Baileys is very low, and there are as many pirates as Black Snake. The bounty also proved that this guy really has no talent and is too weak. In any case, he is also a Zoan fruit ability user, and the bounty is only 35 million, which is too bad. And besides him, there is no second bounty criminal in the entire pirate group. Not only is he weak, but his subordinates are even weaker. Such a guy also wants to be the One Piece. It can only be said that Lion Majesty dreams of swallowing an elephant. His ambition is too big, and he will be exhausted sooner or later. Open the system store. Lucifer gave an order, and the screen turned into a system store. The store is full of beautiful things, with countless items and abilities. For example, there are various weapons, famous knives, guns, ships, and even devil fruit. There are also ability classes such as Conqueror's Haki, Taijutsu, and Swordsmanship. Lucifer focused on Conqueror's Haki. He has the spiritual fruit of speech, the ability of heaven-defying, coupled with the physique of a hell demon. His body is also extremely powerful. The only thing missing is Haki. Observation Haki. Awakening, 1,000 killing points. Primary, 5,000 killing points. Intermediate, 10,000 killing points. Advanced, 50,000 killing points. Peak, 200,000 killing points. Armament Haki. Awakening, 1,000 killing points. Primary, 5,000 killing points. Intermediate, 10,000 killing points. Advanced, 50,000 killing points. Peak, 200,000 killing points. Conqueror's Haki. Awakening, 1,000 killing points. Primary, 5,000 killing points. Intermediate, 10,000 killing points. Advanced, 50,000 killing points. Peak, 200,000 killing points. Conqueror's Haki Awakening only needs 1,000 kill points, very cheap. But with the upgrade, the higher the realm, the more expensive the price. If you want to upgrade them all to the peak level, the price will exceed 600,000 killing points. A bounty of 35 million Bailey Black Snake is only worth 3,500 kill points. The ratio of bounty to kill points is about 10,000:1. In other words, if you kill a prisoner with a 100 million bounty, you can get 10,000 killing points. And to get 600,000 killing points, one must kill a 6 billion bounty criminal. In the current sea, Whitebeard's bounty is the highest, but it is far from 6 billion. Lucifer still has a long way to go to get such a large number of kill points. There is a long way to go. On the bow of the pirate ship, Lucifer let out a soft sigh. System, buy awakening stage armament Haki. Ding, the purchase of armament Haki was successful. 1,000 killing points were deducted, and the remaining killing points are 2,500. The electronic sound ended, and a force poured into Lucifer's body, and finally dispersed into all limbs. This power came and went so fast, Lucifer only felt it for a split second, and when it was gone, he never felt it again. That's it. Does it feel like nothing has changed? Lucifer tried to activate the power in his body, but his body didn't respond at all, as if the killing point was wasted. In the awakening stage of armament Haki, Lucifer cannot be manipulated freely, and only appears once or twice in unconsciousness. But through the attribute panel, we can know that Lucifer has indeed awakened armament Haki. Properties panel. Host, Lucifer. Age, 23. Devil fruit, word spirit fruit. Physique, hell demon. Armament Haki, awakening. Kill points, 2,500. There are 2,500 kill points left, but Lucifer doesn't buy observation Haki or Conqueror's Haki. Right now, it's armament Haki who is most useful to Lucifer. This is the necessary power to deal with Logia ability users, and it is also the power that Lucifer must master. Otherwise, no matter how heaven-defying the spiritual fruit is, it may be useless to some Logia ability users. It seems that my next stage is to hunt and kill those powerful targets. Lucifer didn't think long-term about what he wanted to do in the future. He didn't want to be a marine or a pirate, he just wanted to hunt down some powerful targets and get more killing points. For now, getting stronger is his only goal. As for the future, we will talk about it in the future. A few days later, the vast sea was calm. The sun shines on the sea, shining sparkling reflections. A few small fish jumped out of the water, splashing water one by one. A somewhat dilapidated large ship with bloodline crushed the waves and sailed on this sea area. The hull was 50 or 60 meters long, and there was a flag fluttering in the wind on the thick mast. On the flag was a skull with blood flowing. A bloody long sword pierced the skull, and 2 crows were flying on the left and right sides. This is the flag of the Blood Sword Pirates. The owner of this flag is Kadela, nicknamed Blood Sword. He is a pirate who offers a reward of 85 million Baileys. In the first half of the Grand Line, Blood Sword Kadela is also a character, a little famous. On the pirate ship, members of the Blood Sword Pirates are having a banquet. More than 200 pirates were divided into several piles, gathered together, laughed, drank and ate meat. Ha 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 ha, Captain, we did a big job this time. Will the captain's bounty increase again? That's right, the captain's bounty will exceed 100 million, and by then, the captain will be a supernova. There are only a few supernova pirates every year, and the captain must be the fastest to become a supernova this year. That's right, the captain is the strongest, and he will definitely become the One Piece King in the future. A group of pirates flattered a man sitting at the head of the table. He was wearing a blood-colored overcoat, over 4 meters tall, with a hideous scar lying on his face like a centipede. In his hand, leaning on a bloody long sword, the dry bloodline still remained on the blade. He is Blood Sword Kadela, a man who enjoys killing people. Yahahaha, well said, little ones, Laozi will definitely become the One Piece. Follow me, Laozi, you will all be the crew of One Piece in the future. Kadela took a bottle of wine and drank it, gulping it down in one gulp, laughing arrogantly. At this moment, the voice of a pirate sounded. He was an observer on the ship and was in charge of alerting the surrounding sea area during the banquet. Captain, there is a pirate ship ahead. Nanny, can you see what the flag is? Kadela put down the bottle and asked. It looks like a black snake is painted on the flag. Observing the pirate replied. Black snake? Is it the Black Snake Pirates? A sneer of disdain appeared on the corner of Catalan's mouth. Captain, I've heard of the Black Pirates. They are just a group of miscellaneous fish. Captain Snake's bounty seems to be only 35 million, said a pirate miscellaneous fish. That's right, the Black Pirates are very weak, not comparable to our Blood Sword Pirates. Captain, let's do it. This is a fat sheep delivered to your door. Quack quack, my big knife is already hungry and thirsty. A group of pirates laughed ferociously, each of them took up their weapons and walked to the side of the ship. On the sea, the world of pirates is very cruel, and there is no reason for a battle to break out. When 2 pirate groups meet on the sea, it is often life and death. The members of the Blood Sword Pirates pride themselves on being powerful, but when they meet the weak Black Snake Pirates, they naturally want to kill and seize the treasure. Okay, little ones, get ready to fight. Kadela smashed the wine bottle in his hand, picked up the big sword beside his hand and roared loudly. He walked to the bow, looked at the pirate ship a few nautical miles away, and gave an order. When the target is within range, fire immediately. Give them a salvo first, let them taste our firepower. Understood, Captain. Many pirates were in place, launched more than a dozen cannons, and adjusted their direction to align with the pirate ship ahead. I really don't know how to fire all the cannons with just a dozen cannons. At this moment, the pirate with the binoculars spoke again. Captain, something is wrong. There is no one on the opposite boat, only a young boy sitting on the bow. What did you say? Cadela grabbed the binoculars and looked forward, and sure enough, as his subordinates said, there was no one on the Black Snake pirate ship. Only a young man was sitting on the bow drinking and blowing the wind. Could it be that the members of the Black Snake pirates are hiding in the cabin, trying to show weakness and deceive Laozi, then catch Laozi by surprise? Bloodsword Cadela felt that he had noticed the truth, and instantly felt that he was extremely smart. Mean BD, want to use this method against Laozi? Too low. I saw it right away. Cadela snorted coldly and ordered immediately. The opposite ship fires as soon as it comes within range. In his opinion, no matter what conspiracy is on the other side, all he has to do is fire. It's never wrong to get the first move. On the other side, on the bow of the Black Snake pirates, Lucifer was shaking a glass of red wine in his hand. Let the pirate ship slowly enter the opponent's range. When the other party found Lucifer, Lucifer had already found them. Bloodsword Pirates, Captain Bloodsword Cadela, offers a bounty of 85 million Baileys. Vice Captain Modius, Swordsman, offers a bounty of 50 million Baileys. Officer Pratt, Sniper, with a bounty of 35 million Baileys. Compared to the Black Snake Pirates, the Bloodsword Pirates are indeed much stronger. Lucifer looked at the stack of reward orders in his hand, and found the bounty criminal of the Bloodsword Pirates. There are a total of 3 bounties in this pirate group, and the total bounty is 170 million. Destroying this pirate group will definitely gain a lot. At this moment, the opposite side fired. Boom, 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 boom. More than a dozen shells flew towards Lucifer's head in the blink of an eye. Why are you in such a hurry? Go back. Lucifer raised his head, hooked his finger, all the shells fired stopped in the air, and then reflected back. The speed is several times faster than when it was shot. A series of artillery bombardment directly blasted a big gap in the bow of the opposite ship. A hole, this guy is actually demon fruit power. Bloodsword Cadela was furious, jumped into the air and slashed with his sword. A round of half-moon-shaped slashes broke through the air, tearing the air and flying towards Lucifer. He's still a swordsman. Lucifer was a little surprised. Being able to perform flying slashes proves that Cadela has reached the level of iron slashing, and he is a swordsman. In the first half of the Grand Line, swordsman is considered to be a rare powerhouse. No wonder the bounty can reach 85 million. However, even a swordsman is nothing to Lucifer. Dissipate. The flat voice fell, and the flying slash disappeared out of thin air, leaving only a breeze. Lightsaber. Before Cadela could react, Lucifer had already cast his killer move. With an order, a flash of light appeared out of nowhere in Lucifer's palm, and the flash condensed to form a long sword. Call out. The flashing long sword shot out, instantly hitting the ship of the Bloodsword Pirates. With a loud bang, the flashing sword exploded, forming a huge fireball that engulfed the pirate ship. Before Bloodsword Cadela could react, his whole body was engulfed by the explosive fireball. His face was twisted ferociously, his mouth was opened wide, his eyes were full of fear, and his whole body turned into fly ash. More than 200 of his pirate subordinates died with Cadela. Under Lucifer's deadly move, all members of the Bloodsword Pirates were killed at the same moment, leaving no bones left. It's more powerful than I imagined. Lucifer looked at the huge hollow in the sea ahead and nodded secretly. It was blown out by a lightsaber. The high temperature at the edge evaporated the seawater to produce a large amount of water vapor, and the endless seawater poured back, and it was impossible to fill the cavity in a short time. Lucifer used Lingling Fruit to display the flash power, and the power was already comparable to Kizaru's Sparkling Fruit. With the power of the Fruit of Words, Lucifer can not only use the ability of Kizaru, but also the power of Akainu and Aokiji. And with Lucifer's development of the Word Spirit Fruit, the power of his tricks can be further improved. Ding, host killed Cadela and got 8,500 killing points. Ding, host killed Modius and got 5,000 killing points. Ding, host killed Pratt and got 3,500 killing points. The electronic sound of the system sounded, and Lucifer got 17,000 killing points at one time, bringing the total number of killing points to 19,500. If I can kill dozens more of these pirate groups, I will soon be able to accumulate 600,000 killing points. Lucifer was in a good mood and opened the system store at the same time. System, purchase primary and secondary armament Haki. Ding, the purchase of armament Haki was successful, 15,000 killing points were deducted, and the remaining killing points are 4,500. The electronic sound of the system fell, and a force poured into Lucifer's body. This force is so powerful that it flows through Lucifer's body, and is finally absorbed by the body and merged into one. In an instant, Lucifer's armament Haki was directly promoted to the middle level. This is armament Haki? Sure enough. Lucifer raised his hand and made a fist, mobilizing that force. I saw that the fist was slowly covered by a layer of black substance, and the whole fist was pitch black, shining with metallic luster. At this moment, Lucifer's fist didn't look like flesh and blood, but more like a steel fist. This is armed color hardening. Armament Haki, like invisible armor, can not only improve defense, but also evolve into attack. The combination of offense and defense is the nemesis of Logia ability users. For intermediate armament Haki, Lucifer can only do partial coverage and hardening, but not the whole body armor color coverage and hardening. But at any rate, he has mastered this power and can attack the entities of Logia ability users. Properties panel. Host, Lucifer. Age, 23. Devil Fruit, Word Spirit Fruit. Physique, Hell Demon. Armament Haki, Intermediate. Kill points, 4,500. The killing point is still not enough. Lucifer sighed when he saw that there were only 4,500 kill points left. It was already more than 5 figures, but after one consumption, it immediately returned to 4 figures. Armament Haki has been promoted to intermediate level, it's time to awaken the other 2 Haki. Lucifer gave the order in his mind. System, by Observation Haki and Conqueror's Haki in the awakening stage. Ding, Observation Haki and Conqueror's Haki were purchased successfully, 2,000 kill points were deducted, and the remaining kill points were 2,500. Familiar forces appear, then quickly disappear. Like the previous awakening of Armament Haki, Lucifer still cannot freely use the other 2 types of Haki awakened this time. The power of Haki in the awakening stage can only be triggered unconsciously. It depends on the mood of the host. In the case of emotional agitation and bursting mentality, this power will be triggered by the body protection. Properties panel. Host, Lucifer. Age, 23. Devil fruit, word spirit fruit. Physique, Hell Demon. Armament Haki, Intermediate. Observation Haki, Awakening. Conqueror's Haki, Awakening. Kill points, 2,500. Okay, one pirate group has been wiped out, it's time to find the next target. After shutting down the system, Lucifer took out a stack of bounties and threw 3 of them into the sea. At the same time, look for the pirates you are interested in on the reward list. The pirate ship was unmanned, drifting with the wind, and finally disappeared slowly on the sea level. Fail Island, located in the first half of the Grand Line, is a 3-no island. The so-called 3-no islands have no country, no marine, and no laws. On this island, there are countless criminals gathered. Pirates, gangsters, robbers, human traffickers, bounty hunters. Everyone can be found on the island except good people. And islands like this are Lucifer's best hunting grounds. After 10 days of sailing, Lucifer reached the island of Fajra. The pirate ship docked at the port, attracting a lot of attention. After all, it is strange to see such a big pirate ship with only one young man getting off it. Of course, most of these gazes were malicious. Isn't this the ship of the Black Snake pirates? That's right, it belongs to Snake the Black Snake. How come there is only one brat? Where are the people on board? Are they all dead? No way. Can this brat kill Black Snake? Some looked at the young Lucifer and shook their heads secretly. Lucifer has no weapons, is not tall, and looks very tender and handsome. Such a guy, no matter how you look at it, is a little boy, not like a strong man at all. It would be interesting if there was only one kid. Some malicious gazes gradually turned into fierceness. When Lucifer walked into the port, countless pairs of fierce eyes could be seen all around. These people didn't want to hide their malice at all. Little ghost, this is not the place for a little boy like you to come. A strong man 3 meters tall led a group of men with fierce faces to Lucifer. If you, gravity crush. Lucifer ignored the strong man's words and just said 4 words softly. As soon as the words fell, the bodies of the strong man and his party exploded, turning into countless flesh and blood and flying in all directions. The passerby standing nearby had no time to dodge, and was directly splashed with blood. When they reacted, they were so frightened that their legs became weak and they collapsed to the ground. The people around were stunned, and when they looked at Lucifer, they no longer dared to show any malice, only fear and fear. They didn't see Lucifer attack at all just now, but the strong man and his party died without warning. This kind of power is not something they can contend with. At the moment, the passers-by watching turned away from Lucifer. In their eyes, Lucifer is already an existence that cannot be provoked. Ding, the host killed Yuxi Guy, and got 500 killing points and the remaining killing points are 3,000. Of these people who died, only the leading strong man had some strength, worth 500 kill points, which is almost equivalent to a pirate offering a reward of 5 million Baileys. As for the others, they are a group of worthless fish. It seems that if you want to find a strong target, you must go deep into the center of the town. Lucifer gave a faint smile and walked towards the center of town. The onlookers were even more terrified when they saw Lucifer smiling after killing someone. Lucifer enters the town, and the streets are lined with various shops and stalls. But the people who do business here are not ordinary people. The owners of these shops and small stalls are big men with fierce faces, and some of them are not wearing clothes, revealing the crisscrossing scars on their bodies. They kept their swords and pistols in hand as they talked about business. Slashing people with knives or shooting people at a disagreement has become the norm. Lucifer saw that a fruit stand owner shot a customer in the head because he couldn't agree on the price, and then took all the money from him. As for the corpse, it was casually thrown into the alley next to it. Small alleys like this are the best places to kill people and throw their bodies. Lucifer sees a lot of dead bodies in it. How can you sell fruit if you have this ability? Wouldn't it be easier to kill people and rob money? Lucifer seriously suspects that these stall owners are doing side business, and robbing customers is their main business. Not long after, Lucifer came to a tavern. Open the door and enter. The inside is very noisy. A group of big men were drinking and eating meat, but they all had weapons on their bodies and hands. Seeing Lucifer coming in, dozens of pairs of eyes in the tavern quickly swept over Lucifer. Some people put their hands on their weapons without any trace, ready to kill violently at any time. The island of Fajlo is very dangerous, the island is very cruel, and the strong prey on the weak. Those who can survive here have 2 brushes and are very vigilant. Whether it is eating or sleeping, the weapon is generally always attached to the body. But Lucifer is very young, and the appearance of the little boy is very confusing, so the people in the tavern stopped paying attention after a glance. Lucifer walked to the bar and took a seat. The boss greeted him immediately, gasped, "What do you want to eat?" "A bottle of rum and a roast." Lucifer shoves a wad of money in front of the boss. "Guest, wait a moment, the wine and meat will be here soon." When the boss saw the money, his face became more beautiful and he smiled. But he is too ugly, and there are many scars on his face, one scar even cut his lips, so he smiles very hideously. At first glance, this boss is not an ordinary person. His clothes are bulging and supported by muscles, and with the scars on his face, he is very likely to be a retired pirate. Many pirates will hide and live in such small towns after washing their hands in the Golden Basin. There will be no marine to catch them here, and they have some strength of their own, enough to protect themselves. In less than 2 minutes, the rum and barbecue were delivered to Lucifer. Lucifer poured a glass of wine and drank it, then cut a piece of roast meat and ate it. The aroma remained on his lips and teeth. "Boss, the workmanship is not bad," Lucifer said with a smile. "The guest has won the prize." The boss responded while wiping the glass. After eating the barbecue, Lucifer shook the wine glass lightly, and suddenly asked, "Boss, who is the strongest person in this town?" As soon as the voice fell, the noisy tavern fell silent instantly. Hundreds of pairs of eyes looked at Lucifer at the same time, and some of them stared so wide that they seemed to pop out. "Brother, why are you asking this?" the boss asked with a twitching corner of his mouth. "Nothing, just a little curious. If possible, I would like to challenge him. I want to kill him, or be killed by him." Lucifer smiled slightly. As soon as the words fell, there was a loud noise from behind. A table was overturned, and 5 or 6 big men stood up in an instant and came behind Lucifer. "Hey, kid, what do you mean by what you just said? Are you too arrogant? Little ghost, are you courting death?" A man held a pistol to Lucifer's temple. "Little ghost, sometimes you will lose your life if you say the wrong thing." Lucifer didn't change his face, still maintaining a flat smile. He ignored the pistol on his temple and asked calmly, "Are you related to the person I'm looking for?" "Ah, that's right, brat." The man with the gun roared, "In this small town, the strongest is undoubtedly our captain, Lord Renault. A little brat like you, our captain can crush a large piece of it with a flick of a finger." "Really? That's really a coincidence. I'm missing a guide." The corners of Lucifer's mouth curled up, and the low words had already blurted out. "Flying sword. Call out, call out, call out, call out." Several sword lights suddenly lit up, bringing up large swaths of blood. Hundreds of people in the tavern were stunned by this sudden scene. I thought Lucifer, a brat, would get his head blown off in a second, but he pretended to be a pig and eat a tiger. On the surface, he is a little boy, but in fact he is terrifyingly strong. When everyone came back to their senses, they found that the 6 men surrounding Lucifer had fallen into a pool of blood. 5 of them were pierced through the heart by flying swords, and they couldn't die anymore. Only the man who had previously held the gun was still alive, but his right hand holding the gun had been severed. He was half kneeling on the ground, with a grim expression, and let out a scream. Lucifer put down his wine glass, turned to look at the man at his feet, and asked calmly, "Can you take me to your captain?" BD, do you know who Laozi is?" Laozi is a member of the Angry Leopard pirates. The pirate raised his head and gritted his teeth. "Do you know how strong my captain is? You dare to hurt me, Captain Renault will not let you go. You are dead, the whole sea will not have a place for you, even if you escape to Cape Tianya, you will." Boom! The man's head exploded suddenly, red and white scattered all over the place. The customers around the bar were unlucky and got spattered with blood. But none of them dared to move, not even to wipe off the blood on their bodies. Because the evil star Lucifer is still there, they are afraid that if they move, they will be misunderstood by Lucifer and want to attack him, and they will follow in the footsteps of those pirates. "There's too much nonsense, I'll let you lead the way, why are you talking so much?" Lucifer shook his head, pulling back his hand. He really didn't want to hear the pirates quarrel anymore, which made his head hurt. "Guys, can any of you take me to the station of the Angry Leopard pirates?" Lucifer stood up, looked around the tavern and asked. After killing a few people, Lucifer still had a smile on his face. Very handsome, very gentleman. It's hard to imagine that such a young man with a smile killed 6 pirates in one go. One of them had his head blown off, and he died without a whole body. His ruthless methods are completely different from his handsome appearance. Perhaps because of being transformed into a hell demon, Lucifer is used to this kind of life, and there is no disturbance in his heart. The Angry Leopard pirates are stationed in a building in the center of the town. You can find them there. In the corner of the tavern, a man said tremblingly, "Yes, thank you so much." Lucifer got the news he wanted and left the tavern. Watching Lucifer's back disappear, the 100 people in the tavern finally breathed a sigh of relief. A dozen or so pirates sat down on the ground, drenched in sweat, looking exhausted, panting heavily. Lucifer put too much pressure on them. Swept by Lucifer's eyes, everyone's body was icy cold, as if their throats were being choked, and they were about to die at any moment. "Who is this young man? Have you never heard of this character before?" "I don't know, but his strength must be unfathomable. This guy is a monster, on the same level as those monsters in the sea." He said he was going to find Nubeo Renault, who would win and who would lose. Would you like to go and see? The next battle must be very exciting. Okay, let's go together. It is human nature to join in the fun, and it is the nature of pirates to watch the fun without thinking it is a big deal. Almost half of the people in the tavern chased them out, quietly following Lucifer to the center of town. They all want to know if Lucifer can defeat Renault. The tavern owner didn't join in the fun, he just tore off a reward order on the wall behind him. On the reward order is a photo of a fierce man. The reward amount is as high as 230 million Baileys, and it is Renault, the angry leopard. In the first half of the grand line, the amount of rewards offered is already very high, almost like a dominance. But the meaning of the tavern owner is very obvious. In this battle, Nubeo Renault will lose. And Renault, who lost, must die. For a person who is about to die, there is no point in posting a reward order here. The town is not too big, and Lucifer soon came to the center of the town. Outside a 3-story building, 20 or 30 pirates sat together for a banquet. Although they were smiling, their faces were ferocious. Some were drinking, some were eating meat, and some were cleaning their knives. On the left and right sides of the gate, there are more than a dozen corpses of pirates hanging upside down. Under the sun's exposure, it has become a mummy. Passers-by are afraid to approach the building because it is the residence of the angry leopard pirates. There are villains everywhere on Feilu Island, but the strongest is undoubtedly the angry leopard pirates. Those who dare to offend them will soon become one of the mummy. Seeing Lucifer approaching, a pirate jumped out immediately. Hey, kid, this is not the place for you. Before he finished speaking, a long sword pierced the pirate's throat. At the same time as the pirate's body fell, dozens of long swords fell from the sky. Puff, 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 puff. Blood flowers bloom one by one, and the pirates die one by one. In just an instant, the dozens of pirates guarding the gate were all dead. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Hurry up, people! A pirate who survived by chance was so frightened that his liver and gallbladder were torn apart. While hissing and roaring, he rushed into the building while rolling and crawling. A few hundred meters outside the building, there are many criminals hiding in the dark and watching. When they saw Lucifer kill dozens of people without saying a word, they were so frightened that their legs went weak. Inside the building, angry leopard Renault is having a banquet with his subordinates. He sat on the main seat, with 2 beautiful beauties in his arms on the left and right. A beautiful woman fed him barbecue, and another beautiful woman fed him wine, which was very enjoyable. Coupled with the flattery of hundreds of pirates under his command, Renault's life is like paradise. Unfortunately, the sudden screams disturbed his good mood. Captain Renault, an enemy has broken in. A pirate rushed into the banquet hall, screaming miserably. Nanny, who dares to trespass on Laozi's territory and don't want to live? Renault was furious immediately. He swung his hand, and pushed the 2 beauties in his arms aside. He lifted the pirate's collar, furious. Who is here? How many people are there? Where are the guards? Dead. They are all dead. The pirate yelled in a crying voice. That man is a monster. You mean there is only one enemy? Are you kidding me? Renault's first reaction was disbelief. How much does it look down on him to dare to break into his base camp alone? However, before he could ask another question, 2 figures suddenly smashed into the banquet hall from outside. A group of pirates couldn't dodge in time, and were smashed to the ground. Renault took a closer look and saw that there were 2 corpses. The corpse was distorted out of shape, but it was obviously his pirate. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, footsteps sounded. All the pirates in the banquet hall showed vicious expressions, and hundreds of pairs of eyes were fixed on the entrance of the gate. All the pirates are ready to go, and when the enemy appears, they will step forward and hack them to death. This is the lair of their angry leopard pirates. There are hundreds of them. How can they be afraid of one person? Finally, Lucifer appeared in the eyes of many pirates. Yo, is it really lively here? Lucifer looked around the banquet hall and smiled faintly. Did you kill my subordinate? Brat. Renault threw away the pirate in his hand and roared fiercely. It's me? Then you go to die. Kill him. With Renault's order, hundreds of pirates in the banquet hall started at the same time. Several combatants were closest, slashing at Lucifer with swords in hand. Facing the siege of hundreds of people, Lucifer didn't change his face, just raised his palm and lowered it gently. Sharp storm. Sharp storm. As soon as the voice fell, the space behind split open, and countless flying swords and long knives flew out, sweeping the hundreds of pirates rushing up like a storm. These pirates are just a group of miscellaneous fish. They have not mastered armament Haki, and their physical strength has not reached the point where they can withstand swords. Swept by the storm of sharp blades, they were immediately tied into hedgehogs, or chopped to pieces. With just one impact, 99% of hundreds of pirates died. A few pirates survived by luck, but they all lost their arms and legs and became crippled. Ding, host kills miscellaneous soldiers and gets 500 killing points. Ding, host killed miscellaneous soldiers and got 600 killing points. Ding, host kills miscellaneous soldiers and gets 300 killing points. The name is useless. I don't want to take the name of the miscellaneous soldier pirate. The system's notification sounds sounded one after another, and Lucifer harvested a large wave of killing points. Some of the members of the angry leopard pirates still have some strength, and they all added hundreds of kill points to Lucifer. After killing hundreds of pirates, Lucifer got a total of 7,000 kill points, which is almost equivalent to a pirate with a bounty of 70 million Baileys, almost 2 black snakes. Not bad. Lucifer smiled slightly, but in Renault's eyes, this smile is a naked provocation. Damn brat, how dare you look down on me? Lao Zi killed you. Renault roared angrily, and his size rapidly increased. While black hair grew all over his body, his head turned into a leopard head, with 2 extremely sharp fangs. In the blink of an eye, Renault turned into a humanoid black panther over 5 meters tall. Renault is the panther who ate the cat fruit and the panther form, and his name of the pirate group also comes from this. Go to hell, brat. Renault appeared in front of Lucifer as if teleported, and his huge claws tore at Lucifer's neck. With Renault's strength, coupled with the power of the panther fruit, his sharp claws can easily tear through steel. Gravity crush. Lucifer didn't dodge or dodge. After finishing his sentence, an incomparable force of gravity suddenly appeared and pressed on Renault's body. There was a loud bang, and the ground under his feet trembled, and Renault was directly crushed to the ground. He vomited blood, 2 fangs broke in an instant, and he did not know how many bones were broken all over his body. Renault was lying on the ground unable to move, feeling a mountain on his back. And as Lucifer cranks up the gravity, the mountain weighs more and more. What? Renault let out a scream, his body split open, blood spurted wildly, and he instantly turned into a blood man. Why? Why do you do such a thing? We didn't offend you at all, why did you bother us? Renault's eyes were hazy and he was about to lose consciousness at any moment, but before he did, he wanted to know why Lucifer shot at them. How can there be so many reasons in the world of pirates? It just happens that you are here. Lucifer smiled mockingly. Is this your first day as a pirate? How dare you ask such a ridiculous question? Since you are a pirate, you should be prepared to die at any time, otherwise what kind of pirate is it? Lucifer pressed his fingers down, increasing the gravity again. The ground collapsed directly, forming a bottomless pit. Renault's internal organs were crushed by gravity, and he died on the spot, and his body fell into the bottomless pit. Ding, host beheaded Renault and got 20,000 killing points. The system's prompt sounded, and Lucifer's kill points increased by 20,000. Is it only 20,000 this time? It seems that Renault's strength is not worthy of his bounty. Lucifer knew that the kill points he gained for beheading enemies were not determined by bounties, but by strength. Although Renault's bounty is as high as 230 million Baileys, his strength cannot reach this level, so he only has 20,000 kill points. Seeing that Renault was killed, the remaining pirates of the angry leopard pirates were frightened. They never thought that their captain would be killed so easily, but after recovering, they immediately knelt in front of Lucifer and begged for mercy. My lord, please spare our lives. We are willing to be your subordinates and your dogs. Yes, we can come in handy. A dozen pirates kept kowtowing to Lucifer, their voices trembling and weeping. Subordinates. I don't need such weak subordinates as you. Lucifer shook his head. And you kowtow to beg for mercy is too insincere, you haven't even broken your skin, it's better to die here. Gravity crush. As soon as the voice fell, the familiar gravity reappeared. Boom, 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 boom. The bodies of more than a dozen pirates exploded, blood and flesh flying everywhere. In the huge banquet hall, corpses were everywhere as far as the eye could see, and there were minced meat on the walls and ceiling. The previously noisy banquet hall has now become a purgatory on earth. On the other hand, Lucifer didn't even get a drop of blood on his body, and he was still as clean as new. And from the beginning to the end, Lucifer didn't move a single step, just said a few words and blood-bathed the angry leopard pirates. After today's battle, Lucifer has a better understanding of the horror of the fruit of words and can be called the strongest mouth escape. When a gentleman speaks but does not move, he is talking about Lucifer. It seems that from now on, I will go farther and farther on the road of a gentleman. Lucifer smiled slightly. Now is the time to try my idea. Universal pull. Lucifer raised his hand to grab it, and a powerful gravitational force erupted in his palm, sucking Renault's body up from the bottom of the pit. At the same time, a fruit appears in Lucifer's left hand. Rebirth. A faint voice sounded, as if it touched the rules of the world, and a tiny untouchable ripple flashed in the space. Then, an invisible energy flew out of Renault's body. Human beings cannot perceive this energy, even the most peak observation Haki cannot perceive it, but Lucifer can see it. Lucifer controlled this energy to fly into the fruit in his hand, and soon, the fruit changed. First, the color became pitch black, and at the same time, complex and weird spiral patterns grew on the epidermis. Just like that, a devil fruit was reborn. This devil fruit is obviously Renault's cat fruit, the Black Panther form. Sure enough, Lucifer was a little surprised. The idea of recycling devil fruit came to him in a flash of inspiration, and he didn't expect it to be successful. But he didn't expect that the power of the word spirit fruit was more heaven-defying than he thought. Words follow the law, everything follows the heart, and can control all substances. Even devil fruit can't escape Lucifer's grasp these days. With this ability, no matter what fruit Lucifer wants in the future, he just needs to kill the original owner. Dark fruit can steal other people's abilities, and the word spirit fruit is more heaven-defying than dark fruit. There is no reason why it can't be done. Ding, it's detected that the host got a devil fruit, which can be recovered by the system and get killing points. At this moment, the electronic sound of the system suddenly sounded. The system also has a recycling function. Lucifer was a little surprised. How many killing points can I get by recycling the Black Panther fruit? Lucifer asked inwardly. Mau fruit Black Panther form, which belongs to ordinary Zoan devil fruit, can get 30,000 killing points when recovered. 30,000, not bad. Lucifer nodded secretly. Black Panther fruit can only be regarded as ordinary in Zoan, it is not an ancient species, let alone a phantom beast species. If it is the latter two, the value will be even greater. I won't recycle it for the time being, but keep it for now. Lucifer flipped his hand and put away the panther fruit. In normal Zoan, the panther fruit is a carnivore, which is considered superior, comparable to CP9 raw blue cheese cheetah ability. Powerful devil fruits are very rare, just look at the abilities of CP9. If the Black Panther fruit is developed well, it can also cultivate a strong person. In the system store, there are also devil fruits for sale, and there are even phantom beasts, but the price is very expensive. If Lucifer is willing to spend money, he will naturally get stronger fruits. It's just that he is too poor and alone now to need fruit. In the future, if he finds qualified subordinates, he can use the Black Panther fruit to cultivate them, or he can sell the Black Panther fruit to replace them with stronger ones. The choice is in his own hands. After confirming that there were no surviving pirates in the building, Lucifer turned and left the banquet hall. At this time, outside the building, there were countless lawbreakers. They are all watching this battle, wanting to see clearly the final winner. When everyone heard the screams coming from the building, they all felt chills all over. After the screams died down, they saw a smiling Lucifer walking out of the building. Seeing this young man with a smile on his face, all the criminals in the dark felt their scalps go numb. Won? Really won? Lucifer came out safe and sound, and the result of the battle was already clear. Although many people thought in advance, in the end Lucifer will be the winner. But after it really happened, they all felt very incredible. After all, Lucifer was too young, and the fight was too short. It took less than 10 minutes for Lucifer to enter the building and exit. Who would have thought that such a harmless boy could single-handedly wipe out the bloodbath of the angry leopard pirates in just 10 minutes? What a monster. Soon, the name of this monster will spread across the sea. What's his name? Don't know, but we'll know soon. Such a monster is destined to become famous all over the world. Everyone knows that Lucifer's name will soon spread across the Grand Line. Ignoring the dark gaze, Lucifer left the center of the town and returned to the tavern where he had eaten before. Boss, here are 10 barbecues, plus 2 bottles of rum. Lucifer tossed a stack of bills on the bar and said. After gaining the demon physique, Lucifer eats a lot. The barbecue he ate earlier was not enough to fit between his teeth. After killing people, he was hungry again. No, I'll ask you this time. The boss was a little apprehensive, and nodded towards Lucifer, showing a flattering smile. He was very quick, and in less than 3 minutes, a very roasted meat was placed in front of Lucifer. While eating, Lucifer brings up his own property panel. Properties panel. Host, Lucifer. Age, 23. Devil fruit, word spirit fruit. Physique, hell demon. Armament Haki, intermediate. Observation Haki, awakening. Conqueror's Haki, awakening. Kill points, 30,000. The total number of killing points has reached 30,000, and another wave of consumption can be carried out. Lucifer opened the system store and gave instructions. System, buy primary observation Haki and Conqueror's Haki. Ding, the purchase of observation Haki and Conquerors was successful, 10,000 kill points were deducted, and the remaining kill points were 20,000. Power emerges, flows through the body, and finally becomes 1. Lucifer's observation Haki was promoted to beginner at the same time as Conqueror's Haki. In the initial stage, Lucifer can freely use these two powers. Although it is still very weak, at least it can be manipulated freely. Actually Lucifer can boost both observation Haki and Conqueror's Haki to mid-tier at the same time, but that would use up the kill points. At present, Lucifer still wants to upgrade armament Haki to advanced level first, and then upgrade the other 2 Haki. Properties panel. Host, Lucifer. Age, 23. Devil fruit, word spirit fruit. Physique, hell demon. Armament Haki, intermediate. Observation Haki, elementary. Conqueror's Haki, elementary. Kill points, 20,000. While Lucifer was eating, all the other guests in the tavern quietly left the tavern. Pirates came in outside the door, and after seeing Lucifer was the diner, they immediately fled in panic. After the bloodbath of the leopard pirates, Lucifer's reputation on Feilu Island was extremely fierce, making everyone frightened. Boss, besides Nubeo Renauld, who else is worthy of the name on this island? After eating 10 roasts, Lucifer asked, shaking his wine glass lightly. Yes, besides Renauld, Adam the Bloodaxe and Paul the Cutter. The strength of both of them is very close to that of Renauld, only 1 line behind. These 3 are the 3 giants of Feilu Island. Renauld's residence is in the center of the town, and the other 2 are on the east and west sides of the town. The tavern owner naturally knew everything about Lucifer's question. While speaking, he also tore 2 reward orders from the wall behind him and placed them in front of Lucifer. One belongs to Adam Bloodaxe, offering a reward of 215 million Baileys. One is Paul the Cutter, with a reward of 190 million Pele. These 3 guys are all rewards over 100 million, why don't they go to New World? Lucifer smiled a little playfully. They have been there, but they all fled back in despair in the end. The tavern owner shook his head, with a hint of bitterness in the corner of his mouth. This bitterness is not only because of the three of Renault, but also because of himself. Because he, like these three pirates, is a loser. Countless pirate groups rush into New World every year, but in less than half a year, half of these pirate groups that rush into New World will collapse. Most of the remaining half of the pirates will choose to seek refuge with the strong New World. A very small number of pirates can't get along in New World, and they will flee back to the paradise. Obviously, the three of Renault and Ziad are all losers who escaped from New World. No wonder. Lucifer smiled mockingly. Now he finally knows why Renault is the only one in the angry leopard pirates who is strong. It stands to reason that a pirate with a bounty of more than 200 million would have a few cotters with a bounty of tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. But the angry leopard pirates did not, and Renault's men were all a group of trash. All his capable cotters must have died in New World. The group of miscellaneous fishes under his command were re-recruited after escaping back to the paradise. The big three? They're just a bunch of trash. Such a loser can only hide in the paradise and linger on. Lucifer shook his head and smiled, put down his glass, got up and left the tavern. In the east area of the town, in a tavern, this is the residence of the Blood Axe Pirates. At this time, the members of the Blood Axe Pirates were having a banquet. The daily life of pirates is always so ordinary, except for killing, plundering, and fighting. There is only a banquet left. Captain Adam, when are we going to do another big one? It's been a long time since I killed anyone, and my big knife is already hungry and thirsty. That's right, I'm running out of money too. A few more towns to plunder and we're on our way to the New World. More than 200 pirates gathered together, making the tavern very noisy. The pirates' eyes were all on a burly man at the main seat. He was the captain of the Blood Axe Pirates, Adam Morris. Adam was shirtless and muscular, with scars crisscrossing his chest, front, and back. Especially on the left chest, there is a huge scar covering almost 1/3 of the chest. Just by looking at the scars, one can tell how terrifying such an injury is. It is hard to imagine how Adam survived in the first place. Wait a little longer, don't worry. We'll be hitting the New World soon. As long as you follow me, you will all be famous in the world. Adam laughed and drank a bottle of rum in one gulp. That's right, the captain is the strongest. The captain will definitely become the One Piece King, and we will be the crew of the One Piece King by then. A group of pirate soldiers looked at Adam, their faces were full of fanaticism, and they all flattered him. But Adam himself was different. When he mentioned New World, a trace of fear appeared in the depths of his pupils. Touching the huge scar on his left chest, his body would tremble involuntarily. Only those who have truly understood the New World will know how terrifying the New World is. Adam has already been there once. That time he lost half his life, and almost all the elite pirates under his command were wiped out. After escaping back to paradise, Adam has been recruiting crew members, accumulating strength, and wants to return to New World. But that date is nowhere in sight. Adam knew, he was afraid. He wanted to set sail and return to the New World countless times, but every time he would come up with a reason to convince himself. The reason he convinced himself was that the strength he had accumulated was not enough, and he needed more powerful subordinates. In this way, the date of sailing was delayed again and again. As time passed, the more frightened he became, the less he dared to return to that terrifying hell. Over time, Adam became what he is now, paralyzing himself with alcohol every day, bragging with a group of pirates and miscellaneous fish at banquets, showing off his past scenery and legends. It is impossible to set sail, and it is impossible to set sail in this life. You can't fight, but New World is too dangerous. It's better to stay in the paradise. Adam's confidence has been destroyed, and now he is a fallen pirate, a complete loser. Now he told his subordinates that he wanted to return to New World, but he was just deceiving himself. The banquet was very lively, and the praise of hundreds of pirates made Adam very proud. He felt that such a day was very good. Here, he is very strong, and no one dares to provoke him. Suddenly, a panicked voice came from the noisy banquet, breaking his fantasy. Captain Adam, something is wrong. A panicked pirate rushed in from the door, fell to the ground with unsteady feet, slid face down for more than 10 meters, and finally stopped at Adam's feet. What happened? What are you doing in such a panic? Adam was a little angry. The pirates under his command were so frightened that it would appear that he was an incompetent captain. Captain, something is wrong. Renault has been killed, and the angry leopard pirates have been blood-bathed. The pirate soldiers said everything in fear, and instantly plunged the noisy banquet hall into dead silence. What did you say? Say it again. Adam suddenly paled. Really, the news has spread. Pirate miscellaneous fish said fearfully, a newcomer came to the island today. He is simply a monster. He alone wiped out the entire angry leopard pirates. Thinking of what Lucifer did, the pirates trembled with fright. Did that idiot Renault offend the other party? Adam asked. No, Renault doesn't know him at all. The pirate soldiers shook their heads again and again. That monster killed for no reason at all, as if it was looking for prey. Some people on the island are spreading rumors that his next target is our Blood Axe pirates. Is it a bounty hunter? Adam first thought of this type of person. The only ones who would hunt pirates as prey are bounty hunters. There are also strong bounty hunters, and many bounty hunters can thrive even in New World. The pirates in the tavern looked at each other in blank silence. No one spoke. Between the eyes, you can see the fear in each other's eyes. What is the strength of the angry leopard pirates? They know best. In terms of comprehensive strength, they are even stronger than their Blood Axe pirates. If that monster can kill the Leopard pirates, it can kill the Blood Axe pirates. If he came to the door, they would surely die. Captain, what should we do now? Yes, Captain, do you have an idea? Why don't we leave, and keep the Green Hills, so we don't have to worry about running out of firewood? Yes, Captain, we have no reason to fight a monster. The hundreds of pirates were all terrified, and they were already thinking of running away before seeing Lucifer. At this moment, their lofty aspirations of fantasizing about entering the new world all disappeared at this moment, and the essence of miscellaneous fish was exposed to the fullest. What you said is very reasonable. Let's leave first and come back after we accumulate strength. Adam looked at the pirate soldiers in front of him and shouted passionately. We are the strongest Blood Axe pirates, we will not be afraid. This retreat is just to avoid unnecessary fighting, and one day we will be able to find the place in the future. Little ones, pack up your things, let's go. Adam roared. Yes, Captain. The pirate soldiers responded one after another, and then began to pack their things. Looking at the pirate soldiers who still worshipped him, Adam nodded secretly in his heart. As the captain, he also wanted to save face, and he couldn't show a gesture of fear in front of his younger brother. As for killing back, do not make jokes. Adam, who has personally experienced the new world, knows very well that the monsters that can single-handedly wash away the Leopard pirates are definitely not something they can provoke. It's only now that I think of running away, isn't it too late? Suddenly, a voice came from outside the tavern, and it kept echoing around. Who? Adam immediately turned his head to look at the door of the tavern, his eyes fixed on the outside. Hundreds of pirates also picked up their weapons and stood ready. Boom! A group of shockwaves roared into the tavern, beating a group of pirates to their knees. Dozens of pirates who were hit by the frontal impact were directly torn apart by the shockwave, and their flesh and blood flew everywhere. The pirates in the tavern were so frightened that they ran away, and Adam couldn't help but raise his giant axe to protect his body. Boom 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 boom. Harsh footsteps sounded, and Lucifer stepped into the tavern, smiling slightly at everyone. Yo, it's so lively here. Do you mind adding me to the banquet? Seeing Lucifer's appearance, the pirate soldier who reported the news suddenly twisted his face in fright. It's him, he's the monster that bloodbathed the Leopard pirates. The hoarse roar exploded in the ears of hundreds of pirates, making them feel cold all over. Why did you come here? Why did you come so quickly? Adam was flustered, and he took a few steps back involuntarily, and glanced at the small door behind him, which was the back door of the tavern. Facing such a monster, Adam didn't even think about fighting. His first reaction was to run away. But on the surface, he couldn't show fear. Too much bullying. Little ones, let's go up together and kill this brat. Adam roared, giving orders. That's right, we have hundreds of people, and he has only one person. There is nothing to be afraid of. Kill him. Hack him. Hundreds of pirates forced their courage and rushed forward to kill Lucifer. However, Adam himself, taking advantage of the attack by his miscellaneous soldiers, stepped back quietly without a trace. Boom! The ground under his feet exploded, and Adam turned into a black shadow, shooting towards the back door of the tavern. Attacking is fake, fleeing is real. In Adam's eyes, hundreds of pirate soldiers are just cannon fodder. How can his own life be more important? You don't even have the courage to fight, you really are a waste. There was a trace of disdain in Lucifer's eyes, and he slightly raised his hand, Blade Storm. As soon as the voice fell, the space behind him split open, and countless swords shot out, forming a tornado of swords and rushing into the tavern. The storm of sharp blades whizzed past, sweeping hundreds of pirates, and even the fleeing Adam was pulled back. Countless sharp blades cut, screams one after another, and a large amount of flesh and blood scattered in all directions. With a loud bang, the blade storm exploded. Thousands of swords flew in all directions, piercing the walls and ground of the tavern. And hundreds of pirates have been cut into countless minced meat by sharp blades, and there are no bones left. With one move, the Blood Axe pirates were all wiped out, leaving no one behind. Ding, host killed Adam Morris and got 18,000 killing points. Ding, host kills the pirates and gets 500 killing points. Ding, host kills the pirates and gets 700 killing points. Ding, host kills the pirates and gets 400 killing points. A series of system prompts sounded, and Lucifer's kill point went up. Not surprisingly, Blood Axe Adam's killing point also didn't match his bounty. In this wave, Lucifer gained a total of 23,000 kill points. Properties panel. Host, Lucifer. Age, 23. Devil fruit, word spirit fruit. Physique, hell demon. Armament Haki, intermediate. Observation Haki, elementary. Conqueror's Haki, elementary. Kill points, 43,000. Counting the original 20,000, Lucifer's total kill points reached 43,000. It's still 7,000, and you can buy advanced armament Haki. Lucifer smiled calmly, turned around and left the tavern, and the direction he left was the station where the cutting pirates were located. Captain Paul, I heard that a monster bounty hunter has come to the island. Should we pay attention? That's right, I heard that this monster single-handedly wiped out the angry Leopard pirates. It's simply terrifying. Cutting the pirate group's garrison, several pirate soldiers carefully looked at a blonde man with nervous expressions. Pay attention? Anything worth noting? The blonde man gave a cold snort, and stared at the few pirate soldiers with round eyes. Who do you think Laozi is? Laozi is Paul the Cutter. It's just a kid who just debuted. What's there to be afraid of? Let me ask you, what are you afraid of? Paul grabbed the neck of a pirate miscellaneous soldier in front of him, using his palms hard. The pirate soldier who was strangled by the neck struggled violently, his eyes protruding. He wanted to beg for mercy, but could not speak. After a while, the pirate's neck tilted, and he died directly. Humph, trash. Paul threw the body away like a dead dog. The other pirates trembled in fright when they saw the captain's cruelty. Paul the Cutter is the most cruel and tyrannical captain of the 3 pirate groups on Feilu Island. He kills people at the slightest disagreement, even his own crew members. The number of crew members who died at his hands was 80 if not 100. The crew members of the Cut Pirates did not agree with Paul as the captain, but none of them dared to complain, much less betrayed. Those complaining and betraying guys have been crushed to death by Paul. A mere brat thinks he has some strength, so he dares to come out arrogantly. Who does he think he is? He's not even close. This sea is not that simple. Paul was moody and went straight into a rage. Grabbed a bottle of wine and swigged it, then slammed it hard on the ground. Seeing Paul in this state, the surrounding pirates seemed even more afraid, and they all stayed away, not daring to take a step closer. There were only a few pirates in the corner, and they seemed a little disappointed and helpless when they saw Paul like this. In fact, that's not the case for Paul the Cutter who just debuted. At that time, Paul was high-spirited and determined to become one piece, and he treated the crew on the ship like brothers. In battle, he is always at the forefront. The crew on the ship respected him very much and were even willing to give their lives for him. But after the New World fiasco, Paul changed. His pirate group was almost wiped out, his self-esteem was shattered, and his arrogance was gone. After escaping back to the paradise, Paul the Cutter became a fallen pirate, drunk and dreaming every day, drinking and losing his temper, and even killed his own crew. He became crazy and moody, like a disabled person, only incapable and furious. This sea is not that simple. Paul seemed to be drunk, his face was flushed, and he leaned on the chair and muttered to himself. At this moment, 3 whirlwind attacks suddenly flew in from outside the door. Dozens of pirates were the first to bear the brunt, and were cut into pieces by the attacks on the spot. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, shocking everyone. Rumble! Before Paul could react, the high-rise building had been cut into 4 pieces, like a cake being cut 3 times. A piece of wreckage fell and landed on Paul's head. What's the situation? There are enemies. It's that monster, it must be that monster coming. We are dead. The members of the cutting pirates were frightened and fled around like frightened mice. Rumble! A building wreckage was cut into pieces, and Paul with disheveled hair jumped out from under the ruins, hissing, "Why panic? Why panic? Laozi is not dead yet." Seeing that Paul is still alive, the members of the pirates seem to have found their backbone. Although they were also terrified of Paul, his presence at least gave them a sense of security. Laozi wants to see, what kind of brat dares to provoke me, Paul the Cleaver. Paul jumped 10 meters high, and rushed out of the resident building. He saw Lucifer standing outside the building at a glance. He was very young and handsome, just like a little boy, the kind that rich women like best. Like this little boy, he killed 800 if not 1,000. Arrogant brat, go to hell. With a wave of Paul's hand, the air rippled, and 3 vacuum slashes were fired, flying towards Lucifer. He is the cutter who ate the cut fruit, and he was also a well-known pirate back then. Relying on this ability, what Paul likes most is to cut off the enemy's head and hang it on the bow, and the name of the cutter comes from this. Small tricks. Lucifer smiled indifferently, and gently lowered his raised palm, wind blade. As soon as the words fell, a gust of wind appeared out of thin air, forming a huge gust of wind slashing, breaking through the air. Paul's vacuum slash was directly defeated, and finally the wind blade slashed on him. Puff! Blood splattered, flesh and blood flew everywhere. Paul the Cutter was directly shredded by the wind blade, turning into flesh and blood pouring down from the sky. Ding! Host killed Paul Gullies and got 18,000 killing points. The electronic sound of the system sounded, and Lucifer's kill points finally exceeded 50,000. Not good, the attack is too heavy. Can the devil fruit be recovered after the corpse is broken? Lucifer was a little dumbfounded, and quickly gave instructions. Rebirth. As the voice fell, it touched the rules of the world. Just as an invisible force was about to flee, it was restrained by Lucifer's spiritual power. Under Lucifer's control, this power is sent into a fruit. Soon, ordinary fruit becomes devil fruit. Paramecia cut the fruit and recovered successfully. Lucifer smiled lightly and put the devil fruit away. Killing a pirate can not only get killing points, but also harvest a devil fruit. 1 fish, 2 meals, big profits. Dead. The captain is dead. No, it's impossible. How could the captain die? The captain is dead. What shall we do? Run, run. That man is a monster. To be killed. Seeing that Paul's body was gone, hundreds of pirates from the Cut Pirate group began to flee in all directions. Horrified screams and shouts kept ringing out. It was hard to imagine that this was a group of murderous pirates. In the face of death, all people are the same. Lucifer smiled indifferently, and his palm dropped again. Wind blade. The howling wind is like a sharp knife, cutting the pirates into pieces while sweeping them. In the blink of an eye, all the members of the Cut Pirates were dead, and even their resident building was turned into ruins. Ding, host killed the pirates and got 1500 killing points. Ding, host killed the pirates and got 900 killing points. Ding, host killed the pirates and got 800 killing points. Ding, host kills the pirates and gets 300 killing points. A series of system prompts sounded, and Lucifer's kill point went up. In this wave, Lucifer gained 9,000 kill points again. Including the 18,000 points for beheading Paul, a total of 27,000 killing points were harvested from this hunt. Properties panel. Host, Lucifer. Age, 23. Devil fruit, word spirit fruit. Physique, hell demon. Armament Haki, intermediate. Observation Haki, elementary. Conqueror's Haki, elementary. Kill points, 70,000. Counting the previous ones, Lucifer's total kill points came to 70,000. Slaughtering 3 pirate groups in a row, the harvest is really not bad. Lucifer opened the system store and found Armament Haki. System, buy advanced Armament Haki. Ding, the purchase of Armament Haki was successful, 50,000 killing points have been deducted, and the remaining killing points are 20,000. Familiar energy appeared in Lucifer's body, and in an instant, Lucifer's Armament Haki was upgraded to a high level. With the blessing of the system, Lucifer's power changes are completed in an instant, and there is no violation in using it. There are 20,000 kill points left, just enough to upgrade Knowledge Color and Conquerors. Lucifer glanced at the balance and gave an instruction in his mind. System, by mid-level Observation Haki and mid-level Conqueror's Haki. Ding, the intermediate Observation Haki and the intermediate Conqueror's Haki have been successfully purchased. 20,000 killing points will be deducted, and the remaining killing points will be 0. And just like that, Lucifer raised Observation Haki Conqueror's Haki to intermediate. With continuous consumption, Lucifer's 70,000 killing points are all spent, and there is no balance at all. But spending it in exchange for power is worth it. Isn't Lucifer going out to sea to hunt pirates to become stronger? Properties panel. Host, Lucifer. Age, 23. Devil fruit, word spirit fruit. Physique, hell demon. Armament Haki, advanced. Observation Haki, intermediate. Conqueror's Haki, intermediate. Kill points, 0. Next, it's time to hunt other targets. Looking at the killing points with a balance of 0, Lucifer started the next hunting action. Fajru Island is a famous 3-free island in the first half of the Grand Line. Apart from Renault the Leopard, Adam the Bloodaxe and Paul the Cutter, there are many other targets worth hunting on the island. Although the killing points obtained by killing them are not as good as the big 3, they are better than nothing. Boom, 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 boom. Just as Lucifer was about to go to the next target location, artillery bombardment suddenly sounded from the distant coastal port. Accompanied by the sound of gunfire, the coastal ports quickly turned into a sea of flames. Countless pirates, gangsters, and human traffickers fled in all directions, screaming, "What's the situation?" Lucifer leaped onto a tall building. Seeing the sea not far from the port, 3 warships appeared. Why did Marine come here? Lucifer stood on the roof of a tall building, his eyes narrowed slightly. On the sea, 3 warships are attacking quickly. Among them is a warship of the highest specification, plus 2 cruisers. The gunfire on the warship fired in unison, and countless shells were fired to bombard Falu Island indiscriminately. The highest specification warship, with at least 1 Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral on board. So, this operation is led by Marine Vice Admiral Doberman. Vice Admiral, our indiscriminate bombing may harm civilians, is it really okay? On the warship, a colonel walked up behind Doberman and asked nervously. It doesn't matter, Falu Island is full of lawbreakers, and there are no civilians. Doberman said in a low voice. But, there may be bounty hunters among them? Are you questioning my decision? Doberman stared, revealing a trace of killing intent. No, dare not, it's a slip of the tongue. Colonel Marine's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly shut up, not daring to say any more. The Hawk Marine Vice Admiral, beheading his subordinates is also commonplace. No more nonsense, he died faster than pirates. Doberman snorted coldly, even bounty hunters are still a group of restless elements, and they are all targets that Marine wants to eradicate. Wanting to practice absolute justice is not as simple as talking about it. Doberman looked at Fail Island, where the sea of fire was raging in the distance, his eyes were as calm as water, without any waves. He is the Hawk Marine. In order to eradicate evil and hunt pirates, even if it affects civilians, he can kill without hesitation. What's more, there are no civilians on Falu Island, and Doberman will not hesitate to issue an order to destroy it. Send me an order to destroy everything on Falu Island, and make sure that no lawbreakers can escape. Yes, Lord Vice Admiral. The colonel saluted respectfully and left quickly to convey the order. After the order was issued, the artillery bombardment of the 3 warships became more intensive. As an island where outlaws gather, Fajru Island is well known in the first half of the Grand Line. In the eyes of Naval Headquarters, Fajru Island is like a cancer that must be eradicated. But this time, there are 3 over 100 million pirate groups who returned from New World gathered on the island, which further strengthened Naval Headquarters' determination to flatten Falu Island. Hence this action. With Vice Admiral Doberman leading the team, leading 2 Marine Rear Admirals and thousands of Marines, it is more than enough to flatten Fajru Island. Boom, 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 the artillery fire roared and resounded endlessly. The sea of fire spread from the port, half of the town was engulfed by the sea of fire, and the island became a purgatory on Earth. Countless pirates and traffickers were killed by shells, and more were burned to death by fire. There were screams one after another, and mourning was everywhere. Hey, that's a mini-buster call. Lucifer stood on the top of a clock tower, looking at the sea of flames below his feet, a little speechless. Buster call, 5 Marine Vice Admirals, 10 Marine Rear Admirals, plus 10,000 Marine Elites and 10 warships, carry out an indiscriminate and destructive attack on a target location, completely eradicating all people and objects on the target. Action. This is the largest military operation in the Marine, and it will only be used once in many years. And now what Marine does is exactly the same as Buster Call, except that the Vice Admiral is a little less and the firepower is a little weaker. But in essence it is the same, destroying all people and things on the island. I really suffered a disaster. Lucifer shook his head, waving a few rounds at him. Judging by Marine's posture, it is obvious that he does not intend to let go of any living creature on the island. Lucifer is also on their must-kill list. It seems that my hunt has come to an end. Marine is really good at stealing heads. Lucifer felt a little helpless. The dead pirates and gangsters were all killing points in Lucifer's eyes. But now, these killing points are gone. Forget it, let's find other targets. Lucifer's body shook, and 2 wings grew out of his back. The wings were pitch black, with extremely sharp edges, exuding an extremely evil aura. This is the devil's wings that come with the devil of hell, not the power of the fruit of words. Flapping the wings of the devil, Lucifer turned into a gust of wind, soaring into the sky, and flew directly overseas. On the large marine, Doberman was smoking a cigar, leaning on his sword, with an indifferent expression. With his observation Haki, he can naturally sense the countless desperate breaths on Fajru Island. But he was still expressionless, without the slightest softening. As an iron-blooded soldier, he has long been used to life and death. Even if thousands of people die, the mood will not change. Suddenly, Doberman frowned. He looked up into the sky and saw a black dot shooting out from the island, heading overseas. What an evil breath. Doberman's observation Haki clearly sensed the evil aura on Black Spot, which was more evil than any pirate he had ever seen. Never let him go. Doberman made a move, drew his sword suddenly, and a vacuum slash shot out through the air, leaping over 1,000 meters in an instant, hitting a black spot in the sky. The power of the slash exploded, causing a strong wind and blowing away the white clouds in the sky. Lucifer was suspended in the sky, his demon wings were constantly flapping, his face was a little gloomy. Although the knife didn't hurt him just now, it aroused Lucifer's anger. I originally planned to let you go, but now, you are looking for death. Lucifer didn't want to fight against Marine. After all, he didn't want to be a pirate, and he didn't want to be hunted down by a bounty. All he wants is to hunt pirates alone, gain killing points, become stronger quietly, and keep in touch with Marine. Even Marine would like to thank him. But now, Marine took the initiative to attack him. People don't offend me, I don't offend others. If people offend me, cut grass and root out. There was a loud bang, and the air exploded. Lucifer turned into a black light and shot towards the 3 Marine warships in the distance. In just one breath, Lucifer came to the sky above the front of the 3 warships. Originally I didn't want to do anything, but you insisted on forcing me to kill myself. Lucifer flapped the wings of the devil, setting off a violent wind and waves, and the evil breath erupted, making thousands of sailors tremble with fear. Attention, this guy is not simple, the guy who is not strong enough will step down. Doberman yelled as he jumped onto the bow turret, aiming his knife at Lucifer in the sky. Arrogant pirate, with this old man here, don't even think about leaving alive today. Lucifer looked indifferent and didn't answer, just slightly raised his hand. Lightsaber back Akainu. Like the whisper of a demon, the moment it sounded, countless golden lightsabers appeared around Lucifer. In the blink of an eye, the sky was filled with dense golden lightsabers. The Doberman Vice Admiral, 2 Marine Rear Admirals and thousands of Marine soldiers on the warship were all stunned as they stared at the vision in the sky. No, it's impossible. This trick is. Doberman couldn't hide the horror in his heart, his expression was distorted. As if to confirm his guess, in the next second, countless flashing flying swords fell from the sky, hitting the 3 warships like a torrential rain. Stop. Doberman hissed, but it was too late. The moment the roar sounded, the attack had already arrived. The 3 warships were hit by countless flashing flying swords, and they were instantly blown into 3 huge fireballs. Thousands of Marine soldiers were blown away in an instant, and countless flesh and blood scattered in all directions, turning into ashes. Ding, host killed Marine Rear Admiral Damon and got 18,000 killing points. Ding, host killed Marine Rear Admiral Brad and got 17,000 killing points. Ding, host kills Marine Commodore Moritz and gets 10,000 kill points. Ding, host killed Colonel Marine Redmond and got 4,500 killing points. Ding, host kills Marine Colonel Oliver and gets 4,800 killing points. Ding, host killed Lieutenant Colonel Marine. Ding, host killed Major Marine. A series of system prompts sounded, and Lucifer's kill point, which was originally 0, went up. Soar faster than ever before. Among the thousands of Marines with a major or above can get killing points after beheading. The number ranged from hundreds to thousands, and the most were 2 Marine Rear Admirals. The 2 provided Lucifer with 35,000 kill points. In this wave, Lucifer gained a total of 75,000 kill points. Woohoo, a wave is taking off. Lucifer listened to the prompt in his mind, with a wicked smile on the corner of his mouth. At this moment, the fireball on the sea dissipated. The 3 warships have disappeared, only some broken pieces of wood floating on the sea. The densely packed corpses drifted with the tide, and more of them were stumps, broken arms and broken flesh and blood. Vice Admiral Doberman is holding a broken plank as he floats on the surface of the sea and vomits blood. His whole body was tattered, bruised and bleeding, and he was no longer as vigorous as before. Damn, hateful BD, actually, ahem. Another mouthful of blood spurted out, and Doberman's internal organs were seriously injured, and he couldn't even utter a complete sentence. He could only stare at Lucifer with spiteful eyes, as if he wanted to eat him alive. How about it? My tricks are powerful, right? How does it compare to your Admiral Kizaru? Lucifer smiled a little, pleased with the power of the trick. He was right, now he uses flash power, which is not inferior to Kizaru's sparkling fruit. With one move, thousands of Marines were wiped out, and only a few survived in the end. Doberman Vice Admiral, you shouldn't have messed with me. Lucifer stopped smiling, followed by a hint of indifference. If you want to blame, you can only blame yourself for being cheap and insisting on taking action against me. Thousands of Marine deaths today are all caused by you. After speaking, Lucifer pointed his finger at Doberman. Flash ray. With a whooping sound, a golden flash shot out from Lucifer's fingers and pierced Doberman's head in an instant. With a loud bang, the flash ray exploded underwater, and another huge fireball appeared on the sea. Marine Vice Admiral Dobman, no bones left? Ding, host beheaded Marine Vice Admiral Doberman and gained 85,000 killing points. Oh, does this guy have such expensive ones? Lucifer was a little surprised, but after thinking about it for a while, it made sense. Doberman is the Naval Headquarters Elite Vice Admiral, the backbone of Marine, and is worth 85,000 kill points for a reasonable amount. After beheading Doberman, Lucifer's total number of kill points has reached 160,000. Properties panel. Host, Lucifer. Age, 23. Devil fruit, word spirit fruit. Physique, Hell Demon. Armament Haki, Advanced. Observation Haki, Intermediate. Conqueror's Haki, Intermediate. Kill points, 160,000. 160,000 killing points, already a record high. Good, very good. Lucifer was satisfied. If there are a few more waves, I will soon be able to make up 600,000 killing points. All of a sudden, Lucifer wanted to hunt Marines specifically. Each Naval Headquarters Elite Vice Admiral is worth tens of thousands of kill points. As long as you kill a few more, you can quickly reach the goal. Unfortunately, I can only think about it now. There are only a dozen Elite Vice Admirals in Naval Headquarters, and they spend most of their time guarding Naval Headquarters and will not go out easily. In the vast sea, it is very difficult to find a Naval Headquarters Elite Vice Admiral. It is better to hunt down the pirates with high rewards. After completing this vote, my reward order should come out soon. Looking at the broken limbs in the sea, Lucifer shook his head slightly. I didn't want to be an enemy of Marine, but the world is impermanent, and gods will trick people. That's right, it's not my fault, it's Marine. I was forced to do nothing, so I had no choice but to kill. Yes, it is like that. Lucifer nodded secretly, then turned into a storm and shot into the distance. Flapping the wings of the demon, Lucifer's speed was extremely fast, turning into a black spot and disappearing in the blink of an eye. Naval Headquarters, Marineford, Marshal's office. Marshal Sengoku wears frog glasses and is on business. The goat at his feet ate the discarded documents he disposed of one by one, and didn't dislike it at all. Click, click, click. Suddenly, a harsh chewing sound rang in his ears, causing Sengoku to frown, and a well character appeared on his forehead. Hey, Garp, don't eat donuts in my office. How many times have I told you? Why can't you remember? Sengoku slapped the table and roared at the sofa, spit flying. And on the couch, Marine Vice Admiral Garp is enjoying himself with a bag of donuts, deaf to Sengoku's yelling. Ha 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 ha, don't be angry, Sengoku, calm down. My husband is challenging the latest donut record, and will soon set a new record. After speaking, Garp grabbed a few more donuts and stuffed them into his mouth. The harsh clicking and chewing sound sounded again. Sengoku couldn't take it anymore, rushed to Garp, grabbed the donut, and poured it all into his mouth. Ah, those are old man's donuts. Before Garp could stop him, he wanted to grab the donuts back, but the donuts had already gone into Sengoku's stomach. Then, Sengoku and Garp fought together. Who would have thought that these two would be Marine Marshal and Marine Hero? Vice Admiral, the Marine staff officer next to them, just glanced at the two of them and didn't make a sound to stop them. The three of them have been comrades in arms for decades, and Sengoku and Garp have been fighting and noisy for a long time. Tsuru Vice Admiral has long been used to it. At this moment, hurried footsteps sounded at the door, and then the office door was pushed open. Your Excellency Marshal, something is wrong. A Marine colonel broke into the office, sweating profusely and yelling in panic. What's the matter? What's the point of being in such a panic? Marshal Sengoku separated from Garp, walked back to his desk and sat down. Report to the Marshal, just now, the Marine fleet led by Vice Admiral Doberman lost contact with the headquarters. At the same time, Doberman Vice Admiral's life card burned into ashes. It can be confirmed that Doberman Vice Admiral has died in the line of duty. What did you say? Marshal Sengoku's complexion changed drastically, and he stood up suddenly, showing a look of shock and anger. Crane, Vice Admiral, and Garp also looked serious, and there was no more relaxed atmosphere in the office. Are you sure? Doberman's life card has really. It's not that Marshal Sengoku doesn't believe it, but he doesn't want to believe it. After all, Vice Admiral Doberman is strong, and this operation is in the first half of the Grand Line. Who can kill him? Stared at by the 3 legendary Marines, the colonel was very nervous and had some slurred speech, but he still gritted his teeth and nodded. The news will not be wrong, we have confirmed it repeatedly. At the same time, we also tried to contact Doberman Vice Admiral's fleet, but they have been lost and have not heard back. Damn it, who dares to do such a thing? Could it be those bastards from New World? Sengoku gritted his teeth, killing intent shrouded his body. Check, send someone to Feilu Island immediately, I want to know all the information about this operation. Sengoku gave the order. Every naval headquarters elite vice admiral is the backbone of Marine, and losing one is a great loss. It's impossible for naval headquarters to remain indifferent when something like this happens. Soon, a fleet of Marines set off and headed for Feilu Island as fast as possible. On the endless sea, sparkling, like countless luminous pearls, a pirate ship sailed slowly across the sea, leaving behind a pearl foam channel. Captain Charlotte, I heard that Captain John's treasure has appeared. Shall we join hands? Captain John is one of the great pirates of old times. How many Baileys should his treasure have? If you can get it, you won't be able to spend your whole life. Yes, Captain, such a good opportunity cannot be missed. On the pirate ship, a group of pirates had a lively discussion, and everyone focused on their own captain. Although he covets the treasure, it still depends on the captain's decision whether to fight for it or not. Quack 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 quack, of course I'm going, idiots. A burly man with a big brown beard laughed like a duck. Captain John's treasure must belong to our brown-beard pirates. Gah! Call out? Suddenly a long sword came through the air, leaving behind a cold light that flashed away. The pirate captain's laughter stopped abruptly, and then his head shot up into the sky, splashing blood all over the surrounding pirates. What happened? Captain, the captain was killed. The pirates on the ship turned pale with fright, seeing the captain's headless body, trembling with fright. This scene came so suddenly that no one could react. After they came back to their senses, they found that their captain had been beheaded. Where is the murderer? Find him and avenge the captain. Come out quickly, Laozi is not afraid of you. Damn BD, come out if you have the guts. Face-to-face duel. Dozens of pirates gathered back to back, screaming and shouting towards the surroundings. But the louder they shouted, the more frightened they were, and they were slashing inside. Captain John's treasure? I'm a little interested. Suddenly, an indifferent voice sounded. Everyone looked up and saw a handsome young man standing on the mast looking down at them, and the 2 huge demon wings were slowly withdrawing. It was Lucifer who came. After leaving Feilu Island, Lucifer flew for more than 2 hours before finally finding the pirate ship as a landing place. In the vast sea, it is really not easy to find a boat. Coincidentally, when Lucifer landed, he heard what they were talking about. Lucifer has also heard of Captain John's name. He used to be one of the members of the Lox Pirates, a famous big pirate in the old days. Legend has it that after the collapse of the Lox Pirates, Captain John took away the treasures plundered by the Lox Pirates and wanted to take it all for himself. However, he was killed by his subordinates in the process of stealing the treasure. Lucifer still vaguely remembers that the body of Captain John was found by Moria after his death, and turned into his zombie general after resurrection. It should be in Thriller Bark now. And since the death of Captain John, his treasure has been missing, until today. Over the years, there have been rumors of Captain John's treasure appearing in the sea from time to time, but in the end it all turned out to be a lie. What kind of monster is this? Demon, this man is a demon. Dozens of pirates turned pale with fright when they saw Lucifer withdraw the demon wings, because his image is exactly the same as the legendary Hell Demon. Hey, where is Captain John's treasure? Lucifer asked coldly. Yes, at Crescent Island. A pirate involuntarily said the answer. Really? Thank you so much. Lucifer smiled slightly, then waved his hand lightly. Blade Storm. Call out, call out, call out, call out. Dozens of flying swords and long knives shot out through the air, hitting dozens of pirates on the ship, piercing through their chests and heads, and at the same time, the powerful impact brought them into the sea. In the blink of an eye, the ship was cleared of pirates, leaving only Lucifer alone. Ding, host kills the pirates and gets 300 killing points. Ding, host kills the pirates and gets 700 killing points. After killing dozens of pirates, there were only 2 system beeps. Including the pirate captain who died in the hands of Lucifer first, there are only 3 pirates in this group that can be regarded as hunting targets. Together, the 3 pirates provided Lucifer with 4,000 kill points. Isn't this too cheap? A trash fish is a trash fish. That's it. Do you also want to fight for Captain John's treasure? Lucifer's mouth twitched, and he jumped from the mast onto the deck. Afterwards, the pirate ship changed direction and headed towards the direction of Crescent Island. System, open the Properties panel. Properties panel. Host, Lucifer. Age, 23. Devil Fruit, Word Spirit Fruit. Physique, Hell Demon. Armament Haki, Advanced. Observation Haki, Intermediate. Conqueror's Haki, Intermediate. Kill points, 164,000. Lucifer's wallet is very big now, with a full 164,000 kill points. Open the system store. Lucifer found where Conqueror's Haki is. System, purchase Advanced Observation Haki and Advanced Conqueror's Haki. Ding, the high-level Observation Haki and the high-level Conqueror's Haki have been purchased successfully. 100,000 killing points have been deducted, and the remaining killing points are 64,000. At the same time as the electronic sound played, a burst of energy appeared in Lucifer's body out of thin air. In an instant, Lucifer's knowledgeable color and Conqueror's Haki were upgraded to advanced levels at the same time. Boom! A powerful momentum erupted from Lucifer, causing a strong wind. The sea water in front was hit by the strong wind, setting off waves of waves. Several seagulls fell from the sky onto the deck, foaming at the mouth, and lost consciousness. This is the High Conqueror's Haki, and it's truly extraordinary. Conqueror's Haki is special in Conqueror's Haki. It is the aptitude of the king. Only the chosen ones can awaken this power, and only one person in a million will awaken Conquerors. It sounds very tall, but on the surface, Conqueror's Haki can only be used to clean up miscellaneous soldiers, and has no effect on the strong. It seems very tasteless. But in fact, Conqueror's Haki, like Armament Haki, can also entangle attacks. It's just that few people have learned this technique, so few people know how to use it. Conqueror's Haki's entanglement attack is more powerful than Armament Haki's entanglement attack. The kings of the old era, and now the sea emperors of the new world, all know this kind of skill, that's why they are so terrifying. Lucifer looked in the system store and soon found the Conqueror's Haki winding technique. At the same time, the skills of using Armament Haki are also available. Armament Haki Outreach, 100,000 kill points. Armament Haki Internal Sabotage, 100,000 kill points. Conqueror's Entangling Attack, 100,000 kill points. The three skills cost 100,000 killing points each, which is very expensive. Properties panel. Host, Lucifer. Age, 23. Devil Fruit, Word Spirit Fruit. Physique, Hell Demon. Armament Haki, Advanced. Observation Haki, Advanced. Conqueror's Haki, Advanced. Kill points, 64,000. Looking at the remaining 64,000 kill points, Lucifer shook his head helplessly. He couldn't afford each of these three skills. The killing point is still lacking, and more targets must be hunted. Lucifer closed the system interface, and controlled the pirate ship to accelerate towards Crescent Island. The next trip to Crescent Island is his best chance. Lucifer is not interested in Captain John's treasure, he is only interested in those powerful prey. After the news of Captain John's treasure comes out this time, it will definitely attract many powerful pirates. Not only pirates, some powerful bounty hunters, gangsters will go. Even Marine will take this opportunity to exterminate the pirates. At that time, Crescent Island will become a veritable hunting ground, and Lucifer can hunt and kill targets to his heart's content and harvest killing points. As the sun sets, a round of red sun slowly sinks to the sea level. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the pirate ship, covering Lucifer in the afterglow of the setting sun. When the sunset completely disappeared on the sea level, Lucifer's pirate ship also disappeared on the sea level at the same time. A few days later, Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford. In Admiral's office, Admiral Kizaru was leaning on a chair, cutting his nails leisurely. The adjutant next to him made a cup of hot tea for Kizaru, and respectfully brought it to Kizaru. Kizaru, Admiral, please use tea. Oh, thank you very much. Kizaru picked up the teacup to cool off, and then took a sip. The aroma of tea wafted from his mouth, making Kizaru squint his eyes involuntarily. Well, such a day is really leisurely. It seems that today is another peaceful day, and I can leave work in 3 hours. Kizaru was very comfortable, leaning back on the chair, with his feet on the desk, posing as a salted fish. As the most salty admiral among the 3 admirals, it is Kizaru's life principle to clock in every day and get off work on time. Never working overtime is his life creed. The adjutant next to him had no expression on his face. He was no stranger to Admiral Kizaru's salty fish posture. However, at this moment, there was an urgent knock on the door. Come in. Kizaru was still drinking tea leisurely, and it was his personal adjutant who was talking. A Marine colonel entered the office and came to Kizaru's desk to salute respectfully. Kizaru, Admiral. Admiral Sengoku hastened to summon Admiral. There is an important meeting to be held. Kizaru's face changed, showing a trace of wretched expression. Well, it's really troublesome. I have to work overtime again today. Mr. Sengoku is really good at tossing people. Let me work overtime. Why should I increase my overtime pay? Kizaru was still slumped on the chair, not wanting to move like a salted fish. Drinking tea and fishing is his pursuit. As a famous salted fish admiral, Kizaru hates working overtime the most. Kizaru, Admiral, Your Excellency the Marshal is still waiting for you. Please hurry up. The adjutant next to him said loudly. Hey, that's serious, Rangers. Kizaru put down his teacup, reluctantly stood up from the chair, and walked out of the office slowly. While walking, he asked the Marine Colonel, do you know what the theme of this meeting is? It's about the death of Doberman Vice Admiral. Marine has found the murderer. Colonel Marine replied loudly, with a hint of anger in his tone. In the past few days, the death of Vice Admiral Doberman has spread in Naval Headquarters, causing countless Marine soldiers to be furious. They all wanted to find the murderer and avenge Doberman Vice Admiral. Oh, is it about Doberman? When mentioning the comrades who died in battle, Kizaru's face became less wretched and more serious. Although he is a salty fish admiral, he also has the position of being a Marine admiral. Kizaru was also extremely angry about Doberman's death. Of course, the most angry one is Doberman's direct subordinate admiral, Akainu. When the news of Doberman's death came back, Akainu almost came back from the new world. In the end, it was Sengoku who came forward and suppressed him. Soon, Kizaru came to the meeting room. The conference room was already full of Marine executives, and when they saw Kizaru coming in, several people showed a strange look. Especially Marshal Sengoku and Grand Staff Crane Vice Admiral. "Oh, the old man is late, I'm really sorry." Kizaru smiled wretchedly, walked to his seat and sat down. "Okay, everyone is here, the meeting officially begins." Marshal Sengoku looked around and threw a stack of documents on the conference table. At the same time, the adjutant behind him turned on the projection screen, and a picture of a young man appeared on the screen. "I called you here this time because of the death of Doberman Vice Admiral. The intelligence agency has found out that the murderer of Doberman Vice Admiral is this person." Many Marine executives in the meeting room looked at the projection screen. A few people also picked up the documents to check. This person's name is Lucifer. He is 23 years old, and he was born in the first half of the Grand Line. We have investigated his life clearly. He is nothing special, just an ordinary person. But not long ago, he suddenly emerged and suddenly possessed extremely powerful strength. We guess that he should have obtained the power of devil fruit. Only devil fruit can make an ordinary person become stronger quickly, which is not difficult to guess. What are his abilities? A Marine Vice Admiral asked a question. What fruit can make him so strong? In less than half a month, he can defeat Doberman Vice Admiral and kill thousands of Marine soldiers. The power of devil fruit is very clear to everyone here, although it is terrifying, it is not so exaggerated. They are all high-level Marines, experienced in hundreds of battles, and have dealt with more than 100 capable people. Be confident that you can calmly face anyone with any ability. I have never heard of any fruit that can make an ordinary person suddenly become so strong. Devil fruit needs to be developed. Even if it is Logia, which can make people stronger quickly, it is impossible for an ordinary person to surpass Marine Vice Admiral overnight. You know, Doberman is Naval Headquarters Elite Vice Admiral, Grandmaster Two-Color Haki. Even if you meet someone with Logia ability, you won't lose easily, let alone be killed. That's the point of today's meeting. Marshal Sengoku waved, and the adjutant immediately put on a new photo. And when the new photos appeared, a series of exclamations suddenly sounded in the meeting room. How is this possible? Am I dazzled? Are you kidding me? Many Marine executives looked at the photos on the screen, all stunned and unbelievable. Even Admiral Aokiji's pupils widened. Hey, this is a big joke. At this moment, Kizaru finally understood why Sengoku and Tsuru Vice Admiral looked at him so strangely when he entered the conference room before. This is really scary. Kizaru showed a wretched look, but a hint of shock flashed deep in his eyes. What appeared in front of everyone was a photo of Lucifer using flash power. Countless flashing flying swords poured down and shot at the 3 warships in the sea. The Marine executives present at the scene are all familiar with this scene, and they are also familiar with this trick. Because it is 90% similar to Admiral Kizaru's special skill Bakakain-Guyu, it can be said that except for the shape of the light, everything else is the same. Are you kidding? There is only one sparkling fruit. There's no way anyone else has access to the flash. Many Marine executives looked at Kizaru at the same time, full of doubts. If it wasn't for the accurate photo of Lucifer's face, they would have suspected that the murderer was Kizaru himself. Everyone, don't look at the old man with such dangerous eyes, the old man has nothing to do with this person. Kizaru raised the corner of his mouth and said with a lewd expression. At this time, Marshal Sengoku spoke. Marine has confirmed that Lucifer is using the flash power, which is almost as powerful as Kizaru. However, this is not the only power Lucifer can use. Then, the photo on the screen changed again. 3 photos appeared. Above are the pictures of Lucifer using flying sword, sharp blade storm, and wind blade to kill all directions. It can be judged by just looking at the photos that the power of each move is terrifying. There is a legend in Grand Line that newspaper reporters are the strongest spies. Even the CP organization cannot match them. No matter how secret the photos are, they can take them. At present, we are still unable to determine what kind of fruit ability user Lucifer is. It should be a new fruit. But from these photos, we can see that Lucifer has a lot of power at his disposal. He can control metal, wind, and flash. These are very powerful abilities, but at this moment they are gathered on one person. I have to say, he's a very strong threat. If it is not eradicated as soon as possible, it will definitely become a serious problem for Marine in the future. After Sengoku finished speaking, there was a dead silence in the conference room. Many Marine executives all looked serious, and a dangerous murderous aura permeated the conference room. Although the information currently available is not complete, the danger of Lucifer has been revealed. The opinions of many Marine executives unanimously reached an agreement. Lucifer must be eradicated as soon as possible. Send troops, we must eradicate Lucifer. The Hawk Vice Admiral Ghost Spider let out a low growl. A dangerous person like this, Marine will never allow him to live in this world. I am willing to lead the team. Perform this mission. I would too. Please count me in. Not only the Hawk Marine Vice Admiral, but also the Dove Marine Vice Admiral have also joined the fight. Doberman is a lesson from the past. Just sending a few Vice Admirals is not guaranteed to win Lucifer. Crane Vice Admiral's flat voice sounded. Don't forget, Lucifer still has the ability to fly, and his escape ability is also top-notch. As soon as the words came out, everyone looked at the photo on the screen at the same time. Sure enough, he saw 2 demon wings growing on Lucifer's back. Because the flashing flying sword was too conspicuous, they all ignored it. After viewing the photos, all eyes were on Admiral Kizaru. Vice Admiral is not sure that he can take down Lucifer who can fly. The only one in Marine who has this ability is Admiral Kizaru. Glitter has to be beaten with shimmer. Being stared at by everyone, Kizaru had to put away the wretchedness on his face. It seems that the old man must go for a walk. Okay then, I'll leave it to you, Kizaru. Marshal Sengoku also gave the order at this time. The time for dispatching troops is set for tomorrow, so prepare yourself. Okay, the old man knows. Kizaru nodded, but he was really troubled because it meant his vacation would be ruined again. And to see what Sengoku meant, he worked overtime this time, and Sengoku didn't plan to pay overtime pay. Hey, the old man's work is really hard. I really envy some people who can sleep well every day without having to work overtime. Kizaru looked at Aokiji who was sitting next to him, and when Sengoku called out Kizaru's name, Aokiji had already put on a blindfold and fell asleep. Because he knew that there was nothing for him in the future. The hunting mission is led by Kizaru. Crane, you are responsible for issuing Lucifer's reward order. At the end of the meeting, Sengoku gave the final order. I see. Crane Vice Admiral nodded. On the endless sea, the sea breeze is blowing, and a pirate ship sails quietly on the sea. Lucifer was lying on the bow of the boat, soaking up the sun, holding a glass of red wine in his hand, listening to music, living a very leisurely life. Well, the Kangtu red wine produced in 1452 is really good, with a long aftertaste. Lucifer took a sip of red wine and nodded secretly. This is the spoils he got from killing the pirates, a bottle of expired red wine over 50 years old. It's been a week since the killing of Vice Admiral Doberman. This week, Lucifer is rushing to Crescent Island. With another 2 days' journey, Lucifer will arrive at Crescent Island. Cuckoo, cluck. Just then, a flock of newsbirds flew over Lucifer's head. When Lucifer noticed the newsbird also noticed the pirate ship on the sea. One of the newsbirds fell from the sky and landed beside Lucifer. You are really brave. Lucifer raised his eyebrows and smiled, flicked his fingers, and a coin shot out, just right into the money pot on Newsbird's chest. Then, Newsbird took out a newspaper and gave it to Lucifer. Lucifer took the newspaper and opened it, and saw the reward order in the newspaper at a glance. After waiting for several days, it finally came out. This reward order is clearly Lucifer himself, and the photo is a picture of himself casting the 8-foot Kainguyu. In the photo, Lucifer spreads his demon wings, summons endless flashing flying swords, and floats in the sky. How handsome the pose is, how much Haki you want. I have to say, these reporters' photography skills are really good. With such a handsome picture of him, Lucifer is ashamed to hold him accountable for secretly taking pictures. It's just that the bounty is a bit low. Lucifer looked at the reward amount on the reward order and was a little dissatisfied. The devil, Lucifer, has a bounty of 230 million Baileys. He has committed a heinous crime, and he does not care about life or death. He killed a Naval Headquarters elite vice admiral, plus thousands of Marine soldiers, and the reward was only 230 million. No need to guess, Lucifer knows that Naval Headquarters must have suppressed Lucifer's reward amount. In the grand line, a pirate's first bounty often represents his potential. The higher the amount, the greater the potential. But if the bounty is set too high, it will appear that Naval Headquarters is incompetent and loses face. According to Lucifer's record this time, the bounty set by Naval Headquarters must exceed at least 500 million. But that's impossible. Since the establishment of Marine, there has never been a pirate whose bounty exceeds 500 million for the first time. What Lucifer didn't know was that the 230 million bounty was also the result of many discussions in Naval Headquarters. The bounty originally set by some Marine advisors was 100 million berries, which was finally raised to 230 million berries by Crane Vice Admiral. Lucifer is too dangerous, and the bounty is too low, which may cause the branch Marine to look down upon him. At that time, if casualties are caused, it will be too late to regret. Forget it, let's keep it low. It won't be long before the amount will go up. Lucifer threw the reward order into the sea. He has no hobby of collecting his reward orders, and he is not on his own ship now. Now that you've become a pirate, it's time to form your own pirate group. First of all, we need to find a few capable crew members. Lucifer had a few targets in mind, and these were the crew members he was looking for next. In New World, on a vast ocean, a huge killer whale pirate ship is riding the wind and waves. On the huge mast, a pirate flag is fluttering in the wind. The symbol on the pirate flag made countless pirates all over the world fearful, and no force dared to challenge this flag. Even in the New World, where there are so many powerful people, the deterrent power of this flag ranks first. Because this is the flag of the Whitebeard pirates, and behind this flag is Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. In the old days, Whitebeard was a strong man on par with One Piece Luoji. In the age of the great pirates, Whitebeard was the first to ascend the throne. After 2 eras, Whitebeard's reputation has long been a legend. On the Moby Dick, Marco jumped from the mast with a newspaper and came to Whitebeard. Dad, something big has happened in paradise. Recently, a new guy has appeared, and the first bounty has reached 230 million. With that, Marco handed Whitebeard a reward order. Don't make such a fuss, Marco. Whitebeard took the reward order, glanced at it for a while, and laughed generously. Goo la 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 la, today's young people are really in a hurry. A young boy dares to run wild in the sea. In Whitebeard's eyes, Lucifer is really just a kid. Whitebeard has seen a lot of newcomers like Lucifer. Hey, Marco, who is that guy? You're so interested. Yay, let's see that too. TCH, what's so good about it? He's just a kid who just debuted. How strong can he be? We are the Whitebeard pirates. A group of pirates sat on the deck and held a banquet. Some people were very interested in what Marco said, but some showed disdain. Just because they are members of the Whitebeard pirates. Since joining this pirate group, they only know what is invincible. As long as you have a Whitebeard tattoo on your body, no matter where you go, no one dares to provoke them. Over the years, many pirates have developed the habit of having their eyes above the top. Marco stared at a pair of dead fish eyes, and said calmly, it's a newcomer named Lucifer, and his strength is not weak, especially his fruit ability, which is very strong. Marco bought a lot of newspapers, so he got a lot of rewards. After several interested pirates received the reward order and looked at it, they all showed shock. Hey, this isn't. Ah, that's right, it's Admiral Kizaru's ability. He can actually use Kizaru's ability. Is Kizaru dead? Impossible? That's Marine Admiral. If Kizaru had died, Naval headquarters would have been turned upside down. Many pirates recognized at a glance that Lucifer used the flash power. And in this sea, only Marine Admiral Kizaru can use this power. Admiral Kizaru's ability has also made countless pirates frightened. Even their Whitebeard pirates are extremely afraid. Lucifer can use this power, no matter who he is now, as long as he doesn't die halfway, he will definitely become a world-renowned powerhouse in the future. Now, this group of pirates with their eyes above the top dare not underestimate Lucifer anymore. Kizaru didn't die, but there was a second person who can use flash. This guy's luck is really good. Yes, if I get this fruit. This brat is really lucky. Most of the Whitebeard pirates are very jealous of Lucifer. On the sea, a powerful devil fruit is often chased by countless people, and many people will risk their lives for a powerful fruit. What's more, killing companions and even captains is not surprising. For a newcomer like Lucifer to gain such a powerful ability, these old pirates who have been in the New World for more than 10 years are naturally envious. Goo la 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 la, the sea is very vast. It is not unusual to have similar abilities, and there is nothing to envy. If you want good abilities, go find them yourself. There are so many powerful devil fruits. Whitebeard's laughter echoed in the ears of every pirate. Dad is right, we are the Whitebeard pirates, we can find any fruit we want. We have Daddy, even without devil fruit, we are the strongest pirate group in the world. Ha 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 ha, everyone, don't worry about that brat, let's have a banquet, let's have a banquet. A group of pirates threw the bounty order and continued the banquet. Soon, the usual laughter resumed on the whole ship. Only Blackbeard, who was sitting in the corner, looked at the reward order in his hand, with a hint of greed in his eyes. But soon, this greed was well hidden by him, and his expression returned to the harmless nature of humans and animals in the past. Hidden for more than 10 years, Blackbeard's acting skills have already been perfected, reaching the level of, oh no, the best actor. Flash power, although good, is not the fruit I want. Dark fruit is the strongest, my choice can't be wrong. As long as I get dark fruit, my ambition will come true. At that time, the Whitebeard pirates will not be able to restrain me, and Dad. Whitebeard glanced at Whitebeard's back, then lowered his head instantly. He didn't dare to show any malice, for fear that Whitebeard would perceive it. Dark fruit, where the hell are you? Blackbeard has been looking for dark fruit since he went to sea. But more than 10 years have passed, and dark fruit still hasn't appeared. Seeing new strong men constantly appearing in the sea, Blackbeard felt a little more anxious. If he waits any longer, he really has no chance. After all, it's not just Whitebeard who gets old, he gets old too. New World, Wanakuni. This is Kaido territory, home of the Beasts Pirates, and a place in the New World that no one dares to trespass. Master Kaido, a very interesting newcomer, appeared in the first half of the Grand Line, and a reward of 230 million Baileys was offered for the first time. I heard that his fruit ability is very strong, the same as Admiral Kizaru. A pirate sent a bounty to Kaido. Kaido drank heartily with a wine gourd, and at the same time glanced at the bounty out of the corner of his eye, and smiled disdainfully. A mere brat, what do you care about? Even if I have the same ability as that yellow monkey, what's the use? No one can kill me anyway. If it's Zoan, Laozi can still accept him as a subordinate. Kaido of the Beasts is dedicated to forming the strongest Zoan pirate group, and is only interested in those with Zoan abilities. Although Lucifer is brilliant, Kaido doesn't like him. Hey, Yin, haven't you found enough Zoan users yet? Kaido put down the wine gourd, looked at the flame beside him, and asked with a low growl. Laozi's subordinates are not enough. If this continues, when will Laozi launch a war to destroy the world? I'm sorry, Governor Kaido. There are already few capable people, and it will take more time to form an army of Zoan capable people. Yen Calamity Ember was also very helpless. There are only a few capable people, and even fewer are Zoan. Not to mention forming an army of Zoan ability users? Simply whimsical? Of course, Yin would not say this idea. That would only annoy Kaido, and he would be beaten in vain. It would be great if Zoan Devil Fruit could be man-made, then Laozi would be able to continuously produce Zoan-capable people. Kaido suddenly had a whim. How is this possible? Flame Calamity Ember only thought it was another whimsy of his own captain. But what Yin Huanjin didn't know was that this idea actually came true a few years later. On the other side, on a small island in New World, the red hair pirates are stationed here. Ha 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 ha, it's amazing. For this newcomer, the reward for the first time was 230 million Baileys. The first time I was offered a reward, it was only 20 million. Don't compare yourself with others, the more you compare, the less confident you are. Nanny, what nonsense are you talking about? Laozi is now a big pirate with a bounty of 480 million? The bounty is much higher than this brat. Woohoo, 480 million. It's amazing, I'm so scared. I was offered a reward of 550 million, did I say anything? The members of the Red Hair Pirates gathered together for a banquet, and the atmosphere was lively. Although this group of pirates looks heartless, they are all very powerful. Catch one pirate with a reward of over 100 million big, there are quite a few pirates with a reward of more than 500 million. And their captain, the red-haired Shanks, is a super pirate with a bounty of more than 3 billion, and the Quasi-4 Emperors of New World. In the original book, Marine mentioned at the meeting in 1522, when the red-haired Shanks had been the 4 emperors for 6 years. That is, redheads became the 4 emperors in 1516. The current time period is just beginning in 1516, which means that the redheads are fighting to become the 4 emperors, and they are still one step away from becoming the real 4 emperors. The newcomers are really amazing. The red-haired Shanks sat on a rock, looked at the reward in his hand, and smiled. Why, who does he remind you of? The first officer, Beckman, put a glass of wine beside the redhead and asked, puffing out smoke rings. I did think of someone, but it's too early for him, and I have to wait a few more years. I'm just lamenting this era. After drinking a glass of wine, Shanks said with a long sigh, another young man who inherits the will of Captain Luoji has gone to sea. Sooner or later, this seed will grow into a towering tree. Shanks inherited the will of Luoji, the One Piece King. In his eyes, these outstanding newcomers who go to sea are the extension of Luoji's will. Little ones, the party is on. Redhead stood up and yelled. Captain, didn't you say you were feeling unwell? Yes, Captain, the doctor says you mustn't drink. Idiot, how can you not drink as a pirate? Shanks scoffed. And after the banquet is over, we will have a big battle with the Henry pirates. If you don't eat and drink enough, how can you have the strength to fight? The current redhead has not yet become the 4 emperors. In the New World, there are 3 emperors, and countless powerful pirates are vying for the last emperor's throne. Shanks led the Red Hair Pirates and several powerful pirate groups are fighting for territory. Only the final victor can ascend to the throne and sit on an equal footing with Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Kaido of the Beasts. With the spread of Lucifer's reward order, Lucifer's name also began to spread in the world. Many big figures and forces have noticed the existence of Lucifer, and at the same time know his record of beheading Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. Young, capable, outstandingly qualified, and decisive, Lucifer's various qualities have made many big shots optimistic about Lucifer's future. As long as he doesn't die halfway, he will definitely become a big trouble for Marine in the future. This is the common view of many big pirates. Lucifer is already famous all over the world. The first half of the Grand Line is on the Endless Sea. Lucifer stood on the bow of a pirate ship, looked at an island in the sea ahead, and smiled. Finally reached. The small island ahead is Crescent Island, which is also Lucifer's goal this time. There are so many people here, now there are some to play. Lucifer glanced at the surrounding sea, which was full of pirate ships. There are still new pirate groups arriving in the rear sea area. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by a burst of artillery bombardment, a pirate ship was bombed and sunk, destroying the ship and killing everyone. The winner stood on the boat and laughed arrogantly. The laughter was extremely harsh. Before landing on the island, the cannibalism among the pirates has already begun. There are long-distance artillery bombardments and close-range battles, and the fighting methods are different. A pirate group that is not strong enough can't even land on Crescent Island. Hey, kid, are you the only one on this boat? Suddenly, a burst of ridicule sounded from behind, followed by a pirate ship. The pirate ship was twice the size of Lucifer's feet, and the ship was full of vicious pirates, with hundreds of people. Is this really bad? There's only one brat. Quack 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 quack, are all his companions dead? It's really pitiful. Hey, Sally, why don't you give him a ride? Let him meet his companions. Ha 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 ha, that's a good idea. No, this little brother is quite handsome, it's a pity to die. Hey, Bana, are you a nympho again? A group of pirates stood on the deck, staring at Lucifer as if they were a prey. The male pirates looked fierce, but a few female pirates stared at Lucifer in a nympho. If the female pirate is beautiful, Lucifer doesn't mind showing mercy and having a romantic relationship. But it's a pity that these female pirates are all ugly, with bucket waists and fat all over their bodies. Lucifer took a look and almost vomited the overnight meal. Hey, kid, if you kneel down and beg for mercy, maybe we can spare your life. Come on, beg for mercy. Ha 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 ha. The pirate ship got closer and closer, and the laughter became more and more harsh. It's really noisy. Lucifer had no expression on his face, and raised his hand lightly. Flash rays. A laser shot out from Lucifer's fingertips, instantly piercing through the pirate ship behind. With a loud bang, the entire pirate ship was blown up into a great fireball. Hundreds of pirates were terrified, and before they could scream, they were engulfed in the sea of flames, leaving no bones left. Ding, host killed the pirate Bartley and got 6,500 killing points. Ding, host killed the pirate Bonna and got 2,500 killing points. Ding, host killed the pirate Sally and got 1,700 killing points. Ding, host kills the pirates and gets 400 killing points. A series of system prompts sounded, and the pirate group provided Lucifer with 16,000 killing points. Adding what Lucifer originally had, Lucifer's total kill points came to 80,000. A group of miscellaneous fish, it's too sad. Lucifer shook his head and drove the pirate ship to speed up towards Crescent Island. And the battle that happened here was clearly seen by the surrounding pirate groups. Hey, what kind of ability was that just now? Isn't it too scary? With just one blow, the Bartley pirates were actually destroyed. This ability is a bit familiar, I seem to have heard of it somewhere. Flash Ray, isn't this Admiral Kizaru's ability? Some pirates thought of Kizaru, and suddenly showed panic. Could it be Marine Admiral here? Impossible, that person is just a young kid, not Kizaru at all, and there is no trace of Marine in the surrounding sea. I remembered, he's Lucifer, the new guy who's been in the limelight lately. A pirate suddenly yelled. I heard that his ability is the same as that of Marine Admiral Kizaru. He is very powerful, at the level of a monster. More and more pirates recognized Lucifer's identity, and they also found Lucifer's reward order. The devil Lucifer, with a bounty of 230 million Baileys, has committed a heinous crime, regardless of life or death. The people in the photos looked exactly like the people they saw. I have encountered this kind of monster since I came here. It seems that it will be very difficult to compete for Captain John's treasure this time. A pirate captain shook his head and sighed. No matter what kind of monster he is, as long as he dares to rob Laozi for treasure, Laozi will kill him. A pirate captain is murderous. The treasure must belong to Laozi. Although afraid of Lucifer's strength, none of the pirates escaped. As long as they think of the huge treasure left by Captain John, these pirates have nothing to fear. Money touches people's hearts, and these pirates have been blinded by the treasure. For money, they can do everything. Soon, Lucifer's ship came to the port. After landing, Lucifer went straight to the small town in the center of Crescent Island. Observation Haki spread out, covering almost the entire town. Lucifer sensed some malicious eyes secretly watching Lucifer. Their auras were all locked by Lucifer one by one. It's not bad, it's comparable to Marine Rear Admiral. That's okay too. There are so many prey, it really is the best hunting ground. Lucifer appeared on the roof of a tall building, looking at the town below, with an evil smile on his lips. 99% of the powerful people in the town are remembered by Lucifer. Only when the time comes, can the hunting feast begin. Don't be in a hurry, wait a little longer, someone will come later. Lucifer looked at the pirate ships that kept approaching in the distance, and temporarily suppressed the killing intent in his heart. Do it now, although you can harvest a batch of killing points, but the follow-up pirates may not dare to come because of fear. It is safest to wait until the famous pirates are almost here, and then catch them all in one go. Only then can the harvest be maximized. A few days later, in the middle of the night, the small town of Crescent Island was still ablaze with flames and buzzing with people. Countless pirates occupy the small town. They make trouble, fight, and plunder, causing the aborigines in the small town to complain. But none of these residents dared to resist these pirates. They fled the town one after another and hid on the remote coastline behind the island. Some residents even took the risk to go directly to the sea and left the island. In just a few days, the town was occupied by pirates. This is the cruelty of this world. Lucifer sat in the corner of a tavern, looked at the pirates who were fighting wantonly around him, and shook his head slightly. He has been in this world for almost 2 months, and he has seen similar scenes countless times. At first, Lucifer had the idea of hoeing the strong and helping the weak, but later, he gave up. This is the normal state of the One Piece world, and he alone cannot change it. The law of the jungle, the law of the jungle. Since it exists, it naturally has the meaning of its existence. Lucifer doesn't have the heart of Mary, he can't save so many people. After all, in the eyes of the world, Lucifer is now also a vicious pirate with many crimes. Boom! With a gunshot, a pirate was headshot, and his body fell into a pool of blood. Immediately, the two parties fought together. A battle broke out in the tavern, and the surrounding pirates shouted and raised their fists to add to the fun. After one side wins, stronger pirates join the battle and defeat the victorious side. At this time, Captain John's treasure has not been discovered. These pirates search for treasure during the day, and kill each other at night to eradicate competitors. Suddenly, a group of 20 or so people came to Lucifer's table under the leadership of a tall man. Your Excellency is Lucifer. I've known you for a long time. I'm Wade, the captain of the Hacksaw Pirates. What's up? Lucifer frowned. The plain gesture, perfunctory attitude, and Lucifer's disdain were vividly expressed, which immediately made the pirate behind Wade furious. They were about to explode when they were suppressed by Wade. The corner of Wade's mouth twitched, and he said with a dry smile, there are a lot of pirates on the island now. I know that you are very powerful, so I want to cooperate with you. When Captain John's treasure is found, we will split it 50-50. Some pirates can kill each other, and of course some cooperate with each other. The cooperation of several pirate groups is more likely to successfully seize the treasure. The Hacksaw Pirates obviously took a fancy to Lucifer's strength. However, they found the wrong object. Lucifer smiled. Want to work with me? Are you qualified? What did you say? Dare you BD say that again? Before Wade could speak, the two pirate soldiers behind him couldn't take it anymore. Our captain invited you because he thinks highly of you. You do not want. Boom! Before the words fell, the two roaring pirates suddenly exploded, and the flesh and blood scattered all over their bodies, splashing the pirates next to them. Even Wade's face was covered in blood. The many pirates who have been paying attention to this side all gasped when they saw this scene. They all know that Lucifer is strong and can use the same abilities as Admiral Kizaru. But I didn't expect him to be so terrifying. No one could see how Lucifer shot just now. The two pirates seemed to have exploded by themselves. It is because we cannot see that we are afraid. The captain is talking. Don't interrupt the trash fish casually. Lucifer moved his finger away, aiming at Wade's brow. Wade froze in place, not daring to move, sweating all over his body. Looking at that slender finger, Wade seemed to see the deadliest weapon for killing. During the day, he saw with his own eyes that Lucifer defeated a pirate group with one finger. I'm sorry, my subordinates are rude. Your Excellency, please be merciful, we will leave now. He thought that holding Lucifer's thigh would give him a chance to get the treasure, but Wade didn't expect that Lucifer would be so moody that he would kill someone if he disagreed. Now that the cooperation has not been reached, he himself fell into a death crisis. Lucifer smiled calmly. Since you're here, don't leave. You are right in saying that there are too many pirates on the island, so it is best for you to die here. Flash ray. As soon as the words fell, a golden light shot out, instantly piercing Wade's eyebrows. The laser pierced through the walls of the tavern and flew into the distance, and the explosion formed a huge fireball. You? Wade's hand was still on the handle of the knife, obviously wanting to do it. But unfortunately, his speed is too slow. Before he could react, he was already dead. With a plop, Wade's body fell to the ground powerlessly. Ding! Host killed the pirate Wade guy and got 12,000 killing points. The system's prompt sounded, and Lucifer's total kill points reached 92,000. The tavern fell into dead silence, the pirates around were dumbfounded, and when they looked at Lucifer, there was deep fear in their eyes. This man was horrible, moody, and there was no warning before killing. Wade was a pirate with a reward of over 100 million, but he couldn't even draw his sword in front of Lucifer, and was instantly killed. Captain, the captain is dead. No, how could the captain die? Monster, this man is a monster. Run away, you will be killed. After the 20 or so pirates of the Hacksaw Pirates came back to their senses, they immediately fled in a panic. The legs of the pirates were weak, and they fell to the ground as soon as they opened their legs, unable to stand up again. Forgive me, please. The pirates were so frightened that they peed their pants, spoke inarticulately and incoherently. In the next second, several flying swords pierced through the air and pierced their chests. Blood spattered and screamed again and again. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 pirates were all dead. Ding! Host killed the pirates and got 1,700 killing points. Ding! Host killed the pirates and got 1,300 killing points. Among the more than 20 pirates, only 2 pirates were a little bit stronger, providing Lucifer with 3,000 kill points. The rest of the pirates are all trash fish, worthless parallel imports. Properties panel. Host, Lucifer. Age, 23. Devil fruit, word spirit fruit. Physique, hell demon. Armament Haki, advanced. Observation Haki, advanced. Conqueror's Haki, advanced. Kill points, 95,000. This time, Lucifer's total kill points reached 95,000. With only the last 5,000 left, Lucifer will be able to purchase Conqueror's Haki. It's only 5,000, so there's no need to wait any longer. Lucifer set his sights on the many pirates in the tavern. That's the way a beast looks at its prey. The hundreds of pirates in the tavern saw the murderous intent in Lucifer's eyes, and immediately screamed in terror. Run! I don't know which pirate shouted, and the pirates in the tavern fled towards the door at the same time. Some pirates broke windows or even walls to escape. In the next second, the whispers of the devil sounded in everyone's ears. Sharp storm. Countless flying swords and long knives flew through the air, piercing the chests of pirates wherever they went. On the street outside the tavern, countless pirates fled in all directions. Because of the extremely shrill screams coming from inside the tavern, the windows were also continuously splashed with blood. The screams lasted only 2 seconds, and soon disappeared. Then, Lucifer came out of the tavern with a faint smile. After a wave of killings, Lucifer's killing points have exceeded 100,000, and he can buy the abilities he wants. Under the dark night, when the pirates hiding in the dark saw the smiling Lucifer, they felt cold all over their bodies and trembled with fear. In their eyes, Lucifer is a complete monster. There is no reason for him to kill, let alone reason. Until Lucifer disappeared into the night, many pirates dared to come out. A daring pirate went to the tavern to take a look, and was frightened, and the screams of terror spread throughout the small half of the town. The tavern is full of corpses, blood is flowing like a river, and it has become a hell. Hundreds of pirates were pierced through the chest by a sharp sword and died. Some unlucky pirates had several long swords stuck in their bodies, and they were almost dismembered. Fear still remained on the faces of many pirates, with distorted expressions. People can't help but wonder what happened to them before they died. Many pirates claim to be murderous, but when they saw this scene, they were all frightened and trembling. Compared with Lucifer's methods, they are far behind. Soon, news of Lucifer's bloodbath at the pirate tavern spread throughout Crescent Island. All the pirate captains were afraid of Lucifer, and ordered their subordinates not to provoke Lucifer. Many pirates who wanted to cooperate with Lucifer also gave up the idea. They don't want to be killed if they fail to cooperate like Wade. As for the remnants of the Hacksaw pirates, after Wade's death, they were immediately divided by several pirates and declared dead. Finding a hotel at random, after entering the room, Lucifer opened the system store. System, by Conqueror's Haki winding skills. Ding, the Conqueror's Haki entanglement skill has been successfully purchased, 100,000 kill points have been deducted, and the remaining kill points are 1,500. A force appeared and flowed through the limbs. Lucifer's mind suddenly had many Conqueror's Haki skills. People who have Conqueror's Haki use it in different ways. The most common is staring to kill. But there are also differences, such as Doflamingo, he has never used stare kill. These are the most basic skills. As long as Conqueror's Haki reaches the elementary level, they can be mastered automatically. One of the most critical is the way Conqueror's Haki is wound. Knowing this trick, Lucifer can use the Conqueror's Haki as well as the armament Haki, wrapped around the weapon and covered the body. Once mastered, Lucifer will be able to fully unleash the true power of Conqueror's Haki. And when Conqueror's is combined with armed colors, the power will be even more terrifying. This is not simply 1 + 1 = 2, but an exponential jump. It's really worth it to spend 100,000 killing points. Lucifer raised his hand and clenched his fist, a red force wrapped around the fist. Although not inspired, the power contained within is extremely powerful. This is Conqueror's Haki winding. Properties panel. Host, Lucifer. Age, 23. Devil fruit, word spirit fruit. Physique, hell demon. Armament Haki, advanced. Observation Haki, advanced. Conqueror's Haki, advanced. Kill points, 1,500. After this consumption, my killing points are almost exhausted again. Lucifer looked at the properties panel and shook his head slightly. His journey to earn killing points will start again. What? At this moment, there was a scream outside. Murderer. It's a murderer. The murderer has appeared. Run away. Lucifer opened the window and looked towards the street, only to see dozens of pirates fleeing in a hurry, each with a terrified expression. It was as if some beast was chasing and killing them behind them. Call. A whirlwind blew by. Blood spurted out of the pirates one by one, and they let out screams. That gust of wind seemed to have life, and was desperate to kill. After the strong wind blew, dozens of pirates all fell into a pool of blood. These pirates died in horror, with sword wounds all over their bodies. There are as few as a dozen or as many as 100, as if they have been punished by Ling Chi. It all happened so quickly, so quickly. Some of these pirates didn't react at all, and were killed by the violent wind. The rest of the pirates tried to escape, but Murderer was in hot pursuit. As the strong wind flashed by, more than a dozen pirates were killed. This method is very similar to a person. Lucifer looked at the gale that was killing people on the street, and a figure appeared in his mind. That's right, it's not the wind that kills, but humans. Lucifer's observation Haki clearly sensed that the wind was transformed by humans. It's just that his speed is too fast and his swordsmanship is too fast, so it's like a gust of wind. Clang, 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 clang. The wind howled, sword lights lit up, and vacuum slashes flew. Soon, the streets made of marble and the houses on both sides were covered with sword marks. Call out. Suddenly, the gust of wind passed away in a flash, and it actually teleported to Lucifer. In the blink of an eye, a long sword was already slashing towards his neck. The wall of vacuum. An invisible transparent wall appeared in front of Lucifer, blocking the slash. Killing Quang Feng's real body appeared, and it was a ferocious and terrifying maniac smiling face. It really is him. Lucifer recognized the person who was coming. There is only one person who can possess such fast swordsmanship and kill people at night, as fast as the wind, White Horse Cavendish. Lucifer remembers that Cavendish ended up as a member of the Straw Hats in the original book. He has a dual personality, and murderous sleepwalking. When sleeping and dreaming, the second personality Hakuba will run out, extremely cruel and bloodthirsty. Cavendish himself is a very powerful swordsman, and after becoming the second personality Hakuba, his swordsmanship is twice as strong as the deity. Because of killing too many people, he was called Rommel's Weasel by Marine, and was expelled from his own country for this reason. In the original book, Cavendish entered the New World in 1519, and now it is 1516, so he is set to be in the first half of the Grand Line. Is this guy here to join in the fun? Lucifer flicked his fingers, and the wall of vacuum immediately knocked Cavendish out. His body turned into a cannonball, smashing a building opposite into ruins. Swish, 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 swish. A burst of sword light lit up, and the ruins of the building were split into rubble. Cavendish jumped out of the ruins with an even more terrifying expression. The manic smile on his mouth widened. The second personality, Hakuba, is extremely bloodthirsty and eager to fight. The stronger the opponent, the more excited Hakuba will be. Call out. With a flash, Hakuba charged towards Lucifer again. I don't like fighting crazy people. Lucifer raised his palm and lowered it lightly. Gravity crushes. With a loud bang, gravity appeared out of thin air, enveloped Hakuba, and smashed it to the ground. The center of the street was sunken, and a large circular pit appeared. Hakuba was pinned down on the ground, unable to move. Lucifer fell from the sky and landed next to Hakuba. With a movement of the finger, gravity becomes stronger again. Puff! Hakuba spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes turned white. Suffering heavy injuries, Hakuba fell into a deep sleep, and his frightened face, laughing wildly, returned to Cavendish's original appearance. Lucifer regained gravity and kicked Cavendish out. Boom, boom, boom. The Cavendish runs through 3 buildings in a row, eventually being buried by rubble debris. Lucifer didn't kill him, and Cavendish's aura still existed. Cavendish is one of the crew Lucifer plans to recruit. This guy is very talented, it's a pity to kill him like this. It hurts so much, who dares to hit my handsome face? Cavendish likes to refer to himself as the sun. Cavendish jumped out of the ruins, holding his right cheek, mouth full of fangs. His right cheek has been swollen from Lucifer's kick, the corner of his mouth is bleeding, and even several teeth are missing. Cavendish's personality is completely different from that of Hakuba, not only a talker, but also a funny one. At the same time, he is also extremely narcissistic, paying more attention to appearance than life. Are you Lucifer? Did you do it? How dare you hurt my handsome face? Cavendish noticed Lucifer on the street and rushed over aggressively. However, at the next moment, several flying swords shot out and shot at Cavendish. Swish, 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 swish. Cavendish stood still, not daring to move, a few drops of cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Cavendish stood still, not daring to move, a few drops of cold sweat dripping from his forehead. More than a dozen sharp long swords hovered around him, locking on his vitals. A recent sword had pierced the skin on his throat, and a trace of blood flowed out. As long as the long sword advances a little further, it can pierce his throat. Hey, don't be impulsive, just speak up if you have something to say. Cavendish panicked and waved his hands quickly. It was only at this time that he realized that the guy in front of him was not simple, but a monster with terrifying strength. You just killed me without warning, you should be ready to be killed, right? Lucifer smiled faintly and walked slowly towards Cavendish. The world of pirates is very cruel. If you lose, you can only die. As he said that, Lucifer was about to make a move, and the control of the flying sword advanced another point. Hey, stop, misunderstanding, it's all misunderstanding. Cavendish shouted quickly, I didn't shoot you, it was Hakuba, that guy did it, it's none of my business. Cavendish was about to cry, this time he was really screwed by Hakuba. In the past, Hakuba caused a lot of trouble when he came out to kill people, but this time he even provoked a monster. Cavendish wanted to cry a little, he felt that he was too difficult. Are you kidding me, Cavendish? Lucifer smiled evilly, I've heard about you, so you think that if the second personality kills you, you can stay out of it. There is nothing so good in this world. For the sake of justice, it is best for you, a murderer, to die here. Lucifer slowly raised his finger, aiming at Cavendish's brow. Justice? What are you kidding, murderous pirate? Are these 2 words what you should say? Are you stupid? Or am I stupid? Compared with me, you are a murderer, right? Don't think I don't know about your bloodbath of the pirate tavern? The blood of those corpses is still not cold? Cavendish was going crazy, roaring wildly in his heart, but he didn't dare to say these words. I had to show bitterness on my face, so what? Do I still have a chance? Cavendish, who thought he would get a negative answer, was overjoyed when he heard the word yes. My pirate group has just been established, and I still need a few subordinates. I am willing to join your pirate group and be your subordinate. Before Lucifer finished speaking, Cavendish couldn't wait. Don't force it, I never like to force others. Not at all, not at all. Cavendish shouted quickly, it's my honor to be your subordinate. I feel that I was born to be your subordinate. Captain Lucifer, from now on, I will be your crew member. If you have something to say, don't be polite to me. When Cavendish said this, he bit his lip, his eyes were tearful, but he had to force a smile. The expression is even more contorted than Hakuba. But he has no choice. If you don't agree, I will die here tonight. Damn it, I shouldn't have come to Crescent Island to join in the fun. Cavendish now regrets leaving the country very much and came to Crescent Island. Yes, you are very promising. I am short of talents like you. Since you agree, I will spare your life. With a hook of Lucifer's finger, all the flying swords suspended beside Cavendish fell to the ground. Thank you, Captain. I will definitely serve the Captain wholeheartedly in the future. Cavendish breathed a sigh of relief, and then showed a flattering smile. Of course, what was going on in his mind, Lucifer didn't know. However, Lucifer is not worried about Cavendish's betrayal. After all, his strength is completely above Cavendish. Cavendish is a smart guy who knows what to do. Let's go, there has been a lot of trouble all night. Too many people have died here, and the air is stinky. Let's go to another place to spend the night. Lucifer turned and walked away. Too many dead. Cavendish looked at the dozens of corpses under his feet, a little speechless. That's all, how can I compare with you? You have killed many more people than me, and your methods are much more ruthless. Hey, what are you doing in a daze? Do you want to sneak away? Lucifer's voice came from afar. Where is it? Don't be kidding me, Captain, how dare I slip away? Cavendish hurriedly followed. Soon, the two disappeared into the night. As for the dead pirates, no one would pay attention to them. Today's Crescent Island town is very chaotic, and people die every day. After the Aborigines were driven away, the corpses of the pirates were lying on the street and no one cleaned them up. The next day, early morning, A ray of sunlight fell through the window and onto Lucifer's bed. Lucifer opened his eyes and woke up from his sleep. Getting out of bed and walking to the window, I stretched involuntarily, and my bones all over my body made crackling sounds. The Hell Demon's physique is very strong. Even if Lucifer does not need to practice, his body can continue to become stronger. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the door. Captain, are you up? Breakfast is ready. Cavendish's voice sounded outside. Come in. Yes, Captain. Cavendish opened the door and walked into the room, followed by a few maids behind him pushing a beautiful breakfast. Captain Lucifer, this is an exquisite breakfast prepared by me. Please take it easy. Looking at the beautiful maid and the exquisite breakfast, Lucifer secretly sighed that this guy is worthy of being a prince, and his lifestyle is really different from ordinary people. In the world of One Piece, big shots are always served. Lucifer also thinks that such a life is wonderful. After all, he has strength now, and it's not bad to enjoy a corrupt life. In the previous life, these could only be based on fantasy. Sit down and eat together, Lucifer said. Afterwards, Lucifer and Cavendish dined together, and a beautiful maid stood by her side to serve her. How is the situation on the island? Is there any news about the treasure? Lucifer asked while eating. No, more than a dozen pirate groups have been looking for it for almost a month, and Crescent Island is almost turned over by them, but there is still no clue. Cavendish came earlier than Lucifer, and he has been on the island for almost half a month. The earliest pirate group even landed on the island a month ago. In the past month, pirate groups have been landing on Crescent Island. There are pirates searching for treasures on the island day and night. But unfortunately, no one found the treasure. Instead, the pirates killed each other, and many people died. There are already more than 20 pirate groups that perished due to lack of strength. Recently there have been rumors spreading on the island that the treasure is fake, and several pirate groups are already planning to leave. Cavendish continued. Really? Then it seems that I don't have to wait any longer. Over the years, news of Captain John's treasure has often been reported on the sea, but in the end it was proved to be false. Maybe it's the same this time. Those pirates couldn't find the treasure, so naturally they wouldn't stay any longer. But Lucifer is different. He didn't come here for the treasure. Now that he knows that the pirate is leaving and that there will be no pirates coming back, he can do it. On the west blue shore of Crescent Island, a pirate ship is docked on the shore, and a pirate flag is fluttering in the wind, hunting. After this pirate ship landed on Crescent Island, other pirates on the island dared not approach the shore of West Blue, all because of that pirate flag. On the pirate flag is a smiling face with teeth bared, with a black stripe running diagonally through it. The graphics are unremarkable, but in the first half of the Grand Line they are terrifying. Because this flag represents Heavenly Yaksha, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Hey, Captain, are we really going to shoot them? Cavendish stood behind Lucifer, hesitating. In the first half of the Grand Line, Shishabukai's deterrence is still very strong. Although Doflamingo's base camp is in New World, his influence extends to the first half of the Grand Line. Most of the pirates who dared to attack Doflamingo did not end well. Why, are you scared? Lucifer smiled calmly. Afraid? How is it possible? How could I be afraid? What are you kidding? Cavendish shook his head again and again, as if his pride had been hit. He was originally a bold person, coupled with his good strength. He was only jealous of Shishabukai, never afraid. Cavendish just felt that there was no need to provoke Doflamingo. After all, there were no treasures on the island, and they had no conflict of interest with the Don Quixote family. Cavendish couldn't figure out why Lucifer made a move on the Don Quixote family. Do they have a grudge? No one would have guessed that Lucifer killed pirates just to get kill points. Who are you? This is the residence of the Don Quixote family. Don't get close, leave as soon as possible. Seeing Lucifer and Cavendish appearing, a few pirate soldiers were alert and scolded immediately. The miscellaneous soldiers will be handed over to you, Lucifer said calmly. Understood. Cavendish turned into a gust of wind, and rushed forward with a whimper. Puff, 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 puff. The gust of wind whizzed by, and blood flowers bloomed. More than a dozen pirates were stabbed in the chest and fell into a pool of blood. Enemy attack, enemy attack. Notify Lord Diamante quickly. Damn it, where the hell is it? You dare to attack our Don Quixote family, you are dead. Where? His speed is too fast. Itaki, this guy is Itaki. A group of pirates looked terrified and cursed, but they couldn't find Cavendish, let alone attack. Soon, dozens of pirates on the shore were all killed by Cavendish's sword. Call out? At this moment, a vacuum slash was shot from the pirate ship, and it came to Cavendish in an instant. There was a crisp clang, and sparks flew everywhere. Cavendish split the slash, leaving 2 sword marks on the ground across the left and right sides. Immediately, a figure came through the air and met Cavendish hand to hand. The swordsmanship of the two was extremely fast, and they slashed dozens of swords at each other in an instant, and finally they separated. Appearing in front of Lucifer was a man over 5 meters tall, wearing a fur-brimmed hat, 2 red facial lines on his face, and a red cape, showing his chest and abdominal muscles, dressed like a tribal native. Diamante, one of the top cotters under Doflamingo. Behind Diamante, there are 2 more people coming one after another, a man and a woman, namely Buffalo and Baby 5. Lucifer has already found out that only 3 cotters of Diamante came to the Don Quixote family for this operation. You 2 bastards, you dare to do it. Do you know who you killed? Diamanti glanced at the corpse on the ground, raised his long sword, and pointed it at Cavendish first, and then at Lucifer. I know you two guys, newcomer Lucifer and Rommel's weasel Cavendish. Want to challenge the Donquixote family for fame. Don't think that you can be arrogant if you have a little bit of strength. If you dare to attack the Donquixote family, you are dead. That's right, it's been a long time since anyone dared to challenge the majesty of the young master. Are you ready to die? Buffalo and Baby 5 also posed. There are hundreds of pirates gathered behind them, staring at them. Captain, what should we do now? Cavendish retreated to Lucifer and asked in a low voice. After the hand-to-hand combat just now, Cavendish has tested some of Diamanti's strength. Very strong, he is not an opponent yet. What should I do? Of course, kill them all. Lucifer said flatly. What? Before Cavendish can react, Lucifer has already shot. Cavendish. Are you so reckless? Gravity crush. With a big wave of Lucifer's hand, a strong force of gravity appeared out of thin air, covering the three of Diamanti in an instant. There was a loud bang, and three large potholes appeared on the coast. The three of Diamanti were crushed to the bottom of the pit, vomiting blood profusely, unable to move. Among them, Buffalo and Baby 5 have rolled their eyes and completely lost consciousness. These two are too weak to catch even one move from Lucifer. The only sober Diamanti was also seriously injured, and I don't know how many bones were broken. Seeing Lucifer make a move, Cavendish also rushed into the crowd of pirates. With the howling wind, the sword light flickered, and the pirates and miscellaneous soldiers died under his sword. Rumble! Suddenly, the earth tumbling, undulating like ocean waves. A figure shot out from the hole, teleported to Lucifer, and slashed at the head with a sword. It's Diamanti. He is a Paramecia flying fruit ability user, who can transform any object he touches into a light and silky form. The change of the earth just now is the result of his use of the fruit ability. It is also with ability that he can escape the area crushed by gravity. Arrogant brat, go to hell. Diamanti's mouth was full of blood, and he roared with gritted teeth. However, when the sword fell, it struck an invisible wall. His long sword broke in an instant, and a severed sword spun rapidly in the air. His horrified expression was reflected on the smooth blade. Diamanti finally understood that Lucifer was very strong, much stronger than he imagined. This is a monster above him? The wall of vacuum. This is the shield formed by Lucifer's condensed space. Even if Diamanti has superb sword skills and uses armament Haki, he still cannot break through the defense of the vacuum wall. It's not that I'm arrogant, but that you are too weak. Lucifer looked indifferent, flicked his fingers, and the wall of vacuum roared out, directly knocking Diamanti into the air. All the bones in Diamanti's body were shattered at this moment, and endless pain surged, as if being hit by a mountain. Immediately afterwards, a laser ray flew towards him rapidly, piercing through his head in an instant. With a bang, Diamanti exploded into a ball of fire, leaving no bones left. Ding! Host killed the pirate Diamanti and got 30,000 killing points. Diamanti's bounty is only 99 million Baileys, but his strength obviously far exceeds this bounty, so there are many kill points. 30,000 kill points, the second highest among Lucifer's beheaded targets, only surpassed by Vice Admiral Doberman. Not bad. Lucifer nodded inwardly, feeling a little satisfied with this harvest. Afterwards, Lucifer looked at the scattered flesh and blood in the sky, and grabbed it with his big hand. Be born again. After the words fell, the power of the fruit of the word spirit captured the power of the flying fruit that the rebirth was trying to escape, and sent it to the fruit in the palm of his hand. Soon, ordinary fruit becomes devil fruit. The fluttering fruit was reborn. Putting away the flying fruit, Lucifer looked at the two potholes ahead, raised his hand and grabbed it. Universal pull. A burst of gravitational force sucked the two people out from the bottom of the pit. Buffalo is useless, but Baby 5 can stay as a maid, just as I need someone to serve water on my boat. Flying sword. With a flick of his fingers, a flying sword pierced through the air, piercing Buffalo's chest. Buffalo grunted and stopped breathing. Ding! Host killed the pirate Buffalo and got 8,000 killing points. Although Buffalo is a cotter of the Donquixote family, he is not a main combat member. Most of his abilities are used as auxiliary tools, similar to real helicopters. Because the combat power is not high, there are only 8,000 killing points. It's really a worthless parallel import. Lucifer shook his head, used the power of the fruit of speech, and recovered Buffalo's fruit. The main body is worthless, but if you add devil fruit, it can be considered a good harvest. Properties panel. Host, Lucifer. Age, 23. Devil fruit, word spirit fruit. Physique, hell demon. Armament Haki, advanced. Observation Haki, advanced. Conqueror's Haki, advanced. Kill points, 39,500. After killing Diamanti and Buffalo, Lucifer's total number of kill points came to 39,500, which is not shabby at all. When Lucifer finished solving the three, Cavendish also killed the more than 100 pirates. This group of pirates are just miscellaneous fish, so naturally they can't stop Cavendish. Captain, it's all over. Cavendish came to Lucifer triumphantly, with an expression of coming to praise me, which fits his narcissistic personality. It's just killing a group of miscellaneous fish, what's there to be proud of? You can't even beat a Diamanti, you are still far behind. Lucifer poured cold water on him directly. The current Cavendish, although his swordsmanship is very high, is already an iron-slaying swordsman. But I haven't mastered observation Haki and armament Haki yet, and my strength is far from enough. Hey, Captain, it's too shocking. I also want to save face. Cavendish was a little unconvinced. When you can catch my move, come and save face. Forward. Cavendish was stunned, his expression stiff. Recalling the battle last night and the battle just now, cold sweat involuntarily oozes from his forehead. Catching a move from the monster captain, well, it seems a little difficult. Diamanti, who was stronger than him, would not have been able to catch Lucifer's move if he hadn't had the fruit ability. Sure enough, as Lucifer said, he wasn't even close. Let's go, find the next target. Take her. Lucifer pointed to the unconscious baby 5 and said, Hey, why did you bring her? Isn't she an enemy? Cavendish didn't understand. We are going to see, and we need a maid on board. She is the most suitable. In the world of One Piece, Baby 5 is undoubtedly the best in terms of maid quality. No matter what you ask, she won't say no. Not only is everything obedient, but also does not require wages, or even ask her to give you wages in reverse. Seeing Baby 5 dressed as a maid, Cavendish also nodded. There are as many ordinary maids as there are, but maids with combat power are very rare. Subsequently, Lucifer left the shore of West Blue with the two. In the distant New World, Rosa, in the royal palace, Doflamingo was lying on the beach chair, holding a glass of juice in his hand, enjoying the sunbath leisurely. In the swimming pool in front of him, 6 or 7 beauties with a good figure were playing in the water, and the cotters of the Don Quixote family were playing with the beauties or playing cards beside them. Since becoming 7 warlords of the sea, Doflamingo's throne has become more secure. Today, the entire Rosa has been completely reduced to a country of pirates. Here, the Don Quixote family reigns supreme. Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded, and the cotter Torrible ran over in a panic. Joker, something is wrong, Diamanti, something happened to Diamanti. Torrible's panicked shouts resounded throughout the palace. What happened? Tell me. Doflamingo's forehead was throbbing with veins. Lifecard, Diamanti's lifecard is burned to ashes. As soon as these words came out, the surroundings suddenly fell into a dead silence. The lifecard represents a person's vitality, burning into ashes, the meaning is self-evident. Diamanti is dead. Doflamingo's pupils constricted suddenly, and the bulging veins on his forehead almost formed a spider web. Are you kidding? How could Diamanti die? That's right, he is very strong. Who can kill him? Diamanti is going to the paradise to perform a mission this time. There are all miscellaneous fish there. Who is his opponent? Torrible, you're not mistaken, are you? The cotters of the Don Quixote family were all furious and couldn't believe the news. It's not wrong, I've confirmed it. Not only Diamanti, but even Buffalo's lifecard was burned to ashes, Torrible said with a runny nose. Baby 5's lifecard is half burned, which means he was seriously injured. Call out? A cold light flashed away, and a stone pillar of the palace was cut off, and the stone pillar collapsed violently, causing the entire palace to shake violently. Doflamingo got angry, and the people around were silent. The fingers of his right hand were shaking rapidly, and thin threads were intertwined between the fingers. The veins on his forehead were bulging, and he seemed to be able to see blood gushing under his skin. An astonishing murderous aura erupted from Doflamingo, sweeping the entire palace in an instant. Several beauties in swimsuits in the swimming pool instantly lost consciousness, and the miscellaneous soldiers around them all rolled their eyes and fell to the ground. Only the cotters of the Don Quixote family remained awake, but they all broke out in cold sweat and bent down involuntarily. Even they couldn't bear the Conqueror's Haki that Doflamingo exploded in a rage state. Just when someone was about to kneel down, Conqueror's Haki finally dispersed. Many cotters breathed a sigh of relief, but saw Doflamingo laugh ferociously. You dare to do it, damn it. Someone dared to kill my family. How much Doflamingo laughed at the moment represented how much his anger was. He killed his father himself when he was a child, and later killed his younger brother. Doflamingo has no family anymore, so he regards the cotters of the Don Quixote family as his own. Someone killing his family members is touching Doflamingo's bottom line, and he will never tolerate it. Young master, you must avenge Diamanti. That's right, no matter who he is, you can't let him go. Kill him, definitely kill him. Anyone who dares to harm the Don Quixote family will be killed no matter how far he escapes to Cape Tianya. Torrible, Pika, and other cotters all showed murderous looks. It's been a long time. It has been a long time since Doflamingo became the 7 warlords of the sea, and no one has dared to challenge their majesty. Those who provoked them in the past, as long as they hurt the Don Quixote family, they will be killed by them with the most cruel means. But this time, the murderer actually killed the 2 cotters. Go and find that damn guy. Doflamingo gave the order. I want to see all his information in the shortest possible time. Yes, I will take people there myself. Torrible sniffed back his snot and said. Doflamingo was still worried about sending Torrible, so he dialed a number with a phone bug. Opposite him is the undercover agent he placed inside the marine, and one of the top cotters of the family, Virgo. Because of Virgo, Doflamingo also knows a lot of Marine's internal information like the back of his hand. Querying news through marine channels is faster than pirate methods. Virgo, Diamanti died in paradise, find out who killed him as soon as possible. Yes, I understand. The content of the call was very simple, and it was over in a few words. After the call ended, Doflamingo leaned back on the beach chair, his fingers still shaking rapidly. Thin threads invisible to the naked eye were intertwined between his fingers, emitting a cold light. Doflamingo hadn't been this angry in a long time. His murderous intent must be quenched with the murderer's blood. Damn BD, I'll find you soon. Doflamingo with a distorted and terrifying expression grabbed his palm, and 5 colored thin threads shot out, cutting a corner of the palace ahead into several pieces. Rumble? In Crescent Island town, a tavern suddenly exploded. More than a dozen pirates were blown away, spitting out blood, and covered in cuts and bruises. After falling to the ground and twitching a few times, he soon stopped breathing. A tall pirate came out of the flames, staggered and almost fell, barely able to stand up with a big knife. He was covered in blood and had multiple burns and barely a patch of intact skin. Why did you attack us? We never provoked you. Tell me why, Lucifer. The tall pirate captain raised his head to the sky and hissed, with a trace of grief and anger in his voice. Behind him, all the crew members are dead. He is the only one left alive in the entire pirate group. As a pirate, isn't it natural to kill each other? Why are there so many? Lucifer's calm voice sounded. He was standing on the roof of a building opposite the tavern. If you insist on an answer, you can only say that I am a little bored and want to have some fun. Bored? Looking for fun? The pirate captain's eyes widened, and the pupils were instantly blood red. What are you kidding? How could my pirate group be destroyed for such a ridiculous reason? I kill you. The pirate captain became even more indignant, and suddenly raised the huge machete in his hand. However, in the next second, a laser beam pierced his chest, and a ball of fire exploded behind him. With a loud bang, the fireball engulfed him and instantly burned him to ashes. Ding! Host killed the pirate Kears and got 13,500 killing points. The system's prompt sounded, and Lucifer gained another wave of killing points. Lucifer got a total of 22,500 kill points for killing this Kears pirate group. His total kill points came to 62,000. Is it funny? It's not funny. On the roof opposite the tavern, Lucifer retracted his fingers. At the Grand Line, that's reason enough. The Grand Line is known as the graveyard of pirates, where anything can happen. It's normal for some strong people to kill a few pirate groups because they are bored and looking for fun. Take Haki in Shishibukai, he's the one who does this most often. There are hundreds of pirates destroyed by him every year because he is bored to pass the time. He alone wiped out more pirates than the other 6 Shishibukai combined. It can be said that Haki is the model worker in Shishibukai. Behind Lucifer, Cavendish was carrying the unconscious baby 5, looking at Lucifer's back, and then at the bombed-out tavern. A look of unnaturalness flashed across his face. He still doesn't understand why Lucifer is hunting pirates everywhere. Could it be that he has a grudge against the pirates? But in this way, Lucifer should become a marine. Why should he become a pirate? Being a pirate, but hunting pirates everywhere, looks more like a marine than a marine, no matter how you look at it. It's weird. Scary. The captain is really scary. Why do you like killing pirates so much? Could it be that the captain simply likes to kill? Is he a pervert murderer who likes to kill? Cavendish's face changed, and a trace of fear suddenly appeared in his heart. He felt that he was on the wrong boat. What should I do if I follow a pervert murderer captain? I regret it. Is it too late to escape now? Cavendish yelled in his heart, his face constantly changing, turning green, red, white and green. At this moment, Lucifer's voice suddenly sounded. Hey, what are you thinking? It's time to go and find the next target. Lucifer's voice made Cavendish wake up instantly, and at the same time, he was more sure that his captain was a pervert who liked to kill. Okay, captain, I'll be right there. Cavendish responded with a trembling voice, hastening to follow behind Lucifer. Cavendish didn't dare to get too close, but he didn't dare to stay too far either. No problem, although the captain is a pervert and likes to kill people, but I am his crew, he should not be perverted enough to attack the crew. I'm safe for now. Cavendish comforted himself like this in his heart. If Lucifer knew what Cavendish was thinking, he would definitely beat him up. This unlucky thing has a big brain hole, and any outrageous ideas can come up. Rather than saying that Lucifer is a pervert murderer, it is better to say that Cavendish's second gay Hakuba is. As a personality who only likes to kill, Hakuba's killing intent is the purest, no one can compare with it. Half an hour later, a villa in the small town of Crescent Island was blown up. It was originally the home of a wealthy businessman in the town, but it was occupied by a group of pirates. With the collapse of the villa, another pirate group perished in the hands of Lucifer. Ding! Host killed the pirate Mondor and got 15,500 killing points. Ding! Host killed the pirates and got 1,700 killing points. Ding! Host killed the pirates and got 1,300 killing points. Ding! Host killed the pirates and got 800 killing points. Ding! Host kills the pirate soldiers. A series of system prompts sounded, and the total number of Lucifer's kill points reached 90,000. Boom! 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 Throughout the day, there would be a loud explosion from time to time in the small town of Crescent Island, and billows of smoke would rise into the sky. Those who didn't know thought it was the pirates who were fighting, but in fact it was Lucifer who was killing. Every explosion represents the demise of a pirate group. In this way, the time came to the evening, and the killing finally subsided temporarily. On this day, Lucifer killed a total of 6 pirate groups, including Diamanti at the beginning, and hunted a total of 7 prey. Properties panel. Host, Lucifer. Age, 23. Devil fruit, word spirit fruit. Physique, hell demon. Armament Haki, advanced. Observation Haki, advanced. Conqueror's Haki, advanced. Kill points, 148,000. After a day of killing, Lucifer's harvest is also very huge, and the total number of killing points has reached 148,000. This is still the first day, and there are still many pirate groups on the island. If all of them are wiped out, breaking through 200,000 killing points is very easy. On a roof in the port of Crescent Island, Lucifer stood with his hands behind his back and opened the system store. System, by Armament Haki external release skills. Ding, Armament Haki's external skill was purchased successfully, 100,000 kill points were deducted, and the remaining kill points are 48,000. A surge of energy surged, and a flash of memory instantly filled Lucifer's mind. After the memory fusion is completed, Lucifer has an extra skill out of thin air, which can be used naturally. Boom! Lucifer raised his palm, and a wall in front of him was smashed into pieces. This is the release of Armament Haki, which is somewhat similar to the release of true energy in martial arts novels. After Armament Haki is separated from the body, it can directly evolve into substantial attack or defense power. It can launch a powerful impact to fly away the enemy, and can also form a protective wall, and even defend against invisible attacks. This can only be achieved if Armament Haki has cultivated to a certain level, coupled with penance skills. With the help of the system, Lucifer mastered it in an instant. There are many ways to use Armament Haki. In addition to external release, there is also internal destruction, and the price is also 100,000 killing points. I now have 48,000 killing points, and I will be able to save enough soon. Lucifer looked at the town under his feet, and he sensed the breath of pirates inside. To Lucifer, these are leeks that are ripe and ready to be harvested. At the same time, Lucifer's massacres during the day finally aroused the fear of many pirate groups on the island. These pirate groups were terrified and wanted to work together to get rid of Lucifer. All of a sudden, many pirate captains privately discussed forming an alliance and huddled together to keep warm. Of course, in addition to the pirates who want to destroy Lucifer, there are also pirates who choose to escape because of fear of Lucifer's strength. Some pirates thought that since they couldn't find the treasure after searching for so long, they might as well leave directly, and there was no need to stay and fight Lucifer. After all, the strength of the demon Lucifer is really strong. Under the dark night, a pirate ship set sail from the port and headed for the boundless sea. A pirate captain stood at the bow of the ship, looking at the fire on the rear island, showing a hint of sarcasm. You guys just stay and fight that monster, Laozi will go first. That monster Lucifer is not so easy to deal with. Laozi will not be left to be buried with you. Ha 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 ha. The pirate captain admired his wise decision and couldn't help laughing. However, at this moment, a golden laser beam suddenly shot out from the island. Before the pirate captain could react, the laser had already hit the pirate ship under his feet. With a loud bang, the entire pirate ship exploded and was engulfed by the fireball. Amidst the flames, the pirate captain showed horror and distorted expression, looking at the small island behind with deep regret in his eyes. He regretted coming to Crescent Island to join in the fun. If he didn't come, he wouldn't have died. At the last moment before his death, the pirate captain finally understood that Lucifer had no intention of letting the pirates on the island leave the island alive. Everyone must die. The last consciousness dissipated, and the body of the pirate captain was burned to ashes by the flames, leaving no bones left. Ding, host killed the pirate Kizik and got 5,000 killing points. Ding, host kills the pirates and gets 400 killing points. Ding, host kills pirate soldiers and gets 600 killing points. Ding, host kills the pirates and gets 300 killing points. Lucifer stood on the roof, withdrew his fingers, and the system's prompts kept ringing in his head. The kill points kept rising and eventually stopped at 56,000. All members of this pirate group are miscellaneous fish, and a total of one piece does not exceed 8,000 killing points. Tonight, Lucifer has been staying in the port. Observation Haki has been turned on. Any pirates who try to escape from Crescent Island will be spotted by him immediately. Under Lucifer's close monitoring, no pirate could leave safely. The big explosion at sea naturally attracted the attention of many pirates, and they all understood Lucifer's plan. Now, if we don't join hands, we will join forces. Lucifer clearly wants to kill all the pirates on the island. If they don't want to die, they can only join forces to kill Lucifer. Live or die, they have nowhere to go. Damn guy, fight him. There are only 2 of them. We have so many people. If you don't believe me, you can't kill him. That's right, any one of us could have drowned him by spitting. If he doesn't want us to live, he shouldn't think about it either. Kill Lucifer? Kill him. The pirates on the island turned into furious mad dogs, exuding killing intent and malice. These murderous intentions and malice appeared from all over the town, and then gathered together, rushing towards the coastal port. In the eyes of Lucifer, who turned on observation Haki, these auras are clearly visible, and they are all locked by him one by one. With the riot of the pirates, the town was on fire for a while, and the shouts of killing resounded throughout the entire Crescent Island. Hey, isn't this number too much? Behind Lucifer, Cavendish panicked. After all, the number of pirates who wanted to kill them had exceeded 10,000, and he was afraid even thinking about it. The current Cavendish is still too immature, and he has not yet had the courage to fight against 10,000. But it might be different if it was changed to Hakuba. The murderer would only be more excited. If you are afraid, step back first. The boat is at the port. Take Baby 5 and wait for me on the boat, Lucifer said calmly. The seriously injured Baby 5 has been in a coma for a day, and he still hasn't woken up. Can you do it alone? Shall we retreat first? There's no need to fight them to the death. Cavendish couldn't help but said. Lucifer just smiled calmly. If you talk nonsense, you won't be able to leave. Thousands of pirates approached quickly, and an astonishing murderous aura rushed towards them. Boom! There was a gunshot, and a bullet flew past Cavendish's cheek. Cavendish's face changed, and he said quickly, "Then I'll go first." After speaking, Cavendish turned into a black shadow and shot into the distance. He couldn't help looking back at Lucifer's back, and he became more and more sure that his captain was an extremely bloodthirsty pervert killer. Otherwise, who would be so bored? Fighting with tens of thousands of pirates for no reason? Even if it is marine, there are not many people who fight like this, right? Oh, no, what am I worried about? Cavendish was taken aback suddenly. I was forced to join by him, why worry about him? If he dies, won't this sun be free? With hindsight, Cavendish realized that he didn't know when he really took Lucifer as the captain. Obviously they only knew each other for a day, so they didn't have any friendship at all. Does this guy have such a great personality? Cavendish took a deep look at Lucifer's back, a bit puzzled. In fact, this is another attribute of the owner of Conqueror's Haki, charisma. The powerhouse who can awaken Conqueror's Haki is 1 in a million, so they all have very strong charisma. This kind of charm can attract the strong, make some powerful people unknowingly develop a good impression, and finally surrender allegiance. Therefore, Conqueror's Haki awakeners can often become big shots, and there are countless powerful people following behind them. Lucifer has this charisma in him. Cavendish joined at first out of desperation, fearing that Lucifer would kill him. But he was also unknowingly infected by Lucifer's charisma, and naturally regarded Lucifer as the captain. On the other side, on the roof of a high-rise building, Lucifer looked at the tens of thousands of pirates who had killed them, and smiled evilly. Kill Lucifer. Kill him and chop him to pieces. Come on. The sound of killing was getting closer, and countless pirates fired at the same time, and the bullets hit Lucifer like a torrential rain. Lucifer waved his hand and lowered it lightly, the wall of vacuum. A transparent invisible wall appeared, blocking all incoming bullets. Let's go back. As soon as the voice fell, all the bullets fired returned. A group of pirates in the front row were shot, and a large piece fell down at the same time like mowing grass. Ding, host kills the pirates and gets 300 killing points. Ding, host kills the pirates and gets 200 killing points. Ding, host kills the pirates and gets 400 killing points. The system beeped continuously, and Lucifer had already shot again. Lightsaber back Akainu. Countless golden lightsabers appeared around Lucifer, filling the entire sky in an instant. The lightsaber shot out, like countless golden meteors falling. What meteors bring is beauty, but what golden lightsaber brings is deadly killing intent. The lightsaber fell into the pirate army and immediately caused a violent explosion. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of explosions continued continuously, and one after another fireballs exploded in the pirate army. Countless pirates screamed and wailed. There were even more pirates who were engulfed in the sea of flames before they could even scream. Lucifer is suspended in the sky, and the surrounding lightsabers are constantly being generated and shot out, as if endless. The entire town under his feet is within his bombing range. In terms of firepower, tens of thousands of pirates combined cannot compare to him alone. And along with the killing, the system's prompt sound kept ringing in Lucifer's mind, non-stop. In fact, Lucifer could use Conqueror's Haki to stun some weak miscellaneous soldiers first, but that was too troublesome, so Lucifer chose to do it directly. Damn brat, I'll deal with you. Suddenly, a shirtless blonde man jumped onto the roof and slashed a huge vacuum slash at Lucifer. This is a pirate captain whose strength has reached the level of Iron Slayer swordsman. Lucifer scattered the slash with a punch, then raised his hand and pointed, and a golden lightsaber pierced his chest in an instant. The lightsaber then explodes, blowing it apart. Ding, host killed the pirate Fanti Cross and got 19,000 killing points. Worth 19,000 kill points, this guy's bounty should be close to 200 million. Placed in the first half of the Grand Line, it can be regarded as an overlord. However, in front of Lucifer, he couldn't bear even one move. Seeing a pirate captain being easily killed by Lucifer, the surviving pirates were all terrified. And as the lightsaber continued to fall, more pirates died. Many pirate captains couldn't even fight back. Like some pirates, they were directly blown to pieces by lightsabers. Under Lucifer's attack, the pirate captain is no different from his subordinates. Devil, this guy is a devil. Run, we are no match for this demon. He's going to kill us all. Why is such a strong monster staring at us? Isn't he also a pirate? Why did he attack us? Countless pirates were howling miserably, and then fled in all directions. The battle has just begun and it has already been declared over. Lucifer is too strong, making these pirates realize that even if they go together, they have no chance of winning. If they don't want to die now, they can only run away. However, Lucifer's firepower covered almost the entire town, and the speed of the lightsaber was so fast that they had no way to escape, and there was no time to escape. Immediately, some pirates began to beg for mercy. "Let me go, I can be your subordinate. I would like to join your pirate team. Forgive me, please spare my life." "Stop it. Damn Lucifer, you're going to die too. Come and kill this monster. You're going to hell." Countless pirates ran and begged for mercy, but Lucifer was unmoved. Seeing that Lucifer didn't plan to stop, the pirates started cursing and cursing Lucifer. Vicious words came and went, but were quickly overshadowed by explosions. Lucifer was suspended in the sky, expressionless, still manipulating the lightsaber to harvest the lives of pirates in the town. In the world, there is only one fruit of words. No matter how hard these people scolded, it would not be lethal to him. Lucifer just ignored it. The lightsaber bombardment lasted for half an hour, and as the last wave of lightsabers fell, Lucifer finally stopped attacking. Endless gunpowder smoke filled the air and rose into the sky. The entire town has been engulfed in a sea of flames, almost razed to the ground, and there is no longer a single intact building. As far as the eye can see, there are stumps and broken arms all over the body, and no living people can be seen at all. Lucifer swiped with the observation Haki to make sure there were no more survivors underfoot. More than 10,000 pirates have all died. The bloody massacre finally came to an end. 10,000 people sounds like a lot, but it's actually not that much in the world of pirates. In the original book, Hawkeye was too bored to chase and kill the Creek pirates, killing 5,000 people with one sword. A Creek pirate group has 5,000 people. And Lucifer has now blood-bathed more than a dozen pirate groups, only more than 10,000 people, which is very small in comparison. After all, the pirate group of Grand Line is not like the Four Seas, the captain will not recruit so many miscellaneous soldiers. There are very few existences like the Creek pirates. After all, that kind of pirate group is actually useless except for having more people. No matter how many trash fish there are, they are still trash fish after all. It's really tiring. In midair, Lucifer let out a long breath. The lightsaber attacked continuously for half an hour, consuming a lot of Lucifer's energy. "Recover." Lucifer said something softly. The moment the voice sounded, a black light suddenly appeared, covering Lucifer's whole body. A second later, the black light disappeared, and Lucifer's lost physical strength was fully replenished, and he returned to his peak state. The fruit of the spirit of speech can turn what is said into reality. Lucifer cannot directly affect the enemy's body, but it can affect his own body. Lucifer cannot directly affect the enemy's body, but it can affect his own body. With this ability, no matter how seriously injured Lucifer is, as long as he does not die, he can heal instantly. That said, Lucifer can always be at his peak. Physical strength, stamina, self-healing ability, everything, Lucifer just needs to talk. Kaido possesses immortality and heals quickly from injuries. But compared to Lucifer, he is still far behind. Lucifer's only heart is the key, even if he blows his head, he won't die. Coupled with the regular self-healing ability of the word spirit fruit, he is truly immortal. System, open the properties panel. Properties panel. Host, Lucifer. Age, 23. Devil fruit, word spirit fruit. Physique, hell demon. Armament Haki, advanced. Observation Haki, advanced. Conqueror's Haki, advanced. Kill points, 189,000. Before the war, Lucifer's kill point was 56,000, now it is 189,000. In other words, in this battle, Lucifer gained a total of 133,000 kill points, more than doubled. Close the system panel, and Lucifer opens the system store. System, by Armament Haki internal destruction skills. Ding, Armament Haki's internal destruction skills have been purchased successfully, 100,000 kill points have been deducted, and the remaining kill points are 89,000. A surge of energy surged, and another burst of memory filled Lucifer's mind. After merging the memory, Lucifer learned another way to use Armament Haki. If Armament Haki's external release is a frontal attack, then Armament Haki's internal destruction is an in-depth assassination. On the basis of hardening, entanglement, and release, Armament Haki penetrates the enemy's external defenses and penetrates into the body, directly causing damage to the enemy's interior. The strong can use Armament Haki for defense outside the body, but not the internal organs. Once the Armament Haki explodes inside the body, it will explode with the most terrifying power. 1 unit of Armament Haki can exert the lethality of 10 units. Faced with this kind of attack, one can only resist with a strong body, such as Kaido's immortal body, or Lucifer's demon physique. Some of the top players on the Grand Line, experienced Haki users, mostly use these two techniques. Because of this, they are absolutely overwhelmingly powerful. Taking one last look at the properties panel, Lucifer shut down the system and turned to leave. Call out? Ripples appeared in the air, and a black shadow disappeared in the sky, shooting towards the sea. Soon, Lucifer saw a conspicuous pirate ship. Cavendish was standing on the deck looking around, not knowing what he was looking for. Call. A gust of wind blows, and Lucifer appears on the deck of the pirate ship. Hey, what are you looking at? The sudden sound startled Cavendish. Boat, Captain, come back. Cavendish's mouth twitched, not knowing whether to be happy or sad. Happily, the captain of his family came back unscathed in the face of the siege of thousands of people. This proves that the captain of his family is very strong, very strong. If you follow him, you will definitely have a bright future, and you will definitely become famous all over the world in the future. At that time, I will definitely be sought after by more beautiful girls. The sad thing is that he is doomed to be unable to disembark, so he can only follow his murderer captain all the way to the dark. Captain, how was the result of the battle? Cavendish couldn't help asking. Before he was on the boat, he saw the scene of the battle on Crescent Island with his own eyes. The countless golden lightsabers fell, like a torrential rain of lightsabers. The magnificent battle scene and the extremely terrifying battle storm made Cavendish dumbfounded and unforgettable. He never thought that someone could be so powerful. Cavendish also had to admit what Lucifer said. He was weak, very weak, pitifully weak. Of course I won. Lucifer said flatly. The pirate. Of course they're all dead. After speaking, Lucifer turned and walked into the cabin. Cavendish's face was dull, and a gust of sea breeze blew by, making him shiver involuntarily. Dead? More than 10,000 pirates are all dead. I have known for a long time that my captain is very murderous, but tonight's killing made Cavendish understand what this murderous concept is. Slaughtering tens of thousands of people at a single disagreement. There are not many monsters like this in the entire Grand Line. Hihi, it seems that it is impossible for my son to want to be free. Cavendish smiled bitterly. From this moment on, Cavendish surrendered completely. In the pirate cabin, Lucifer was sitting on the bed with 4 devil fruits in front of him. These 4 devil fruits are all recovered by Lucifer, namely Black Panther fruit, cutting fruit, flying fruit, and Swanswan fruit. Lucifer can get killing points by recycling devil fruit. A Black Panther fruit is worth 30,000 killing points, and the price is very good. The Black Leopard fruit and cutting fruit are good, so keep them for now. As for the fluttering fruit and Swanswan fruit, they will be recycled directly. The abilities of the last 2 fruits are really not very powerful, let alone the Swanswan fruit. They can only create a real-life helicopter, which can be used as a means of transportation. Floating fruit doesn't have a strong attack power either. The development requires talent and the process is very long. Subsequently, Lucifer turned on the system. System, recover floating fruit and Swanswan fruit. After the voice fell, the floating fruit and the Swanswan fruit disappeared at the same time. Ding, successfully recovered the fluttering fruit and the turning fruit, and got 15,000 killing points. 2 devil fruits give Lucifer 15,000 kill points, which is just so-so. Properties panel. Host, Lucifer. Age, 23. Devil fruit, word spirit fruit. Physique, Hell Demon. Armament Haki, Advanced. Observation Haki, Advanced. Conqueror's Haki, Advanced. Kill points, 104,000. Finally, Lucifer's kill point once again broke through the 100,000 mark. It's a pity that there are not many opportunities to search for killing spots like this. This time, it was because of Captain John's treasure that attracted a large number of pirates, and Lucifer was able to catch them all. If you look for them one by one, I don't know how much time it will take. The sea is vast, and it is still very difficult to find a valuable prey, and the most important thing is time-consuming. How many times have you come to fish and enforce the law? Lucifer had a whim. What pirates want most is treasure, and what Lucifer needs most is money. He has the spiritual fruit of words, and he can easily create a golden mountain. Using Jinshin as bait, those pirates will naturally fall into the trap obediently. Well, yes, that's a good idea. I really am a genius. Lucifer nodded secretly, admiring his intelligence very much. Under the dark night, the pirate ship slowly left the port of Crescent Island and sailed towards the endless Wangyang Sea ahead. Time passed, and a ray of rising sun shot out from the sea level, piercing the darkness. Lucifer woke up from his sleep and went to the deck to enjoy the sea breeze. Cavendish got up earlier than him, and had already caught a small sea kings from the sea for breakfast. Hey, good morning, Captain, breakfast will be ready soon. Cavendish saw Lucifer and quickly got up to say hello. Facing such a powerful captain, Cavendish was under a lot of pressure. Is the maid still awake? Lucifer sat down and asked. Not yet, but it should be soon. Cavendish glanced at the deck. Although Baby 5 is still awake, he is not in a coma, but asleep. Breathing became more and more steady. Last night, Baby 5 just lay on the deck all night. On the deck, Baby 5's eyelashes moved and slowly opened his eyes. The first thing I saw was the blue sky, and a few seagulls flew by, leaving behind a few tweets. Oh, are you finally awake? Cavendish suddenly appeared next to Baby 5, which surprised Baby 5. Who are you guys? Baby 5's expression changed, and he jumped up from the deck suddenly. But suddenly, she felt a pain in her chest and half knelt on the deck. A few drops of cold sweat flowed down his face contorted by pain. At this time, Baby 5 finally remembered that they were defeated. That young fair-faced girl just waved her hand lightly, and she lost consciousness. She was so powerful and terrifying. What is this place? Where am I? Baby 5 was stunned suddenly, because she saw a person. That person is the monster who defeated them in memory. You, why are you here? Where's Master Diamanti? Where's Buffalo? Where are they? Baby 5 turned pale with fright, sat down on the deck, kicked his feet and crawled backwards. In her eyes, Lucifer was simply a monster, and she dared not approach him in the slightest. They are all dead, and you are the only one left alive. Lucifer said with a smile. If you want to find them, I can also give you a ride. Dead? Impossible, Lord Diamanti is very strong, How could he die? You must be lying to me. You. While talking, Baby Five's voice suddenly stopped, because she discovered that at the moment they were riding on the pirate ship of the Don Quixote family. The boat was empty, not a single Don Quixote family pirate in sight. Even the pirate ship was robbed, and the fate of Diamante and Buffalo can be imagined. BD, you killed them. Baby Five rushed towards Lucifer suddenly, his hands turned into machetes, and slashed at his head. Clang! A cloud of sparks flew. Baby Five's move was blocked by Cavendish. Hey, maid, don't be impulsive, it's scary for the captain to be angry. Cavendish swung his sword to force Baby Five back, and at the same time kicked him flying. Baby Five smashed its head against the cabin wall, and spewed out another mouthful of blood. BD, you dare to kill my companion, I won't let you go. There is also the young master will not let you go. Baby Five hissed and roared, tears streaming from his eyes. Really? But I think you will obey my orders soon, Lucifer said with a slight smile. Stop joking, BD, how could I obey your orders? Baby Five yelled. Maid, can you pour me a glass of red wine? I need you very much. Okay, I'll be right there. Baby Five quickly ran to the dining table, poured a glass of red wine for Lucifer, blushing. I'm needed. The sudden scene made Cavendish's eyes widen, he was stunned, and he didn't know how to complain. A second ago, you were still shouting and screaming, and you were going to fight the captain desperately. What are you doing now? Bring tea and water to Lucifer, be his maid? Are you originally this kind of persona? Cavendish yelled frantically in his heart. Suddenly, Baby Five was taken aback, and the rossiness on his face instantly faded, turning into a look of anger. Are you kidding? Who wants to be your maid? As he spoke, his arm turned into a machete again and slashed at Lucifer's neck. Clang! A cloud of sparks flew, the scimitar was blocked an inch away from Lucifer, and a transparent shield appeared around Lucifer's neck. No matter how hard Baby Five tried, the machete couldn't move forward a single point. Don't be impulsive, maid, calm down, and then cut me a piece of barbecue. Lucifer didn't change his face, still maintaining a sunny smile. As soon as the words fell, Baby Five changed his face again, obediently went to cut the barbecue. Afterwards, Baby Five showed what is the face-changing stunt. She can constantly switch between rage and shyness, and the transition between the two is not hindered. Cavendish was stunned, and finally understood why Lucifer wanted to keep Baby Five. It turned out that she was such an easy-to-solve person, as long as she said a word. It can be said that to deal with Baby Five, you don't need the fruit of speech, anyone's mouth can play a role. Okay, from today onwards, you will be the maid of the Nether Pirates. After dinner, Lucifer gave the captain's order. Don't be silly, I'm from Don Quixote family, I won't join your pirate group. Besides, the young master will find you soon, and by then, you will be dead. Baby Five didn't shoot Lucifer again, she knew that the gap between herself and this man was too big to kill him. She can only hope now that the young master will find here as soon as possible and kill Lucifer to avenge Diamante and the others. Who knows what will happen in the future? I said you are my maid, and you are. Now, I need you to be my maid, do you agree? Yes, I agree, Halfway through speaking, Baby Five's face became stiff. Because she really agreed. She really wanted to slap herself, why couldn't she refuse others? Ha 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 ha, you are really interesting. Lucifer felt that it was a wise decision for him to let Baby Five on board. Although she is not strong in battle, as a maid, she is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. Cavendish, set sail, and go to the next destination. Lucifer put down his glass and gave the captain's order. Where is the next destination? Mogu Town, find another partner. On the shore of Crescent Island, 3 marine warships docked on the shore, and a team of marines landed and entered the center of the island. What appeared before them was ruins, and everything in the town was consumed by flames. Some charred wood was still emitting black smoke, and the island was filled with a disgusting smell of blood. Kizaru Admiral, searched. The entire Crescent Island was almost destroyed, no trace of pirates were found, they should be dead. A marine colonel came up behind Kizaru and reported respectfully. Well, it's really terrible, did you destroy a small island? Kizaru poked his mouth up, his face still had that wretched expression. Can you judge how many pirates died? I can't make an accurate judgment on this, but it is roughly estimated that there are at least tens of thousands of people. Colonel Marine said in a deep voice. Tens of thousands of people? It seems that we are one step late. Kizaru turned his head to look at the sea in the distance, and there was a trace of heaviness in his eyes. This time he led a team to chase Lucifer out to sea, and came to Crescent Island according to the clues, but it was a step too late. Lucifer is gone, leaving Marine with a ruined and dilapidated town. The town was almost razed to the ground, with traces of flames everywhere and countless huge potholes. Kizaru recognized at a glance that it was the crater left by the flash explosion, proving that the murderer was Lucifer. After seeing the remains of the battlefield with his own eyes, Kizaru is 100% sure that Lucifer's flash power is not weaker than him. Although I don't know how Haki's cultivation is, but Lucifer is already a super-strength big pirate, which is unmatched by non-marine admiral. Send back the news here, let the various marine branches closely track down Lucifer's tracks. At the same time, convey the old man's suggestion to let naval headquarters increase Lucifer's bounty. Kizaru's expression was rarely serious. Yes, Lord Admiral. Colonel Marine saluted respectfully, and immediately dialed the phone bug. But when the colonel was on the phone, Kizaru returned to his usual lewd expression. It's really troublesome. This kid has already gone far away. In order to catch him, the old man's vacation must be ruined again. And I don't know if I can catch him. If I can't catch him all the time, wouldn't this old man have to work overtime every day? Stingy Sengoku, I didn't pay the old man overtime for overtime work. When I go back next time, I must ask him to give the old man a raise. Otherwise, I'd better resign. I really envy Vice Admiral Garp. They fish every day without working, and their salary is so high. If I knew I had to work 24 hours overtime, I shouldn't have agreed to be promoted to Admiral. Kizaru stared blankly at the sea in the distance, his heart was constantly fluctuating. But in the eyes of the marine soldiers next to him, Kizaru Admiral looked like he was chasing pirates. The eyes are unshakable, so firm and unwavering. At the moment, many marine soldiers secretly made up their minds that they must learn from Admiral Kizaru, learn from his attitude, and work overtime to catch pirates like him, 24 hours a day without rest. After receiving the news from Crescent Island, Naval Headquarters also took action immediately. Still Crane Vice Admiral is in charge of making Lucifer's latest bounty. At the same time, news of Lucifer's destruction of Crescent Island spread within Marine, and Virgo, an undercover agent, notified Doflamingo of the news immediately. Hey, Joker, that's the way it is. Yes, Marine has confirmed that Lucifer destroyed Crescent Island, and none of the tens of thousands of pirates on the island survived. Kizaru made his own judgment and said that Lucifer's strength is very strong, and Marine Admiral is unmatched. You should be more careful. Okay, that's it, I'll pay attention. The call was very short, and Virgo cut off the call immediately after the news was conveyed. As an undercover agent, he must be cautious. If there is even a trace of leakage, he will be surrounded by countless marine powerhouses in an instant, and then he will die without a whole body. On the other side, Rosa. Doflamingo, who ended the call, suddenly crushed the phone bug in his hand. Lucifer, it really is this arrogant brat. After Diamante's death, Doflamingo had guessed the identity of the murderer. There are not many strong players in the first half of the Grand Line, and there are very few people who can kill Diamante. Marine will not make a move, after all Diamante is Shishibuki's subordinate. There are not many pirates who dare to attack Diamante, and his reputation is still very useful. Apart from these, there are only newcomers left. Only rookies can be so bold and fearless. Every year, there will be a few newcomers with backbone, who are not afraid of the sky and the earth, and go to sea just to become the One Piece. They don't even look down on Whitebeard, let alone a Shishibukai. Among the rookies who debuted this year, Lucifer is the most famous and has the most terrifying record. Doflamingo's first suspicion is Lucifer. Now with Virgo's confirmation, he finally confirmed his guess. Hey, I'm really underestimated. Do you want to challenge me? Demon Lucifer? How arrogant. Several flashes of cold light flashed, and Lucifer's reward order was cut into pieces. With a loud bang, the windows of the palace collapsed along with the walls. Doflamingo jumped out of the gap, turning into a pink figure and flying into the sky. Damn kid, I'm coming to you right now. Under the vast blue sky, Doflamingo's expression twisted, and his grinning face became even more terrifying. On the endless sea, a pirate ship is slowly driving on the sea. The pirate ship is very large and extremely luxuriously decorated, dotted with gems and gold. The symbol on the sails and banner is a hideous laughing demon with two huge demon wings behind it. This is the pirate ship Lucifer built with his ability, named Nether. Now that he has established his own pirate group, naturally he can no longer use the stolen ships. With the sailing of the Nether, Lucifer's Nether pirates officially announced to go to sea. On the deck, Lucifer lay leisurely on a beach chair, wearing a pair of sunglasses to block the sun. Beside, Cavendish is exercising. He's carrying a huge barbell and doing push ups. Since being hit by Lucifer, Cavendish has been working out and getting stronger. Lucifer was not stingy either, and taught him the cultivation methods of observation Haki and armament Haki. Cavendish's aptitude is not weak, and it won't be long before he can successfully awaken the two-color Haki. Hey, maid, I'm out of juice, go get me another glass. Lucifer yelled, holding an empty glass. Who's your maid? Be polite, BD. I didn't agree to be your crew member. Baby 5 stood aside smoking a cigarette with a cold attitude. But he didn't hold on for a second, and obediently went to pour juice for Lucifer. The mouth says no, but the body is very honest. Cuckoo, cluck. Suddenly, a news bird fell from the sky and landed on the table in front of Lucifer. Neck tilted, eyes fixed on Lucifer. Get a newspaper. Lucifer flicked his fingers, and a gold coin shot into the purse on Newsbird's chest. Then Newsbird took out a newspaper and handed it to Lucifer. Open the newspaper. The headlines on the front page have a big news that shocked the whole world. The Red Hair Pirates have defeated the Henry Pirates and are about to ascend to the throne. The newspaper printed a huge photo of Shanks the Redhead. As a big pirate who is famous all over the world, almost everyone knows this face. The King's War in New World is coming to an end. A group of powerful big pirates fought fiercely for the last king's throne. The Red Hair Pirates led by Shanks defeated many strong competitors. Even the famous Henry Pirates were defeated by him. Today, the Red Hair Pirates are the closest thing to the Emperor, and the red-haired Shanks are also the most popular candidates for the 4 emperors. Many people think that the Red Hair will inevitably become the final winner. Before long, he will be able to sit on an equal footing with Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom, and become the real 4 emperors, ruling the new world. It's really fast. Lucifer smiled slightly. For this news, Lucifer had expected it a long time ago. If there is no accident, the final winner should be the redhead. But these are none of his business. Lucifer is still fishing in the first half of the Grand Line, and he has no contact with the 4 emperors of New World for the time being. Opening another page of the newspaper, a reward order suddenly fell out. Oh, has the new reward order finally come out? The photo on this bounty is clearly Lucifer, and the bounty has been updated. The devil Lucifer, with a bounty of 330 million Baileys, has committed a heinous crime, regardless of life or death. Lucifer's bounty has increased by 100 million, and at the same time, his deeds of destroying Crescent Island and massacring tens of thousands of pirates have also been exposed. The purpose of Marines doing this is obvious, that is, to borrow a knife to kill someone. Lucifer killed so many pirates, it will definitely arouse the extreme hatred of the pirates. Those powerful pirates will come to target Lucifer after seeing the reward and deeds. With the pirates carrying the firepower in front, Marine can sit back and reap the benefits. Sengoku is Sengoku, and the resourceful general lives up to its name. Inside Marine, only Sengoku can do this kind of thing. Sometimes soft knives are the deadliest. Sengoku has been a Marine Marshal for decades, and he is proficient in this kind of borrowed knife killing. Hey, why is there no reward order from my uncle? Cavendish came up behind Lucifer and complained. You are not a pirate, how could there be a reward order? Cavendish's joining Lucifer's command has not been exposed, so his apparent identity is still the Prince of Rommel's kingdom. Because of his status as a prince, even though Cavendish killed many people due to murderous sleepwalking, he was still not wanted by Marine. In the original book, Cavendish was expelled by his own country, and then went to sea to become a pirate, and then he was offered a reward. Now that Lucifer recruits Cavendish, it just makes Cavendish a pirate in advance. Just wait, with your strength, it won't be long before you will be offered a reward by Marine. Cavendish's reputation was not weak, and now he has joined the Nether Pirates. Combining Lucifer's name and Cavendish's own strength, Marine will soon issue a reward order. Boom, 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 boom. At this moment, a burst of artillery fire came from a distance. Lucifer looked up, and a small island appeared in the sea ahead. The shells were fired from the island, and a pirate ship approaching the island was blown up in half. The ship was burning with flames and was crumbling, ready to sink at any moment. As the pirate ship ran aground, several small boats came out from the island, and a group of pirates rushed to the pirate ship and began to burn, kill, and loot. Fierce shouts and arrogant laughter sounded from the merchant ship, one after another, for a long time. Hey, what kind of island is this? Is it so chaotic? He actually robbed the passing pirate ship. Cavendish stood on the side of the ship, staring forward with wide eyes, shocked. He has seen many pirates robbing merchant ships, but it is rare to see pirates robbing pirates. This is Magic Valley Town, also known as a small town where pirates gather. The island is full of pirates, and there is no law at all. Lucifer looked at the small island ahead and said calmly, "This is Magic Valley Town? Is there a companion we are looking for?" Cavendish was a little surprised. He knew that the destination of this trip was Magic Valley Town, but he didn't expect Magic Valley Town to be so chaotic. For outsiders who want to land in Magic Valley Town, even getting to the shore is a big problem. Pirates who are not strong enough have already died in the sea before reaching the shore. The person I'm looking for is not on the island, but in the sky. Lucifer looked up at the sky, where thick white clouds drifted across the sky. There was nothing there, but Lucifer knew there were islands suspended in the clouds. In the sky, Sky Island. Cavendish had apparently also heard the legend of Sky Island. Isn't that a lie? Everything about the Golden Township is fake. Captain, you don't really believe it, do you? Cavendish wanted to laugh, but seeing Lucifer's serious expression, he didn't dare to laugh out loud. He was sure that if he dared to laugh, he would be thrown into the sea immediately. The reason why legends exist must have a reason for their existence. People in the world are ignorant, and when they can't find the land of gold, they think it's a lie, but it's just incompetence. Let's go up and have a look. Lucifer waved his hand. Let's take off. As soon as the voice fell, the nether under the feet immediately left the sea and slowly flew into the sky. The nether was getting faster, and in the blink of an eye, it flew up to 1,000-meter altitude. As the nether flew higher and higher, the air gradually became thinner. Both Cavendish and Baby 5 had symptoms of hypoxia, shortness of breath, and red eyes. It took about 5 minutes for the nether to reach an altitude of 10,000 meters. Looking down here, you can only see thick clouds, and the sea has disappeared. Hey, this is exciting too. Cavendish was excited. Stupid, what's the excitement? You'll die if you fall. Baby 5 was different. She was very frightened, trembling with fright, holding on to the mast tightly and not daring to let go. Damn it. Enel spat out a mouthful of blood again, and fell from the sky weakly. He covered his shoulder with his hand, a blood hole appeared there, and the blood trickled like running water. BD, how dare you trample on the dignity of God like this? I can't spare you. Enel could tell that the man in front of him wasn't serious at all, and had been teasing him. You know, in the past, only he could play tricks on others, and no one had ever dared to treat him like this. Those who dare to challenge his majesty have already been turned into coke by him. Stupid mortal, I must make you regret it, Thor. Boom. Before Enel finished speaking, an unparalleled force of gravity pressed against him again. That force surpassed imagination, as if it was an island. It directly hit his brain blank, and he almost lost consciousness. Enel wanted to elementalize to remove the impact, but no matter how he used the fruit ability, he couldn't escape the area crushed by gravity. The earth was cracked inch by inch, sunken layer by layer, and finally formed a huge pothole. Enel was hit hard, vomited blood, and finally completely lost consciousness. No. Possible. Before he fell into a coma, Enel still couldn't believe that he was defeated as a god. In front of that man, he was so weak. Even before he had time to display his abilities, he was beaten to pieces. Poor, really pitiful. Seeing how miserable he is, I feel a little sympathetic to him. Captain, didn't you say you wanted to recruit him as a companion? Why are you so ruthless? Cavendish stood on the edge of the pothole, seeing Enel at the bottom of the pothole like a puddle of mud. He shook his head repeatedly. Cavendish had to sigh. Lucifer was so cruel. But at the same time, I'm glad that when Lucifer recruited him, he didn't shoot so hard. If he came here once, he might be haunted for the rest of his life. The baby 5 next to him was also startled by Lucifer's shot. It was the first time she had seen Lucifer's strength so close. The last time she hadn't seen Lucifer make a move, she had been beaten unconscious. Baby 5 uncontrollably compares Lucifer and Doflamingo, wanting to compare who is stronger. But what she doesn't want to admit is that Lucifer looks stronger than Doflamingo. Lucifer stretched out his palm to aim at the bottom of the pothole, and grabbed it with a big hand, universal pull. A burst of gravity pulled Enel up from the bottom of the pit. It's too miserable, won't you die? Cavendish's mouth twitched. Not dead, I am merciful, Lucifer said with a smile. Hee, does this count as showing mercy? Cavendish and Baby 5 rolled their eyes wildly, speechless. If that's all mercy, what would it be like for Lucifer to play hard? The two were unable to complain anymore. At this moment, there was a sound of breaking wind, and several figures shot out from the distant forest. These people stepped on strange shells, and created a white cloud path under their feet. It's intruders, catch them. But if you dare to break into the territory of the gods, you can kill them on the spot. Don't let a single one go. Quick. The 4 people with different looks were originally aggressive, but they suddenly shut up at the same time, and the roar stopped abruptly. Because they all saw Enel lying at Lucifer's feet. The supreme god in their hearts. The god who has always been invincible is lying at Lucifer's feet at this moment, with bruises all over his body, his eyes turned white, and he has completely lost consciousness. The god Enel has been defeated. No, it's impossible, Lord Enel is a god. How can Master Enel, who possesses the power of a god, be defeated by mortals? What is the origin of these Qinghai people? These people are the 4th god-tier officers under Enel, and they are rare powerhouses on Sky Island. Lucifer glanced at them, his pupils turned red instantly. Conqueror's Haki erupted, covering the 4 god-tier officers. Kneel down. The indifferent voice rang in the ears of the 4 god-tier officers, and the minds of the 4 went blank. When they came back to their senses, the 4 found themselves kneeling at Lucifer's feet. They couldn't resist that domineering voice. Strange, monster. He's a scarier monster than Master Enel. Can't stand against him. If you resist him, you will die. For the god-tier officer quickly realized the gap between himself and Lucifer, and buried their heads on the ground, not daring to make a slight movement. Lucifer's word spirit fruit was originally unable to make people kneel down directly, but if it is paired with Conqueror's Haki, it can do this. You are Enel's subordinates, take us to the palace. Lucifer said flatly. Yes, my lord, please follow me. Priest Ohm responded respectfully. Led by the priest, Lucifer, and the others soon arrived at Enel's palace. Hey, Captain Lucifer, I heard that there is gold on Sky Island, I think. Cavendish is eager to try, wanting to find the land of gold. The legend of the Golden Country has been passed down on the Grand Line for hundreds of years, but no one has ever found it. Cavendish wanted to be famous by being the first to discover the Golden Land. At that time, many beauties will definitely admire him. Cavendish has already begun to fantasize about his reward order being looted by countless beauties. Lucifer glanced at the palace, and didn't find a lot of gold here. This proves that Enel has not discovered the Golden City from under the island clouds. You can go there if you want. Whether you can find it or not, it all depends on your ability, Lucifer said indifferently. He knew where the Golden City was, and he knew where the Golden Bell was, but Lucifer wasn't interested in any of that. He can synthesize gold himself, as much as he wants. As for the Golden Clock, Lucifer can make it with a word. The historical text inlaid on it, Lucifer also already knew the meaning of the content. It can be said that there is nothing in the whole Sky Island that can attract him. Lucifer wouldn't be here at all if he didn't want to recruit Enel as a crew member. Cavendish left with Baby 5 and a few priests. Lucifer walked to Enel's throne and sat down. The remaining priest, Shura, was very honest and brought a few beauties from Sky Island to present him with delicious food and wine. Enel has been treated by Sky Island's doctors, and he is covered in bruises and bandaged into a mummy. While Lucifer was eating, all the palace servants knelt on the left and right sides. The situation changed so quickly that many servants in the palace did not react. But everyone knows that the god Enel has been defeated. According to the rules of Sky Island, Lucifer is now the new god. After years of thunder and lightning training, Enel's physical fitness is very good. After being treated, he regained consciousness the next day. Enel opened his eyes and found himself lying in the palace. Everything that happened before was like a dream. but the pain from all over his body told him that it was not a dream, but reality. He was really beaten. Yo, are you awake? A plain voice came. Enel turned his head to look, and saw the face that he hated so much at a glance. At this moment, that man is swaggeringly sitting on his throne, and all the priests and servants under him now kneel respectfully at his feet. UBD. Enel was emotionally agitated. Thunder and lightning erupted all over his body. Just as he was about to make a move, the familiar gravity fell on him again. He was pinned to the ground, unable to move. Don't get excited, your injury hasn't healed yet. If you do it again, you will really die. Lucifer spoke lightly, but Enel felt a chill. This man has the power to kill him easily. This made Enel feel the fear he hadn't seen for a long time. What do you want? Enel gritted his teeth and asked. You must have guessed it, I am a pirate from Qinghai. Now I still lack a few men on my ship, and you are very suitable. Lucifer said with a smile. Sir, what are you kidding? Laozi is a god. Enel couldn't stand such an insult, and was furious. However, the next moment, he was sent flying and rolled on the ground more than a dozen times. This attack opened the wound that had healed him. Lucifer sat on the throne, still maintaining a flat smile. I'm a very reasonable person. I can talk, but never use my hands. The most important thing is that I never force others. You can think about it again. Don't dream, I won't take refuge in you. Boom, Enel was sent flying again. Think again, I have plenty of time. Lucifer is calm and breezy. Impossible. Boom, I will not surrender. What? Laozi is a god. Ouch. Enel's screams sounded in the palace, making the scalps of the priests kneeling around them tingle. All they wanted to say was that the new gods were too cruel. Stop, I say. What? I said yes, why are you still beating me? Enel lay on the ground, his face covered with blood, and asked aggrievedly. Yes, I didn't hear it. Lucifer lowered his raised hand. Really agree? Don't force it. I am very reasonable and never force others. You can think about it again, anyway, there is plenty of time. Lucifer said righteously. Not at all, I am very willing to join your pirate group. From today onwards, I will be your subordinate. If you have something to tell you, don't be polite. Enel's heart was bleeding, he was so sad. Stay at home well, be a king, be a god, boss around, and say what you say. Suddenly, a monster ran out of nowhere and beat him up without saying a word. Just hit him, and even robbed him of his position as a god. Just grab it, and force him to be his subordinate. If he didn't agree, he would beat him up again. Also say what is not forced, reasonable. Is this the reasonable way? Enel looked at his bruised body and couldn't help crying. Now he can't find a good spot all over his body. He didn't want to give in, let alone be someone else's subordinate, but he had to give in. This monster doesn't talk about martial arts too much, and he beats people when he disagrees with him. He doesn't kill you, he tortures you. And he was smiling while torturing you. Enel was scared. His dignity was shattered by Lucifer, and he could no longer be proud in front of Lucifer. After some torture, Lucifer left a deep shadow in Enel's heart, the kind whose area cannot be calculated. Since you agree, you will be your own. Tell me about you, why are you so stubborn? Wouldn't it be enough if you were like this earlier? I have to beat you up to be honest. Why bother? Oh, my hands are sore. Lucifer flicked his wrist and said with a sigh. Yes, Captain, you are right, but I was wrong. The corners of Enel's mouth twitched, he gritted his teeth, and almost jumped out word by word. I beat you up and said it was your fault. Just ask if you are a good person? You are as strong as a monster, and you can smash a mountain with just your hands. Now these few times, will your hands be sore? What are you kidding? Enel had clearly realized what kind of monster his captain was. Not only is she powerful, but her heart is also dirty. If you don't want to get hurt, you have to be obedient. Just then, Cavendish and Baby 5 came back. Judging by the way they looked empty-handed, it was obvious that they hadn't found the Golden City. The Golden City has been buried under the island cloud for hundreds of years, and the people of Sky Island haven't discovered it for hundreds of years, and Cavendish and the others naturally couldn't find it either. Cavendish and Baby 5 walked into the palace, and immediately saw Enel sitting in the corner silently licking his wounds. Captain, have you finished training? Cavendish analyzed the current situation at a glance. Because now Enel's expression is the same as before. That's right, after some ideological education from me, Enel has agreed to join. From now on, he will be the 4th crew member of the Nether Pirates. Lucifer said. Yes, that's really good news. The corner of Cavendish's mouth twitched. He wanted to laugh a little, but he forcibly held back. He is a professionally trained pirate, and he usually doesn't laugh unless he can't help it. For the captain's ideological education, Cavendish can think of any means with his A. He glanced at the miserable Enel, feeling sympathetic in his heart. A deity who was originally defiant, Haki Wushuan, now looks like a stray dog silently licking his wounds. No matter how you look at it, it's miserable. Okay, in order to celebrate Enel's joining, we have a banquet. Lucifer gave the order. Sura, go prepare the food and drink. Yes, Master Lucifer. Priest Shura saluted respectfully and immediately withdrew. Soon, the servants in the palace brought a lot of good wine and food to the palace, and a lively banquet lasted until the next day. Hey, Captain, are you really not looking for the Golden City? That's a lot of treasure. On the second day, Cavendish was still relentless. He is still thinking about becoming the first person to discover the Golden City. If he wants to win the favor of women all over the world, he must take the first step by relying on this matter. Golden City, does Sky Island have such a thing? Enel was also curious. Overnight, Enel regained a bit of self-esteem. He didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of Lucifer, but in front of others, he still called himself a god. Oh, don't you know? Aren't you the god of Sky Island? Cavendish looked at Enel in surprise. Enel's face turned blue. He wanted to hit someone now. If someone dared to question him like this before, he would definitely be burned to coke by lightning. But not now, in front of Lucifer. He didn't dare to be presumptuous. 400 years ago, the Golden City was brought to Sky Island by the soaring ocean current, and then it was covered by island clouds. Of course you can't find it on the surface of the island. The Golden City is under the island cloud. Lucifer said flatly. Really? Then I'll go see it now. Cavendish didn't ask how Lucifer knew. He only knew that his captain was very mysterious and knew many unknown things. Sky Island exists, and there is an Enel on the island. The captain knew all of this, and naturally he also knew where the Golden City was. Enel also wants to go. He likes gold very much. Having previously discovered the metal on Sky Island, Enel designated it as the exclusive domain of the gods. He believes that only God is worthy of using gold. With Lucifer's clear instruction, Enel and Cavendish led the priest to search under the island cloud. Soon, they discovered the existence of the Golden City. A city made of gold left everyone dumbfounded and lamented the greatness of ancient humans. Cavendish was very excited and asked Baby 5 to take many photos of him with Golden City. As long as these photos are circulated, the whole world will know that the legendary Golden City is real. And as the first person to discover him, Cavendish is destined to become famous all over the world. By then, he will be the hottest star in the world. I'm about to be courted by beautiful women. Lord Cavendish, can I marry you? How handsome, Lord Cavendish. Peerless handsome guy, the most beautiful man in the world. Cavendish stood on a golden building, fell into self-fantasy, and smiled extremely. Hey, is this guy an idiot? It should be, it can't be wrong. Why did Lord Lucifer choose a fool as his subordinate? When the four priests next to him saw Cavendish daydreaming, they couldn't help rolling their eyes and complaining. Even Enel felt that Cavendish was very unreliable. The captain is a ruthless monster, but the crew is a fool. Do I really want to join this pirate group? Enel regretted a little. He wanted to run away. But when he thought of Lucifer's terror, he didn't dare to run away. Afterwards, Enel ordered the Sky Island 4 god tier officials to lead people to transport the gold from the Golden City to the palace. At the same time, escorts were sent to guard the Golden City. Lucifer has already said that he is not interested in the Golden City, and he is not ready to be the god of Sky Island. Enel can still rule Sky Island. In this way, Enel naturally regards the Golden City as his private property. Although he will soon leave with Lucifer, this will always be his kingdom. Lucifer and others stayed in Sky Island for 10 days to let Enel recuperate. After he recovered from his injury, he immediately set sail and left Sky Island. The nether fell from the sky, and the strong winds on both sides whizzed by, making the pirate flag flutter. Yahahaha, is this Qinghai? Enel stood at the bow of the boat, opened his hands, looked at the endless sea, and laughed arrogantly. Hey, Captain, is there really as many monsters in the sea as you said? Enel turned back, looked at Lucifer and asked. Ah, that's right, there are countless monsters in the sea. Lucifer took a sip of red wine. At present, there are probably tens of thousands of people who can defeat you with one hand. Of course, the real number is not so many. Lucifer just wanted to let Enel know that there are dragons and tigers hidden in the sea, so that he should not be proud. Enel's biggest shortcoming is his arrogance, thinking that if he gets thunder fruit, he will be invincible. As everyone knows, in the Grand Line, those who die the fastest are often those with Logia abilities. Some Logia users think that elementalization will prevent them from attacking them, which is simply stupid. Elemental abilities are useless at all in front of advanced armament Haki users. On the contrary, random elementalization expands the body area, exposing one's own vitals even more. When some Logia users face Haki users, they foolishly do not dodge, and use their bodies to receive attacks. I don't know regret until I die. Master the power I taught you as soon as possible. Only by learning it can you gain a firm foothold in this sea. Enel already has the Grandmaster Observation Haki, just not the Armament Haki. Lucifer has already told him the cultivation method. Presumably with his aptitude, he will be able to learn and master it soon. I see. In front of Lucifer, Enel dared not disobey and obeyed. The nether fell rapidly, and when it was about 1,000 meters away from the sea, its speed dropped sharply, and finally landed slowly on the sea. The pirate ship landed with only a little splash, very stable. Let's go, set sail, and find some prey to play with. Lucifer gave the captain's order. It's been a long time since he killed anyone, and his killing point hasn't risen, which makes him feel a little uncomfortable. When Cavendish heard this order, he couldn't help feeling a chill down his back. He hadn't seen the captain kill someone for more than half a month, and he almost forgot that his own captain was an extremely bloodthirsty monster. I don't know which guy is going to be unlucky again. Cavendish shook his head, and there was a second of silence for some unknown pirate or marine. On the endless sea, 2 pirate ships were burning with flames, billowing thick smoke into the sky. There were corpses everywhere on the deck of the pirate ship, and dozens of living pirates were chained up and knelt down on the deck with dejected faces. Next to them are Marine soldiers with live ammunition, responsible for guarding them. Not long ago, a fierce battle took place here, and the battle ended with the complete defeat of the pirates. Next to the pirate ship, there is a Marine warship docked. A Marine rear admiral stands at the bow with a cigar in his mouth. His saber hadn't been retracted yet, and there was still blood dripping from it. Karl Vados rear admiral, all members of the Hound Pirates have been arrested. We have already counted, and the captain and main cotters of the Hound Pirates have all been arrested. A Marine colonel walked behind rear admiral and reported loudly. Well done. Marine rear admiral nodded solemnly with a blank face. These pirates are the scum of the sea. Every time we get rid of one, we can protect one more civilian. When I go back this time, I will ask for credit for you. Everywhere, Karl Vados rear admiral is well led. Colonel Marine didn't dare to do everything. The main shot was the rear admiral in front of him. If he hadn't dealt with the captain of the Hound Pirates, they wouldn't be able to deal with the Hound Pirates. At this moment, the soldiers in charge of monitoring the sea area suddenly exclaimed. Karl Vados rear admiral, a pirate ship has been found in the sea to the right, and it is approaching us. Nanny, how dare you take the initiative to deliver it to your door? It's too arrogant. Immediately confirm which pirate group the opponent is. Marine rear admiral was furious and quickly issued an order. I have never seen the opponent's flag, it should be the newly formed pirate group. The observer swayed from side to side with the binoculars, carefully inspecting the pirate ship in front of him, and moved his gaze from the flag to the bow of the ship. Suddenly, he stopped moving, and then his hands began to tremble. Then, that person is impossible. Why did he appear here? The observer couldn't hide his horror, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. What's the matter? Who is the other party? At this time, Marine Rear Admiral also noticed the abnormality of his subordinates. It's Lucifer, Demon Lucifer. Lucifer, who has been wanted by the headquarters, is approaching us. The Marine observer screams, then sits down on the deck. He was shaking, slurring his speech and clearly terrified. Lucifer. Marine Rear Admiral's pupils also widened, and he quickly grabbed the binoculars to check. Sure enough, a young and handsome face appeared in sight. It was a very young, handsome young man, the favorite type of rich women. But in the eyes of Marine Rear Admiral, that is a monster. During this time, Lucifer's name has been spreading inside Marine. Almost everyone knows about his crimes. Naval headquarters sent Kizaru to lead a team to hunt down Lucifer, but half a month later, there was no trace of Lucifer. He never thought that he would meet Lucifer here today. Quick retreat. Where's the helmsman? Turn around immediately. Marine Rear Admiral had no intention of fighting Lucifer at all, and directly ordered his men to retreat. Confirmed by Admiral Kizaru, Lucifer's strength far exceeds that of Marine Vice Admiral, and only Marine Admiral can compete. So Naval Headquarters issued an order that the Marine soldiers who are outside can give up the mission and evacuate after encountering Lucifer, and they are not counted as deserters. Marine moved quickly, and several Marine soldiers turned around together, controlling the warship to flee towards the rear. At the same time, Marine Rear Admiral began to contact the headquarters. Hello, I'm Karl Vados. I found Lucifer in the Moro Sea. Call for help. Yes, the identity of the other party has been confirmed, and it is undoubtedly Lucifer. Lucifer has formed his own pirate group, with a total of 3 crew members. They are Rommel's Weasel Cavendish, and Doflamingo's subordinate Baby 5. I don't know if they have taken refuge. There is also a man whose identity is unknown. Rear Admiral Karl Vados looked anxious and spoke quickly. He knew that he might not be able to go back, so he sent all the information he saw back to Naval Headquarters as much as possible. At the same time, the photos they took were also sent back. From this point of view, he is indeed a conscientious Marine. On the other side, above the nether, Enel, Cavendish, and the others looked at the fleeing Marine warship with a hint of disdain. Hey, is this Marine from Qinghai? Run away before you fight, isn't it too spineless? Enel was a little dissatisfied. He heard that Marine is the strongest force in the sea, but it doesn't look like it at all now. Seeing their flags and fleeing in embarrassment, they are simply a group of cowardly rats. It's because they are afraid of Captain Lucifer. After all, the captain's reputation is scary. Cavendish smiled. How about it? Do you want to make a move, Captain? Enel looked at Lucifer. Lucifer smiled, and took the red wine handed by Baby 5. Since we met, naturally we can't let the prey escape, so let's play with them. Lucifer looked at the warships in the sea ahead and said softly, come here. After the words fell, an invisible force erupted, quickly capturing the warship ahead. In the next second, the fleeing warship appeared next to the nether. The sudden change shocked the Marines on the warship, and none of them reacted. When they came back to their senses, they realized that they had fallen into the hands of the nether pirates. Enel and Cavendish stared at the pirates on the warship, as if they were looking at a group of prey. What power is this? Why are we here? The warship was forced to move. Didn't it say that Lucifer's abilities are the same as Kizaru Admiral's? What is this? Hundreds of Marine soldiers are panicked and have lost their positions. Calm down, idiots. Rear Admiral Karl Vados roared and stopped the flustered Marine. Facing the evil pirates, you can't lose your composure like this. In that case, what's the face of Marine? Rear Admiral Karl Vados stepped onto the bow, pointed at Lucifer with a knife, and burst into murderous intent. Come on, I'll be your opponent. Yahahaha, finally there is someone with backbone. Enel laughed and turned into a bolt of lightning and shot towards Marine Rear Admiral. Cavendish was taken aback for a moment, only to realize that he was one step late. Hey, don't rush away. After finishing speaking, Cavendish also turned into a gust of wind and shot at the warship. Rumble? A flash of lightning flashed across the deck, and a dozen Marines screamed and were turned into a ball of coke. Immediately afterwards, a gust of wind whizzed past, and more than a dozen Marines were stabbed in the chest and fell in a pool of blood. Lucifer didn't make a move. These Marines are too weak. If he made a shot, the fight would be over in an instant, and Enel and Cavendish would be out of the game. As a captain, you can't be the first in all battles, so what's the use of having a crew? He set up the pirate group as the captain, not as a nanny, and he didn't need a group of weaklings who were hiding behind and had no combat power. Only by putting your crew through battle can they become stronger. Enel against Marine Rear Admiral, Cavendish against 2 Marine colonels and hundreds of Marines. Although there were only 2 people, it cost Marine a lot. In just a few minutes, the deck of the warship was full of corpses. Hey, Baby 5, aren't you going to fight? Being so lazy won't make me stronger. The weak are useless to me. Lucifer looked at Baby 5 beside him. I know. Baby 5 spit out a smoke ring, and at the same time, his body turned into a missile, which hit the warship with a whoosh. With a loud bang, a large hole was blown out of the deck of the warship, and a dozen Marine soldiers were directly killed. With the addition of Baby 5, Marine lost even more. Marine Rear Admiral Carl Vados looked at the corpses around him, his eyes wide open. Damn pirate, go to hell. Flying slash. A vacuum slash erupted from the sword, shooting towards Enel in the distance. In a flash of lightning, Enel dodged the slash and at the same time threw a brontosaurus at Carl Vados. Rear Admiral Carl Vados was hit by the brontosaurus and spit out a mouthful of blood on the spot. His hair stood on end, and his whole body was scorched black. The Marines in Qinghai will use armament Haki as expected. It's such an annoying power. Enel finally learned to be smart and didn't use his body to receive the Marine Rear Admiral's slash. At the same time, he also found that with armament Haki body protection, the effect of his lightning attack was greatly reduced. Lucifer didn't lie to him. Armament Haki has both offense and defense, which is indeed a very powerful force. However, this guy's armament Haki is not strong enough to defend against my lightning. Enel stepped up the offensive. Boom, 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 boom. Groups of thunder and lightning exploded, and thunder dragons roared and roared. Soon, Marine Rear Admiral Carl Vados lost to Enel. Damn pirates, you will all go to hell. Justice never fails. Rear Admiral Carl Vados thrust his sword into the deck and forced himself not to fall. His whole body was scorched black, his skin was burnt in many places, his flesh and blood had been scorched, and he exuded a burned smell. Facing death, Carl Vados did not show fear, let alone beg for mercy. This is a Marine who takes death seriously. It's a bit spine-chilling. On the nether, Lucifer smiled indifferently, raised his hand and waved lightly. Flying sword. A pitch-black flying sword burst out of the air, piercing Marine Rear Admiral's chest in an instant. Marine Rear Admiral Carl Vados, die in battle. Ding, host beheaded Marine Rear Admiral Carl Vados and got 13,000 killing points. The system's prompt sounded, and the total number of Lucifer's kill points reached 117,000. Properties panel. Host, Lucifer. Age, 23. Devil fruit, word spirit fruit. Physique, hell demon. Armament Haki, advanced. Observation Haki, advanced. Conqueror's Haki, advanced. Kill points, 117,000. A Marine Rear Admiral gives Lucifer 13,000 kill points, which is only so-so. Your Majesty Rear Admiral. Carl Vados Rear Admiral. Master Rear Admiral is actually dead. Demons, they really are a group of demons. Damn pirate. The remaining Marine soldiers on the warship saw that Rear Admiral was killed, and they all showed grief and indignation. Kill them and avenge Carl Vados Rear Admiral. Fight. A group of Marines rushed towards the 3 of Enel bravely, and some of them rushed towards Lucifer. These Marines know that they are not opponents of Lucifer and others, and they are already determined to die at this moment. With good generals, good subordinates can be trained. Carl Vados is obviously a good Marine Rear Admiral, so his men are also good. At least on this warship, there are no cowards kneeling down and begging for mercy. Send them on their way. Lucifer waved his hand and said calmly. Rumble. A thick thunderbolt fell from the sky and hit the warship at sea. With a loud bang, the warship was blown to pieces, forming a fireball. All the Marine soldiers on board were killed in battle, and none survived. Call out, call out, call out. The 3 of Enel returned to the nether at the same time. How do you feel? Lucifer looked at Enel. Not so good. Although he can armament Haki, his strength is not very strong. If I try my best, I can easily defeat him. Although Marine Rear Admiral Carl Vados can also have 2-color Haki, but the level is not high. Facing Enel, who controls thunder and has Grandmaster Observation Haki, he was no match at all and was suppressed throughout. Don't underestimate Marine, it was just a Rear Admiral just now. When you meet Vice Admiral or even Admiral, you know what a real monster is. Seeing is believing, hearing is believing. Before long, Enel would know the horrors of the sea. Call out. At this moment, a beam of laser light shot from a distance and instantly hit the nether. With a loud bang, the entire nether was engulfed by the fireball. The accident came so unexpectedly that only Lucifer and Enel were aware of it in advance. But Enel didn't have time to fight back, and only Lucifer responded. Ah, I really mean CAO. CAO will be here soon. Lucifer lowered his hand, and a transparent wall slowly dissipated. Just now Lucifer used the vacuum wall in time to block the laser attack. Otherwise, the entire nether has been destroyed. It came so fast. Lucifer looked at the sea ahead, and a warship of the highest specification appeared on the sea level. A tall man in a yellow suit stood at the bow of the boat, his marine coat rattling. Hey, this move is Admiral Kizaru. Cavendish's complexion changed drastically, and Baby 5 was also breaking out in a cold sweat. Admiral Kizaru, is that Marine Admiral? Enel was rather excited. Not only was he not afraid, but his fighting spirit was high. This is the so-called fearlessness of the ignorant. I didn't expect to be able to fight against Marine Admiral so soon. Enel smirked, looking eager to try. Just as he was about to make a move, he was stopped by Cavendish. Hey, don't be stupid, we can't be Admiral's opponents. If you go up, you will die. Not necessarily, Lucifer smiled calmly. If you have the guts, go try it. Anyway, with me, you can't die. It is good. After saying one word, Enel suddenly turned into a bolt of lightning and shot out, and in the next second, he appeared above the warship. I want to see how strong Marine Admiral is. Lightning flashed from Enel's body, and the turbulent lightning condensed all over his body, turning into a thick thunderbolt that pierced through the air and hit the warship. God's punishment. The power of lightning? It's really scary. Kizaru raised his lips and looked at the thick lightning falling from the sky, which instantly turned into a golden light and disappeared. In the next second, Kizaru appeared in the air, and countless light bullets shot out from his fingers, hitting the lightning that fell from the sky. 8-foot Kainguyu. Call out, call out, call out, call out, call out. The lightning created by Enel was pierced by the light bullet, and instantly dissipated into fragments. Immediately afterwards, Kizaru appeared beside Enel as if teleported, and kicked him in the head. Speed is power. Have you ever been kicked by the speed of light? Enel is a thunderbolt. His speed is his strong point, but he is far inferior to Kizaru. Kizaru is sparkling fruit, and its speed is still higher than thunder fruit. Not to mention, Kizaru's sparkling fruit has awakened, and Enel can't match it at all. Boom! Enel was kicked into the air and turned into a bolt of lightning, and the end of the shot happened to be the nether where Lucifer was. Seeing Enel flying, Lucifer raised his palm, wall of vacuum. Boom! An invisible wall appeared out of nowhere and caught Enel, who was thrown backwards. When Lucifer took Enel back to the boat, Enel immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. I saw that the left side of his face was crooked, and even 2 teeth were missing. Let me tell you, you can't win against Admiral. Cavendish shook his head with a helpless expression. Hehe, who is strong and who is weak, you will only know after fighting. Enel grinned ferociously. Although he was defeated, he was very happy. Sure enough, as Lucifer said, dragons and tigers are hidden in the sea, and there are piles of monsters. The Marine Admiral he was facing was far stronger than him. Whether it is fruit ability, haki, or tricks, he is crushed and has no chance of winning at all. Okay, then you guys just watch, don't make a move. Lucifer took a step forward, and the devil's wings behind him opened, which suddenly turned into a black light and shot out. In an instant, it has landed on the mast of the warship. Are you the demon Lucifer? You really are a monster. Kizaru looked at Lucifer, who spread his demon wings, and said wretchedly, Where, Marine Admiral is the monster, I'm just a newcomer. However, I feel very honored to have the famous Marine Admiral personally arrest him. I'd be even more honored if I could kill an admiral. Lucifer crossed his arms and looked calm. Facing Marine Admiral, Lucifer still didn't feel the slightest pressure. It's really scary. Do you actually want to kill the old man? This old man is very difficult to deal with. Kizaru's expression was still wretched. But you are not an ordinary rookie. Marshal Sengoku ordered me to take you back. In order to catch you, the old man has not returned to naval headquarters for half a month, and the vacation has been wasted. Kizaru complained a bit. He worked overtime for half a month without a dime for overtime pay, which was a big loss. Really? That's really embarrassing. As an apology, I can give you back a longer vacation. 1,000 years? Or a 10,000 years? How? Is this long enough? You'll never have to work overtime. Lucifer's tone was flat, but the inner meaning was deeply murderous. Take 1,000 years off, in other words send him Kizaru on his way. It's scary. Kizaru and Lucifer met each other's eyes, and suddenly, both of them turned into a golden light and disappeared at the same time. 8-foot Kainguyu. Kizaru flew into the air, and countless laser bullets shot out from his fingers, flying towards Lucifer. Lucifer didn't dodge or dodge, just said softly, disappear. As soon as the voice fell, half of the flash bombs in the sky disappeared. The remaining half was blocked by Lucifer with the wall of vacuum. Numerous laser bombs exploded, but Lucifer was unharmed. Gravity crush. With a big wave of Lucifer's hand, gravity appeared and instantly enveloped Kizaru. Kizaru was engulfed by gravity, unable to maintain his figure anymore, and fell from the sky like a meteorite. Kizaru Admiral. Seeing that Kizaru was about to fall into the sea, the Marines on the warship roared. Those with abilities who fall into the sea will encounter fatal crisis, and Admiral Kizaru is no exception. Call out. A golden light flashed, and Kizaru appeared hundreds of meters away. Although he forcibly escaped from the area crushed by gravity, his expression was serious at the moment. Sure enough, it's a monster. Apart from having the same flash power as the old man, can it actually control gravity? And that invisible defensive barrier is also a kind of power. How much ability can you use? Hey, don't be distracted. You dare to be distracted while fighting me, don't you look down on me too much. Kizaru was taken aback by the indifferent voice in his ears. At some point, Lucifer actually teleported behind him. Speed is power. Have you ever been kicked by the speed of light? With a bang, Kizaru was kicked by Lucifer. Exactly the same as before when Enel was kicked by him. Kizaru bumped into the marine warship, the side of the warship was pierced, and an explosion occurred with a bang. Dozens of marine soldiers were unlucky and were directly blown away by the explosion. Kizaru Admiral. Seeing Kizaru at a disadvantage, the marines on the warship couldn't believe it. It was the first time they saw Admiral Kizaru so embarrassed. In the past, when Kizaru was on a mission, no matter who the opponent was, he would kill him with one move. There has never been a situation of being suppressed. Call out? A golden light flashed, and Kizaru teleported to the bow of the ship, raising his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. What a monster. Being hit by others with his own tricks, Kizaru's mood is very complicated. This is just the beginning. Lucifer hovered above the warship, waved his hand, lightsaber back Akainu. Countless lightsabers appeared around Lucifer out of thin air, densely covering the entire sky. As Lucifer's palm fell, countless lightsabers shot out at the same time, flying towards the warship. This is troublesome. Kizaru frowned, looked serious, flew into the sky in an instant, and fought back with the 8-foot Kainguyu. Lucifer's move was very powerful. Although he couldn't kill him, the warship behind him couldn't escape. If Kizaru doesn't catch this move, the warships behind will be destroyed in an instant. At that time, thousands of marines on board will die. Countless lightsabers and light bombs collided in the sky, causing a violent explosion. In an instant, the sky was covered by the great fireball, and the shockwave of the explosion caused strong winds, blowing the sea and causing huge waves. Marine's warship is drifting in the sea and will capsize and sink at any time. Get out of the sea quickly. Kizaru's voice came from the sky. A marine rear admiral on the warship listened to the order and quickly drove the warship back. Hey, you want to escape right under my nose, so don't you give me some face. Lucifer smiled indifferently, then grabbed the warship with his palm, universal pull. A burst of gravitational force sucked the entire warship into the sky. Seeing the killing intent in Lucifer's eyes, Kizaru was furious. Stop. While roaring, Kizaru turned into a golden light and shot at Lucifer. Too late. Lightsaber Judgment Blade. As Lucifer waved his hand, a huge lightsaber over 100 meters took shape, and the sword hit the warship. Boom! When the sword fell, the warship split into two, and at the same time, the giant lightsaber exploded at this moment. Accompanied by a loud noise, a huge great fireball with a diameter of more than 300 meters erupted, swallowing the wreckage of the two halves of the warship. Thousands of marine soldiers looked terrified, and before they could scream, they were burned to ashes by the flames. Thousands of marine soldiers on board, together with Marine Rear Admiral, were wiped out. Ding! Host killed Marine Rear Admiral Guy Enz and got 15,000 killing points. Ding! Host killed Colonel Marine and got 3,700 killing points. Ding! Host kills Colonel Marine and gets 4,000 killing points. Ding! Host kills Lieutenant Colonel Marine and gets 2,000 killing points. Ding! Host killed Major Marine and got 1,300 killing points. A series of system prompts sounded, and Lucifer's kill points soared by 28,000 points, bringing the total to 145,000. Call out? A golden light shoots to the sky, the golden light condenses, and Kizaru reveals his real body. He looked at the endless flames on the sea and the disappearing warships, with an unprecedented killing intent on his face. Lucifer, you damn it. 8-foot Kainguyu. Countless light bullets hit Lucifer, the number was several times higher than before. Such tricks don't work on me. Lucifer's figure flickered, and an invisible wall appeared, blocking all the flash bombs. At the same time, he raised his hand and pointed. Blade storm. The sky above the head split open, and countless swords and spears shot out. After covering armament Haki, they shot towards Kizaru in the distance. Kizaru counterattacked with Bakakai-Nguyu, but there were too many swords, and his light bullets could not be completely cleared. He could only condense the Amakanjayun sword while firing the light bullets, and split the swords that shot in front of him. Clang, 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 clang. A cloud of sparks flew, and Kizaru's sword swing was so fast that afterimages appeared. Lucifer opened his arms and whispered again. Sharp storm. This time, the space cracked 5 gaps at the same time, located at Kizaru's front, back, left, right, and top of his head. The 5-party siege, the number of swords increased 5 times again, and all wrapped around Lucifer's armament Haki, enough to attack Kizaru's body. At the same time, Lucifer also expanded the gravity crush area, suppressing Kizaru, limiting his escape space and speed, making him unavoidable. Go to hell. 5 rounds of sharp blade storms swept across the sky, completely covering the sky in a radius of several thousand meters, and even the sun's rays could not penetrate. This moment seems to be the end. Enel and others in the distance looked at the swords and spears covering the sky and the sun, and they were already stunned. Hey, isn't this number too much? Is this hundreds of thousands, or millions? Even if it's Admiral Kizaru, he won't be able to escape unscathed, right? The infinity blade swept across, hitting Kizaru who was in the center of the storm. In an instant, countless sharp blades collided together. Rumbling, suddenly, in the center of the sharp blade storm, a ball of golden light exploded violently. The endless explosion shockwave spread, sweeping in all directions. The blades fired at Kizaru were blown away by the shockwave and scattered in all directions. The sky was like a sharp rainstorm. When the flames dissipated, Kizaru revealed himself. At this moment, Admiral Kizaru was extremely embarrassed. His suit was torn all over his body, and there were sword marks and knife wounds everywhere. Lucifer's blade storm just now almost tore Kizaru into pieces. Oh, are you still alive? Lucifer raised his hand to Kizaru and grabbed universal pull. A gravitational pull hit Kizaru, sucking him back into Lucifer's palm. Kizaru reacted immediately, elementalized into golden light and wanted to escape. But at the same time gravity reappeared, suppressing it. At the same time, Lucifer's demonic whisper sounded again, slow down. As soon as the words fell, Kizaru suddenly found that his speed became very slow, almost dropped by half. Is this also his ability? How is this possible? Kizaru looked horrified, in disbelief. He never thought that someone's ability could actually affect his speed of light. Although Lucifer's word spirit fruit cannot directly affect the enemy's body, it can directly affect the ability. And the bigger the difference in strength between the two sides, the more obvious the effect. Just like dealing with Enel, as long as Lucifer says a word, all the lightning created by Enel will dissipate. But Kizaru is strong, so it doesn't have much effect. In the initial fight, Lucifer only eliminated half of Kizaru's 8-foot Kaingo bullet, and still had half of it remaining. But at this moment, Kizaru has been injured, his physical strength is exhausted, and his combat power is weakened. But Lucifer is still at his peak, and the power of the word spirit fruit is getting stronger and stronger, enough to affect his speed of light. Theoretically, if Lucifer's strength differs to a certain extent from Kizaru's, as long as Lucifer speaks a word, Kizaru's speed of light will be slower than that of a turtle, or even stand still. Under the triple attack of gravity, and slowing down, Kizaru was drawn towards Lucifer's palm. And in the palm of Lucifer, a giant spear has already taken shape. The Spear of Vengeance. The pitch-black spear of revenge shot out, traversed the sky, and pierced Kizaru's lower abdomen in an instant. Kizaru couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood, and his breath faded instantly. Oh, did you avoid it? Lucifer aimed at Kizaru's head, but hit the lower abdomen, which shows that Kizaru still has the strength to struggle. However, that's all. With a wave of Lucifer's hand, hundreds of revenge spears took shape. The pitch-black armament Haki surged, covering the spear in an instant. Go to hell. More than 100 spears of vengeance shot out at Kizaru with a rapid sonic boom. Kizaru couldn't hide, and suddenly elementalized into a flash of light, and then exploded with a bang. Countless flash bombs shot out, shattering the Spear of Vengeance. At the same time, there are countless flashes shooting into the distance, and it is hard to tell which one is Kizaru's body. Kizaru actually escaped? Want to leave? How can it be so easy? Universal pull, the Mahamudra of the Sage. Lucifer turns on observation Haki and locks on the light group with Kizaru's breath. With the gravitational explosion, thousands of flashes were sucked back. At the same time, Lucifer waved his hand, and suddenly a huge palm appeared in the sky. The palm covered the sky and covered the sun, with a diameter of more than a kilometer, and the lines on the palm were clearly visible. With the palm down, he grabbed countless fleeing light clusters in his hand, and then squeezed them hard. There was a scream from far away in the sky, and a cloud of blood spilled from the sky, and Kizaru disappeared without a trace. There is no response from the system, which proves that Kizaru is not dead, and he escaped successfully. It's really not easy to kill a Marine Admiral. Lucifer shook his head, a little helplessly. Who would have thought that Kizaru would have such a self-destruction move? The body turns into countless flashes to escape, hiding the real body. Lucifer opened observation Haki all the way, but couldn't find his real body. But with the last Sage Mahamudra, Lucifer still hurt Kizaru. Coupled with the fact that the Spear of Vengeance was pierced through the lower abdomen before, Kizaru was injured more and more. In order to hunt down Lucifer, Kizaru worked overtime for half a month. And Lucifer seriously injured him this time, and Kizaru will definitely be hospitalized for more than half a month. Isn't Kizaru going on vacation with a raise? With such a serious injury this time, Sengoku should be willing to give him a salary increase and let him take sick leave. Kizaru, I've helped you so much, thank you very much. Lucifer smiled slightly, spread his wings and flew back to the Nereus. If Lucifer's thoughts let Kizaru know, he will definitely vomit blood with anger. You beat me half to death, and I want to thank you too. Hihi, I thank you all. Back on the Nether, Enel and Cavendish hurried up to meet them. Captain, you are so strong that you even defeated Kizaru. Cavendish looked excited. There are not many people in the world who can defeat a Marine Admiral head-on. If the news spreads, Lucifer's name will be even louder. Even the Emperor of the New World dare not underestimate it. It is very strong. That yellow monkey is a monster, and the captain is even more monster than him. Enel has long been convinced of Lucifer, and after this battle, he understands the gap between him and Lucifer even more. He was killed by Kizaru in one hit, but Lucifer was able to beat Kizaru. Enel still has a long way to go before he can catch up with Lucifer. Enel suddenly felt a little lucky, glad that he came to Qinghai with Lucifer, otherwise he would stay in Sky Island all the time, and he would always be a frog at the bottom of the well. If you don't experience it yourself, how can you know that the sea is so vast, and there are so many monsters on the sea? Baby 5 also has no plans to leave the Nether Pirates. She just begs Doflamingo not to provoke Lucifer, otherwise she will be courting death. Let's go, set sail. Lucifer gave the captain's order. Maid, go and make me a Sea King's roast. Yes, Captain Lucifer. The Nether set sail again, and bursts of laughter came from the ship. With the sea breeze blowing, the Nether quickly disappeared on the sea level. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. As the only naval headquarters in the world, the troops here are extremely guarded. Any sign of trouble can't be hidden from Marines monitoring. Call out? A golden light shot from the sky and fell on the port of Marineford in an instant. Who? The Marine soldiers on guard spotted the golden light and rushed forward immediately. As the golden light revealed its figure, many Marine soldiers breathed a sigh of relief. Because the person who came was Admiral Kizaru, not the enemy. However, after seeing Kizaru's miserable appearance, many Marine soldiers became dumbfounded in an instant. I saw that Kizaru was covered in cuts and bruises, and there were 2 bloody holes on his chest and lower abdomen, and the flesh and bones inside could be vaguely seen. The surrounding Marine soldiers gasped. Kizaru is Marine Admiral, who can hurt him like this? Come on, hurry up and find a doctor. Go and tell Marshal Sengoku that Kizaru Admiral is back. A Marine Vice Admiral quickly gave the order, and then went up to help Kizaru. At the same time, Kizaru spat out another mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale again. Not only that, Kizaru's eyes were hazy, and his consciousness was already on the verge of collapse. Kizaru was badly wounded by Lucifer, pierced through his abdomen and chest. An ordinary person would have died hundreds of times with such an injury. Kizaru barely survived by virtue of his strong vitality. After that, he fled all the way, lost a lot of blood, and consumed a lot of energy. Support is now the limit. This time something really happened. Kizaru Admiral was beaten like this. Is Lucifer so strong? This Marine Vice Admiral knew about Kizaru's mission to go to sea this time. Now that Kizaru is seriously injured and the fleet has not returned, it is conceivable who the murderer is. Marine Vice Admiral sent Kizaru to the hospital, and the remaining Marine soldiers looked at each other, and they could all see the shock in each other's eyes. And underneath the shock was fear. In the minds of many Marines, Admiral is synonymous with invincibility, and it is never possible to be defeated. Even if he was injured and scratched a little, it was impossible, let alone seriously injured and dying. As you can imagine, it won't be long before the news of Kizaru's return from a serious injury will cause an uproar in naval headquarters. Soon, Marshal Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp, Admiral Aokiji and other Marine executives knew the news that Kizaru was seriously injured. Everyone rushed to the hospital immediately. But Kizaru has fallen into a coma after the operation at the moment, and cannot tell the details of the mission. Doctor, how is the situation? Sengoku looked at the doctor and asked. The situation is dangerous. Kizaru Admiral's injuries are serious and he has lost a lot of blood. But fortunately, Kizaru Admiral's vitality is tenacious, and the wound has passed the dangerous period after the wound was stitched. After 1 or 2 months of cultivation, you should be able to recover. People in the world of One Piece are very strong in physique, and after being injured, they can recover 77-88 as long as they sleep. If you eat a lot of meat to supplement nutrition, the recovery speed of the injury will be faster. Kizaru is a monster, and his recovery ability is naturally at the monster level. But even so, it will take a month or 2 to recover, which shows how serious his injuries are. I understand, let me continue. During Kizaru Admiral's recuperation period, all medical expenses will be in accordance with the highest standards. Yes, Your Excellency the Marshal. Sengoku and others glanced at Kizaru who was sleeping outside the ward, and then all returned to the naval headquarters building. With such a big incident happening this time, they must discuss the next countermeasures. And Kizaru, who was asleep, didn't know that he finally got the paid vacation he had been thinking about, and it lasted more than 1 month, at most 2 months. Kizaru paid half his life for the 2-month vacation. I don't know if Kizaru will be happy or sad when he finds out. Naval Headquarters Building, Conference Room. Many high-level Marines gathered together, and a serious atmosphere enveloped the entire conference room. Sengoku didn't speak, and most of the Marine executives were smoking and looking serious. I think everyone knows. Marshal Sengoku looked around the crowd, his voice low. Kizaru was defeated by Lucifer and came back seriously injured, almost losing half his life. I have confirmed just now that Carl Vado's Rear Admiral who called for help and Tim Rear Admiral who followed Kizaru on the mission have also been killed. Marines' loss this time is very large. Many high-level Marines in the conference room looked at each other, not knowing what to say, and there was still a dead silence. Even Kizaru was seriously injured, and they were not rivals. Suddenly, Vice Admiral Ghost Spider spoke. This is a disgrace to Marine. Naval Headquarters must take action. I propose that Naval Headquarters send more troops to bring Lucifer to justice and eliminate him completely. Who will lead the team? Vice Admiral the Flying Squirrel asked calmly. Marshal Sengoku, please recall Sakazuki Admiral from New World. The Vice Admiral Ghost Spider looked at Marshal Sengoku. As the Hawk Marine Vice Admiral, Ghost Spider has great trust in Akainu. And among the 3 admirals, Akainu's strength is faintly the strongest. Akainu has the most shots and kills the most enemies. Aokiji and Kizaru are lazy and salty fish, and they rarely take shots. It seems that Akainu is the strongest. Then who guards New World? Another Marine Vice Admiral asked. 3 Marine Admirals, 1 guarding New World, 1 guarding Naval Headquarters, and 1 free dispatcher, are responsible for performing tasks while protecting the Holy Land of Marijois. 3 Admiral, as the world's government the highest combat power, deployment is strictly regulated, and cannot be disrupted at will. Akainu has a fiery personality and is strong and warlike, so he usually guards New World and is responsible for resisting New World pirates. Aokiji has a lazy personality, so he guards Naval Headquarters. And Kizaru is the fastest, can carry out tasks, and can also quickly support. Even if the Holy Land of Marijois is invaded, he can arrive at the first time. That's what 3 Admirals' regular distribution is all about. Now Kizaru is seriously injured and unable to perform the mission for a short time. If Akainu is transferred back, New World's troops will be too empty. Neither Naval Headquarters nor the world government will choose to do this if there is no compelling reason. Then what do you say? The Vice Admiral Ghost Spider burst into anger as he looked at the crowd waiting in the conference room. Lucifer committed such a heinous crime, should we just sit back and watch? Only by eradicating him completely can Marine's face be saved. This is absolute justice. In order to eradicate Lucifer, do you need multiple Marine Admirals to act together? This is nakedly telling the world about Marine's incompetence. Lucifer's threat is great, but Naval Headquarters can't send more troops, it will only cause more casualties. The Hawkish Marine and the Dovish Marine are at odds with each other. All of a sudden, the entire meeting room was filled with saliva, and the sound almost broke the windows. The Marine soldier who was in charge of standing guard outside the door was so scared that he retracted his neck when he heard the roar inside, his scalp went numb. A group of bosses erupted in anger, it was terrible. Okay, stop arguing. At this time, Vice Admiral, the great staff officer, stood up and calmed down the quarrel between the two parties. Currently we don't know enough about Lucifer's abilities, and sending troops rashly will only cause more casualties. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be imperiled in 100 battles. If you want to eliminate Lucifer, you must know more about him. The most important thing is what his fruit ability is. This point, we have to wait until Kizaru wakes up to find out. The several Marine Vice Admirals who were arguing red-faced heard this, calmed down their anger, and sat back in their seats. Crane Vice Admiral is famous for her strategies, and her words are very reasonable, and both Marines can listen to them. The most urgent task is to increase the amount of Lucifer's reward, and at the same time inform the Marine branches of Lucifer's danger. Don't mess with Lucifer again until the next move. If possible, let him enter New World, and let the Emperors of New World deal with him. A dog eats a dog among pirates, it's in our best interest. After Kizaru, Sengoku also realized that he can no longer fight Lucifer. Lucifer is too strong, even if Marine can win in the end, the loss will be huge, not worth it. It is better to borrow a knife to kill someone and reap the benefits of the fisherman. Kizaru, Lucifer's bounty is up to you. Sengoku gave the order. Yes, I understand. Crane Vice Admiral nodded. On the orders of Marshal Sengoku, the pursuit of Lucifer by the Naval Headquarters is temporarily halted. All branches of the Grand Line are not allowed to provoke Lucifer. In other words, from now on, Marine began to turn a blind eye to Lucifer's behavior. There are very few pirates who have enjoyed this kind of treatment before. After entering the New World, these people have all become famous big pirates without exception. Over a sea area on the Grand Line, a pink figure flew fast in the sky. It was Shishibukai Doflamingo impressively. He has a life card in his hand, which is guiding him close to the target. Baby 5, isn't it dead yet? Doflamingo was a little puzzled. According to the information he received, Lucifer bloodbathed Crescent Island, and all the pirates on the island were killed by him, and there should be no survivors. But Baby 5 is still alive, which makes Doflamingo very strange. Did you get caught? Or did you betray me? Doflamingo had blue veins on his forehead, and anger erupted on his body. The thing he can't tolerate the most is betrayal. Anyone who betrays him has already died in his hands. Even his biological brother is no exception. Boo blue blue, brew blue blue. Suddenly, the voice of the phone bug rang. Doflamingo stopped and floated in the sky, took out the phone bug from his pocket to connect, and the person opposite was Virgo. Virgo, what's the matter? Is there something wrong? My lord, don't go to Lucifer. Virgo's tone was very anxious. Huh? What silly things are you talking about? Doflamingo's expression changed. He killed Diamanti and Buffalo. I know, but you can't go to him, you are not his opponent. Before Doflamingo finished speaking, he was interrupted by Virgo. This was the first time he was so rude. Naval Headquarters had a big accident just now. Admiral Kizaru returned from a serious injury and is still in a coma. The one who hurt him was Lucifer. Now Naval Headquarters has decided to give up hunting Lucifer and let him enter the New World. After Virgo got the news, he immediately contacted Doflamingo. He was afraid that if he was a little late, Doflamingo would hit the gun. Doflamingo was silent, with blue veins on his forehead, but the anger in his heart was still raging. But he had to calm down. That brat, does he actually have such strength? Although he doesn't want to admit it, Doflamingo thinks he's no match for Kizaru. And Lucifer can disable Kizaru, he is naturally not an opponent. That's right, it's not the right time to confront Lucifer. Although I really don't want to admit it, that kid is already a terrifying monster, only the group of monsters in New World can match it. Virgo is also very unwilling, he also wants to avenge Diamanti, but unfortunately, they can't. All because of strength. They are weak, so they can only be grandchildren and live on. I see, your information came in a timely manner, thank you. Doflamingo seemed to calm down his anger, and his tone was calm. This is my mission, and I haven't forgotten it for a moment. Okay, the call is over. Doflamingo hung up the phone bug, squeezed his palm hard, and another phone bug died in his hand. Phone bug, what am I doing wrong again? Lucifer, bloody brat. With a wave of Doflamingo's palm, a huge long whip burst out of the air and hit the sea under his feet. With a loud bang, a hole was punched out of the sea, and several unlucky sea kings were cut off in the middle on the spot. Doflamingo was venting his anger. He hadn't been this angry and unwilling for a long time. Even in the face of Marine's pursuit, he was able to handle it with ease. I didn't expect to fall into the hands of a newcomer who just debuted today. This matter is not over yet, it won't end like this. I'm waiting for you in New World, Lucifer. Oh. Accompanied by a burst of ear-piercing and arrogant laughter, Doflamingo flew away and quickly disappeared over the sea. If he is defeated by frontal strength, he still has other means. He is Doflamingo, one of the underground kings of the dark world, with huge power and wide connections. He has a lot of time and endless ways to play with Lucifer slowly. Grand line, on the nether, there was a sound of panting. Hey, work harder, haven't you eaten at noon? Lucifer was lying on the beach chair, shouting towards the forward deck. There, Cavendish and Enel were both doing strengthening exercises, each with a giant barbell on their backs. Under normal conditions, they can lift such a barbell with one hand. But now it's different, Lucifer has created a gravity zone. Under the support of gravity, the weight of the barbell has increased by more than 10 times, and their own bodies have also increased by more than 10 times. At this moment, it seems that they are carrying a huge mountain. Every time you do a push-up, you have to use all your strength. The bones all over the body were creaking, as if they were about to collapse and shatter at any moment. Captain Lucifer, the gravity is too strong, I'm about to be crushed. Cavendish gritted his teeth, the sweat on his body flowed like running water, and a small puddle had already accumulated on the deck in front of him. Such a little strength is not enough, you are too imaginary. Lucifer took the red wine from Baby 5 and smiled. Look at Enel, he's just so strong, he doesn't say a word. Beside Cavendish, Enel was doing push-ups up and down, shrugging in a very standard posture. He's a monster, can I be like him? Cavendish is about to collapse, bearing a mouthful of fangs. Cavendish, you have to understand that now you are a member of the Ghost Pirates. Lucifer restrained his smile and looked serious. On my ship, all I want are monsters. If it's not a monster, it's not eligible to board my ship, understand? With that said, Lucifer doubled the gravity again. Cavendish let out a scream on the spot, and the bones made a creaking sound, as if they were broken. Enel was also pushed down a bit, and his condensed breath almost fell apart. Do it 10,000 more times. Lucifer gave the order coldly. Cuckoo, cluck. Suddenly, there was a sound of birds chirping. A flock of seagulls flies overhead, and a newsbird descends from the sky, landing under Lucifer's parasol. Maid, go buy a newspaper. Lucifer commanded. Yes, Captain Lucifer. After surrendering completely, Baby 5 became more obedient. Soon, the newspaper was delivered to Lucifer. Thank you, go and help me make another 20 barbecues. Lucifer took the newspaper and continued to give orders. Yes, Captain Lucifer. Baby 5's face was rosy, feeling the happiness of being needed. Lucifer flipped open the newspaper, and the 4 sandwiched reward orders fell out. Oh, has the bounty increased again? Lucifer picked up his bounty order, and the amount of the bounty has been updated. The devil Lucifer, with a bounty of 530 million Baileys, has committed a heinous crime, regardless of life or death. The bounty for defeating Kizaru is only 200 million. Isn't Naval Headquarters too stingy? Lucifer shook his head, a little speechless. But after reading the content in the newspaper, Lucifer understood Marine's plan. The news of Marine Admiral's defeat cannot be spread, as this will damage Marine's majesty. So Marine completely blocked the news. It was another crime that was passed on to Lucifer. Newspapers reported that the demon Lucifer led the ghost pirates to destroy a country. Distorting the facts, framing the blame, Marine's dirty tricks are very skillful. Because destroying a country is a heinous crime, Lucifer's bounty has increased by 200 million. Not only that, but Enel, Cavendish and Baby 5 were also wanted for reward. Thor Enel, with a bounty of 120 million Baileys, is a heinous crime, regardless of life or death. Scythe Weasel Cavendish, with a bounty of 85 million Baileys, is a heinous crime, regardless of life or death. The Battle Maid, Baby 5, has a bounty of 66 million Baileys, a heinous crime, regardless of life or death. Now, all 4 members of the Nether Pirates have become wanted criminals. Hey, Captain, do I have a reward order? How much is the reward? Cavendish yelled when he saw the latest reward order appear. He wanted to get up, but he couldn't get up under the weight of gravity. Enel was interested too, looking up at Lucifer. Lucifer flicked his fingers, and 2 reward orders flew to the 2 of them respectively. 85 million? I only have 85 million? Are you kidding me? Cavendish was dissatisfied with the amount of the reward, and quickly looked to the side. With just one glance, you can see Enel's reward amount of 120 million. Why is this guy so tall? Cavendish was even more unconvinced. His original reputation is not weak, coupled with the blessing of Lucifer's fierce reputation, he thought it would be more than 100 million. but only 85 million. However, it was the first time for Enel to appear on the ocean, and for the first time to enter Marine's field of vision, but the bounty offered was as high as 120 million, which was unreasonable no matter how you looked at it. It should be because he has Thunder Fruit. Lucifer can figure out what Naval Headquarters is doing. Thunder Fruit, the top Logia, is comparable to Marine 3 Admiral's abilities. Once grown up, the power is infinite. So the first time Enel was offered a reward, the amount was very high. As for Cavendish, most of his previous fame came from the second personality Hakuba. His own strength is twice as weak as that of Hakuba, so Marine will naturally not set a too high bounty. For the first time offering a reward, 85 million Baileys is already very good. And this time, your name will definitely spread all over the world. Lucifer looked at the second page of the newspaper and smiled. What's wrong? Could it be? Cavendish seems to have guessed something. That's right, you found out that the news about the Golden City has also been published in the newspaper. Lucifer turned the newspaper on Cavendish. On the second page of the newspaper, the entire page was a group photo of Cavendish and Golden City. After leaving Sky Island, Cavendish sent the news of his discovery of the Golden City to the World Economic News Agency. This time the two news were published in the newspaper together. Ha 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 ha, this young master will be sought after by beauties all over the world. What beautiful women love is nothing but handsome looks and endless wealth. Now Cavendish has both. And things are just as Cavendish expected. After the latest reward order appeared, his reward order was quickly snatched up by beauties from all over the world. Lucifer's reward order was also scrambled by countless beauties. After all, he is also very handsome, more handsome than Cavendish. At the same time, as the first supernova of the Sea Circle calendar in 1516, with a bounty of more than 500 million pirates, Lucifer is far more popular than Cavendish. Over a sea area on the Grand Line, Doflamingo waved his hand and chopped a group of newsbirds into pieces. Sure enough, did you really betray me? Baby 5, you are so brave. Doflamingo was furious as he looked at the newspaper and the reward in his hand. He had just turned around and saw the newspaper on the way. Although he had guessed for a long time, after being confirmed by the reality, Doflamingo still couldn't hide his anger. The person who dared to betray him last time was his younger brother Clausen, who was killed by him in the end. After that, no one in the Don Quixote family dared to betray. For many years Baby 5 was the first. Demon Lucifer, you deserve to die. A few cold lights flashed, and 4 reward orders and newspapers were cut into pieces and scattered from the sky. Looks like it's time to go find that person. Doflamingo looked at the sea in the distance, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Immediately, a burst of piercing laughter echoed over the sea area. The pink figure cut through the sky and disappeared in an instant. New World, Whitebeard Pirates. There were bursts of laughter on the Moby Dick. A group of pirates sat on the deck and had a banquet, drinking, and chatting. The atmosphere inside the Whitebeard Pirates is very harmonious, and the crew members are like family members. This is not so much a pirate group, it is better to say that this is a big family. Captain Whitebeard is the patriarch, the old father. Number 2, Marco, is the steady older brother, and the rest of the crew are siblings. Unlike other pirate groups, the captain was harsh on the crew, beating and scolding, and even killing the crew if they didn't agree with each other. Whitebeard sat at the main seat, drinking with a big bowl, looking at the smiling pirates around him, in a good mood. All he's wanted in his life is family, and now he finally has it. At this moment, Marco flapped his wings and fell from the top of the mast to Whitebeard. Father, the bounty for the strongest rookie Lucifer has increased again, this time exceeding 500 million. With a bounty of more than 500 million, even in New World, it can be ranked first. In the Whitebeard Pirates, the bounties offered by many captains are almost the same amount. Nanny, it's over 500 million. Just kidding, isn't he a newcomer? It's only been a few months. The bounty has risen so fast, what did that guy do? Could it be that he hit Naval Headquarters? The pirates around were all surprised, and many of them grabbed the newspaper to check Lucifer's reward order and deeds. Ghost pirates, destroying a country. Hey, can't you? Pirates take the initiative to destroy the country. Are you kidding me? He's a pirate, not a revolutionary army. How can they destroy a country for no reason with only 4 of them anyway? Many pirates did not believe what the newspaper said. Goo la 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 la, the news in the newspaper may not be true, sons of idiots. Whitebeard laughed generously. For Sengoku, an old opponent, Whitebeard can be said to know it very well. For a rookie who hasn't entered the new world yet to set such a high bounty for him, that person must have done something extraordinary. Destroying the country is just an excuse, the real reason must have been covered up. It seems that this year, there really is an incredible guy in the sea. At this point, Whitebeard couldn't completely ignore Lucifer. For so many years, he has firmly sat on the throne of the world's #1, and he has seen many brilliant rookie pirates. But few can match Lucifer. The last one was Shanks with red hair. Now he is already a big pirate with a reward of more than 3 billion, only half a step away from the throne. Soon, you will be able to sit on an equal footing with him. Luoji, the era you opened is really wonderful. Seeing the continuous emergence of outstanding new pirates, Whitebeard couldn't help but think of his old friend Luoji. It was because of his words before his death that the current era of great pirates was created. New World, seas of all nations, Cake Island. Well, this new kid is not bad. Big Mom looked at Lucifer's reward order in his hand, and a lot of stomach acid saliva flowed from his mouth. The stomach acid saliva is extremely corrosive, and white smoke rises from the corroded ground. He is the most outstanding rookie this year, the first to become a supernova. I heard that Marine Vice Admiral Dobman died in his hands. Beside, Katakuri spoke calmly. I don't know what he did this time, so that his reward suddenly exceeded 500 million. But according to our intelligence, Naval Headquarters had sent Admiral Kizaru to hunt him down. So it can be inferred that Admiral's pursuit should have failed, which led to the increase in the bounty. The so-called destruction of the country is nothing more than an excuse to deceive people. As the highest masterpiece of the Charlotte family, Katakuri is not only powerful, but also calm and intelligent. Based on some miscellaneous clues, the general situation was deduced. As for Lucifer seriously injuring Admiral Kizaru, this is something Katakuri never thought about. No one would have imagined that Marine Admiral would lose to a newcomer. So, this rookie kid is very strong. Big Mom asked while drooling. While speaking, she grabbed a handful of cakes next to her and stuffed them into her mouth. As she chewed, the cake screamed in pain, extremely terrifying and ear-piercing. But Big Mom ate with relish, with a happy smile on the corner of his mouth. The family infers that he should have the strength comparable to the core Cotters, and is almost the same as Snag. Katakuri said. Charlotte Snag, one of the 4 stars of the desert, is the core Cotter of the Big Mom pirates. Although only ranked 4th, it is also extremely powerful. Well, this kid is really good. Is he a special race? The ant looked at Lucifer's reward order, and Lucifer in the photo had 2 demon wings. This doesn't look like a fruit ability, so it caught Big Mom's attention. What Ant 4 Emperors wants most is to establish a country where all races live in peace, and her dream is to collect all races in the world. Now, only a few races are missing from her hands. I don't know about this yet. Maybe it's his devil fruit ability. If Mom wants to know, I'll send the intelligence department to investigate immediately. Katakuri said respectfully. Well, let's make a decision like this, and check it out immediately. When he's in the new world, send Snug to find him. Such a guy must be in the hands of my mother. Big Mom stared at Lucifer's reward order with a hint of greed in his eyes. Not only did she take a fancy to Lucifer's great strength, but she also took a fancy to Lucifer's appearance and his possible status as a rare race. A man with strength, good looks, and a rare race has the best genes. As we all know, Big Mom likes to use family affection to maintain the pirate group, and any pirate who takes refuge in her must marry her. If Lucifer and her daughter combine, they will definitely produce very good offspring. Coupled with the fact that Lucifer is suspected to be a rare race, it makes the Big Mom salivate even more. Yes, Mom. Katakuri always obeys Big Mom's orders unconditionally. As for Lucifer's possible refusal, that's out of his consideration. Anyone who dares to reject the Big Mom pirates will end up miserable. Lucifer doesn't know that in the distant new world, there is an old woman who is greedy for his body. If he knew, he would definitely have goosebumps and a tingling scalp. Lucifer's bounty soared and his name spread throughout the world. Not only Whitebeard and Big Mom pirates are paying attention to Lucifer, Kaido, Red Hair, and many powerful pirates of New World are paying attention to this newcomer. They all know that it won't be long before Lucifer breaks into the New World. At that time, they will be competitors with each other. New World is very big, but in some people's eyes it is very small, so small that it can only accommodate a few people. If you want to occupy more territory, you can only eradicate your competitors. The fighting in New World is thousands of times crueler than Paradise. The first half of the Grand Line, the capital of 7 waters. A pirate ship flying the Devil's flag appeared from the sea and finally docked at the shore port. Look, it's the flag of the Nether Pirates. That's right, it's the demon Lucifer. He actually came here. The latest reward order shows that Lucifer's reward exceeds 500 million. If you can take his head off, Laozi will die. There is not only the Nether ship in the port, but there are also many pirate ships, gangsters, and bounty hunters around. The capital of 7 waters is a world-renowned shipyard, and there are many pirates and bounty hunters who come here every day to build ships, buy ships, and repair ships. After seeing Lucifer appear, some pirates are born with fear, and some bounty hunters are born with greed. All of a sudden, countless murmurs sounded from the surroundings, and countless veiled eyes swept over the 4 of Lucifer. Captain, it seems that our reputation is already great. Cavendish stood at the bow of the boat holding a rose, and said with a narcissistic face. It's just a group of miscellaneous fish. They are weak and pitiful, but they have great ambitions. Pathetic fool. Enel opened his eyes, and there was a flash of lightning in the depths of the pupils. How can the eyes and comments of the people around escape his observation Haki lock? Enel has seen it clearly for a long time. Do you want to deal with them? Baby 5's thigh becomes a Gatling machine gun, ready to strike at any time. No need, it seems that we have no demeanor to care about a group of miscellaneous fish. If there is a target worth hunting, Lucifer will certainly not let it go. But he sensed it with observation Haki, and the surrounding pirates and bounty hunters were weak. The strongest one is only equivalent to 50,000 to 60 million bounties for pirates. Even if they were hunted, they would only get a few thousand killing points. Now, with just a few thousand killing points, Lucifer has looked down on it, and it's not worth it for him to take action himself. If there are idiots who take the initiative to seek death, give them a ride. If not, forget it. Lucifer shook his head. Yes, Captain. Since Lucifer gave the order, the three of Enel would naturally not object. In the Ghost Pirates, Lucifer's orders are paramount. After that, Enel and Baby 5 went to the capital of Seven Waters to purchase supplies, and Cavendish stayed to watch the ship. Lucifer, on the other hand, acts alone. The capital of Seven Waters is said to be an island, but it looks more like a ship to Lucifer. And it's a big ship shaped like a fountain. It has been impacted by tsunamis all year round, so the residents on the island transformed the shape of the island into what it is today. The news that the Nether pirates had landed in the capital of Seven Waters quickly spread in the small town. The residents of the capital of Seven Waters are afraid. After all, Lucifer is notorious. Blood-bathed Crescent Island, destroyed a country, and all kinds of evil deeds are beyond words. With the help of Marine, Lucifer's image in the eyes of the world is no different from that of a murderous maniac. After the news spread, the residents of the capital of Seven Waters all returned home, closed their doors and windows tightly, and dared not go out again. In a bar, in a secret room, several figures gathered. Lucifer has landed in the capital of Seven Waters. Won't he affect our mission? Probably not. He's just a rookie and won't know Pluton's secret. In order to eliminate hidden dangers, we should take action to capture or expel them, which is the safest thing. No, the government's top management has issued an order not to allow us to contact Lucifer. Besides, he is different from ordinary rookies. He is very strong. We alone are no match for him. Leading Rob Lucci shook his head. They are CP9, agents carefully trained by the government of the world. They have received the cruelest and most severe training since they were young. They are a group of ruthless killing machines. Especially Rob Lucci, is the strongest CP9 member since the establishment of the world government 800 years ago. If they make a move, ordinary rookies will be defeated in an instant. But Lucifer is different. He is the monster who defeated Marine Admiral Kizaru. CP9 cannot be the opponent. The world government and Marine have already issued an order, and Marine and agents outside the headquarters are not allowed to take action against Lucifer. No matter what he does, he turns a blind eye. At present, neither the world government nor Marine wants to have a conflict with Lucifer and lose troops in vain. Lucifer entered the capital of Seven Waters, wandered the streets casually, and finally came to a dilapidated house, which was the base of the Frankie family. The observation Haki was opened, and dozens of breaths inside were all locked by Lucifer. Boss Frankie, I heard that there is a big pirate coming to the island. If we catch him, we will get rich. A younger brother said to the boss Frankie. The Frankie family are dismantlers by trade, but bounty hunters by side. They would occasionally hunt pirates in exchange for bounties to maintain their daily expenses. Stupid, that monster is not something we can deal with. We'd better find this target. Another younger brother cursed, and then took out a reward order. The pirate above was offered a bounty of 20 million Baileys. Well, you're right, little ones, although I'm super today, I don't want to provoke that monster. Frankie twirled his arms in a special pose. At this moment, a powerful aura suddenly appeared in the room, instantly covering everyone in the room. Boom! The members of the Frankie family felt their brains go blank, and then they all lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Frankie turned pale with fright, and just as he was about to shout out when he saw the fallen brother, he felt a pain in his head, and then his eyes fell into darkness. Lucifer appeared in the house, looked at the miscellaneous fish at his feet, and shook his head. Who would have thought that the blueprint for Pluton, one of the ancient weapons, would be hidden in such a small place? And the one responsible for guarding it is a weak chicken. Lucifer walked over to Frankie, opened his stomach, and took out a manuscript paper from inside. This is the Pluton design that the government of the world wants to get. They did not hesitate to send CP9 undercover to Seven Water Capital for several years but failed to find it. Now Lucifer easily got it. I just accepted the design of Pluton. Lucifer smiled, turned, and left. Frankie is the only one who knows the existence of the blueprints. Even if the blueprints are stolen, he will not publicize them. And from the beginning to the end, no one saw Lucifer's true face, and no one would have guessed that the Pluton design would be taken away by Lucifer. In other words, this will become an eternal secret. It's really easy to get it. Lucifer returned to the city center of the capital of Seven Waters in a good mood. Finding a tavern, Lucifer ate 300 barbecues in a row, and didn't pay until he had eaten up all the tavern's meat reserves. Getting the Pluton design is just one of the purposes of Lucifer's visit to the Seven Waters. Lucifer has not forgotten that CP9 under the command of the world government has been lurking here. This group of guys is very strong. If they can hunt successfully, they can get a large amount of killing points. It's just that Lucifer has been wandering around the capital of Seven Waters for so long, but he didn't find any trace of CP9. Isn't it because you are afraid to come out? Lucifer doesn't know that the world government has issued an order to prevent CP9 from contacting Lucifer. Lucifer just took it for granted that this group of dark justice guys would take the initiative to come to him after discovering him as a pirate. When the time comes, they throw themselves into the trap, and Lucifer just sits on the sidelines and kills two birds with one stone. Do you have to wait until night to act? Lucifer glanced at the sky. The sun was already setting and was about to set. As the dark agents of the world government, the dark night is their best disguise. Soon, the time came to night. Lucifer returns to the Erebus to join the three of Enel. The boat was swaggeringly parked on the coast, flashing fire, very conspicuous in the dark night. As long as CP9 comes over, they can be spotted at a glance. Unfortunately, Lucifer's idea fell through. They waited until midnight and found no sign of CP9. It looks really scary. Lucifer shook his head, feeling a little disappointed. I thought they were a group of guys with backbone, but I didn't expect them to be so bullying. When you meet the weak, you punch hard, and when you meet Lucifer, you can't shrink back. Since you don't come, I can only find you. Lucifer stood at the bow with the demon wings spread out on his back. Captain, where are you going so late? Isn't it going to Flower Street? Cavendish asked teasingly. You think I'm you? Lucifer rolled his eyes. While speaking, Enel and Baby 5 also walked out of the cabin. Now that you're awake, let's go together. There are several good opponents in the 7 waters, so you can try them out. Lucifer raised his hand and grabbed it. Universal pull. Gravity exploded in the palm, grabbing Cavendish and Baby 5 and soaring into the sky. As for Enel, he followed behind. Soon, Lucifer and others came to the city center. Lucifer turned on observation Haki, inspected the entire city inch by inch, and soon found the location of the target. Found it. The demon wings vibrated, creating a gust of wind that brought Lucifer to the roof of a tavern. At the moment at Lucifer's feet is Bluno's bar. Captain, come to the bar in the middle of the night. Is there really an opponent here? Cavendish was skeptical. Yes, it's in the tavern. It was not Lucifer who spoke, but Enel. Apparently, his observation Haki also discovered the existence of CP9. Rumble? With a big wave of Enel's hand, the sky exploded with thunder, and a bolt of lightning fell from the sky, hit the roof of the bar, and ran through the entire house. The smoke filled the air, and the ceiling of the bar shattered, revealing a large hole. Call out, call out, call out, call out. 4 figures jumped out of the big hole, jumped onto the roof, and confronted Lucifer and the other 4. 4 against 4, the number of people is fair. Lucifer smiled slightly. However, Lucci and the others on the opposite side had solemn faces. Demon Lucifer, why are they here? Rob Lucci didn't understand why Lucifer was after them. Their identities are unknown, except that they appear to be shipwrights, bar owners and mayor's secretaries. Could it be that their identities were exposed? No, it's impossible. Lucci quickly denied this guess. CP9 is a top-secret organization, and their identities are top secret among top secrets, and few people know about them. Lucci, what should we do now? Keiku looked at Lucci. CP9 is headed by Rob Lucci, and all actions are under his command. Retreat at full strength. Against Lucifer, we have no chance of winning. Rao is a powerful Lucci. The first time he saw Lucifer, he knew that he was not Lucifer's opponent. Shave. The 4 of Lucci cast the shave in Marine 6 styles at the same time, turning into 4 black shadows and shooting them into the distance. Hey, you started running away before you hit him, you're too spineless. Lucifer shook his head, pointed at the 4 of them and grabbed them hard. Universal pull. A powerful gravitational force erupted, pulling the 4 of them back in an instant. Enel next to him took the lead, turning into a bolt of lightning and shooting at Rob Lucci. Observation Haki told him that Rob Lucci was the strongest of the 4. Originally this should be Lucifer's opponent, but Enel wants to become stronger. He needs such a strong opponent. Cavendish took a step back and met Keiku. As for Baby 5, I chose Khalifa, who is also a woman. The 6 of them fought fiercely in an instant. Lucifer quietly looked at Bluno in front of him, and smiled slightly. There are only 2 of us left. You're out of luck because no one picked you. Is it because your character is too bad? Or is your appearance too bad? Looking at Lucifer, who was smiling and calm, Bluno's heart was full of alarm. The man in front of him put too much pressure on him. Just standing there almost broke his will and made him lose the courage to fight. Air opens the door. Bluno didn't dare to fight Lucifer, and directly used the fruit ability to open an air door to escape. He is a Paramecia door fruit ability user, who can open the door on any object, and the air is no exception. Bluno is confident that as long as he can escape into the subspace, no matter how strong Lucifer is, he will not be able to catch him. However, dissipate. A flat voice sounded, and Bluno air opened the door, which really opened the air. Halfway through the door, it dissipated into air. Bluno looked horrified, and before he could finish speaking, a long sword pierced his back. Bluno lowered his head, staring blankly at the sword point protruding from his chest, and then a trace of consciousness dissipated. With a plop, the body fell into a pool of blood. Ding, host killed Agent Bluno and got 5,000 killing points. The system's prompt sounded, and the total number of Lucifer's kill points reached 150,000. Rebirth. Lucifer exerts the power of the fruit of the word spirit, captures the power of the door fruit, and regenerates it. Soon, a brand new devil fruit appeared in Lucifer's hands. The door fruit, related to the power of space, is a very rare space system devil fruit. But unfortunately, this fruit does not have very strong destructive power and can only play a supporting role. If the ability user can develop it well, it will be very good for transporting large troops and transporting assassination teams to lurking and beheading. But unfortunately, Bluno only learned to use it to open the door, and did not display its true power at all. Now that this space-type devil fruit falls into Lucifer's hands, it is also a good harvest. On the other side, Rob Lucci, who was fighting Enel, first discovered that Bluno was beheaded by Lucifer, and his expression changed drastically. Hateful. Damn Lucifer. The situation is not good now. A few drops of cold sweat flowed from Lucci Cheetah's face. Within minutes of the battle, one of them died. If Lucifer makes a move on them, none of them can escape tonight. Hey, what are you worrying about? You dare to be distracted while fighting a god, isn't it too arrogant? Enel's voice was like thunder, exploding in Lucci's ears. A roaring thunder dragon tore through the night and swallowed Lucci with its mouth wide open. The powerful electric power erupted, and Lucci was shocked so that his hair stood on end, and his whole body was scorched black. A burnt smell spread out. However, Lucci's physical strength is very strong, coupled with iron body defense. Enel's Brontosaurus did not completely defeat him. Lucky, in his cheetah form, counterattacked, kicking a bird slash at Enel. Tempest kick guy bird. Rob Lucci is a genius in learning 6 styles. He not only cultivated Marine 6 styles to the limit, but also developed many derivative tricks. His 6 style moves are thousands of changes, more than all other members of CP9 combined. No armament Haki. Enel didn't feel armament Haki's breath, so he didn't dodge it, but caught it with his body. Facing an enemy who doesn't know armament Haki, the arrogance in Enel's heart reappeared. Puff! The slash flew by, cutting off Enel in the middle in an instant. However, with the flash of lightning, Enel returned to his original shape, unscathed. Yahahaha, your tricks are useless to me. Enel laughed arrogantly. It seems to be a common problem of all Logia ability users to use Logia's elemental ability to pretend to be in front of the enemy. Enel also enjoyed the horrified expression on the enemy's face at this moment. It's a Logia-capable user. Lucci's face changed drastically, and a sense of powerlessness emerged in his heart. Before the strongest Lucifer could make a move, he met a Logia-capable user, and it was Thunder Logia. He can't armament Haki, there is no possibility of defeating Enel. Keku, Khalifa, run away with all your might. These guys are not something we can deal with. Lucci roared loudly. But a thunderbolt hit him at this moment. The powerful lightning scorched his flesh and blood at high temperature, and directly drove him into the ground. Huge potholes were blown out of the ground, and Lucci was buried by the ruins. Cavendish fell asleep at some point, and the second personality Hakuba appeared. The maniacally laughing and distorted face was even more terrifying in the dark night, with sword lights flickering, leaving cracks on Keku's body. Iron body. Keku roared, his muscles tensed instantly. However, in the next second, he was chopped off by a sword, like a cannonball shot backwards. Damn it, is it over? Keku smashed through a wall and opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood. His right hand was tightly clutching his abdomen, where there was a sword wound running through his lower abdomen. Hakuba's swordsmanship is already very strong, and Cavendish has practiced hard during this period, and has awakened armament Haki, and the power of his sword moves is even stronger. Keku hadn't got the power of Devil Fruit at this time, and only relying on Iron Body's defense could not stop Hakuba at all. Call out? A black shadow flashed past. Hakuba instantly moved behind Keku, and the sword light flashed away. Pooh! A splash of blood splashed into the sky, spraying like running water. Keku was hit with a sword in his chest, his eyes turned white, then his legs bent, and he fell face down in a pool of blood. After beheading the enemy, Hakuba's killing desire seemed to be satisfied, and he lay on his back directly on the ground. The horrified expression disappeared and turned back to Cavendish, a snot bubble fluctuating in size, and there was a snoring sound. Keku. Seeing that Keku was defeated, Khalifa exclaimed, and the momentary loss of consciousness revealed a fatal flaw in himself. Where are you looking? Baby 5 appeared behind Khalifa, and a machete slashed across. Iron body. Khalifa also used iron body instantly, but... Puff! Blood spattered, the scimitar pierced through Khalifa's back and pierced through his chest in front. Iron body turned into tofu cubes. Just like that, Khalifa also fell in a pool of blood. Lucifer stood watching from a distance and couldn't help shaking his head. Iron body is really harmful. How many strong people have died under Iron Body throughout the ages? Rob Lucci jumped out of the underground ruins just in time to see the scene where Keku and Khalifa were killed. What? Damn it, you damn pirate. Lucci's roar spread across half of the town, and he kicked his feet and disappeared in place in an instant. I don't know if he was dazzled by the anger, or if he was determined to die. He actually came to kill Lucifer. His speed is very fast, moonwalk and shaving are used together, leaving after images in midair, and he arrives in front of Lucifer in an instant. 6 styles largest round 6 king gun. Lucci threw out both fists, aiming at Lucifer's chest to hit a super shock wave. The shock wave erupted, and the wind and waves rolled up. The 2 buildings on the left and right sides of Lucifer were pierced and collapsed. After the dust cleared, Lucci realized that his fists were blocked by an invisible wall. Lucifer stood there motionless, not even changing his expression. You bloody monster. Lucci Cheetah's face showed a ferocious look, feeling powerless. He had used his best moves, but he couldn't hurt a single hair of Lucifer. He couldn't think of a way to deal with such a monster. Oh, the power is not bad. Seeing the ridicule in Lucifer's eyes, Lucci's pupils constricted instantly. Iron body. Puff! A flying sword pierced Lucci's shoulder, and the powerful impact flew him backwards, nailing him to a wall. Lucci screamed, but no matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free from the shackles of the flying sword. I told you, Iron Body is not trustworthy, you still have to use it. Why bother? Lucifer shook his head and lowered his palm lightly. Flying sword. Call out. A flying sword pierced through the air, piercing Lucci's left chest instantly, piercing his heart. Rob Lucci gritted his teeth, still staring at Lucifer with hatred in his eyes. But soon, his eyes dimmed, and he completely lost his breath. Ding, host killed Agent Rob Lucci and got 30,000 killing points. The system's prompt sounded, and the total number of Lucifer's kill points reached 180,000. Rob Lucci deserves to be the strongest CP9, with a full 30,000 kill points, almost comparable to Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. At the same time, Lucifer used the power of the word spirit fruit to recover Lucci's cheetah fruit. This knight not only earned a wave of killing points, but also earned 2 devil fruits. Lucifer can be said to have earned blood. And CP9, which lost Rob Lucci, Keku, Bluno, and Khalifa, was seriously injured, and its strength almost collapsed by half. It can be said to be useless. The remaining members, Otonashi Fukura, Kumadori, and others are so-so, and they can no longer carry the banner of CP9. Whoa, whoa. 2 shadows flickered. Enel and Baby 5 came behind Lucifer. Enel still held Cavendish, who was sound asleep, in his hand. How is it? How does it feel? Lucifer asked with a smile. This guy is very good at physical skills, but it's a pity that he can't Haki, otherwise I wouldn't have the upper hand so easily. At the end of the battle, Enel became less arrogant, and clearly recognized the gap between himself and Lucci. Rob Lucci is a pure body art expert. He has practiced the 6 styles to the limit, coupled with the power of Zoan Devil Fruit. His strength is almost comparable to that of Marine Vice Admiral. Unfortunately, he can't Haki. Without Haki, no matter how well he practiced the 6 forms, he would not be able to break through that boundary after all. So facing Logia's Enel, Rob Lucci was at a disadvantage throughout. If Lucci masters the 2-color Haki, coupled with his powerful physical skills, Enel will be crushed by him in turn. Devil Fruit is strong, but Haki is stronger. In the sea, there are still a large number of pure body art masters. They don't eat devil fruit, all rely on their physical skills. Standing at the apex is marine hero Garp. His pair of iron fists are invincible all over the world, making pirates all over the world frightened. In the old days, I don't know how many legendary pirates were defeated by those iron fists. The reason why Garp is so strong is because of the extremely powerful Haki power. Let's go, there are no valuable people on the island anymore. Lucifer opened the wings of the devil and lifted the Baby 5 into the sky. Enel also took Cavendish and followed closely behind Lucifer. The fighting in the town was fierce and there was a lot of movement. But few residents dared to come out to watch the excitement. In the minds of the residents of the capital of 7 waters, it must be pirates who can cause such a dynamic battle. They don't want to be involved in the battle of the pirates and lose their lives in vain. There were only a few pirates hiding in the distance, and they vaguely saw a few black shadows flying across the sky. They didn't see Sua Ying's face clearly, but they had some guesses in their hearts. The only one who dares to act recklessly in the capital of 7 waters is the demon Lucifer. Back in the Nether's cabin, Lucifer opened the Properties panel. Properties panel. Host, Lucifer. Age, 23. Devil Fruit, Word Spirit Fruit. Physique, Hell Demon. Armament Haki, Advanced. Observation Haki, Advanced. Conqueror's Haki, Advanced. Kill points, 180,000. Killing a few players who played Rob Lucci, Lucifer's total kill points have reached 180,000. At the same time, Lucifer flipped his hand, and several devil fruits appeared on the table. They are the Black Panther Fruit, Cut Fruit, Door Fruit and Cheetah Fruit obtained by Lucifer. 2 Zoan, 2 Paramecia, although not top-level ability, but can also be called powerful. If you want to upgrade Haki, you need 200,000 killing points, and you can only recycle Devil Fruit. Lucifer still lacked 20,000 kill points, so naturally he didn't want to waste any more time looking for prey. Moreover, the Panther Fruit is very similar to the Cheetah Fruit. 1 is enough, not 2. System, recover the Black Panther Fruit. Ding, the Black Panther Fruit was recovered successfully, and 30,000 killing points were obtained. A ray of light enveloped the Black Panther Fruit, and the Black Panther Fruit just disappeared. Meanwhile, Lucifer's kill point came in at 210,000. Now, I can finally buy the Peak Armament Haki. Lucifer calls up the system store and finds where Armament Haki is. System, buy Peak Armament Haki. Ding, the Peak Armament Haki was successfully purchased, 200,000 kill points were deducted, and the remaining kill points were 10,000. A force poured into Lucifer's body, making Lucifer's Armament Haki instantly evolve to its peak. The Peak Armament Haki, whether it is defense or attack power, density, and total amount, is far superior to the advanced level. With a thought, Lucifer's whole body was instantly covered by Armament Haki. In addition to the surface of the skin, the outer layer of the skin also condenses a large amount of Armament Haki. Armament Haki is like a thick set of armor, covering Lucifer's whole body without a single flaw. Moreover, the total amount of Lucifer's Armament Haki is very large, and it is recovering quickly while being consumed, which can almost achieve a perfect cycle of consumption and recovery. As such, Lucifer's Armament Haki can be described as endless. Strong, too strong, simply terrifyingly strong. Now Lucifer's strength has skyrocketed. With Kizaru, it will be easier to defeat him. To defeat Kizaru last time, Lucifer used flash power, gravity, creation, and many other powers. The most important thing is that Lucifer weakened Kizaru's own shining power with the rule-based power of the Fruit of Words, so that he can defeat him. But now, Lucifer doesn't need to weaken Kizaru, but directly breaks the spell with force, and can defeat him strongly. Putting away the armament Haki armor, Lucifer recalled the property panel. Properties panel. Host, Lucifer. Age, 23. Devil fruit, word spirit fruit. Physique, hell demon. Armament Haki, pinnacle. Observation Haki, advanced. Conqueror's Haki, advanced. Kill points, 10,000. After a wave of high consumption, Lucifer only has 10,000 killing points left, which is pitifully small. It's time to start hunting again. Lucifer glanced at the system store and sighed inwardly. Afterwards, Lucifer closed the system interface and looked at the 3 devil fruits on the desktop. These 3 devil fruits are neither strong nor weak, and Lucifer hasn't made up his mind on whether to use them to train his subordinates. Cavendish is currently the only one in the Nether Pirates who is not capable. Lucifer asked him, but Cavendish doesn't want to eat devil fruit. There are always people who don't want to be landlubbers. Keep it for now, it can be used by the crew in the future, and it can also be recycled when there is no killing point. With a wave of his hand, Lucifer put away the 3 devil fruits. There is no word for a night, and the dawn rises as usual to dispel the darkness. In the capital of the 7 waters in the early morning, a scream suddenly sounded. What? Many people were awakened by the screams and took to the streets. At a glance, they saw several broken houses and bars that had been turned into ruins. At the same time, the bodies of Lucci and others were finally discovered. Lucifer was the first to find out, because he was nailed to the wall by Lucifer, and he could be seen as long as he looked up. Lucci, this is Mr. Lucci. And Keku, Mr. Bluno, even Miss Khalifa is dead. Everyone found 3 other corpses from the ruins, all of them looked sad and indignant. During the years when CP9 was undercover, Lucci and others had a good relationship with each other, and they were very respected by the residents of the 7 Waters capital. Now that they saw the 4 of Lucci being killed, these residents were naturally heartbroken. Pirates, it must have been done by the hateful pirates. The battle last night was due to pirates killing people. Damn, these pirates are really unforgivable. Why do you want to kill Mr. Lucci and the others? They are just boatmen and bar owners. Could it be aimed at Mr. Bingshan? Lucci and Keku are shipwrights of Bingshan Shipbuilding Company, and Khalifa is Bingshan's secretary. All 3 of them are inextricably related to Bingshan. Everyone thought about it for a while, and felt that they had guessed the truth. Find someone to notify Mr. Bingshan. Yes, we must protect Mr. Bingshan. As the mayor of the capital of 7 Waters, Bingshan is respected by the residents of the whole island. Knowing that he might be targeted by pirates, the residents were terrified. Bingshan rushed to the scene quickly, looked at the corpses in silence, and just sent someone to take the corpses away. He's sad, but he doesn't know that he owes Lucifer a big favor. Bingshan never imagined that his effective staff and personal secretary would be secret agents of the world government. When Bingshan sent people to collect the body, a man in a black suit quietly left the crowd in the crowd of onlookers. He walked to a hidden alley and dialed the phone bug. Hello, it's me. Master Lucci and the others have an accident. The 4 adults, Lucci, Keku, Bluno, and Khalifa, all died in the capital of 7 Waters. It is temporarily uncertain whether their identities have been exposed. Okay, I see. I will continue to pay attention to the situation here. The black-clothed agent hung up the phone, and there was still a trace of shock in the depths of his pupils. Who would have thought that CP9, who claims to be the strongest in 800 years, would die here without a sound? All of this is because of that devil-like man. The agent turned his gaze to the distant port, where many pirate ships were docked. No one dared to approach one of the pirate ships, and the surrounding sea area was equivalent to a restricted area. Although there is no evidence to show who the murderer is, the secret agents hidden on the island are very clear. Only the Nether Pirates can defeat CP9. The death of Rob Lucci and others also represents the complete failure of the undercover operation of the world government. The Pluton design is what the government of the world wants to obtain. For this reason, they did not hesitate to send CP9 to go undercover in person, which shows that the top management of the government attaches great importance to it. There are blueprints for Pluton, and the demon Lucifer. After the news was sent back, it was reported layer by layer and reached the ears of 5 elders. Sanctuary Marijoys, the palace of Pangu. The 5 elders gathered together, their faces gloomy. Sure enough, they are a bunch of trash. They can't even do such a small thing well. Who is the chief of CP9? The mission failed, and he bears a heavy responsibility. Send him to the guillotine. This is not the time for accountability, it's the Pluton blueprints that matter. The identity of CP9 is top secret. Lucifer should not know the identity of Ludge and the others. No risk, even if there is only a slight possibility, it must be erased. Marine checked Lucifer's biography. He should not know the existence of the Pluton blueprint. Looks like it's just for hunting down prey. 5 elders spoke to me, although the tone was flat, but full of majesty. After the incident broke out, Lucifer's detailed information had already been sent to them. They also have a clear picture of what Lucifer was up to. By analyzing a series of actions of Lucifer after going out to sea, 5 elders has determined that Lucifer is a person who likes to kill and pursues hunting the strong. Lucifer is very similar to Hawkeye, except that Hawkeye only hunts down sword lords, while Lucifer hunts down all strong men. This is originally a very sharp knife. If it is used reasonably, it may not be unable to become a tool of the world government. But it is a pity that Lucifer's identity changed to a pirate because of the Fail Island incident. They can't say that Marine's destruction of Fajru was wrong, only that it was fate. Lucifer probably didn't know about the existence of Pluton's blueprints, but he has become a disaster himself and must be dealt with. The blonde 5 elders stood by the window and said calmly, Marine has decided to let Lucifer into New World and use the pirates of New World to deal with him. It's not bad to do that, the way Lucifer does things. If he enters New World, he will quickly clash with those few people. At that time, Marine will be able to reap the benefits of the fishermen. The bald 5 elders agrees with Marshal Sengoku's approach. However, Marine's strength has surged in recent years. If the situation in New World gets out of control, Marine may also lose control. We must pay attention to this. The bearded 5 elders said lightly. In the eyes of 5 elders, they don't care about Marines, pirates, and 4 emperors. All they care about is balance. As long as the overall situation in the world does not get out of control, the dominance of the world government will not be shaken. A group of mere pirates, no matter how strong they are, so what? After decades, they will naturally die of old age, and the world government will still exist. 5 elders didn't want the pirates to be too strong, nor did they want Marine to be too strong, and they didn't even want Marine to wipe out the pirates. They hope that Marine and pirates will always be against each other. In this way, Marine will always be a tool of the world government. If the pirates are wiped out, then Marine is useless as a tool. At that time, the tool may backfire on the owner. Although there is a high possibility that Lucifer was unaware of the existence of Pluton's blueprints, the possibility cannot be completely dismissed. Holding a sword, 5 elders said indifferently as he wiped his katana. You mean, invite him to be a Shishibukai? The curly-haired 5 elders looked at each other. You mean, invite him to be a Shishibukai? The curly-haired 5 elders looked at each other. As long as Lucifer becomes a Shishibukai, they can keep monitoring Lucifer's every move. As long as Lucifer is under their noses, it is not afraid that he will not show his flaws. But Shishibukai is full, and there are no seats left. Isn't there going to be a vacancy soon? Vegapunk needs experimental subjects, and Big Bear can abdicate at any time. That's a good idea. I will inform Sengoku and ask him to send out an invitation letter. After leaving the capital of 7 Waters, Lucifer went to the next stop, the Devil's Triangle. On the deck of the Erebus, Lucifer took the Pluton blueprint notes and looked through them carefully. Pluton is a huge battleship with a variety of powerful weapons on board. Legend has it that Pluton can destroy an island with just one shot. Lucifer was dizzy looking at it. The data and specifications of those weapons were too complicated for him, a weapon novice, to understand. In addition, the explanatory text next to it is all ancient characters, so Lucifer can't understand it even more. It is impossible to make a Pluton, but these weapon styles can be used for reference. Lucifer never intended to make Pluton, all he wanted from the beginning to the end was the above weapon. Even if he can't understand it, as long as he uses the fruit of words to regenerate it again and again, he will be able to create a powerful weapon sooner or later. For Lucifer, this adds a style of fighting. Other than that, Pluton is most useful for Baby 5. She is a paramecia weapon fruit capable person, and various parts of her body can be transformed into various weapons at will. But Baby 5's imagination was too low before, and the only weapons that changed were machetes, pistols, and Gatling machine guns. The strongest is nothing more than a human missile. In Lucifer's opinion, Baby 5 didn't display the true power of the fruit of the weapon at all. If she can transform the weapons on the Pluton battleship, the power will be terrible. At that time, Baby 5's combat power will be exponentially improved. As long as Baby 5 succeeds, she can become the firepower of the Nether Pirates. Baby 5, come over here. Lucifer yelled. Yes, Captain Lucifer, what are your orders? Baby 5 came to Lucifer's side shyly. Take a look at this weapon design, and try to see if you can transform into the weapon above. Lucifer tore out a few pages of Pluton's blueprints and handed them to Baby 5. Yes, I will try, Captain Lucifer. Baby 5 once again felt the happiness of being needed, holding the weapon design in his hand, full of fighting spirit in his heart. Lucifer is also looking forward to how powerful the weapon fruit can be when combined with the Pluton design. Maybe Lucifer can build a pirate version of Iron Man with his own hands. Time passed, and a week later, the Nether sailed into the sea area of the Devil's Triangle. Since Moria made this sea area her home, hundreds of ships have sunk in this sea area every month. Over time, this Sea of Devils has also become a forbidden area in the first half of the Grand Line. Some weak guys dare not approach this sea area at all. Hey, the fog here is too thick, I can't even see the sea. Cavendish stood at the bow, looking left and right. The Nether was shrouded in thick fog, beyond 3 meters the naked eye could not see clearly. This sea area is very large. If you lose your direction and drift with the wind, you may not be able to leave this sea area for decades. The eyes can't see it, but observation Haki can perceive it very clearly. If you want to blame, you can only blame you for being too weak. Enel sat on the mast, eating an apple in his hand, laughing loudly. A hole, who do you think is weak? If you have the ability, come down and fight. Cavendish stood up with white eyes and a mouth full of fangs. After a period of training, Cavendish has successfully awakened armed color and observation Haki, and he has cultivated to the elementary level and can use it freely. But unfortunately, Enel's talent is better than Cavendish. Moreover, Enel's observation Haki is already very strong, and Cavendish is naturally inferior to him. The gods don't care about a mortal, yahahaha. Enel and Cavendish have played against each other several times, and he has won every time. Now he has lost interest in Cavendish. Hey, Captain, you said there is a monster in this sea area. When can we find him? Enel is eager to try and is very interested in the goal, Lucifer said. Just wait, it depends on luck. The Devil's Triangle sea area is too big, Lucifer can't use observation Haki to check every inch. I can only wait for Moria, that dead otaku, to deliver it to my door. Boom! Suddenly, the nether made a noise, as if it had hit something. Captain, it's a flow bottle. There's a flow bottle on the sea. Baby 5 looked under the boat and said, Look, isn't this just delivered to your door? Lucifer smiled slightly. Open the bottle. It is good. Baby 5's finger turned into a gun barrel, and one shot hit the bottle. Then the bottle exploded, and a firework shot up into the sky, exploding in the sky. Is this a signal? Our position is exposed. Cavendish looked at the fireworks above his head and said, On the sea, many pirates will use this method to hunt other pirates. Once the flare is triggered, it means the position is exposed. It won't be long before deadly killing opportunities will follow. Yahahaha, is this treating us as prey? Enel sat on the mast, laughing. Cavendish and Baby 5 also showed a playful smile. Only they, the nether pirates, have ever hunted and killed others, and this is the first time they have been hunted and killed by others. High-end hunters often appear as prey. This is the highest state of hunting. Lucifer drank the red wine in his hand, looking expectantly at the foggy sea ahead. Moria didn't disappoint Lucifer, but after waiting for over an hour, the huge bark appeared. Hey, isn't this too big? Is this also a pirate ship? It's a small island at all. Cavendish stared dumbfounded at the bloody mouth that appeared in front of him. It opened its mouth wide, and swallowed the nether into its belly. Behind the bloody mouth is a pirate ship. It is said to be a pirate ship, but its size is not inferior to that of islands. There are forests on the island, shrouded in thick fog, exuding an eerie atmosphere. From time to time, the hoarse crows of crows sounded in the forest, as if zombies or ghosts would come out at any moment. This is the Thriller bark, the largest pirate ship in the world. Lucifer looked at the island ahead and said calmly, That monster named Moria lives on the island. Lightning flashed from Enel's body, and he couldn't wait to make a move. That's right, I just don't know how his current strength is, and how much of his peak is there. After being defeated by Kaido, Moria started a bottomless path of depravity. He drove the Thriller bark into the sea of dense fog and established a zombie army. Since then, he has been hiding deep in the dense fog and started his career as an otaku. For so many years, Moria has neglected to practice, sleeps a lot every day, and only occasionally bullies some newcomer pirates. Her strength has been declining. This also led to his defeat by the Straw Hat Pirates who had just debuted a few years later. Go in and have a look, everyone has invited us, it would be too impolite for us not to go. Lucifer anchors Cavendish, and everyone prepares to land on the island. Suddenly, Enel shot out a bolt of lightning, shooting at Baby 5 standing on the deck. Enel's sudden shot surprised Cavendish and Baby 5, but the thunderbolt didn't hit Baby 5, but hit the air behind Baby 5. What? There were screams in the air, and a figure slowly appeared from the air. He fell on the deck, his whole body was scorched black, and his body was twitching constantly. Hey, who is this guy? Can he be invisible? Cavendish was taken aback. It's just a pervert. There was disgust in Baby 5's eyes. She already understood what this man was trying to do just now, and nodded to Enel to express her gratitude. This person is one of the 3 monsters under Moria, Absalom, who has the transparent fruit ability of paramecia. This is a pervert through and through, often using his ability to voyeurize women. It is a miracle that he uses the transparent fruit like this. Kill it, it's useless to keep it. With a big swing of his hand, Lucifer shot a flying sword through Absalom's throat. Ding, host killed the pirate Absalom and got 3,500 killing points. Very cheap, this is just trash fish. After that, Lucifer recovered the transparent fruit with the power of the fruit of words. The ability of the transparent fruit is very powerful, making the body transparent is just the most obvious way to use it. A truly strong man can use transparent fruit to eliminate his breath, even observation Haki cannot capture him. It can be described as the strongest fruit of assassination and sneak attack. Let's go to the island and have a look. Lucifer put away the transparent fruit and led everyone to board the island. The island is dark and eerie. There are sounds from time to time in the surrounding forest, adding a touch of eeriness. There are so many people on this island, are they all enemies? Enel said suddenly. Under observation Haki's perception, there are a large number of life breaths distributed in the forest, thousands of them. No, these are a group of unlucky ones captured by Moria, we don't care about it. In the world of One Piece, the weak prey on the strong. They were caught by Moria, took away their shadows, and lost their freedom. They can only be blamed for being too weak. Lucifer has no plans to rescue them. And after defeating Moria, their shadows will naturally return to their original owners. Lucifer and others passed through the forest cemetery, and all the zombies that appeared along the way were defeated. Soon, several people arrived at the entrance of the central castle. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a burst of light laughter came. A few white ghosts appeared above Lucifer's head, floating left and right, looking at them with cute faces. Oh, Captain, there really are ghosts. Cavendish is excited and intrigued by ghosts. Even zombies have appeared, so what's so strange about ghosts? Baby 5 said while exhaling smoke rings. It's just a trick of pretending to be a ghost. Enel struck directly, and with a wave of his palm, a brontosaurus hit the ghosts in the sky. But unfortunately, the brontosaurus passed through the ghost, and the ghost was unscathed. It's useless. This is a spirit body. Physical attacks are useless. Must use armament Haki. It's useless. This is a spirit body. Physical attacks are useless. Must use armament Haki. After speaking, Lucifer waved his hand. Flying sword. A flying sword covered with armament Haki pierced through the air, instantly piercing through the 7 ghosts in the sky. The 7 ghosts exploded and disappeared without a trace. Armament Haki is the nemesis of the ability user, and can naturally attack the ghosts created by the fruit ability. After dealing with the ghost, Lucifer looked towards the courtyard of the castle. According to observation Haki's lock, Perona who made the ghost is hiding there. And judging by the direction of movement of the breath, she was running away. It was quite decisive to escape. In the original book, Perona also ran away immediately after seeing that the Straw Hat Pirates were not easy to mess with. Today's Lucifer is more difficult to mess with than the Straw Hat Pirates. Of course Perona dare not stay. While scanning the breath, Lucifer also found Moria's location. He was in the deepest part of the castle, still asleep. Go to the courtyard to play. Some zombies are quite strong. Lucifer remembered that Moria had created a group of zombie generals, all of whom were well known and strong during their lifetimes. Captain John, the great old pirate, is also one of them. There is also Wanakuni's dragon-slaying sword hero Ryoma. Cavendish should be able to gain some combat experience against him. Yes, Captain. Cavendish and Baby 5 split up and went to the courtyard of the old castle. Looking at the gloomy castle in front of him, Lucifer smiled evilly. It's time to wake Moria up to pick up the guests. Enel. Clear. Enel grinned ferociously, facing the sky with his palm, and dropped it suddenly. God's punishment. Rumble. A thick bolt of lightning fell from the sky and hit the gloomy castle in an instant. Lightning penetrated the roof of the castle, penetrated through the ceilings of the buildings, and soon penetrated into the depths of the castle. Rumble. An explosion shook the world, and the entire island shook several times. What? A sharp scream sounded from the depths of the castle, and then a big meatball jumped out of the castle. Who is it? Which BD dares to make trouble in my castle? Moria's voice was sharp, bearing a mouthful of fangs as she growled. Behind him, the castle was still emitting billowing smoke. The gravel fell, and the castle would collapse at any moment. Did you 2 bastards do it? Through the dust, Moria noticed the presence of Lucifer and Enel. Suddenly, his pupils shrank, and his eyes widened instantly. It's you, Demon Lucifer. Moria finally saw Lucifer's face clearly. Although the sea area of the Devil's Triangle is isolated from the outside world, Moria can still know the news of the outside world when plundering ships. As the strongest supernova in Sea Circle Calendar 1516, Lucifer has a great reputation, and Moria naturally knows it. You BD, you dare to trouble me, don't you want to live? Shadow Horn Gun. Moria turned her shadow into a giant spear and shot it at Lucifer's face. Clang! A cloud of sparks flew. Moria's shadow horn gun was intercepted in midair, and it was a golden rod that blocked him. Zombie monster, let me play with you, it's up to you, and we don't need our captain to do it. As soon as the words fell, Enel suddenly turned into a bolt of lightning and shot at Moria. Damn, dare to underestimate me, don't be too arrogant. Moria was trembling with anger, and the shadow horn gun exploded at the same time as it retracted, turning into countless bats and flying towards Enel. Scatter the bats. It's a pity that when the bats met Enel, they were all scattered by lightning. Is it actually a Logia ability user? Moria's expression darkened instantly. Yes, this is the power of God. Enel swung the golden staff and sent a snarling ultralisk towards Moria. Humph, what kind of God's power is it? It's just Logia, nothing unusual. Moria roared furiously, stepped forward with her huge body, and smashed the ultralisk apart with a punch. Oh, are you still using armament Haki? Lucifer stood by to watch the battle, and was a little surprised when he saw Moria's move. You know, in the original book in 1520, Moria didn't have armament Haki. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy to be defeated by the Straw Hat Pirates. Of course, who do you think Laozi is? Being underestimated by Lucifer made Moria even more furious. Think about his majestic 7 warlords of the sea, the world-famous big pirate. When did he suffer such insults? Lucifer looked at him with naked disdain, as if he was weak. Aren't you just a dead homeboy? You eat and sleep every day, and your body is fat like a ball. Lucifer said with a smile. Nanny, what are you kidding? Arrogant brat, it's too hateful. Moria seemed to have had a blow to her pride. Her eyes were red as if she was about to eat Lucifer. BD, go to hell with me. Shadow horn gun. Another shadow spear shot at Lucifer, several times faster than before. Really, I wanted Enel to play with you, so why do you have to force me to do it? Lucifer shook his head, helpless. Boom! The shadow horn shot hit Lucifer, and a powerful shockwave erupted, sending endless dust flying in all directions. He, BD, you know how good I am. Seeing the attack hit Lucifer, Moria let out a piercing smirk. However, the laughter soon stopped abruptly. The dust dissipated, Lucifer's palm was forward, and the shadow horn gun was blocked by him, and there was an invisible wall in the middle that blocked the shadow horn gun. No matter how hard Moria tried, she couldn't break through this barrier. The wall of vacuum. Lucifer was expressionless. Just one hand is like the distance between heaven and earth. Hateful. Shen Luo Tianzhang. Before Moria finished speaking, Lucifer had already launched his killer move. The powerful repulsive force pushes the vacuum wall to shoot out suddenly, hitting Moria's body in an instant. The wall of vacuum is also covered with high-density armament Haki, whose power is unparalleled. Moria was hit hard, blood spurted wildly, and her mouth full of fangs shattered to the ground. The huge body shot out backwards like a cannonball, and slammed heavily on the gloomy castle behind him. Afterwards, the castle was pierced and collapsed. Moria still didn't stop, and flew into the forest behind. Big trees along the way were broken, boulders were smashed, and a crack seemed to be cut in the dense forest. Alala, it's flying so far. Lucifer's observation Haki has been locking on Moria, and saw Moria flying thousands of meters away. Luckily Moria's ship was big, otherwise he would have fallen straight into the sea. Hey, Captain Lucifer, didn't you tell me to deal with Moria? Enel was dissatisfied with being robbed of his prey. Lucifer smiled lightly. You can't blame me, it was Lucifer who took the initiative to attack me, so why don't I fight back? Who knew he was so weak that he couldn't even take a single move from me? Then, Lucifer and Enel flew into the forest. Moria was lying in a pothole, covered in cuts and bruises, drenched in blood, her body was distorted, and an unknown number of bones were broken. But he's not dead yet. Moria's huge size gave him tenacious vitality, which can be regarded as his rare advantage. Peanuts jerk. Moria's face was covered with blood, her hazy eyes wanted to open, but she couldn't. Although he didn't die, his body was unable to move due to serious injuries, so he could only be slaughtered with his neck stretched. Before he could finish his intermittent sentence, he completely lost consciousness. Moria fell into a coma, and the power of the shadow fruit naturally failed. Dense shadows appeared everywhere on the island, and these shadows flew into the sky like ghosts, and then dispersed, flying to every corner of the world. Although it is not as weak as imagined, it is not much stronger. Being an otaku really has no future. Lucifer shook his head, slightly raising his right hand. Flying sword. Call out. A flying sword pierced through the air, piercing Moria's chest instantly. Moria's huge body twitched, and finally fell silent. Ding, host kills the pirate Moria and gets 30,000 killing points. 30,000? Like Rob Lucci? Lucifer thought Moria was worthless, but unexpectedly, there are quite a lot. However, it is also understandable that although Moria's current strength has regressed a lot, at least she can still use armament Haki. He is weak in physical skills and slow in speed. When converted into overall strength, he should be on par with Rob Lucci. After beheading Moria, Lucifer's total kill points went back to 40,000. Rebirth. Lucifer stretched out his palm to point at Moria's corpse, grabbed it hard, and an invisible force was locked by him. After merging with the fruit in the left hand, a devil fruit with a dark body and spiral patterns on the surface was born, which is Moria's shadow fruit. The ability of the shadow fruit is not strong, on the contrary, Lucifer even thinks it is a bit tasteless. The shadow fruit can capture the shadow of others and combine with corpses to create loyal zombie soldiers. But there is a premise, that is, the owner of the robbed shadow cannot die. Once the master dies, the shadow will disappear, and the zombie soldiers are useless. In this way, after Moria sees the shadow of another person, she couldn't kill that person, which was tantamount to leaving troubles for herself. Cutting the grass does not remove the roots, and the spring breeze blows and regenerates. This kind of behavior of the shadow fruit ability user will only bring endless enemies to himself, and you can't kill these enemies yet. He can kill you, but you cannot kill him. This shortcoming alone means that Yingying fruit is a tasteless one. System, recover the shadow fruit. Ding, the shadow fruit has been recovered, and you have obtained 10,000 killing points. Sure enough, even the system judged that the value of the shadow fruit is not high. Properties panel. Host, Lucifer. Age, 23. Devil fruit, word spirit fruit. Physique, hell devil. Armament Haki, pinnacle. Observation Haki, advanced. Conqueror's Haki, advanced. Kill points, 50,000. Killing Moria provided Lucifer with 40,000 kill points, and Lucifer's total kill points have reached 50,000. Just then, footsteps sounded. Cavendish and Baby 5 came running from a distance. Judging by their appearance, they have experienced a hard battle just now, but they have not suffered any injuries. Captain, you moved too fast, I hit halfway just now, and those zombies died by themselves. Cavendish's fighting spirit has not faded. He was fighting against a group of zombie generals alone just now, some of them were very powerful, and they played hard and enjoyable. That can only mean that your strength is too weak. If you are strong enough, you won't be held back by the soldiers. How? Have you found a worthy opponent? I found it. It's the legendary swordsman Ryoma, the dragon-slaying warrior. Cavendish was thrilled. As a swordsman, I have heard of the existence of Ryoma more or less. This legendary dragon-slaying warrior, whose swordsmanship has reached its peak, is famous all over the world, and is the goal of countless swordsmen. Many swordsmen practice hard, just want to become a great swordsman like Longma. He and Hawkeye are the monuments in the hearts of countless swordsmen. Captain, I got this from Ryoma. Cavendish handed a sword to Lucifer, and it turned out to be a black knife. Kyushui is one of the 21 craftsmen of Dokuai Deo, and it is also a national treasure of Wanakuni. Although it is a big sharp sword, it has been refined into a black sword by Longma. So far, Lucifer knows of the existence of 2 black knives in total. One is the black knife knight in Hawkeye's hand, and the other is the black knife Kyushui in his hand. Clang. Lucifer pulled out the autumn water suddenly, a cold light flashed in Lucifer's eyes. The blade is black and purple, with a red zigzag pattern, which is the character of Chaotic Blade and Big Reverse T. Sure enough, it's a good knife, but it's a pity that it's useless to me. Lucifer is not a swordsman, and his ability does not require him to learn swordsmanship. This black knife fell into his hands, destined to be only a collectible. However, as a collectible, the weight of Heideo Kyushui is heavy enough. There are few treasures comparable to Heideo Kyushui in the world. Let's go, Moria's dead, there's nothing worth hunting on this island. Lucifer turned around and asked 033 Enel and others to leave the island. Back on the Nether, we sailed away from the thriller bark soon. After Moria was killed, the fog that shrouded the sea area of the Devil's Triangle seemed to have dissipated. Lucifer found the right direction and soon left the Devil's Triangle sea area. At the same time, those pirates captured by Moria also escaped from the thriller bark. I think it won't be long before the news of Wuhai Moria's death will spread. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. After a period of recuperation, Admiral Kizaru finally regained some spirit. In the ward, Kizaru was lying leisurely on the hospital bed. The adjutant next to him, Rangers, peeled an apple and respectfully sent it to Kizaru. Kizaru Admiral, rain or shine? Well, thank you so much, Rangers. Kizaru took a bite of the apple, it was juicy and sweet. Well, such a life is really wonderful. No need to go to work, no overtime, and no need to be injured in battle. Kizaru can't help squinting his eyes, he enjoys this kind of life very much. Although his injury is not completely healed, he can actually be discharged from the hospital, and he can also recuperate at home. But Kizaru didn't want to leave. Staying in the hospital, I have to wear clothes, stretch my hands to eat, and open my mouth every day, and there are beautiful nurses who take care of me. Such days are what Kizaru dreamed of. If possible, Jiuyuan really wants to stay in the hospital for the rest of his life. Suddenly he felt that this injury seemed to be a good one. At least in exchange for a few months of vacation, the good days can last for a long time. Boom! Suddenly, the door of the ward was knocked open. Marshal Sengoku pushed the door open and entered, his face a bit unsightly. Polisalino, how long are you going to stay in the hospital? The doctor has already said, you can leave the hospital. Sengoku rushed to Kizaru's bed aggressively. No, Mr. Sengoku, the old man's injury is not healed yet. Kizaru pursed his lips and said. The monster Lucifer's attack was terrible, and it was very difficult to keep his life disabled. According to the current situation, it may take 3 months or even half a year to recuperate before being discharged from the hospital. The doctor said that with Kizaru's physique, he could be discharged from the hospital within a week or 2 of recuperation, and fully recovered in a month or 2. But Kizaru extended the time several times on this basis. Sengoku looked at Kizaru's obscene appearance, and the anger in his heart was burning, and he could hardly suppress it. Stop talking stupid, Kizaru, you are Marine Admiral, there are many things waiting for you to deal with, you don't have so much time for fishing. Get up, old man. No way, Marshal Sengoku, old man. Suddenly, Kizaru's expression changed, and he hurriedly clutched his chest. No, the wound Lucifer left me is open again. Nurse, where is the nurse? The old man needs urgent treatment, the kind that is close to you. A dozen well characters appeared in front of Sengoku's forehead instantly, and his fists were tightly clenched, wishing to punch the yellow monkey to death. He had never seen a marine admiral like Kizaru, who didn't even want his face for fishing. Not only Kizaru, but all the 3 admirals under him didn't let him worry. Kizaru salted fish, Aokiji lazy, sleepy and too aggressive. Sengoku's head has grown a lot over the decades he's been marshal. UBD, I'm going to dye my hair again after this time. Several major events happened one after another recently, which made Sengoku's hair gray faster. Only by dyeing his hair can he maintain his old and vigorous appearance. Okay, don't pretend, I have already agreed to your salary application. Sengoku suppressed the anger in his heart, gritted his teeth and said. Don't say that, Marshal Sengoku, the old man's injury is real, and that monster Lucifer is very strong. This mission, the old man almost lost his life. Speaking of Lucifer, Kizaru's face was less wretched and more dignified. Thinking of the monster that seriously injured him, Huang Yuan had to take it seriously. Okay, stop talking nonsense, I have already paid your work-related injury compensation. Sengoku waved his hand, returning to a serious demeanor. I came to you this time to ask, what exactly is Lucifer's ability? You fought him, you should know it best. Speaking of business, Kizaru also put away his wretched expression and revealed a serious expression. Lucifer has many abilities, and to be honest, I'm not sure what fruit he ate. However, the old man has a guess. After some conversation, Marshal Sengoku left the Marine Hospital with a solemn expression. Once back at the Naval Headquarters building, immediately ordered the adjutant to call a meeting of the Marine executives. In the Marine conference room, many senior Marine officials arrived. Sengoku is sitting at the main seat, Admiral Aokiji is on the left, Great Staff Crane is on the right, and Vice Admiral Garp is on the right. Many Marine Vice Admirals have arrived. The atmosphere in the conference room was serious, and Vice Admiral Garp rarely ate his donuts and messed with Sengoku. Guys, I just got back from Marine Hospital. Let me tell you the good news first, Kizaru's injury has almost recovered, and he will be able to return to work soon. As soon as this remark came out, all the Marine executives in the conference room showed joy. Marine 3 Admiral is the highest combat power of Marine. Without one, it is always incomplete. Now that Kizaru is back, the strength of naval headquarters can be regarded as the peak. Secondly, there is information about Lucifer from Kizaru. During the battle with Lucifer, Kizaru saw with his own eyes that Lucifer used flashes, swords, gravity, and gravity. How powerful these forces are, I think you already know. Kizaru is not sure what kind of fruit ability user Lucifer is, but he got a guess based on Lucifer's fighting style. According to him, every time Lucifer makes a move, he will call out the name of the move. Kizaru thought it was a habit at first, but later determined that it was not a habit. Lucifer's ability may be triggered by sound. Ability triggered by sound. Isn't that only the sonic fruit can do it? Sound devil fruit is very rare, and there is only one sound wave fruit recorded in Marine. Lucifer is not a sonic fruit ability user. To be precise, his ability is more like a kind of ability to speak. Lucifer triggers the ability through language. As long as he speaks, the ability can be activated. He is very likely to be a person with the ability to speak the fruit of the spirit. Spirit fruit. The hearts of all present jumped. Word spirit is a power that only exists in legends, more like a fairy tale. Legend has it that the gods who created the world used the power of words to create mountains, rivers, land and seas, land, water, wind and fire, and finally built the entire world. He possesses the power to speak the law, can turn what he speaks into reality, can create things in the void, and can control natural disasters. He can do anything? Marshal Sengoku, are you sure? Lucifer is really a person with the ability to speak the fruit of words. There is Marine Vice Admiral who doesn't believe it. Or rather, they couldn't believe it. The fruit of the spirit of speech, the ability to say what you say, and turn what you say into reality is too heaven-defying. This power should never exist. The existence of devil fruit is already very heaven-defying, let alone have such a heaven-defying ability. Think about it, there is an enemy who can use every power that has ever appeared in the world just by opening his mouth. Flash, lightning, flame, ice, magma, gravity, earthquake, all powerful abilities, he can use them just by saying a word. How to defeat such an enemy? Just thinking about it, the hearts of those present felt powerless. Even Marine Vice Admiral Garp and Admiral Aokiji are buzzing in their heads at the moment. They have traveled across the sea for decades, but they can't think of any way to deal with Lucifer. Not only can Lucifer use a variety of natural disaster forces, he can also weaken the power of others. According to Kizaru, just one word from Lucifer was able to cancel his attack, reducing the speed and power of his flash by half. The only thing that can be so heaven-defying is the word spirit fruit. According to the information obtained so far, Lucifer can't directly use the power of words to kill the enemy, which is the only good news. Hehe, if you can't directly let people die, can this be considered good news? The presence of Marine executives seem to have thousands of grass and mud horses galloping past. The power of the fruit of words is already very heaven-defying. If it can directly kill people, what is there to fight? Just let all Marines commit suicide? Marshal Sengoku, is there a way to restrain Lucifer? For example, the fruit of silence. A Marine Vice Admiral put forward an idea, which caught the eyes of the Marine executives present. Devil fruits generate and restrain each other. No matter how heaven-defying, there will be a force zone to restrain it. Maybe a top fruit will be restrained by a very tasteless fruit. The fruit of silence is just a very inconspicuous fruit, its ability is very weak and tasteless, and its only ability, Li Zhaozhao, is to eliminate sound. But that seems to be able to completely restrain Lucifer. As long as Lucifer's voice is muted, won't he be unable to use his abilities? Many Marine Vice Admirals seem to have found a way to defeat Lucifer, feeling very excited. Fruit of silence? Sengoku's expression was complicated. Because he mentioned the fruit of silence, he couldn't help but think of that extremely kind person. His godson, Corazon. That is a person who maintains the pure goodness of human nature and thinks of others no matter what the situation is. Unfortunately, he died at the hands of his big brother, Doflamingo. He is the previous owner of Silent Fruit. After Corazon's death, the fruit of silence disappeared without a trace. To be precise, Lucifer triggers abilities through words, not sounds. I'm not sure if the silent fruit works. And the fruit of silence has a limited range of action, and it must be close to Lucifer. But you have to know that even if Lucifer doesn't use the fruit ability, his own combat power should not be underestimated. Just getting close to him is not an easy task. But you have to know that even if Lucifer doesn't use the fruit ability, his own combat power should not be underestimated. Just getting close to him is not an easy task. However, the fruit of silence provides us with a way of thinking, and it is worth trying. Kizaru, after the meeting is over, immediately mobilize the intelligence department to track down the news of the silent fruit. Sengoku looked at Crane Vice Admiral and gave an order. Yes, I understand. Crane Vice Admiral nodded. Okay, today's meeting is over here. If anyone has other feasible strategies, you can let me know as soon as possible. Lucifer has become a serious problem. His ability is too heaven-defying. Any feasible strategy is worth trying. Facing Lucifer's godlike abilities, Naval headquarters had to be cautious. Although it is a stupid way to cast a wide net to catch fish, it is currently the only way Sengoku can use it. Many Marine executives left, leaving only Sengoku, Kizaru, and Garp in the conference room. Sengoku, for Lucifer, the world government should have other strategies, right? Kizaru Vice Admiral knows Sengoku well, and Sengoku left her and Garp alone, which already shows the problem. That's right, the world government wants to invite Lucifer to be a Shishibukai. For both Garp and Kizaru, Sengoku has nothing to hide. It really is like this again. Although Garp is usually joking and heartless, he has his own marine standpoint. He never liked Shishibukai scum. Lucifer committed a heinous crime and killed a vice admiral, 4 rear admirals, and more than 5,000 marine soldiers in naval headquarters. 600. It is not an exaggeration to say that naval headquarters and Lucifer have a blood feud. However, when naval headquarters was trying to eliminate Lucifer, the world government was trying to recruit Lucifer, completely ignoring his crimes. For Marine, this is undoubtedly a kind of betrayal. For those Marines who died at the hands of Lucifer, it was even more a blatant insult. They fought bloody battles to eliminate Lucifer, and finally paid the price with their lives. But the government of the world turned a blind eye to all this, and instead wanted to recruit the murderer. So what are their sacrifices? What's the point? Garp can imagine what kind of riots will be caused in Marine once the news of recruiting Lucifer to become a Shishibukai spreads. I don't know how many Marine soldiers' faith will be broken. I know you're mad, Garp, and so am I. But this is an order from the government of the world, and we can only execute it. Sengoku was also angry, but there was nothing he could do. In the final analysis, Marine is only a force under the command of the world government, and everything must obey the orders of the world government. Even if he is a marshal, he can't help himself. So what if Marine would be angry? The government of the world has never considered Marine's feelings. Or rather, they simply don't care. They are aloof and regard all living beings in the world as ants. In the eyes of the world authorities, Marine is just a tool to maintain the balance of the world. As a master, how can you care about the idea of tools? When the Shishibukai was recruited in the past, wouldn't it also cause an uproar? Didn't they all be suppressed in the end? Which of those Shishibukai didn't have a blood feud with Marine? Among them, Doflamingo has a feud with Sengoku to kill his son. Isn't Sengoku the same? If you want to recruit Lucifer, you must have a vacancy, right? Today Shishibukai is full and there are no vacancies. Crane Vice Admiral said calmly. Big Bear has agreed to be Vegapunk's experimental subject and can abdicate at any time. And this is the news I just received. Sengoku took out a document and handed it to Kizaru Vice Admiral. In the past few days, there have been news of the return of the shadow of the person whose shadow was taken from all over the world. Combined with Lucifer's sailing route, Moria must have died in his hands. It can be said that now is the best time to recruit Lucifer. Various events, some are coincidences, some are accidents. But in the end, it all became fate. Lucifer is rebellious and murderous. I'm afraid he won't accept the solicitation of the world's government. No matter how much nonsense we talk here, we may only get a veto from Lucifer in the end. Garp said angrily. That's why I let you go. Sengoku said solemnly, Lucifer is moody. I send someone else, it is likely to die in Lucifer's hands. It's safest to send you there. Following Sengoku's order, a warship leaves naval headquarters. On the bow of the warship is a big dog biting a bone. This is the exclusive warship of marine hero Garp. Reluctantly, Zhang accepted Sengoku's order. Garp also didn't want to see young marines die in vain. See Circle Calendar in 1516, the sea was changing and the waves were treacherous. In the first half of the Grand Line, there was a demon named Lucifer, who can be called a rare newcomer since the beginning of the era of great pirates. In just a few months since his debut, he became famous all over the world. Before entering the New World, the bounty has exceeded 500 million berries. In New World in the second half of the Grand Line, the situation is even more unpredictable. The Red Hair Pirates led by Shanks finally defeated all competitors and became the final victor after dozens of battles. The red-haired Shanks ascended to the throne of the Emperor. The era of the 4 emperors is coming. On the Erebus, Lucifer looked at the newspaper in his hand. The huge headline was very eye-catching. The entire page of the newspaper is covered by the red-haired face, and the haki of the red-haired Shanks can be felt through the newspaper. Redhead has finally become a super big pirate on an equal footing with Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom. There is also a reward order for red hair in the newspaper. Red-haired Shanks, with a bounty of 3,565,800,000 Baileys, is a heinous crime, regardless of life or death. 6 years later, the bounty for the red hair is 4,004,890 market profits. From the moment this reward order appeared, New World officially entered the era of 4 emperors. The 4 emperors pirates have come to New World, opening up a new situation in New World. With the 4 emperors pirate group ruling New World, the living space left for other pirate groups will be further compressed. From then on, the New World will become more cruel. Pirates without strength cannot survive after entering the New World, and it will completely become a real pirate pasture. The era of the 4 emperors is coming? Is the red hair the youngest of the 4 emperors? Cavendish stood aside holding the reward order, muttering to himself. Yes, he is only 33 years old this year, very young compared to the other 3. The red-haired youth means that his peak period can last for a long time. If nothing else, redheads will dominate the New World for the next few decades. A guy with a broken arm can be so strong, so who cut off his arm? Enel looked at the newspaper and couldn't help asking out his doubts. Not only Enel is curious about this, but Cavendish and Baby are also curious. Even all the bigwigs in the world are curious. About Hungfa's broken arm, outsiders don't know the reason, only know that when Hungfa came back from East Blue, he broke an arm. But East Blue is the weakest sea, there are very few pirates with a bounty of more than 30 million. Who can cut off the redhead's arm? Over time, this incident has also become an unsolved mystery of the Grand Line. Lucifer looked at the red-haired reward and smiled calmly. All I can say is that everything is due to fate. The reason for the red hair's broken arm is really nonsense. It can be said that this is the biggest hole Oda has ever dug, and it can't be filled no matter how hard it is. Tang Tang's red hair was bitten off by a small sea king's in order to save a little furry boy. If this statement spreads out, people will laugh out loud. What kind of person is a redhead? Haki's cultivation base is extremely strong. How is it possible to get an arm bitten off by a small sea king's? As long as he uses armament Haki, even if he stands there for the sea kings to bite, he won't be able to break his skin. Outburst Conqueror's Haki, who can knock sea kings unconscious with a single glance. Even if it was to save Luffy, it wouldn't be like this. With red hair's strength, there is no conflict between saving people and killing sea kings. It doesn't even take a tenth of a second to do two things at the same time. It can only be said that all this is to inspire Luffy, the son of destiny. It's just that this huge pit has left a dark history for red-haired Shanks that can never be erased. Dispelling the boring thoughts in his mind, Lucifer looked at the three of Enel and said calmly, "Okay, the red hair is none of our business, we will enter the new world soon, and the red hair pirates will also be one of the potential enemies by then. The new world is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, and the strong are like clouds. With your current strength, you are still far behind. The most important thing is to strengthen your training first." After speaking, Lucifer waved his hand and pressed down on Enel Cavendish. Gravity crush. A burst of gravity immediately crushed Enel and Cavendish on the boat. Suffering from the strong gravity, Enel and Cavendish seem to be carrying a mountain on their backs, and they can hardly move. But soon, the two gritted their teeth and started doing push-ups to exercise their physical strength. These days, Lucifer trains them that way. Enel and Cavendish were used to it. Practicing in a gravity environment, Enel and Cavendish's physical enhancement speed is very fast. Because Lucifer entangled armament Haki in the gravity area, their Haki cultivation base also improved by leaps and bounds during the cultivation process. "Captain Lucifer, there is a marine warship ahead, approaching us." Suddenly, Baby Five's voice sounded. "Marine? How dare they come to your door?" Lucifer smiled. "Isn't this the prey that throws itself into the net? Have you seen who is leading the team?" Lucifer picked up the wine glass and asked with a chuckle. "It's Garp, marine hero Garp." Baby let out an exclamation. "Garp." Lucifer's face also changed slightly. Also at this time, Lucifer lifted gravity. Garp is no ordinary marine. Although it is Marine Vice Admiral, but his strength is stronger than Admiral. Lucifer still remembers that in the past life novel post-bar, many Haimai said that Garp was the only one who caused the decline of strength. This old guy still maintains his peak combat power. Who is Garp? Is he strong? Enel asked doubtfully. "Very strong, of course strong." Cavendish lost his composure. Garp is the hero of Marine, the legendary Marine who drove the One Piece King Luoji to a desperate situation several times in the old days. Naval headquarters actually sent him. It's not a good thing. Facing Garp, all pirates will be involuntarily afraid, which has nothing to do with courage, and Cavendish is no exception. Only Enel, the ignorant without fear, feels nothing. The speed of the warship was very fast, and it didn't take long for the nether to enter the opponent's range. However, the opponent's warship did not launch an attack. It's not right, why didn't the other party open fire? Cavendish looked at the warship ahead with some doubts. The nether did not fire because there were no cannons installed, but the opponent's warship had heavy artillery. And what Garp likes most is throwing cannonballs with bare hands, which is more powerful than artillery bombardment. Call out? Suddenly, Lucifer saw a figure shoot out from the warship. The figure walked in the sky and quickly approached the nether. "You dare to charge up alone, isn't it too arrogant?" Enel turned into lightning, soared into the sky, and flew directly towards the figure in the sky. Boom! The moment the lightning and the shadow came into contact, the lightning was instantly scattered. Enel turned back into reality and fell from the sky. Universal pull. Lucifer raised his hand to grab Enel and put it back on the guest. I saw that the corner of Enel's mouth was bleeding, and the left half of his cheek had been crooked. "Really, don't be impulsive, you are still so impulsive." Lucifer shook his head, a little speechless. In the face of Garp, the only one who dared to rush forward, except for Luffy, was Enel. Call out? A black shadow from the sky descended from the sky and landed on it. The marine coat is fluttering in the wind, and although Garp is old, he is still full of momentum. "Ah, the lightning kid is too arrogant." The old man punched him for a while. "Lucifer kid, you don't mind." Garp laughed, calmly. "What if I mind?" Garp clearly wants to give Lucifer a bad start, but Lucifer will not follow his wishes. "Enel is my crew, and I can only teach you a lesson. Garp, you are too arrogant." As soon as the words fell, Lucifer raised his hand and slapped Garp at the bow. The air exploded, and an invisible force burst out of the air, instantly knocking Garp into the air. Garp stepped on the moonwalk and stopped in midair, squeezed his fist, feeling numb for a while. What a strong armament Haki. Garp looked a little dignified. He could feel that Lucifer didn't use the power of the fruit of words just now, but used the purest armament Haki. Release armament Haki in the air, and it can hit the same attack effect as a shock wave. It is rare for Garp to practice armament Haki to this level at such a young age. Even without the power of the word spirit fruit, Lucifer's own combat power should not be underestimated. Lucifer, kid, you really are not simple. It's a pity that a genius like you has embarked on the evil path of pirates. Garp seemed a little sorry. Stop talking nonsense, what are you doing here today? Lucifer was nonchalant. Since the two sides are opposed, there is no need to pretend to be false. Oh, I'm sorry, the old man almost forgot the business, sorry. Garp suddenly changed his face, from a murderous marine to a funny one. It's like this. The world government wants to invite you to become 7 warlords of the sea. This is an invitation letter. As he spoke, Garp took out an invitation letter from his pocket and threw it at Lucifer. The invitation letter was thrown out by Garp, spinning fast like a dart. 0 for flowers. Lucifer clasped the invitation letter between his fingers. Find me a Shishibukai. The corner of Lucifer's mouth revealed a sneer, but he didn't open the invitation. Not long ago, Marine Admiral Kizaru led troops to arrest me, and now he is recruiting me again. Are all Marines this capricious? Garp's face was a bit ugly, and as expected, Lucifer did not accept the idea of becoming Shishibukai. At the same time, this behavior was ridiculed by Lucifer. Although this is the order of the world's government, Marine's position is repeated, and it is Marine's face that is lost. Speak directly, do you agree or refuse? Garp picked his nose, dug out a large booger, and made a gesture of indifference. Just kidding, 10 Garp is no match for Lucifer, and now is the most suitable posture for him. Of course I refused. Lucifer threw the invitation letter into the sea casually. I have no interest in becoming a lackey of the world's government. 0. This kind of thing is more suitable for you Marine to do. Marine helped the evildoers and helped the celestial dragons oppress the common people, which caused a lot of public grievances. Many people are saying that Marine is a running dog of the world government. Because of this, the Revolutionary Army was born. Garp was speechless because he couldn't find a reason to refute it. And the leader of the Revolutionary Army is his own son? If you don't agree, I don't care about it. On the contrary, I don't want you to become a Shishibukai. This is the end of the matter, the old man is leaving. Garp hadn't hoped for the assignment, and Lucifer's refusal was within his expectations. What? This is leaving? Lucifer twisted his neck. Then what else do you want? Do you want to fight the old man? Garp sensed Lucifer's killing intent, clenched his fist and made a few crackling sounds. If you want to compete with the old man, you little brat is still 100 years away. Who is strong and who is weak, you will only know after fighting. It's rare to see the legendary marine hero, so naturally I have to ask for advice. Call out? As soon as the words fell, Lucifer disappeared on the deck in an instant. In the next second, the sky above his head split open, shooting out countless flying swords and long knives. Blade storm. With a big wave of Lucifer's hand, countless sharp blade storms shot towards Garp. Come on well, Bones. Garp clenched his fist with his right hand, and it was pitch black. He punched out, and the air exploded. The strength of the fist turned into a shock wave and roared out, hitting the sharp blade storm. Clang, 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 clang. There was a sound of metal clattering, and the sharp blade storm was directly defeated. Countless flying swords and long knives exploded and scattered in all directions. It's really not easy. Garp was the first to defeat the blade storm so easily. Take a punch from the old man. Garp teleported to Lucifer's side, already smashing his black fist into his head. Boom! A shock wave erupted, setting off a violent wind and waves. Lucifer flew tens of meters away, and a dark wall of vacuum appeared in the palm of his left hand. It was it just now, blocking Garp's iron fist. It's such a hard defense, the old man couldn't break it. Garp stared, looking a little surprised. It's too early to be surprised. Lightsaber back Akainu. Lucifer waved his hand, and countless golden swords appeared around his body. The long sword pierced through the air, shooting towards Garp like a rainstorm. Fist bone meteor swarm. Garp threw out both fists, splitting into countless afterimages, just like Senju Avalokitesvara. Countless punch shock waves hit the lightsaber, triggering a series of big explosions. Boom, 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 boom. Fireballs erupted continuously in the sky, triggering the monstrous 7 sea of flames to spread. Several luminous swords shot into the sea, blasting out huge hollows one after another. While Garp's figure flickered, he kept making shots, unexpectedly blocking all of Lucifer's killing moves. What kind of medicine does this old guy take? How can he still have such combat power at such an age? Lucifer stretched out his finger and aimed at Garp in the distance. Gravity crush. With a loud bang, the sea was instantly pressed out of a huge hollow. Above the pit, Garp was hit by gravity head-on, and his body fell rapidly. But when he was about to fall into the sea, Pu abruptly stopped his fall. The figure flickered continuously and appeared thousands of meters away. Ha 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 ha, Lucifer, I won't play with you anymore. Garp laughed out loud, and his speed increased sharply again, and he walked away into the distance. He actually ran away directly. And in the distance, the marine warship is also waiting there. It turned out that when the battle broke out between Lucifer and Garp, the warship had already evacuated first. Want to go? It's not that easy. Lucifer flaps his demon wings and gives chase. At the same time, stretch out your palm and grab Garp, universal pull. A burst of gravitational force spanned thousands of meters across the sky and hit Garp in the distance, making Garp stagnate and fly back instantly. But he quickly broke away from the gravitational zone and fled again. Garp's physical skills are very strong, and the distance he can teleport with shave and moonwalk is very large. Ha 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 ha, Lucifer, you can't keep this old man, so don't waste your efforts. If you want to kill this old man, you are still 110,000 years too early. Garp's voice came again. At the same time, countless shockwaves of punches were hitting Lucifer in an attempt to intercept his pursuit. Lucifer blocked the shockwave of punching force, and then stopped in midair. Lucifer pointed to the sky with one hand, mobilized armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki in the body, Mahamudra of the Sage. Rumble. A huge palm descended from the sky, the whole body was pitch black but the periphery was covered with a layer of red substance. For this palm, Lucifer not only used armament Haki to release, but also used Conqueror's Haki to wrap. Creation of the Void combines armed colors and Conqueror's Haki. Once the palm print is released, it will shake the world. Boom! A palm fell, carrying powerful power to destroy everything, and instantly hit Garp in the distance. A powerful shock wave erupted, and immediately punched out a huge hollow in the shape of a palm. Garp was attacked and was sent flying, like a falling meteor, disappearing into the sky. There is no beep from the system, which means that Garp is not dead. Old guy, if you run fast this time, we will have a long time to come. Lucifer flapped the wings of the demon, turned into a black shadow and returned to the nether. If Lucifer insists on chasing, he can still catch up with Garp. But it is almost impossible to kill Garp. Garp is very powerful, no one has the absolute certainty to kill him. As for the warship under him, Lucifer used observation Haki to mop it up. Except for one adjutant, there was no strong person on board. Even if killed, Lucifer won't get many kill points. There was no point in pursuing it forcefully, so Lucifer gave up. Soon, Lucifer returned to the Erebus. Seeing Lucifer's return, the three of Enel Cavendish immediately greeted him. Captain, how's it going? Did you kill Garp? Enel asked the most direct and boldest question. Judging by the way he was furious, it was obvious that Garp had punched him and he was holding a grudge. To say that Enel's trip to Qinghai is a bit pitiful. After coming to Qinghai with Lucifer, Enel was beaten violently by Kizaru first, and then by Garp. There was not much chance to pretend. No, let him escape. Lucifer shook his head. Damn old guy, wait until the next time I see him, I will never let him go. Enel gritted his teeth angrily. Then you have to work hard, you are still too far away from killing Garp. Lucifer didn't hit Enel. With the current Enel, it would be nice not to be instantly killed by Garp. Even if Enel grows up and wants to kill Garp, the chances are slim. Marine heroes are not just talk. If Garp was really that easy to kill, he wouldn't have survived until now. On the other side, Garp walked through the air and finally returned to his warship. Vice Admiral Garp, are you alright? Seeing Garp coming back, the adjutant Bogart hurried forward to inquire. Ha 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 ha, how could something be wrong with the old man? Lucifer, that brat wanted to kill me, 110,000 years too early. 17. Garp laughed loudly, and there was no injury on his body. 0. But only Garp knew that his right arm had been broken. Lucifer's last move was not so easy to catch. Pu covered his whole body with armament Haki to block it. If it wasn't for the distance, he would have suffered even more serious injuries. Sure enough, this kid has grown up completely, and it's impossible to get rid of him. Through today's battle, Garp understands that Lucifer's strength has fully grown, and even he may not be able to defeat Lucifer head-on. The chances of Marine trying to kill Lucifer are slim to none. Even if all the Marines come out, they may not be able to kill Lucifer. His abilities are too diverse, and the ability to fly alone has made Lucifer invincible. Blue blue blue, blue blue blue. Suddenly, the phone bug rang. Garp connects to the phone bug, and the snail turns into Sengoku. Hey, Garp, how's it going? Sengoku's voice came from the opposite side. As expected, Lucifer declined. Garp replied. Is that really the case? But that's good too, because it won't cause commotion inside Marine. Both Sengoku and Garp did not want Lucifer to become a Shishibukai. It was just an order from the government of the world, and the two had to carry it out. But now, it was Lucifer himself who rejected the invitation. It wasn't that they didn't work hard, and the government of the world couldn't blame them. How's your side? Is there anything wrong? Ha 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 ha, it's okay, it's just a fight with Lucifer. That brat is indeed very strong, but he can't help it. That's good, come back first, let's discuss the matter of Lucifer in the long run. After the battle with Kappa 2.8, the Nether continued to move forward along the route. After going around for 10 days, Lucifer and his party finally arrived at Sabayati Archipelago. Sabayati Archipelago is the end of the first half of the Grand Line, adjacent to the Red King continent. The archipelago is made up of 79 alkaman mangroves, the ground is the roots, and bubbles will emerge from the ground. There are towns and facilities on each tree, equivalent to 79 small islands. Sabayati Archipelago is the end of the first half of the Grand Line, starting from the starting point of the Red Line. No matter which route you choose, you will eventually arrive at this island. It can be said that this is the only place to enter the New World. Sabayati Archipelago is very close to Naval headquarters, and Marineford is next to it. As long as there is an accident on the island, Marine will arrive immediately. Marine also set up a marine branch on the Sabayati archipelago, so generally no pirates dare to make trouble on the island. But this island is not as safe as imagined. On the contrary, Sabayati archipelago is more dangerous than many three free islands in the first half of the Grand Line. Not only countless pirates gathered on the Sabayati archipelago, but also a large number of bounty hunters and human traffickers. The most dangerous of them are not pirates and bounty hunters, but human traffickers. They are looking for prey in illegal areas. As long as they are targeted, it is difficult to escape their clutches. Some people who come here for the first time will be killed or robbed if they are not careful, and then captured by traffickers. There are many human trafficking shops and slave auctions on the Sabayati archipelago, providing human traffickers with a one-stop service of catching and selling people until the last bit of value of the prey is squeezed dry. There are powerful forces behind these slave auction houses, even the shadow of celestial dragons, so even Marine will not touch them. Marine also kindly refers to human trafficking shops and slave auction houses as job placement places, which means a place to help you find a job. I have to say, Marine is so dark sometimes. He talked about protecting justice and eradicating darkness. But the darkness is clearly right under their noses, but they turn a blind eye. All this is because Marine's immediate boss, the world government, is itself the greatest darkness. Celestial dragons are the darkest beings in this world. Nether is docked at GR Port number 13, which is an illegal area, and Port 10 is docked with many pirate ships. Lucifer took Enel and Baby 5 to the island to buy supplies, while Cavendish stayed on the boat to watch the boat. Hey, is that guy Lucifer? Unmistakable, it's the demon Lucifer. I didn't expect that he also arrived at the Sabayati archipelago. Among this year's supernovas, the demon Lucifer is the most dazzling, and the bounty has already exceeded 500 million Baileys. There are pirates around who recognize Lucifer's identity and whisper to each other. There was a hint of fear in the eyes looking at Lucifer. The devil Lucifer, with a bounty of 530 million Baileys, has committed a heinous crime, regardless of life or death. If you can kill him, Laozi will send it. This is a rare prey. If you miss this time, you will have no chance. There is also Thor Enel and the battle-made Baby 5, all three are bounty criminals. In addition to the pirates, many bounty hunters are eyeing Lucifer secretly. To be exact, they're after Lucifer's head. They were trembling with excitement holding the reward orders for Lucifer and Enel Baby 5. There is always a group of bounty hunters in this world who are not afraid of death. They were blinded by money, and when they saw Lucifer, there was only bounty in their eyes, and they completely forgot how terrible Lucifer was. Brave pirates and bounty hunters abound. In the original book, there are pirates who attacked Admiral Kizaru and bounty hunters who hunted down the Straw Hat pirates. Call out? A figure appeared beside Lucifer, laughing ferociously. Ha ha ha, more than 500 million heads, Laozi won. The huge machete slashed at Lucifer's neck, as if blood would splatter 3 feet in the next moment. Boom! With a gunshot, the man's head exploded, and the body fell powerlessly in a pool of blood. Stupid guy, it's disgusting. Behind Lucifer, Baby 5 withdrew his finger, and the finger that became the gun barrel was still smoking. Killing an overwhelmed clown didn't scare off the bounty hunters in the shadows. Instead, they showed up one by one. Soon, the 3 of Lucifer were surrounded by bounty hunters. There were hundreds of them. Demon Lucifer, you're done. Give it up, you're dead today. The head with a reward of more than 500 million must belong to Laozi. A group of bounty hunters were talking nonsense, with grim faces, staring at Lucifer as if they were their prey. Lucifer was expressionless, showing a pair of dead fish eyes, feeling a little bored. This kind of provocation by miscellaneous fish can't be avoided no matter where you go. It can only be said that there are too many miscellaneous fish in the world of One Piece who are not afraid of death. Kill it, leave no one behind. Lucifer waved his hand boredly. As soon as the voice fell, Baby 5's hands turned into scimitars, turning into a gust of wind and rushing into the crowd. Accompanied by several screams and blood splashing, more than a dozen bounty hunters fell in a pool of blood. Bang, 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 bang. Several bounty hunters shot Enel, the bullets piercing through the body, leaving several holes. One of the shots also went through Enel's head, leaving him without an eye. It's a pity that in the next second, lightning covered the wound and quickly returned to its original shape. It's really poor ants. It's time for you to experience the power of God. Enel laughed ferociously. His palm turned into a thunderbolt, and raised his hand to shoot a thunder dragon. Thunder Dragon roared and charged into the crowd, engulfing more than a dozen people in an instant. With a burst of screams, Tian and several bounty hunters were all electrocuted into coke. Lucifer looked at the dozen or so bounty hunters rushing up, and waved his hand, as if cutting through the space. Wind blade. The gust of wind rose out of thin air and roared out, as sharp as a sharp blade. Puff, 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 puff. A group of bounty hunters were cut off at the waist and died in an extremely miserable state. Soon, hundreds of bounty hunters were all dead in the hands of Lucifer. The green grass was stained red with blood, and the corpses spread all over the floor. The whole process did not exceed 20 seconds, and all the bounty hunters were dead. Lucifer did not receive the system prompt, indicating that this group of bounty hunters are just a group of worthless fish. What a waste of time. Lucifer shook his head and led Enel and Baby 5 into the center of town. Secretly, some pirates, bounty hunters and human traffickers onlookers finally knew what the demon Lucifer meant at this moment. Looking at the hundreds of corpses on the ground, they were all so frightened that their bodies turned cold. The few cowardly fellows were so frightened that their legs became weak, and they didn't even know when they knelt on the ground. This is Lucifer, the great pirate with a bounty of more than 500 million. It's too strong, it's a monster. It's not something people of our level can fight against. Some bounty hunters left GR13 one after another, never daring to appear in front of Lucifer again. But some pirates had other ideas. There are only 4 members of the ghost pirates now, maybe we can join Lucifer too. That's right, those 4 people are all cotters, and the nether pirates are still short of people. The demon Lucifer will definitely gain a firm foothold and become a big shot after entering New World. If we follow him, we will have a backer. 11. After seeing how powerful Lucifer is, some pirates have the idea of seeking refuge. This is the so-called joining if you can't beat it. Soon, Lucifer came to this destination. 16,103 GR, Shucky's ripoff bar. This is a bar, but it is actually an information exchange. The boss Shucky is a retired pirate, and an old friend is Pluton Rayleigh. There are many pirates gathered on the Sabayati archipelago, which is naturally Lucifer's favorite hunting ground. Before the hunting action starts, Lucifer needs to collect information about the prey. Squeak. Lucifer pushed the door open and saw a stream of blood streaking across his eyes. The boss, Shucky, with a cigarette in his mouth, is grabbing a pirate and beating him violently. Seeing Lucifer and the others come in, he smiled. Ah, there are guests, welcome. I'm squeezing money from this pirate, just wait for me. It's the first time Lucifer has seen someone speak so confidently about stealing money. As Shucky punched down, streams of blood spurted out from the pirate's body. Soon, the pirate was beaten half to death. After stripping off all the money, Shucky threw him out of the house. Welcome, please sit down, what would you like? Shucky walked to the counter and asked, smoking a cigarette. 3 glasses of rum and information on the supernova pirates on the Sabayati archipelago. Lucifer replied with a smile. Yes, please wait a moment. Shucky was not surprised by Lucifer's purchase of information. Obviously, she also knew Lucifer's information very well, knowing that Lucifer has a hobby of hunting pirates. Soon, Shucky was placed in front of Lucifer with some information. There are not many supernova pirates who have arrived at the Sabayati archipelago. There are only 2, namely the Raiden pirates and the Uzumaki pirates. The Thunder pirates. Hearing the word thunder and lightning, Enel was immediately interested and hurried over. Shucky said with a smile, Thunder pirates, Captain Brad Scrane, Zoan Fishford eel form ability. He can control the power of lightning, just like you, brother Enel. Humph, it's just Zoan, he's far from a god. Enel snorted disdainfully. As Logia, she is born with contempt for other abilities. Shucky smiled, not commenting on Enel's arrogance. The other is the Uzumaki pirates. Captain Harnett Oliphant, Paramecia Uzumaki fruit ability user, can control the wind, strong defense ability, has not been injured since debut. Only 2. Lucifer was a little dissatisfied, the quantity was too small. Shucky smiled slightly, there are only 2 supernova pirates, after all, you came too early. Lucifer was originally a member of the first half of the Grand Line, plus a horizontal push all the way, so it took just over 6 months to reach Sabayati archipelago. But the pirates from all over the world are not so fast. Many pirates are still sailing, and there is still a distance from the Sabayati archipelago. Of course, besides these 2, there is another pirate group that you should be interested in. Shucky took out another piece of information and said, Saber-tooth tiger pirates, Captain Travis Fimmel, Zoan ancient species saber-toothed tiger form ability. They suffered a disastrous defeat in New World, just fled back to paradise from New World, and now stay on the island. In the past few days, the saber-toothed tiger pirates are recruiting crew members. It seems that Travis wants to return to the New World. Why? Kill back again? Don't be whimsical. Lucifer frowned, showing a hint of sarcasm. After a disastrous defeat in New World, it is almost impossible for such a loser to make a comeback. That's right, I heard that they were hunted down by Beast's pirates, and the saber-toothed tiger was defeated, so they fled back to New World. Shucky agrees with Lucifer. I don't know how many pirates escape from New World every year, but none of them have succeeded in revenge. The pirate group that can defeat them will only get stronger, not to mention that the opponent of the saber-toothed tiger is Kaido of the Beasts. It should be the ability of the saber-toothed tiger that Kaido is targeting. Lucifer looked at the reward order of the saber-toothed tiger Travis, and the reward amounted to 460 million Baileys. What Kaido wants most is a Zoan ability user, let alone Travis is an ancient species. As long as Travis survives, Kaido's pursuit will never stop, unless Travis is willing to join Kaido. Looks like we're going to compete with Kaido for prey this time. Whether it's Travis's strength or his fruit ability, Lucifer is very satisfied. As long as Travis is killed, not only can he get a wave of killing points, but he can also get an ancient devil fruit. In this way, the target appeared under Lucifer's nose, and Lucifer had no reason to let it go. Thank you, your information is very useful, this is the cost of buying information. Lucifer handed Shucky a stack of banknotes, very thick, over 20 million pelli. Ah, you are so generous, brother Lucifer. Shucky grinned. If you still need it in the future, please come to me, and I will give you the best discount. Shucky's favorite is a big spender like Lucifer. I will. Lucifer smiled and left the bar with Enel and Baby 5. Boom, The door of the bar closed. Shucky looked at the back of Lucifer leaving, and suddenly said, "How is this, little brother?" "It's not bad. It's very good, aggressive, well qualified, and very strong." Pluton Rayleigh came out from behind the bar, still holding a bottle. "Ah, it's really rare for you to praise a newcomer so much." Shucky smiled, looking surprised. "No, I'm not complimenting, but a fact. This young man is strong." Recalling the observation Haki who swept the bar just now, Rayleigh could feel the sharpness in that breath. Lucifer is very powerful, even he may not be able to defeat Lucifer. Rayleigh has never seen such a powerful young man in his 20s. "Luoji, this sea is really wonderful. Where will the era you started go to the end?" Rayleigh suddenly felt a little emotional. "Hey, Shucky, I'm going out for a while, and I won't be back tonight," Rayleigh said suddenly. "You're not going to find another woman, are you? You have to pay attention, after all, you are not young." Shucky narrowed his eyes and revealed a playful smile. "Ha ha ha ha, I'm just happy to see an interesting newcomer today, and I just want to celebrate. After all, the people who could have a banquet with me are gone." Rayleigh waved, opened the door and left the bar. "Captain, there was a monster hiding behind the bar just now." On the street, Enel suddenly spoke. With Enel's observation Haki, the existence of Pluton Rayleigh can be detected naturally. "I know, but he is not an enemy, so there is no need to confront him. Of course Lucifer would also like to hunt Pluton Rayleighs if he could. After all, he is a legendary pirate. If he is successfully hunted, he can gain a lot of killing points. But Pluton is not an ordinary person. Although his strength has declined due to old age, it is not easy to kill. Moreover, Lucifer is not a murderer who kills anyone at sight. He and Rayleigh met for the first time, and he has no ill intentions towards him. It is impossible to kill a retired legendary pirate for no reason. Let's go and find these guys, they are our prey." Lucifer took out 3 reward orders. "Leave this guy to me." Enel drew out a reward order, which was Brad Scrane, an electric eel-capable user. It should be interesting for Raiden to face Raiden. Sabayati Archipelago, 16th GR. A notice for recruiting crew was pasted at the entrance of a hotel, and the sign was impressively marked with the logo of the Saber-toothed Tiger Pirates. This hotel has been occupied by Travis as a temporary residence for the Saber-toothed Tiger Pirates. A lot of people gathered outside the hotel, and they were all pirates who came here for their fame. The Saber-toothed Tiger Pirates are still very famous, and there are many pirates who are willing to join them. In the hotel lobby, Travis, who was more than 5 meters tall, was eating and drinking, and the table was full of empty bowls and plates. More than a dozen pirates under him helped him serve the food at the same time, so they could barely keep up with his eating speed. "Hey, deliver the food faster, there is not enough barbecue. There is also pizza, let's serve 10 more. Travis yelled. The pirate soldiers next to him were taken aback, and hurried to the kitchen to urge the dishes. At this moment, a pirate soldier ran in and shouted anxiously, "Captain Travis, we heard that the demon Lucifer has come to Sabayati Archipelago." "Demon Lucifer? Is that the last brash brat?" Travis stared, revealing a stern expression. "That's right, it's him." The pirate soldiers nodded. "Okay, well done, just in time. Laozi is worrying about not being able to find a strong subordinate. This brat comes just in time. The saber-toothed tiger pirates don't have to worry about, Nuumahao, not being able to recruit low-level miscellaneous soldiers, but it is difficult to find capable crew members. Travis was hunted down by the Beast's pirates in New World this time. Although he escaped successfully, several cotters on board died, and he had to be replenished in time to restore his strength. Lucifer is famous and powerful enough, so Travis naturally has his eye on him. Lucifer would never have imagined that not only was he eyeing Travis, but Travis was also eyeing him. "Send someone to keep an eye on him, Laozi will be here soon." Travis ate a piece of barbecue and said through gritted teeth, "Yes, Captain Travis." The pirate soldiers listened to the order, and hurriedly withdrew respectfully. Soon, after clearing all the food on the table, Travis took people to find Lucifer himself. At this time, Lucifer was also approaching Travis. An unintentional coincidence, but could not escape fate. On a street of GR23 in Sabayati Archipelago, Lucifer and Travis the saber-toothed tiger met unexpectedly. At this time, Lucifer has been separated from Enel Baby 5, and he is alone. But on the opposite side, there are hundreds of people in the dark, led by the saber-toothed tiger Travis himself. "Lucifer, become Laozi's crew member, follow me, you can see the wider sea." Travis directly stated his intention. But Lucifer didn't speak, just stared at Travis with a dead fish eye, like looking at an idiot. How could a loser who fled back from the New World have the confidence to speak out? Lucifer took out the saber-toothed tiger's reward order and smiled lightly. "Your bounty is only 460 million, and my base bounty is already 530 million. No matter how you look at it, you are weaker than me. How about I be the captain and you be my subordinate?" Travis' face sank. "Little brat, you are toasting and not eating fine wine. Laozi doesn't know why your bounty has risen so fast, but the power of the New World is beyond the comprehension of a brat like you. I'll give you one last chance, the daughter-in-law will answer when she understands. Don't think about it, the result is already obvious." The smile on Lucifer's face had faded, and now it was full of indifference. "You are too weak. A loser, it's better to obediently go to hell. Call out." Lucifer disappeared instantly, and the next second, Travis the saber-toothed tiger was kicked away. His body turned into a cannonball, which went through 6 buildings in a row and flew hundreds of meters away. Call out? Before Travis landed, Lucifer had appeared beside Travis again. Speed is power. Have you ever been kicked by the speed of light? Lucifer finally understands why Kizaru has to say this sentence every time before kicking someone, and kicking someone with the lines is completely different. 510. Boom! Travis was kicked away again, and another 6 buildings were penetrated. The civilians nearby screamed and began to flee in all directions. And the pirate soldiers under the saber-toothed tiger Travis have been sluggish. They would never have imagined that their captain would be kicked by Lucifer as a ball, with no power to fight back. Boom! A huge building ruin was pushed away, and Travis climbed up from under the ruins. At this time, he had activated the ability of the saber-toothed tiger fruit and turned into an orc with tiger-headed fangs and sharp claws. Damn kid, you're messing with me. Watch Lao Z tear you to pieces. In a flash, Travis turned into a black shadow and teleported in front of Lucifer, grabbing his head with 2 sharp claws. The claws are pitch black and covered with armament Haki. How can I say that Travis has also been to New World, and he has been in the New World for more than a year, so he naturally learned this power. However, his armament Haki is still too weak, far behind Lucifer. Boom! There was a loud noise, and a wave of air broke out. Travis's claw was blocked, and his claw hit a vacuum wall. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't move forward. Is this all your strength? It's so pitifully weak. Lucifer looked indifferent, raised his finger to Travis. Flash ray. Call out? A laser beam instantly pierced Travis's chest and shot towards the Alchemon red tree behind him. Driss' armament Haki defense was like paper, shattered in an instant. With a loud bang, a great fireball burst out from under the Archimon mangrove tree, and the whole mangrove tree collapsed. Suffering a heavy blow, Travis vomited blood, his body shrank rapidly, and changed from an orc back to a human form. After becoming an orc, the position of his organs changed. So the blow just now did not penetrate the heart, but it also caused Travis to be seriously injured and lost the power to fight again. How could your strength be so strong? Travis' eyes widened, and the depths of his pupils were full of shock and disbelief. Lucifer is so strong, it's frighteningly strong. Even the fleeing monsters that hunted them down in Beast's pirates were no match for Lucifer. Travis couldn't figure it out. Lucifer is obviously a rookie and has never even been to New World. Why is he so strong? His armament Haki, observation Haki, and fruit ability were all crushed by Lucifer. Your vision is too small, and your capacity is too small. You are just a frog in a well. Seeing the killing intent in Lucifer's eyes, Travis' heart skipped a beat. I surrender, and I am willing to be your subordinate. Please spare my life. Oh, no need. Before Travis could finish, he was interrupted by Lucifer. Call out? A laser ray pierced Travis' chest. This time it really hit Travis' heart. You'd better die here. Travis's eyes were blank, and he fell powerlessly into a pool of blood. Ding, host killed the pirate Travis Fimmel and got 46,000 killing points. The system's prompt sounded, and Lucifer's killing point was increased by 46,000, reaching 96,000. It's not bad, it's a big fish. Lucifer raises his palm to Travis' body softly. Reborn. As soon as the words fell, the power of the saber-toothed tiger fruit was locked and captured. Soon, a new devil fruit was reborn in Lucifer's hands. Zoan ancient species cat fruit saber-toothed tiger form. This is the best devil fruit Lucifer has recovered so far. With this fruit, the cheetah fruit can also be recovered by the system. Compared with the saber-toothed tiger fruit, Rob Lucci's cheetah fruit is naturally not worth mentioning, and it is useless to keep it. Seeing that Travis was killed, his hundreds of younger brothers were all frightened and stunned. After regaining consciousness, he turned into a bird and beast and fled in all directions. Captain Travis is dead. Run. That guy is a monster. None of the pirates dared to stay to avenge Travis, and everyone was busy running for their lives. Blade storm. Lucifer's flat voice rang out, but it sounded like thunder in the ears of many pirates. Countless flying swords and long knives pierced through the air, piercing through the back of a pirate in an instant. With screams, all the hundreds of pirates were killed by Lucifer, leaving no one behind. Ding, host killed the pirates and got 2,600 killing points. Ding, host kills the pirates and gets 1,700 killing points. Ding, host kills the pirates and gets 1,400 killing points. Ding, host kills the pirates and gets 800 killing points. A series of system prompts sounded, and Lucifer's kill point rose again by 12,000. The miscellaneous soldiers of the saber-toothed tiger pirates are different from those of other pirate groups. The miscellaneous soldiers here are all a little strong, few can give hundreds of kill points, and there are a few pirates worth thousands of kill points. Adding all killing points together is a good harvest. Properties panel. Host, Lucifer. Age, 23. Devil fruit, word spirit fruit. Physique, hell devil. Armament Haki, pinnacle. Observation Haki, advanced. Conqueror's Haki, advanced. Kill points, 108,000. After this hunt, Lucifer's total kill points reached 108,000, surpassing the 100,000 mark again. Good. Lucifer was satisfied. New World's pirate group is really different. Killing one with a certain reputation can get almost 50,000 killing points. As long as he kills a few more, Lucifer will soon be able to make up 200,000 kill points again. Lucifer looked in the direction of the new world in the distance, full of anticipation in his heart. Taking one last look at Travis' body, Lucifer turned and walked away. After Lucifer left, Marine came in a hurry. Accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps, a group of Marine soldiers appeared at the end of the street, the number of which was about 100. After seeing the corpses all over the ground, all Marine soldiers turned pale with fright. Hurry up, rescue the injured people quickly, and report the situation here to the headquarters. Colonel Marine quickly issued an order. Before coming, they had been notified that the murderer was Lucifer. Facing Lucifer, no Marine dared to pursue him, so he could only report the situation here to the headquarters and wait for the order from the headquarters. Marshal Sengoku knew that Lucifer caused riots on the Sabayati archipelago, so he didn't take any action, but let the Marine soldiers rescue the people and maintain order. Naval headquarters has made a strategy to let Lucifer into New World, and they don't want to conflict with Lucifer for a short time. Not to mention that all those who died in Lucifer's hands were pirates, and Naval headquarters had no reason to make a move. On the other side, GR number 25, Sabayati archipelago. Rumble, thunder exploded. A bolt of lightning fell from the sky, struck a casino, and blew it into ruins. Enel stood on the roof of a building, waving a golden stick and laughing wildly. Call out? A flash of lightning shot out from the ruins. It was a figure wrapped in lightning. He has the head of an electric eel, which looks a little hideous and weird. This person is the captain of the Thunder Pirates, Brad Scrane, who has the power of the electric eel fruit. Raytheon Enel, what are you crazy about? Brad roared. At the same time, he glanced behind him and immediately cheered. Only because his crew was buried alive by the ruins. Even if they were not buried alive, they would have no way out after being attacked just now. Damn BD, Laozi can't spare you. Call out? Brad turned into a bolt of lightning, piercing through Enel's chest in an instant, leaving a big hole in his chest. It's just that Brad can't armament Haki, and can't hit Enel's entity at all. Thunder and lightning filled the hole, and Lucifer recovered quickly. It's useless. Your lightning is too weak, it can't compare to a god. Enel raised the golden stick and pointed it at the sky, and a thick thunderstorm suddenly fell from the sky. Brad bears the brunt of being hit by lightning. Boom! A group of fireballs erupted, and a figure flew out of the fireball, piercing through a house, and finally smashed heavily into the ruins. Cough cough cough, damn it. Brad vomited blood, his body was blackened, and he had multiple burns. Although he can also use the power of thunder, but his thunder is far worse than Enel. Whether it is the explosive power or temperature of lightning, it is not on the same level. Call out? A flash of lightning appeared above Brad's head, and before he could react, a pitch-black golden rod had already hit his head. Bang, 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 the shock wave erupted, cracking the ground inch by inch, and a large pit appeared. Brad was beaten to the point of bleeding, lying on the bottom of the pit with his eyes turned white, completely unconscious. Hey, this is too weak. Can such a guy have a bounty of 240 million Baileys? Enel looked at the unconscious Brad and shook his head. He didn't push at all, and Brad fell to his knees. Okay, since the goal is solved, let's go to the captain together. Baby 5 came behind Enel and said lightly. She didn't have a chance to make a move just now. Enel solved the enemy by himself. At the same time, Baby also has to sigh. Enel's strength is getting more and more terrifying. Not long after coming down from Sky Island, Enel has fully mastered armament Haki, and he is completely different from before. Combined with his thunder fruit and special observation Haki, Enel's strength is truly terrifying. The so-called supernova pirates were as weak as ants in front of him, and he killed them instantly. Captain, bring the man back. In a tavern, Enel throws an unconscious Brad at Lucifer's feet. Oh, it was a miserable fight. Lucifer glanced at the unconscious Brad, and smiled faintly. If I don't fight at all, I haven't even used 1/10 of my strength, so he's going to die. Enel looked disdainful. It's normal. Although these supernovas are famous, they have never practiced Haki, so they are naturally not your opponents. When it comes to the new world, it won't be so easy. Haki is the power of the new world. Generally speaking, if there is no chance, even a supernova will not have learned Haki when he arrived at Sabayati archipelago. And Enel is a Logia Thunder Fruit capable person, almost invincible in the first half of the Grand Line. Not to mention that he is also a Grandmaster Observation Haki, and Armament Haki has also reached the intermediate level, and his strength is already enough to crush a supernova. Electric Eel Brad, who has a bounty of 240 million Baileys, can be considered a harvest. With a hook of Lucifer's finger, a flying sword pierced through the air, piercing Brad's chest in an instant. The comatose Brad twitched, and then completely stopped breathing. Ding, host killed the pirate Brad Scrane and got 24,000 killing points. The system's prompt sounded, and Lucifer's kill points increased to 132,000. Properties panel. Host, Lucifer. Age, 23. Devil Fruit, Word Spirit Fruit. Physique, Hell Devil. Armament Haki, Pinnacle. Observation Haki, Advanced. Conqueror's Haki, Advanced. Kill points, 132,000. There is still a shortfall of 68,000, and we can make up 200,000. Lucifer glanced at the system panel, then cast his eyes on Brad's corpse, grabbed the palm of his hand. Rebirth. The ability of the fruit of the word spirit comes into play, captures the power of the electric eel fruit, and fuses it into an apple on the table. Soon, the apple turned into an electric eel fruit at a speed visible to the naked eye. No matter how many times I watch it, I am still amazed by the captain's ability. Seeing this scene, Enel shook his head and sighed. The same goes for Baby 5. Recycling devil fruit is like a fairy tale, and it is simply impossible in people's impression. But now, it actually happened before their eyes. If Lucifer's ability spreads, it will definitely cause an uproar in the world. Whether it's a marine, a pirate, or a revolutionary army, they will be extremely afraid of Lucifer. Just like the Blackbeard pirates in the original book, after the news of their ability to seize power came out, they were feared by the forces all over the world. Zero looking for flowers. Zoan electric eel fruit. So. Lucifer already has Enel, a lightning Logia ability user, so naturally he doesn't like a mere electric eel fruit. Let's bring it back to the system for recycling. Lucifer turned his hand and put away the electric eel fruit. By the way, where are the last Uzumaki pirates? Have you found them? Lucifer looked at Enel and Baby 5 and asked. No, we searched based on the information Shuki gave, but we didn't find them. The Sabayati archipelago is still very big. If a few people want to hide, they will not be able to find it for a while. Then just wait, don't worry, people are on the island anyway, and they can't escape. Let's take a stroll around the island first, maybe we will meet. As a hunter, you must be patient. As long as there is enough patience, no prey can escape the hunter's palm. 0. Sabayati archipelago number 19 GR, in a slave auction house. A group of pirates are sitting in the corner, participating in the auction. The guests next to them are far away from these pirates and dare not approach them. Just because they are the captain of the famous Uzumaki pirates, Harnett Oliphant is a supernova pirate with a bounty of 21,855 million. Captain, the demon Lucifer has also come to Sabayati archipelago. A pirate soldier came behind Harnett and whispered in his ear. Hearing Lucifer's name, Harnett's pupils shrank, and a look of unnaturalness flashed across his face. Where are they? Harnett asked in a low voice. Lucifer previously appeared on 23rd GR, where he defeated the saber-toothed tiger pirates, and the saber-toothed tiger Travis died in Lucifer's hands. Thunder god Enel appeared on the 25th GR, and the electric eel Brad has also been defeated by him. As rumor has it, the demon Lucifer is keen on hunting down powerful pirates. I'm afraid their next target is our Uzumaki pirates. There are only a few pirates on the Sabayati archipelago with a reward of over 100 million. The saber-toothed tiger and Thunderbolt are gone, so it's their turn. The tone of the pirate soldiers was a little trembling, obviously feeling fear. Facing Lucifer, there is no member of the Uzumaki pirates who is not afraid. Captain, what shall we do? Yes, Captain, think of an idea. The demon Lucifer is so powerful that even the saber-toothed tiger Travis was easily killed by him. We can't be his opponents. Everyone in the Uzumaki pirates was scared, and they lost their fighting spirit before they saw Lucifer. Don't panic, idiots, Lousy isn't dead yet. Lucifer is also human and can die, so what's so scary? Harnett growled and cursed, calming down the surrounding crew members. Being cowardly before fighting is a sign of defeat. If Harnett wants to survive from death, he must first stabilize his heart. Wait until night, we will find a chance to get out of here. Lucifer hasn't found us yet. As long as he leaves Sabayati archipelago, he won't be able to find us. Harry, is the coating done on the boat? Harnett looked at a pirate soldier and asked. The crossing is complete, and you can set sail at any time. The pirate soldiers nodded. That's good, everyone don't wander around during this time, we will leave tonight. If you want to enter New World from Sabayati archipelago, there are 3 roads, sea, land, and air. The land route must pass through the holy land of Marijois, and pirates cannot go, can't fly, and neither can airways. So 99% of pirates can only go by water and enter the New World through the Fishman Island. This process is very dangerous. Every year, countless pirate ships sink underwater due to coating failure. Many pirate ships died in the deep sea without even seeing the Fishman Island. It stands to reason that it would be safer to set sail during the day. But the Uzumaki pirates are facing the threat of Luxi's 837 law at this moment, so they can only take risks and go on the road at night. After a few hours, the auction ended. The guests in the auction house left one after another, but the Uzumaki pirates still sat in their seats and did not get up. They are still waiting. As long as they wait until night, their chance will come. Ah, isn't this the famous Uzumaki pirates? What a coincidence. Suddenly, a playful voice came. Harnett froze for a moment, looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a young and handsome face. Demon Lucifer. Harnett's eyes widened, and the pirate soldiers next to him turned pale with fright. They also thought they could hide from Lucifer until night and then leave quietly. Unexpectedly, Lucifer didn't give them a chance at all. Lucifer, what do you want? Harnett gritted his teeth, his voice low. I didn't think about it. I was just bored and looking around casually. I didn't expect to meet you. It can only be said that we are destined. This is destined. You are doomed to die by my hands. Lucifer leaned back on the chair, smiled lightly, calmly. This is to use the most casual attitude and say the most ruthless words. Harnett looked gloomy, staring at Lucifer, and suddenly turned into a black shadow and shot out. At the same time, a roar came, run. Harnett is not an idiot, on the contrary, he is very self-aware. Knowing that he is not Lucifer's opponent, he still wants to stay and fight him. That is not fearless, but suicidal. Harnet's speed was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, he had already disappeared and fled outside the auction hall. Dozens of his subordinates were stunned, their brains went blank, and they didn't react at all for a while. The captain ran away before the battle started. What should we do? A group of pirates and miscellaneous soldiers seemed to have 10,000 muddy horses galloping past. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud noise outside the door. Immediately afterwards, a gust of wind rushed into the auction house, smashing a wall to pieces. Harnet was in the center of the gust of wind, gnashing his teeth, and his face became more gloomy. Hey, you want to run before you fight, isn't it too spineless? Enel walked in from the door, his body flashing with lightning, shaking his head. Just now Harnet was kicked back by Enel as soon as he escaped from the door. Damn it, is there anyone outside? Harnet looked at Enel, then at Lucifer, who was calm and breezy, feeling even more desperate. It's hard to deal with just a Loki as Enel, let alone an even scarier Lucifer. Wanting to escape under the eyes of these two people is simply as difficult as climbing to the sky. Okay, don't run away, since you met, let's fight. Pirates live to fight. Lucifer teleported to Harnet and said with a light smile. Don't think that I'm afraid of you and want to kill me, let's talk about breaking Laozi's defense. Harnet roared, and at the same time, a strong wind rolled up around him. A rapidly rotating tornado took shape instantly, wrapping it in the center. Harnet is a Paramecia Uzumaki fruit-capable person who can create and control strong winds. The violent wind is not only powerful in attack, but also extremely terrifying in defense. The gust of wind surrounding him is spinning, capable of dispelling all external attacks. Go to hell. Harnet grabbed it with his big hand, and the endless gust of wind roared, turning into 3 tornadoes and sweeping towards Lucifer. The ground was torn apart, the seats in the auction house were cut open, and everything that the tornado passed through was completely destroyed. The wall of vacuum. Lucifer raised his hand and pushed it out. A vacuum wall appeared in his palm, blocking the tornado. While Lucifer made a move, Enel and Baby 5 had already made moves against other members of the Uzumaki pirates. Enel confronted the 2 cotters of the Uzumaki pirates, and Baby 5 was in charge of dealing with other miscellaneous soldiers. Use the power of the wind? It just so happens that I have a few similar moves, so I'll open your eyes. Lucifer hooked his fingers, and the devil's whisper suddenly sounded, Windblade Kamaitaki Crescent Moon. As soon as the words fell, an endless gust of wind was generated around Lucifer, and then turned into 3 rounds of huge half-moon-shaped wind blades that broke through the air. Puff puff! Harnet's attack tornado was instantly torn apart, as was his Uzumaki tornado defense. Kamaitaki Crescent directly split the auction house into 4 pieces. Accompanied by screams, Harnet fell into a pool of blood. His arms have been severed by Lucifer. It seems that your absolute defense is not as strong as you said. Lucifer walked up to Harnet and looked down at him with a playful expression. Why are you attacking us? Aren't you a pirate yourself? Harnet hissing roar, 0. He couldn't understand why people like Lucifer were so persistent in hunting pirates. There is no reason, I can only say that I am too bored and want to have some fun. Lucifer has heard this question many times, and many pirates who died at his hands will ask this question before they die. Lucifer is the answer every time. After all, the real reason cannot be told to outsiders. However, although this answer is outrageous, it is also the most reliable answer in some respects. There is no need for any reason to kill pirates. Windblade. Lucifer flicked his fingers, and a round of small wind blades flew out, slicing across Harnet's neck. As the blood shot out, a large head rose from the sky. There was unspeakable unwillingness and shock in Harnet's eyes. Ding, host kills the pirate snake and gets 25,000 killing points. W. The system's prompt sounded, and Lucifer got another wave of killing points, and the total came to 157,000. At the same time, Lucifer also recovered Harnet's Uzumaki fruit. This fruit is not bad in Paramecia, it is worth 20,000 killing points after the system appraisal. 1 fish and 2 eats, Lucifer made a lot of blood this time around. Captain Harnet. Seeing Harnet's tragic death at the hands of Lucifer, members of the Uzumaki pirates changed their faces. But as a few bolts of lightning fell, they all followed Harnet into the underworld. So far, the 3 pirate groups selected by Lucifer have all been wiped out. Properties panel. Host, Lucifer. Age, 23. Devil fruit, word spirit fruit. Physique, hell devil. Armament Haki, pinnacle. Observation Haki, advanced. Conqueror's Haki 2.3, advanced. Kill points, 157,000. After killing 3 pirate groups in a row, Lucifer's total kill points have exceeded 150,000. Let the system recycle a few devil fruits to break through 200,000. The short-lived goal was achieved. Let's go, it's time to go back. Lucifer glanced at the messy slave auction, turned and left. After Lucifer left, the owner of the auction house came out from the backstage trembling. He didn't dare to trouble Lucifer, so he could only tell the big boss behind the scenes what happened here. Hello, is it the young master? Yes, it's me, Thuristar. Something happened to the auction house. The Nether pirates fought here and destroyed the auction house. What should we do now? Hey, young master, are you listening? Say something. The owner of the auction house yelled, but the phone bug had already closed his eyes, and the person on the other side had already hung up. That's right, Shishibukai Doflamingo is the man behind this slave auction. If the ordinary pirates were rushing to run wild in Doflamingo's territory, Heavenly Yaksha would have sent someone to deal with him long ago. It's a pity that it was the Nether pirates who caused the commotion this time. Facing the monster Lucifer, Doflamingo could only bear with it. What can I do? I am also desperate. So Doflamingo simply hung up the phone bug, neither listening nor disturbed. It's just a slave auction house. If it is destroyed, it will be destroyed. Doflamingo far away in the new world is planning a big operation. As long as this operation succeeds, he can take revenge on Lucifer completely. When it was late at night, Lucifer was sitting in the cabin of the Erebus. There are 7 devil fruits on the table in front of you. These devil fruits are cut fruit, cheetah fruit, door fruit, saber-toothed tiger fruit, electric eel fruit, Uzumaki fruit, and transparent fruit. System: recover cheetah fruit, electric eel fruit and Uzumaki fruit. Ding! The cheetah fruit, electric eel fruit and Uzumaki fruit were recovered successfully, and 70,000 killing points were obtained. After getting this kill point, Lucifer's total kill point rose to 227,000. Enough is enough. Lucifer opens the system store and finds Conqueror's Haki there. System: buy Peak Conqueror's Haki. Ding! Peak Conqueror's Haki was purchased successfully, 200,000 kill points were deducted, and the remaining kill points were 2,700,010. The electronic sound fell, and an extremely powerful force appeared in Lucifer's body, instantly filling his whole body. Lucifer stared, and burst out Conqueror's Haki involuntarily. Haki set off a strong wind and waves, rushed out of the cabin, and roared away in all directions. In Baby 5's room, Baby 5 was shrouded in Conqueror's shock, felt his brain go blank for a moment, and then completely lost consciousness. At the same time, Cavendish also lost consciousness and fell into a coma. Only Enel was still barely awake, but he tried his best to barely resist. The huge pressure brought by that momentum was like a mountain on his back. Enel bent down involuntarily, sweat rolling out. Hey, what happened? What the hell is the captain doing? Enel naturally knew that the center of the explosive force was Lucifer's room, but he couldn't figure out what kind of power it was. Could it be the power of the word spirit fruit again? Or Conqueror's Haki? Enel could only think of 2 possibilities. Boom! An invisible airwave erupted, and the sea water around the nether was stirred up by waves. With a sound explosion, the airwave finally disappeared. Inside the room, Lucifer retracts the Conqueror's Haki, and calm is restored again. Just now was Conqueror's Haki's aura that was inadvertently leaked when he reached the pinnacle level. Now, Lucifer has complete control over this power zone. Conqueror's Haki at the peak level can only be controlled by a true overlord with both mind, skill, and body. In this state, it can be said that Conqueror's Haki is in a state of activation at any time. Just by raising the momentum, Haki can get all-round divergence. When Haki erupts, it can cause substantial damage to objects, and when it passes by, it can even make a battle-hardened warrior fall to the ground. Today's Cavendish is pretty good, but he couldn't withstand the impact of Lucifer's Haki, and he lost consciousness directly. The pinnacle Conqueror's Haki can directly destroy the opponent with coercion? That's right, working hard to accumulate killing points has finally paid off. Lucifer looked at the System Properties panel. Properties panel. Host, Lucifer. Age, 23. Devil Fruit, Word Spirit Fruit. Physique, Hell Devil. Armament Haki, Pinnacle. Observation Haki, Advanced. Conqueror's Haki, Pinnacle. Kill points, 27,000. But it's time to earn small goals again. After consumption, Lucifer only has 27,000 killing points left, and his wallet is empty. Time to go to the next hunting ground. Lucifer stepped out of the cabin and looked at the red line in the distance, with a glint of anticipation deep in his pupils. Lucifer and others stayed in the Sabayati archipelago for 7 days to replenish the nautical supplies and also to rest. While a sailing adventure is fun, it also requires a break. Before entering the new world, you must nourish your energy and maintain your road condition at its peak. At the same time, during these 7 days, Lucifer also hunted and killed a group of pirates with a bounty of less than 100 million on the Sabayati archipelago. Mosquitoes are small, but they are also meat. Lucifer got a total of 53,000 killing points for hunting these pirates. Lucifer raised the total number of killing points to 80,000, and finally set sail one night 7 days later. Under the control of Lucifer, Nether drove to the foot of the red line, then took off vertically, and slowly flew up to the red line that pierced into the sky. Mastering the ability to fly means having strong mobility. Lucifer doesn't need to venture into the new world from the bottom of the sea like other pirates. Crossing the red line from the sky is the safest way. Soon, the Nether flew onto the red line, which was tens of thousands of meters high. Under the cover of night, only the outline of the red Earth continent can be seen. In the darkness there are 10 small luminous dots that are particularly eye-catching. There is the holy place of Marijois. Captain Lucifer, is that Marijois over there? Cavendish stood at the bow, looking curiously at the light spots in the distance. Legend has it that celestial dragons live in Marijois, where the gods dwell. Unfortunately, I haven't even been there. Although Baby 5 is Doflamingo's subordinate, he has never been to the Holy Land. There are very few pirates who have set foot in the Holy Land, and there are no more than 20 in total. Of course, except for the pirates who were captured as slaves. God. When God is mentioned, Enel becomes interested. Are there gods in Qinghai? Are they strong? I really want to fight with them to see which god is stronger. Enel's body flashed with lightning, and he was eager to try. No, they can't beat you. Lucifer shook his head. Celestial dragons are not only not strong, but very weak. Most celestial dragons are pitifully weak. Lucifer shook his head. They are weaker than you imagined. For example, the weakest pirate soldiers who died in your hands, weakened by 100 times, are almost the strength of celestial dragons. Hey, can such a miscellaneous fish become the god of the world? Enel's eyes widened instantly. Can such a guy become a god? Just kidding. There are so many strong people in Qinghai, he knows it. How could it not be the turn of these miscellaneous fish to be gods? In Enel's view, as a god, the most basic thing is to have strong strength. At the beginning of 983, he used his absolutely invincible strength to defeat the previous god of Sky Island, and only then did he grab the god position. It can only be said that celestial dragons have a few good ancestors. You can fight your father, your grandpa, your grandfather, your ancestors when you are born. Reincarnation is also a skill. The celestial dragons are weak, omnipotent, and disgusting, but you can't deny their power and status. Hands are stretched out for clothes, mouths are opened for food, and slaves are piled up. You don't have to do anything to enjoy the glory and wealth. Everyone envies such a life, and everyone dreams of it. Human nature is inherently evil. Although celestial dragons are the representatives of extremely evil human nature, there is no denying that they are the pursuit of countless human beings. Let's go first. I'll go to the Holy Land. Since you've come, of course you can't leave empty-handed. After speaking, Lucifer waved his hand, and the nether crossed the red line and fell towards the endless sea. But he himself turned into a black shadow and flew towards the Holy Land Marijois. Soon, Lucifer was over Marijois. The observation Haki was turned on, and countless breaths of despair poured into Lucifer's perception instantly. At first glance, Marijois looks magnificent and majestic, like a paradise on earth. But in fact, here is the largest concentration of slaves in the world. In the underground of the castles, countless slaves were imprisoned. They were tortured day and night, howling miserably until they became numb and became like walking dead. This is the absolute justice act of the self-proclaimed righteous world government. I have to say that this is the greatest irony in the world. Better to die than to live. Let me give you a ride. Lucifer flew into the sky and waved his hand. Meteor volcano. Lucifer flew into the sky, waved his hand. Meteor volcano. As soon as the words fell, countless huge volcanic bombs appeared beside Lucifer out of thin air. With Lucifer's control, the volcanic bombs crashed down, like a rainstorm of volcanic bombs. Boom, 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 boom. When the volcanic bomb hit the target, a violent explosion occurred immediately, causing a monstrous fire. In the blink of an eye, half of Marijois was in flames. Ding, host kills the pirates and gets 500 killing points. Ding, host kills the pirates and gets 700 killing points. Ding, host kills pirates and gets 400 killing points. Ding, host kills the pirates and gets 600 killing points. A series of system prompts sounded, and Lucifer's killing points continued to rise. Most of Marijois' slaves are pirates. Before they were captured, they might have some strength, but after suffering endless torture, their strength has long since declined. So there are very few kill points. However, the accumulation of a small amount makes a lot, and the harvest should be good. Lucifer relieved them of their desperation, and that was their return. Clang, 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 clang. A siren blared, and Marijois escort and CP agents poured out from all directions. Enemy attack, there are enemies invading the Holy Land. Go and rescue all the celestial dragons. Where is the intruder? Where is the intruder? Forget about the intruder, the captain will deal with him. It's important that we save the celestial dragons first. If any celestial dragons are killed, we'll all be buried with them. Countless guards and CP agents set out to rescue the celestial dragons from the rubble. The celestial dragons buried under the rubble cursed one by one, "You untouchables, hurry up and save me. Damn pariah, hurry up, Ben Sheng is injured. Dare to harm the great celestial dragons, the most desperate punishment must be imposed on that intruder." Although the guards and agents rescued a batch of injured celestial dragons, many celestial dragons were killed or smashed to pieces when the volcanic bomb exploded. Seeing the dead celestial dragons one by one, many guards and agents felt chills and trembled with fright. They all know that today's incident has become a big deal. These people are not good at guarding, and all of them are capital crimes. At the same time, many more slaves escaped from their cages and began to flee or wreak havoc in the Marijois. A large number of guards, marine soldiers, CP agents, and pirates clashed and started a melee. All of a sudden, the Holy Land of Marijois fell into chaos, with shouts of killing one after another. Lucifer was suspended in the sky, waved his big hand, and another wave of volcanic bombs crashed down. Inflict a second injury on this holy place. The marine and CP agents in the Holy Land all looked at the sky blankly, full of despair. Magma, isn't this the ability of Admiral Akainu? Could the intruder be the Marine Admiral? No, it's impossible. How could Marine Admiral do such a thing? Suffering continuous bombardment from volcanic bombs, countless buildings in Marijois collapsed and were razed to the ground. The sea of fire roared like an ancient monster, devouring and burning every human being. Meteor volcano, Admiral Akainu's special skill. I don't know how the marine executives will react when they know about it. Lucifer smiled playfully, and at the same time his figure flashed and disappeared into the sky. Taking advantage of the chaos is the best opportunity to sneak into the Holy Land. Center of Marijoy's, Panga Palace. Boom! The bearded five elders slapped the golden tea table to pieces, roaring deafeningly. Dare to invade the Holy Land, how courageous! Where is the intruder? Has he been caught? Who is he? The five elders were all furious. In the 800 years since the establishment of the world government, Marijoy's has suffered only a handful of invasions. Murloc Tiger was the one who dared to invade Marijoy's last time, but he just released the slaves and didn't dare to attack the celestial dragons at all. Facing the five elders questioning, a Marine Vice Admiral fell to his knees and trembled. So far, we haven't found any trace of the intruder. The attack comes from the sky, but it is dark now, the enemy has hidden its tracks, and it will take time to catch the intruder. Waste, are you Marines all waste? Five elders flew into a rage. They don't want to hear any excuses, and they don't want to know any reasons. They just want results. Contact Naval Headquarters and ask Sengoku to send Admiral. At the same time, do your best to save the Celestial Dragons, and nothing will happen to the Celestial Dragons. Yes, Lord Five Elders. Marine Vice Admiral was sweating profusely and retreated hastily. Naval Headquarters, Marineford, Naval Headquarters. Nanny, what do you mean? The Holy Land has been invaded. Marshal Sengoku holds the phone bug with an incredulous expression on his face. Yes, Marshal Sengoku, the Holy Land has been invaded, the Celestial Dragons have suffered a large number of casualties, and urgent support is needed. Five Elders command, please send Admiral to the Marshal. The emergency gesture that the phone bug will contact Marine imitates perfectly. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Sengoku didn't dare to be negligent, and quickly issued an order to support the Holy Land, and the entire naval headquarters shook. Numerous troops were assembled, and 2 Marine admirals were mobilized. Admiral Aokiji yawned with reluctance on his face. He had fallen asleep just now and was forcibly woken up from the bed. Even Kizaru, who was recovering from his injuries, was transferred, and he didn't dare to bargain with Sengoku at this time. If the support is not timely, not to mention overtime pay, you may be angered by celestial dragons, resulting in losing your job. As the sea of flames spread, the strangeness of the Holy Land of Marijoy's was particularly dazzling in the dark night. Pirates on the sea, residents, and pirates on the Sabayati archipelago, as long as they look up, they can see the flames soaring above Marijoy's. Hey, what happened? Is that the direction of Marijoy's? That's right, the Holy Land Marijoy's. Marijoy's caught fire. What a joke, how could Marijoy's catch fire? It must be man-made. Could someone dare to invade Marijoy's? This idea comes to many people's minds, but they dismiss it quickly. Invading the Holy Land of Marijoy's is simply a fantasy, never heard of. As the sacred place of the world government, invading Marijoy's is tantamount to courting death. In the eyes of outsiders, there are no such stupid people in this world. However, many knowledgeable and powerful pirates feel that this conjecture is likely to be true. It's incredible, but it's not like no one has done it. Many years ago, there was a Murloc who climbed up the Red Line with his bare hands, invaded Marijoy's, and freed all the slaves in the Holy Land. If there is one, there are two. Although there are few people who dare to challenge the majesty of God, it is not impossible. Today's intruder is the second. Countless journalists from the newspaper office were moved by the wind and took focus photos of Marijoy's from various angles. Zhao Dihao, there are also countless news birds flying into the sky, flying towards Marijoy's. These specially trained news birds all know that this is a peerless news, and first-hand photos must be taken. Some eyeliners reported the news here to their bosses, and soon, some big shots in New World, the kings of the underground world, received the news that the Holy Land Marijoy's was suspected to have been invaded. What happened that night is destined to shake the whole world. Naval headquarters is very close to Marijoy's, Kizaru is the fastest and is the first to arrive, Aokiji is one step behind. The two looked at Marijoy's who was caught in a sea of flames, and their eyes widened. Hey, this is too exaggerated. Aokiji looked at the sea of flames in front of him, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Most of Marijoy's has been engulfed by the sea of flames, and the marines, pirates, and celestial dragons in the sea of flames wailed miserably, because they were healing people. This is really terrible. Who is the intruder? It's really scary. Looking at the situation, it kind of looks like Sakazuki did it. Kizaru pursed his lips and said lewdly. Looking at the situation, it kind of looks like Sakazuki did it. Kizaru stood still, facing such a sea of flames, he could do nothing but let Aokiji take action. Aokiji leaped, jumped into the air, and shot 2 icicles from his palm, plunging straight into the depths of the sea of fire. Ice Age! An explosion of extreme cold air instantly extinguished the flames. It was originally a city of flames, but now it has become a city of ice. Call out? There was a flash of cold air, and Aokiji landed next to Kizaru. Don't be dazed, many slaves have escaped, and the celestial dragons under the rubble must be rescued. Aokiji's face was covered with frost, causing the surrounding temperature to drop sharply. But at the moment his inner temperature is also very low. Looking at the countless slaves on Marijoy's, feeling the endless breath of despair, Aokiji's mood is very complicated. He joined Marine because he wanted to protect justice. But the scene in front of him is obviously not justice. Aokiji is confused. Since the O'Hara incident, Aokiji has been confused about Marine's justice. At this moment, he was even more confused. Celestial dragons do all kinds of evil, creating countless tragedies and despair. And they, as Marine Admiral, want to help the evil. These slaves finally escaped from hell, but now he wants to send them back to hell. Is such behavior really just? Not only Aokiji, but even Kizaru is a bit confused. 360. So although the two of them took action against those slaves, they both chose to take the initiative to destroy the Holy Land and kill Marines' pirate slaves. As for the commoner slaves who only cared about fleeing, Aokiji and Kizaru both chose to turn a blind eye. This is their last mercy as Marine Admirals. Fortunately, it was Aokiji and Kizaru who came here this time. If Akainu came instead, these slaves, whether pirates or civilians, would be turned into ashes in the end. With the addition of the two admirals, Aokiji and Kizaru, the riots in the Holy Land were quickly brought under control, and many pirate slaves who were making trouble were also taken down. At the same time, Lucifer has invaded a magnificent palace. BD, who are you? When the two guards in suits saw Lucifer, they rushed up in a rage. Puff! 2 balls of blood shot out, and 2 guards in suits were pierced through their chests by long swords, and fell into a pool of blood. Ding! Host killed the CP agent and got 3,500 killing points. Ding! Host killed the CP agent and got 4,500 killing points. It is worthy of being the guard who personally protects the celestial dragons. Any miscellaneous soldier has 3 or 4,000 killing points. Lucifer, Demon Lucifer, you are the invader. The guard recognized Lucifer's identity, and quickly protected the 2 celestial dragons and fled towards other passages. Run, St. Roswald, St. Charles Rose, this guy is a notorious pirate. Why? We block him and ask the 2 adults to escape through the emergency passage. However, Celestial Dragon's temper broke out at this moment. Escape? Are you kidding me? A mere pirate, what right do we have to let us escape? We are gods. That's right, my son, a mere pirate, dares to act presumptuously in front of us, he must be severely punished. Hey, you guys, take him down, I'm going to take him as a slave, let him fight sharks in the tank. The 2 celestial dragons looked arrogant and domineering. Lucifer knew that the celestial dragons were not brainless, they simply had no brains. They don't know what to be afraid of, let alone what a threat is. From the day they became conscious, they were instilled with the idea that no one would dare to challenge the majesty of the celestial dragons, and no one would dare to hurt them. The celestial dragons are supreme, the orders of the celestial dragons are absolute, and all are slaves. Over time, they have lost the instinct of human fear. A group of guards didn't know how to explain to these stupid pigs, they could only flee in embarrassment with 2 celestial dragons. Fighting Lucifer? No kidding. Although their strength is good, they are ants in front of Lucifer. Lucifer looked at the fleeing celestial dragons with a hint of disgust in the back of his eyes. Compared with the villainous pirates, these celestial dragons are more disgusting. Steel gun. With a wave of Lucifer's hand, hundreds of sharp spears suddenly protruded from the walls around the passage. Puff, 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 puff. More than a dozen CP agent guards and 2 celestial dragons were all pierced by spears. Ding! Host killed the CP agent and got 3,000 killing points. 27. Ding! Host killed the CP agent and got 4,000 killing points. Ding! Host beheaded CP agent to get 2,000 kill points. Another wave of killing points arrived, with a total of 160 million. Such a stupid pig can also become the master of the world, this world is really not normal. Lucifer shook his head and continued to the depths of the palace. Others dare not kill celestial dragons. Lucifer doesn't care, he kills celestial dragons. Soon, Lucifer came to the treasure room of the celestial dragons. There are countless gold coins piled up in the treasure room, like a hill. Famous knives, jewelry, and works of art are plentiful. At a rough calculation, the total value of this treasure curry's treasures exceeds 5 billion pelli. This is just a palace treasure house of celestial dragons, and all other celestial dragons' palaces are like this, which shows how cruel celestial dragons is to squeeze the world. The extravagance is beyond description. Lucifer wasn't interested in these treasures, so he walked over to a gold shelf and opened several small treasure chests. Unsurprisingly, it was filled with devil fruit. With a wave of his hand, Lucifer took all 5 devil fruit away. One of the purposes of coming to Marijoy's this time is to free the pirates here, and the second purpose is to search for devil fruit from celestial dragons. Both of these earn kill points. Since Lucifer launched the attack, the system's notification tone has not stopped. Before coming, Lucifer had 80,000 kill points. Now it has reached 2,050,000, more than doubled. Moreover, the growth of killing points is not over yet, and the system's beeps are still going on. Huh? Is it finally here? Suddenly, Lucifer frowned. Under the perception of his observation Haki, 2 extremely powerful auras are rapidly approaching here. He is very familiar with the breath of one of them, it is Admiral Kizaru. It's a pity that it came too late, my goal has been achieved. The pirates have been killed enough, and the devil fruit has also been obtained. Lucifer's goal has been achieved, and he can leave. Rumble! A huge ball of fire exploded in the palace of the celestial dragons, turning into flames and spreading in all directions. A black shadow shot out from the sea of flames, and it shot straight into the sky at a high speed. Well, I can't let you escape, if you escape, our marine will lose face. In a flash of gold, Kizaru appeared behind Lucifer. At the same time a laser is fired at Lucifer. Meteor volcano. Lucifer dodged the laser beam with a flash, and waved his hand at the same time. In an instant, hundreds of flaming volcanic bombs appeared out of thin air and smashed towards Kizaru. Volcanic bombs fell from the sky, carrying the weight of falling meteors and the power of flames, comparable to the doomsday. Kizaru fired countless flash bombs to shatter the volcano, but the wreckage still fell to the holy place wrapped in flames. Kizaru's abilities cannot save the Holy Land unless it extinguishes the flames. Just as the wreckage of the volcanic bomb was about to fall into Marijoy's, Aokiji appeared on the roof of a palace, and a blast of cold air suddenly broke out. Ice Age. In an instant, the cold air condensed all the falling volcanic bombs. Phew, a golden light appeared next to Aokiji, and Kizaru showed his real body. He looked at the black shadow flying rapidly in the night sky, and shook his head helplessly. It's really scary, it really is a monster. At the moment of contact, Kizaru already recognized Lucifer's identity. Do you know who he is? Aokiji asked. Of course I know, I will never forget this person in my life. Kizaru clutched his chest, where the healed scar ached again. As the man who almost took his life, Lucifer turned into ashes and Kizaru can recognize it. Is it Lucifer? Looking at Kizaru's expression, Aokiji guessed it immediately. That's right, it's him. Hurry up and chase, the crime of invading the Holy Land Marijoy's is serious, if he escapes, Marine will lose face. As soon as the voice fell, Aokiji and Kizaru disappeared in place, closely following Lucifer. Call? In midair, Lucifer vibrated the wings of the demon and flew rapidly with a violent gust of wind. He glanced back, and a golden light and a cold air were rapidly approaching. Do you still want to keep me? I'd like to see how strong the two big generals can be together. Lucifer smiled and glanced lightly. Meteor volcano. As soon as the voice fell, hundreds of volcanic bombs burning with flames fell from the sky. Such an attack is of course useless against Aokiji and Kizaru, but Marijoy's can't do much more than such a large-scale attack. The enemy must be rescued. To block Lucifer's attack, Aokiji and Kizaru must spare one of them. Sure enough, it launched. Ice Age. The extreme cold erupted, freezing the volcanic bomb, and Aokiji yelled, "You go after him, leave this to me." Kizaru was taken aback for a moment, and 10,000 grass and mud horses galloped past in his heart. I'm going to chase? I'm chasing with my head. What if I catch up with him? To die? Kizaru was depressed. He was beaten to death by Lucifer in his peak state last time, and now his injury has just improved, so how could he be Lucifer's opponent? Lucifer also heard Aokiji's voice, and directly slowed down the flight speed, waiting for Kizaru to deliver the goods to the door. Kizaru obviously sensed this too, and slowed down too. Lucifer and Kizaru looked at each other, and their eyes met in midair, and they both saw what the other was thinking. Lucifer, come here. Kizaru, run, I won't be chasing you anymore. If you want to go, just go. Lucifer, don't, I won't run away, I'll just wait for you here. If you catch me, you will make a great contribution. You can get a promotion, a salary increase, and a bonus. Kizaru, hee, I thank your whole family. The two clashed fiercely in silence, and suddenly, a black shadow appeared between them. Yellow monkey, go to hell. As soon as the shadow appeared, it launched a fierce attack on Kizaru. The sudden change made the scene a bit awkward, but it solved Kizaru's problem. He was blocked, so he had no time to chase Lucifer. Well, this rescuer came just in time. Kizaru started to release water, and fought fiercely with this strong man who suddenly appeared. Lucifer saw the person coming. It was a man over 3 meters tall, but extremely thin, with only skin and bones left. The breath is very weak, but the strength cannot be underestimated. He actually knocked Kizaru into the air with one punch. Although he didn't hurt Kizaru, it was enough to prove his experience. Oh, it's Jack, you're not dead yet. Kizaru looked at the person with his lips curled up, a look of surprise flashed across his face. Humph, your yellow monkey is not dead, Laozi is not dead. The man let out a loud roar, kicked his leg abruptly, and a vacuum slash shot through the air. The slash flew by, cutting off the 3 straight halls. Tempest kick? This guy is not weak. Lucifer was suspended in the sky, looking at the thin man fighting Kizaru with a little interest. Although Kizaru is now in a state of letting go, the man's combat power can still be fully displayed. This sudden appearance of Jack is not only Grandmaster Marine 6 styles, but also the realm of knowledge color and armament Haki is not weak. While not in its prime at the moment, it is still comparable to Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. And it looks like he and Kizaru are old acquaintances. Jack, you are not my opponent. Kizaru dodges an attack from Jack, teleports to his side, and kicks him away. Jack spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards heavily, smashing a building into pieces. After being hit so hard, Jack's breath became weaker. Kizaru didn't expect that he wounded the rescuer with just a light kick. He overestimated Jack's state at this time. He was already covered in bruises. How could he bear his light speed kick? Not good, it's too heavy. Kizaru's expression changed. If Jack was dealt with, he would have to face the monster Lucifer. Sure enough, Lucifer from the sky made his move. Accompanied by the rapid sonic boom and scorching heat, hundreds of flaming volcanic bombs crashed down. 8-foot Kainguyu. Kizaru flew high into the sky, fired with 2 fingers, and countless flash bombs burst out, smashing the volcanic bombs in the sky. Call out? Suddenly, a black shadow appeared behind Kizaru, raised his foot and kicked Kizaru's head. It was Lucifer. Kizaru, long time no see. What kind of skill is bullying the wounded? Fight me if you have the skills. Lucifer's voice rang in Kizaru's ears, and when Kizaru had no time to react, his head hurt and he shot out involuntarily. At this moment, Kizaru's brain was blank and buzzing, feeling like his head was about to explode. Lucifer's attack just now used the armament Haki internal damage while also entwining the Conqueror's Haki. Although most of the Haki were blocked by Kizaru's armament Haki defense, and some were dodged by his elementalization, some Haki still penetrated into Kizaru's head. Haki exploded inside the brain, and the severe pain almost knocked Kizaru unconscious. Call out? A golden light streaked across the sky, like a falling meteor, piercing through a palace and shooting into the ground. Then the golden light exploded and raised a huge fireball. In the dark night, such a huge fireball is very eye-catching, and it can be clearly seen hundreds of miles away. Lucifer was suspended in the sky, glanced at the exploding fireball, then at the approaching Aokiji, raised his hand and grabbed it. Universal pull. Jack, who was panting on the ground, was grabbed by Lucifer. This guy has some strength, it's a pity to die here. Lucifer stretched out his hand and threw Jack back into the sky. Under Lucifer's control, Jack lay safe on a suspended boulder. Ice cube storm pheasant's mouth. Just then, Aokiji appeared in midair and slapped Lucifer with a giant frozen bird. Everything along the way was frozen, forming a layer of frost. Let's go back. Lucifer hooked his finger, and the frozen bird, which was halfway through, immediately changed direction and returned the same way. Zero looking for flowers. Alala la. The corner of Aokiji's mouth twitched, and the next moment he was hit by his own frozen bird, and they were blasted into pieces of ice. Phew, bang, a golden light shot out from the ruins, and Kizaru came out of trouble, bleeding from the corner of his mouth. Then the ice fragments on the ground solidified, and Aokiji returned to his original shape. Lucifer fanned the wings of the devil to float in the sky, looked down at the two from a high position, and smiled faintly. The two marine admirals teamed up to arrest me, they really think highly of me. Lucifer, you've gone too far this time, just get caught. Cold air condensed in Aokiji's hands, forming 4 spears of ice. With a whoosh, 4 ice spears shot out and hit Lucifer in the sky. Boom! The ice fog dissipated, and Lucifer remained suspended in place, unharmed. The ice spear has been blocked by the wall of vacuum. Such tricks are useless to me. If you want to catch me, you have to use your real skills. Meteor volcano. Lucifer raised his hand and pointed to the sky, and hundreds of flaming volcanic bombs suddenly appeared in the dark night and fell crashing down. Before the volcanic bomb hit the ground, the chill created by Aokiji had been dissipated. If Sakazuki sees this scene, I really don't know what to say. Aokiji felt helpless. The next moment, it flew up, and an explosion of extremely cold air froze the flaming volcanic bomb. But the next moment, Lucifer appeared behind Aokiji. You're being careless, Aokiji. Attacking the enemy must save. Facing the attack of Meteor Volcano, Aokiji must take action to protect the Holy Land, and at this time, he will show his weakness. Boom! The pitch-black fist slammed into Aokiji's back, but before the fist hit Aokiji's body, his body was already twisted. Lucifer's punch covered Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki at the same time. Conqueror's Haki entanglement attack, when it hits the enemy, it will not cause direct contact, and it can cause huge damage at a distance. Boom! Aokiji turned into a beam of light and was sent flying, passing through 7 or 8 palaces along the way, and gliding on the ground for hundreds of meters, finally smashing a palace to pieces. Lucifer knocked Aokiji thousands of meters away with one punch. 8-foot Kainguyu. At this moment, Kizaru's flash ejection came, densely shining the sky, illuminating the night as bright as day. Disappear. Lucifer's voice fell, countless flash bombs disappeared in an instant, and the world turned back to darkness again. What? Kizaru's expression changed. The last time he used the 8-foot Kainguyu, only half of it was eliminated by Lucifer, but he didn't expect it to be completely eliminated this time. Universal pull. Lucifer grabbed Kizaru with a big hand, and directly locked Kizaru, pulling him back. Boom! Kizaru's body exploded into countless golden lights, thereby breaking away from the shackles of gravity. Now that things have happened, Kizaru dare not fight Lucifer in close quarters, that's looking for abuse. However, at the moment when the golden light condensed on the body, a pitch-black steel spear pierced through the golden light at this moment. Puff! Blood spurted out of the golden light, Kizaru regained his body, staggered, and half-kneeled on the ground. There was a big gap in his chest, and blood trickled down. Lucifer. Kizaru's face was gloomy and he vomited blood. He had just recovered from a serious injury, and his strength had not yet returned to its peak, and now he was severely injured, which can be described as adding injury to injury. Ice Age. Just then, Aokiji finally arrived. Extreme cold blasted from a distance, freezing half of Marijoi's in an instant. The cold was soaring and wanted to freeze Lucifer. The wall of vacuum. Lucifer raised his palm and pressed down, forming a vacuum wall, keeping the cold air out. The angry dragon roars. Lucifer punched another roaring fire dragon, melting all the surrounding ice. Is it really useless? Aokiji appeared next to Kizaru with a serious face. After some fighting, Aokiji finally knew how heaven-defying the word spirit fruit was. A wall of vacuum that can defend against all attacks, can use Akainu's magma power, 380 Kizaru's flash power, and can use fire against his ice, and gravity. In addition, Lucifer's own combat power should not be underestimated, and Conqueror's Haki is extremely strong. He got punched by Lucifer just now and felt like his kidneys almost burst. He sensed the strong armor and Conqueror's Haki from Lucifer's fist. Lucifer has not only awakened Conqueror's Haki, but has also learned to use the technique of entanglement. Aokiji feels that what he is facing now is not a rookie, but the 4 emperors of New World. Lucifer's various abilities and Haki's cultivation level can only be mastered by the 4 emperors. This is a true 4 emperors class force. Aokiji couldn't figure out how Lucifer got so big. Word spirit fruit can be obtained through luck, and Lucifer can develop it so well, which proves that he has talent. But Haki must rely on years of practice to master. Lucifer debuted only half a year ago. To be able to learn Haki and use it freely is considered a genius. It is impossible to reach such a level. Could it be that this guy was born with Haki awakened? Aokiji could only think of one possibility. Haki is the innate power of human beings, but it is hidden deep in the body. Many people can't use it for a lifetime, and only by practicing hard can they awaken and master it. But there is a kind of people in the world who can use Haki from birth, and Haki is innately awakened. If Lucifer had awakened Conqueror's Haki from birth, and worked hard for more than 20 years, it would be understandable to reach this level. Aokiji feels like he has found the truth. But if this is the case, then Lucifer's ordinary civilian life for more than 2 decades has been hidden. That would make Lucifer scarier than he'd imagined. Because not only his strength is terrifying, but also his scheming is deeper. Such wise and courageous talents are the most difficult to deal with. Hey, what's wrong with Jiang? Don't die. Lucifer raised his hand and pointed at the sky, and the demon whispered again, Sword of Judgment, weeping blood cuts the sky. As soon as the words fell, a huge golden light sword with a length of more than 500 meters suddenly condensed in the void. As Lucifer covered armament Haki, the golden sword suddenly became black. You too, don't die. Doomsday. Lucifer smiled playfully, and the giant golden sword crashed down, slashing towards Aokiji and Kizaru angrily. Ice Age. 8-foot Kainguyu. Aokiji and Kizaru used their killing moves to meet the enemy at the same time. Facing Lucifer, they did not dare to be careless. Boom! The giant golden sword fell, and the ice blocks made by Aokiji and Kizaru's flash bombs were instantly chopped into pieces. Then the golden sword struck Aokiji and Kizaru, crushing the palace under their feet. A giant sword aura erupted with a shock wave, and Marijoy's ground cracked instantly, and a huge crack formed and spread rapidly towards the distance. This sword seemed to split the entire Marijoy's in half. Boom! A powerful shock wave erupted in front of Pango City in the distance, endless airwaves tumbling, and gravel blasting. The huge crack extending out was finally stopped. The smoke dissipated, and 3 of the 5 elders appeared there, and the 3 of them kept their palms in front of them at the same time. It was these 3 people who joined forces just now and used armament Haki to form a barrier to block the giant sword energy shock wave generated by the big sword. Otherwise, the ancient city behind them would also be split in half. Oh, even the 5 elders themselves. Lucifer smiled playfully, a little surprised. 5 elders, as the highest power in the world's government, will not take action easily. Generally speaking, it will appear only when the Holy Land Marijoy's is in danger of extinction. Presumably Lucifer's attack was too powerful, and the 5 elders were in danger of extinction. Demon Lucifer, dare to destroy the Holy Land, unforgivable. Death is your only destiny. Catch it. The 5 elders rushed towards Lucifer at the same time. The speed of the 3 was so fast that only a trace of afterimage could be seen. If you want to kill me, you are still far away. Lucifer flapped his demon wings and soared into the sky, flying to a height of thousands of meters in an instant. Although I still want to play with you guys again, I had so much fun tonight that I don't want to play anymore. There will be opportunities in the future, and we will have a long time in Japan. Lucifer raised his hand and slapped the holy ground under his feet, shouting angrily, Super Shen Luo Tianzhang. Wordling touched the power of the rules, and endless repulsion burst out suddenly, starting from the center below Lucifer, and roaring away in all directions. The repulsive force is like a mountain and the sea, destroying everything along the way, unstoppable. The palace was beaten into powder like tofu, and the pirates, marines, and celestial dragons along the way were beaten into a meat paste. 0. Endless repulsion erupted, as if to raise the entire Marijoy's to the ground. Lucifer, do you dare? Stop. Court death. The 5 elders were hit by the repulsive force and revealed their real bodies. They flew in 3 directions instantly, shot armament Haki and condensed into a barrier in an attempt to block the repulsive force. The other 5 elders in Pango City also appeared, blocking the repulsion in front of Pango City to ensure the safety of Pango City. Anywhere in Marijoy's can be destroyed, but only Pango City is absolutely impossible. For I'm, the king of the celestial dragons, was sleeping there, and if he disturbed his slumber, even the 5 elders would be killed. Aokiji and Kizaru, who were seriously injured by the King Kong's sword, also broke out from the ruins and fell in 2 directions respectively, helping the 5 elders resist the repulsive attack together. Rumble? The entire Marijoy seemed to have experienced a magnitude 20 earthquake, and countless palaces and houses collapsed and fell apart. There were a few gaps, though the 5 elders and Aokiji Kizaru 7 blocked a few directions. The repulsive force completely destroys the unstoppable Gap Azimuth Palace. Endless ruins and wreckage were engulfed by the repulsive force, and finally fell from the edge of the red line. When the attack was over, what appeared in front of 5 elders was ruins. The entire Marijois has been destroyed in a disastrous manner. Except for Pangu City, which was unscathed, the rest of the area was almost razed to the ground. This scene is really pleasing. Lucifer was suspended in the sky, looked at the ruins under his feet, smiled and said, "But before using this trick, should I make a few bags of rice? I always feel that the Super Shenluo Tianzhang that doesn't carry rice has no essence. Add it next time." Lucifer silently thought about 1.8. BD, how dare you make such pressure? Unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. Demon Lucifer, you must die. The 5 elders were furious, hissing and roaring, and the roar spread throughout the Marijois area. The terrifying murderous aura erupted, causing the sky and climate to change, and the wind swept away. The 5 elders looked to the sky, trying to find Lucifer. However, Lucifer flapped the wings of the demon, his speed soared to the limit, and the black light flashed, and the whole person disappeared. The 5 elders couldn't find anyone to take revenge on, and they had nowhere to vent their anger. Had to be incompetent and furious, roaring crazily. Aokiji and Kizaru crawled out from under the rubble, looking at the ruins in front of them. They looked at each other with bitterness on their faces. Faced with such an ending, they are also very helpless. They had tried their best to fight Lucifer, but they were not his opponent and were seriously injured instead. Especially Kizaru, the injury was more serious, and even the old injury that had just recovered had recurred. This time, he will have to lie in the hospital for at least a month. Let Lucifer escape. Marshal Sengoku can't explain it. This time it will affect my career. Aokiji scratched his head and said depressedly, "There's no way, just the 2 of us, we can't keep Lucifer." Kizaru covered his chest with one hand, and wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth with the other hand. Endless fear appeared in the depths of his pupils. He could clearly feel that Lucifer's strength had improved again after not seeing him for a while. If this continues, the next time we meet, he may die at the hands of Lucifer. At this moment, Kizaru made up his mind that he would never accept tasks related to Lucifer again. Even if he is suspended and his salary is deducted, he will never have any contact with Lucifer. Marine Admiral's treatment is good, but it's still a matter of life. Also, it's not that we are not good at explaining to Marshal Sengoku, it is that Sengoku is not good at explaining to the 5 elders. Looking at the ruins around him, Kizaru could know how heavy the loss of the Holy Land was, and he could also imagine how angry the 5 elders would be. Sengoku is not good as the Marine Marshal's guard, and will definitely be used by the 5 elders as a punching bag to vent their anger. Just thinking about it made Kizaru's scalp tingle. On this night, the holy place of Marijois was invaded. 80% of the Marijois area was razed to the ground, and Marine soldiers, CP agents, and slaves suffered heavy casualties. 10. The most important thing is that celestial dragons also suffered casualties, and the number is still quite large. Because of this incident, Lucifer was put on the must-kill list by the government of the world. 5 elders issued the highest killing order, asking Naval headquarters to eradicate Lucifer, an evil element at all costs. Of course, these are things for later. At this time, Lucifer had already flown off the red line, clutching the seriously injured Jack. According to the guidance of the life card, Lucifer quickly found the location of the nether. Call. A gust of wind blew, and Lucifer appeared on the bow of the nether. "Captain, you are back." Enel, Cavendish, and Baby 5 were all overjoyed to see Lucifer come back safely. Single-handedly invading the holy land of Marijois sounds bloody, but the dangers involved can be imagined. They waited below the red line, and the sound of explosions and shouts of killing could be heard tens of thousands of meters away, which showed the intensity of the battle. "Let's go, get out of here first, Marine's pursuers will come over soon." Lucifer tossed Jack onto the deck and said, "It is good." Cavendish quickly went to the helm and sailed away from here. As for Enel, he was staring at Jack who was vomiting blood. "Who is this guy? I don't know him either, I only know his name is Jack, seeing that he is quite strong and courageous, so I brought him back." There is still a shortage of people on Lucifer's ship, and when he sees someone with strength and qualifications, he naturally cannot let them go. Jack's physical skills are good, and he has a Grandmaster 2-color Haki, and he dares to take a shot at Marine Admiral, which is very suitable for Lucifer's recruitment requirements. Baby 5, treat him, don't let him die. "Yes, Captain Lucifer." Baby 5 feels the happiness of being needed. And at this moment, Jack, clutching his chest, suddenly knelt at Lucifer's feet. "Thank you very much, although I don't know who you are, but I will remember the grace of saving my life in my heart. If you can, please let me join you, I am willing to entrust my life to you." "Okay, let's go to the treatment first. If you want to work for me, you have to live." Lucifer looked at the seriously injured Jack and shook his head slightly. As a slave, this guy was tortured by celestial dragons and was bruised all over. After that, Kizaru's laser pierced through the lower abdomen, and was kicked to break several ribs, and he was already dying at this moment. If it is not treated in time, it will undoubtedly die. Afterwards, Baby 5 took Jack to treatment, and Lucifer went back to his cabin to rest. Cavendish took the helm to sea, while Enel flew to the mast to watch over the night. Soon, Nether disappeared into the dark night. In the cabin, Lucifer opens the System Properties panel. Properties panel. Host, Lucifer. Age, 23. Devil Fruit, Word Spirit Fruit. Physique, Hell Devil. Armament Haki. Pinnacle. Observation Haki, Advanced. Conqueror's Haki, Pinnacle. Kill points, 385,000. After killing overnight, Lucifer's kill points have reached 385,000. Before invading Marijoy's, Lucifer only had 80,000 kill points, but this time it more than quadrupled, with a total gain of more than 300,000. This is Lucifer's biggest gain since going to sea. Marijoy's is indeed one of the top hunting grounds in Lucifer's mind, and the harvest did not disappoint him. In terms of hunting grounds, apart from Marijoy's, it is the lair of the New World Four Emperors Pirate Group. The Four Emperors Pirate Group's lair is like a cloud of strong people, and if you kill anyone, you can get a huge amount of killing points. And above all of these, it is the deep-sea prison Impel Down. Impel Down holds countless pirate prisoners, and the last floor is full of pirates with a bounty of over 100 million, including many legendary pirates. As long as the Impel Down can be destroyed, Lucifer can get a super huge killing point. The value may exceed his imagination. Whether it is the lair of the Four Emperors Pirate Group or Impel Down, it is the hunting ground that Lucifer chose early on. Lucifer will go to these places in the future. In this invasion of Marijoy's, in addition to these gains, Lucifer has additional gains. With a wave of his hand, 5 devil fruits appeared on the table. The Marine's support came so quickly that Lucifer only had time to loot a palace of the celestial dragons. But the harvest is not bad, got 5 devil fruit. Lucifer has never seen the devil fruit illustrated book, so naturally he doesn't know what kind of fruits these are. System, can you identify these devil fruits? If there is a strong ability, Lucifer does not want to be recycled by the system, he wants to keep it for his own use. Ding, it takes 3,000 killing points to identify a devil fruit. Do you want to identify it? Need money for identification? Lucifer hesitated. 1 kills 3,000 points, and 5 kills 15,000 kills. This is already worth a good devil fruit. Forget it, let's recycle it directly. If you want better abilities in the future, just buy it again. Lucifer made up his mind. System, recover 5 devil fruits. Ding, 5 devil fruits were recovered successfully, and 65,000 killing points were obtained. 65,000 for 5 pieces, equivalent to 13,000 for 1 piece on average, so. Looking at the harvest this time, one knows that these 5 fruits are just ordinary fruits, and there is no peak ability in them. Otherwise there will be more kill points. Fortunately there is no appraisal, otherwise it will be a loss. Lucifer called up the system store. He now has a full 450,000 killing points, which has hit a record high, and he can make another wave of consumption. System, buy peak knowledge-colored funeral aura. Lucifer gave the order in his mind. Ding, the peak observation Haki was purchased successfully, 200,000 kill points were deducted, and the remaining kill points are 2500240000. A force surged into Lucifer and merged with him. Lucifer turned on observation Haki, covering a radius of 10,000 meters in an instant. However, this is far from reaching the limit. Lucifer's observation Haki is still expanding. At 10,000 meters, 20,000 meters, 30,000 meters, and until 50,000 meters, Lucifer feels a little exhausted. However, as long as Lucifer wants, his observation Haki can continue to spread the range. The observation Haki in the peak state has abilities far beyond the advanced state. Observation Haki can cover a very large area, and its functions of sensing attacks, predicting the opponent's next move, sensing the strength of creatures, sensing the emotions and thinking of creatures, and sensing the position and number of objects outside the field of vision have all been significantly improved. There must not be many people who can cultivate observation Haki to the peak. There are even fewer people who can surpass me. On the sea, the strong will specialize in the Haki they are good at, and armament Haki is the first choice. Although observation Haki can sense the enemy's breath and predict the enemy first, it is naturally weaker than armament Haki, who has both offensive and defensive capabilities and restrains Logia users. Therefore, 90% of the strong people in the sea like to practice armament Haki. There are still many people who can cultivate armament Haki to the peak, but there are very few people who can cultivate observation Haki to the peak. Ding, it has been detected that the consumption killing point of host has exceeded 1 million, and the update of the system store has been completed. Suddenly, an electronic sound sounded in Lucifer's mind. System store update. Hearing the system prompt, Lucifer quickly cast his eyes on the system store. After the update, there are many more items in the system store. Just like Conqueror's Haki, above the peak realm, a new realm appeared. Conqueror's Haki is above the peak state, and a new state has emerged. Observation Haki. Awakening, 1,000 killing points. Primary, 5,000 killing points. Intermediate, 10,000 killing points. Advanced, 50,000 killing points. Pinnacle, 200,000 killing points. Observation Haki Field, 800,000 killing points. Armament Haki. Awakening, 1,000 killing points. Primary, 5,000 killing points. Intermediate, 10,000 killing points. Advanced, 50,000 killing points. Peak, 200,000 killing points. Armament Haki Domain, 800,000 killing points. Conqueror's Haki. Awakening, 1,000 kill points. Primary, 5,000 kill points. Intermediate, 10,000 kill points. Advanced, 50,000 kill points. Peak, 200,000 kill points. Conqueror's Haki Domain, 1 million kill points. Conqueror's Haki has one more realm, created by the author, don't spray if you don't like it. Among them, the field of knowledge color and armed color is 800,000 killing points respectively, and the most expensive Conqueror's field is 1 million killing points, which is simply sky high. The system also has a related introduction to the field of Conqueror's Haki. When a person's Haki breaks through the limit, the Haki field can be opened. The observation Haki field, after opening, can shield the enemy's observation Haki perception, and automatically awaken the ability to predict the future. In the field, it can be called omniscient and omniscient. You will see all the enemy's attacks in advance, but the enemy's observation Haki will be blocked by you, so you cannot predict your attack. This increase and decrease, the gap can be imagined. Armament Haki field, after opening, the field is completely filled with your armament Haki. Logia ability users cannot be elementalized in the field and are attacked all the time. With a thought, armament Haki becomes solid, and attacks are everywhere. Conqueror's Haki field, when opened, can forcibly strike the enemy's mind and weaken the enemy's strength. In the Conqueror's Haki domain, the enemy's strength will be greatly reduced, and like the armament Haki domain, the enemy will always be attacked in the domain. This is too heaven-defying. Lucifer can be sure that no one in the sea has reached the domain level at present. Not even the 4 emperors. Of course, no one knows whether I'm, the king of celestial dragons who has lived for 800 years, has reached this level. Thinking about it, with his 800 years of cultivation, he should have stepped into the realm of the domain. In addition to the realm of Conqueror's Haki, there are many more powerful abilities and products in the system store. Like Observation Haki ability to predict the future, 200,000 kill points. Observation Haki ability, 200,000 kill points. Zoan Mau Mau Fruit Phantom Beast Golden Sword Lion Form, 200,000 killing points. Zoan Human Fruit Phantom Beast Fallen Angel Form, 300,000 killing points. Logia Quicksilver Fruit, 200,000 kill points. In addition to these powerful devil fruits, there are also many special fruits, such as stamina fruits, worth 100,000 killing points, which can instantly restore all stamina and reach the peak state after eating. The healing fruit is worth 200,000 killing points. As long as you don't die, you can instantly heal all injuries after eating it. Dark wounds caused over the years are invalid. There is also the fruit of life, which is also worth 200,000 killing points. After eating, it can increase the lifespan by 1 year, and it also has the effect of curing dark wounds. The system store is full of beautiful things, and there are many more powerful abilities and items, which almost made Lucifer's eyes dazzled. Lucifer also coveted many items, but unfortunately, he doesn't have enough killing points now. Close the system store and open the property panel. Lucifer gave the order in his mind. Properties panel. Host, Lucifer. Age, 23. Devil fruit, word spirit fruit. Physique, hell devil. Armament Haki, pinnacle. Observation Haki, pinnacle. Conqueror's Haki, pinnacle. Kill points, 250,000. Lucifer now still has 250,000 killing points, but the powerful abilities he wants to buy are not enough. Devil fruit and auxiliary fruits are affordable, but those are of no use to him. He has the physique of a demon and is immortal, so it is almost impossible to kill him. It seems that we must earn more killing points. Lucifer looked at the Conqueror's Haki field worth 1 million and set himself a small goal. I don't want much, let him earn 1 million first. At the end of the night, the time came to the second day. The rescue work of Marie-Joyce is not over yet, but the news of the invasion of the Holy Land has spread all over the world, and the world is shaken by it. The person who caused this to happen is naturally Morgans. As the president of the World Economic News Agency and one of the kings of the underground world, Morgans didn't care about the consequences of spreading this news at all, and he didn't worry about it. Revenge by the world government. Morgans was a very professional man who valued news more than his own life. After his newsbird sent the photo back to the news agency headquarters last night, Morgans immediately wrote a report and printed the newspaper overnight. As soon as the next day dawned, countless newsbirds flew to the whole world with newspapers. There is no charge for these newspapers, and Morgans distributed them all free of charge. The Holy Land of Marie-Joyce has been invaded, and the invader is Marine Admiral Akainu. Marine Admiral Akainu invades the Holy Land. Naval headquarters part ways with the world government. Those who challenge the majesty of the gods, the wave of the new era is about to hit. The demon Lucifer has invaded the Holy Land of Marie-Joyce, and the world is in disgrace. He who challenges the majesty of the gods, the demon Lucifer. Such a big news, a headline, and a newspaper issue are obviously not enough. Last night, Morgans was thinking like a fountain, and his inspiration was like a diabetes insipidus. He wrote 5 reports at one time, used 5 sensational headlines, arranged 5 front-page headlines, and sent them all at once. Moreover, there are contradictions and disputes between several title pages. Morgans clearly knew that the intruder was Lucifer, and he also pointed out that the intruder was Lucifer in another newspaper, but he wanted to include Marine Admiral Akainu as well. Just because Lucifer used Admiral Akainu's special trick. Marine Admiral invaded the Holy Land, which is of course impossible. But people who see this headline will naturally be attracted, and then go to read the newspaper. This is the so-called title party. As the president of the World Economic News Agency, Morgans is well aware of the great power of the headline party. And the result was just as he expected. With the spread of newspapers, the news of the invasion of the Holy Land Marie-Joyce spread all over the world at the fastest speed. Everyone who saw the newspaper was shocked and felt that the sky was about to collapse. Such a sensational thing has broken the conventional cognition of countless people. The majesty of the world government was severely hit, and the face was lost, and the majesty of naval headquarters was also severely damaged. In particular, the news that the intruder was suspected to be Marine Admiral Akainu stunned countless low-level civilians. Of course the big shots know that this is impossible, but the low-level civilians don't know it. They only know that Marine is an organization established by the world government, and Marine Admiral is the highest fighting force in the world government. Now Marine Admiral has invaded Marijois, which means that naval headquarters will betray the world government? If it is true, the pattern of the world will usher in drastic changes. Countless low-level civilians are in panic all day long, feeling that the world will be destroyed because of this. Marijois, Panga City Palace. Wangda's, bang. A gold tea table was smashed to pieces by curly-haired 5 elders. Morgans, ABD, dares to report such news. Does he want to die? This time the Holy Land invaded the world government and naval headquarters were disgraced. They originally wanted to cover up the news. But it was too late for them to act, and the newspapers of Morgans had spread all over the world. Send CP to deal with it. Morgans has been too presumptuous recently, let him know what he can do and what he can't do. The blonde 5 elders said lightly. That's right, it is related to the majesty of the world's official government, and it must not be lightly forgiven. But the top priority now is to solve the culprit of this incident, Lucifer. This damn BD, no matter what the cost, he must be completely wiped out. 5 elders looked at Lucifer's reward order, and their eyes burst out with endless killing intent. Sengoku, I leave this matter to you. We don't care what method you use, and we don't care what method you use. We only need one result, Lucifer must die. 5 elders looked at Marshal Sengoku standing in front of them at the same time. I see, I will do it as soon as possible. Of course Sengoku knows that it is very difficult to completely eliminate Lucifer, and the possibility is very slim. But now he can only take on this task. Looking at the furious 5 elders, Sengoku was afraid that if he said something difficult, these 5 old bastards would go crazy, so they beat him up together. He was also afraid that he would not be able to suppress his anger, so he would beat up the 5 old men in front of him. After last night's incident, 5 elders took all their anger out on him, making Sengoku a human being inside and out. Now Sengoku's anger has also risen to his throat, ready to burst out at any time. Sengoku, MMP, who did the old man provoke? New World, Marine G1 branch. Rumble? A mass of magma exploded inside the building, completely destroying the entire room directly. The surrounding Marine soldiers saw where the room was, but no one dared to step forward to check the situation, because it was the office of Marine Admiral Akainu. Everyone knows that Marine Admiral Akainu is in a state of rage right now. If you contact him at this time, you will probably be burned to ashes. Damn Lucifer, dare to do such a thing, I can't spare him. Akainu's expression was twisted, and he was already angry to the point of ultimate. Lava erupted all over his body, and the newspaper in his hand was burned to ashes by him. In the flames, one can vaguely see the headline of the newspaper, The Holy Land Marijois has been invaded, and the invader is Marine Admiral Akainu. People sit at home, and the pot comes from the sky. Akainu has been sitting in New World during this time, and has never returned to naval headquarters, let alone the Holy Land. 677 But this time the invasion incident, the blame suddenly hit him on the head. When Akainu saw today's newspaper, his head almost exploded. The old man invaded the holy place Marijois? How did the old man not know? What? You said the whole world knew about it, but I was the last one to know about it? Afterwards, I contacted naval headquarters, because the genius knew the cause and effect of the incident. And this time it was the demon Lucifer who made him blame him. Since his confidant Doberman was killed by Lucifer, Akainu has been eyeing Lucifer and hates Lucifer extremely in his heart. And this incident completely detonated Akainu's anger. Although he was not responsible for this incident, the big shots in the world knew that the intruder was not him. But because of this report, his reputation will still be damaged. This is very unfavorable for Akainu who wants to be the Marine Marshal. If you are not careful, your official career may be affected, and the throne of Marshal Marine will be ruined. Lucifer of MMP, you have done a good job, let Lao Z take the blame. Damn kid, this old man will definitely burn you to ashes. Lava erupted from Akainu's body, and the coughing sound made the Marines in the entire G1 branch shudder. New World, Moby DK. Father, something big happened. Marco falls from the sky and delivers 2 newspapers to Whitebeard. The headline of the first newspaper was horrifying. BAFP, Marine Admiral Akainu invades Holy Land, Naval Headquarters part ways with the world government. Goo la 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 la, Naval Headquarters is going to break with the world government? What kind of joke is this? Of course Whitebeard would not believe such news, so he opened the second newspaper. Sure enough, the title has changed. The demon Lucifer has invaded the Holy Land of Marijois, and the world government is disgraced. Well, that's reasonable, that kid is quite capable. Even Whitebeard has to admire Lucifer's courage. I heard that the entire Marijois has been bulldozed by Lucifer, and the battle lasted until the early hours of this morning. Aokiji and Kizaru both Marine Admiral failed to keep Lucifer, but was injured by him. Marco's news is also very well informed. In addition to the information in the newspaper, there are also some gossip. If this is the case, then this Xiaoi's strength is really extraordinary. Whitebeard looked at the newspaper in his hand and sighed. The 4 words Marine Admiral itself represents strength. The 2 admirals were defeated together, proving that Lucifer's strength is already extremely terrifying, and he can keep pace with the 4 emperors. The surrounding members of the Whitebeard pirates read the newspaper, all stunned. Facing Lucifer, they can no longer maintain a superior form. Their pride all comes from Whitebeard, and Lucifer himself can be compared with Whitebeard. Although he is a newcomer, his strength and status are already far above them. New World, Wanakuni. The sky over Ghost Island was overcast with clouds, lightning, and thunder. In the Ghost Island Palace, Kaido is sitting on the ground, holding a wine gourd and drinking crazily. Call? After drinking the wine in the gourd in one breath, Kaido looked at the newspaper in his hand. The demon Lucifer, who bulldozed the holy land of Marijois, is an arrogant brat. Ha 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 ha. Kaido laughed out loud, obviously in a good mood. According to the news from Morgans, Aokiji and Kizaru were not Lucifer's opponents together, but were injured by him. Even the 5 elders came forward to push Lucifer back. Beside Kaido, Yen Calamity Ember said in a low voice. 5 elders, Admiral, hey, they're just a bunch of trash. Being beaten like this by a brat proves that they are nothing more than that. However, this kid's strength is very good, and he has the value of cooperation. If he is interested, he can join hands with me to destroy this world. What Kaido wants most is to start a war that spreads all over the world, and then completely destroy this boring world. Lucifer's strength and his crazy behavior made Kaido very interested, thinking that Lucifer was the same kind of person as him. Just then, Jack the Drow spoke. Master Kaido, some time ago Doflamingo contacted us, wanting to establish a cooperative relationship with the Beast's pirates. What he's asking is for us to help him get rid of Lucifer. Doflamingo is one of the underground kings with a wide network of contacts. He couldn't handle Lucifer himself, so he could only sleep. Beast's pirates was one of the boosts he sought. Doflamingo? The Flamingo. When mentioning Doflamingo, Kaido looked disdainful. The title of the so-called 7 warlords of the sea is worthless in his eyes. There are a lot of people who want to cooperate with Laozi. Who is he? Dare to ask for it. Ignore him, Laozi has no time to participate in his personal grievances. Yes, Master Kaido. Jack respectfully accepted the order. Kaido only looks like a reckless man on the surface, but he still has basic cognition. Lucifer can single-handedly push Marijois and wound Aokiji Kizaru with 2 marine admirals. He has proved that his strength can be compared with 4 emperors. Kaido only wants to win over Lucifer now, so how could he become enemies with Lucifer because of a Doflamingo? New World, Seas of All Nations, Cake Island. Well, this Lucifer is really capable. And 4 emperors was sitting on the sofa, drooling wildly while reading the newspaper, and the desire in her eyes grew even higher. She had taken a fancy to Lucifer's strength and his status as a suspected rare race, and wanted to recruit Lucifer to marry her daughter. The stronger Lucifer is now, the more she wants it. According to Lucifer's sailing route, you should have entered the New World by now, right? Is Snug ready? Send him out to sea at once to find Lucifer and bring him back to Cake Island. Mom, judging from Lucifer's current record, Snug is not Lucifer's opponent. If Lucifer refuses to join us, Snug will be in danger. Katakuri said in a low voice. Reject? Does she dare to refuse my mother? The ant's eyes widened immediately, and a burst of truth broke out. Her expression was very ferocious and terrifying. She didn't consider the possibility of Lucifer's rejection at all, she just wanted it. Compared to the muscular guy Kaido, the 4 emperors' ant's brain is actually worse. Although she is quite old, her mentality is still like that of a child, very pure. When you see something you like, you want it, whether others want it or not. When others refuse, she throws a tantrum and destroys it. If you can't get it, you will destroy it. This is also one of the characteristics of children. That's right, Mom, as far as I can tell, Lucifer will 100% say no, he's not the next generation. Lucifer is not a person who is inferior to others, and will not agree to our solicitation. We made a mistake in our judgment before. Lucifer is very strong, and Snug is no match for him at all. In fact, Katakuri wants to say that he is not Lucifer's opponent. In the entire Big Mom, only the 4 emperors can fight Lucifer. If you want to recruit Lucifer, you have to do it yourself. But it's impossible for Katakuri to say these words, and it doesn't make sense to reason with the 4 emperors' aunt. Unfortunately, Mom, we couldn't get Lucifer. Katakuri sighed. Unable to recruit. That's not necessarily true. Well. Send that kid an invitation to the tea party and invite him to Cake Island. A dangerous light flashed in the ant's eyes. Obviously, Katakuri's words didn't dissuade Big Mom. Ant's obsession is very deep. As long as she wants something, she will do whatever it takes to get it. Send the order, Katakuri, to prepare for this year's tea party. Well. The ant's laughter echoed in the palace, extremely ear-piercing. Yes, Mom. Katakuri's expression remained unchanged, and he respectfully exited the palace after accepting the order. New World, a small island of ice and snow. In the mountain cave, the red hair pirates are holding a bonfire banquet here. This Lucifer is really amazing. This time he really stole the limelight, even our limelight was taken away by him. That's right. I haven't seen such a brave rookie for many years who dared to invade Marijois alone. After this incident, the amount of his reward will definitely skyrocket, right? More than 1 billion is sure, maybe it can exceed 2 billion. At that time, only the captain and the deputy captain of our pirate group will have more bounties than him. A group of pirates laughed and talked about Lucifer. Next to him, red-haired Shanks stared at the newspaper in his hand with a serious expression on his face. What's the matter? Aren't you very optimistic about this newcomer? His expression is terrifying. Beckman put a glass of wine next to the redhead and said with a smoke ring. The red hair shook his head. I am very optimistic about his strength, and his aptitude is also unique, but he is too dangerous, so I have a bad feeling. The redhead was really optimistic about Lucifer at first, because he is a rare rookie pirate. Qualified, powerful, very young, very similar to him. But Lucifer's actions were too crazy, which made the redhead feel a little bit shocked. Single-handedly bulldozing the holy land of Marijoy sounds great, and it's even more powerful when done. But this is crazy, it's not something normal people would do. Lucifer's behavior reminded him of someone. The legendary forbidden pirate Lox. If Lucifer is really the same kind of person as Lox, then it is not only marine and pirates who are threatened, but the whole world. Combined with Lucifer's previous behaviors, plus this incident. At this moment, Shanks is sure that Lucifer is not the successor of Luoji's will, he is more like the successor of Lox. Lucifer's madness will one day threaten the whole world. Okay, don't worry about it, we haven't finished our own business yet. Beckman said with a smoke ring. Huh? What else do we have for ourselves? The redhead was dumbfounded. Hey, you don't think it's over after defeating those competitors? What about the territory? Where is our territory? Compared to Whitebeard and the three of them, our territory is far from enough. Beckman shook his head, looking helpless. It was exhausting to meet such a funny captain, and to have him, the deputy captain, worry about everything. Ha, territory is not important, as a pirate, the most important thing is freedom. The redhead laughed. So what if the land is small? We red hair pirates are already 4 emperors, no one can deny that. It doesn't matter if you have less territory, as long as you can sail freely on the sea. Our strength doesn't need territory to prove it. That's right, the captain has a point. Brothers, the party is on. The atmosphere in the mountain caves is very lively, and the outside world is snowing heavily, and the extreme cold can't affect the enthusiasm of these pirates at all. New World, dress Rosa. Doflamingo held the latest newspaper, his hands trembling a little, and a few drops of cold sweat leaked from his forehead. Damn guy, even the world government can't do anything about him. Seeing the shocking things Lucifer did, even Doflamingo couldn't help feeling powerless. Single-handedly invaded the holy land of Marijoy's, Aokiji Kizaru teamed up but was injured, even the 5 elders were helpless. This kind of strength is much stronger than him. The strength gap between the two sides is too great. Don Quixote family has no chance of winning. Joker, what now? The BD Lucifer has entered the new world. Torrible asked with a runny nose. After knowing Lucifer's terrifying power, the cotters such as Torrible and Pika have given up the idea of revenge against Lucifer. Now they're going to pray instead that Lucifer doesn't bother them. Don't panic, it's not time to despair yet. Doflamingo growled. Where's Kaido? Did you hear back? If he can get Kaido's assistance, Doflamingo will have the confidence to deal with Lucifer. No, I haven't been able to get in touch. Torrible shook his head. Also, the pirates we contacted before also gave up cooperating with us. In order to avenge Lucifer, Doflamingo contacted many New World pirates during this time. 0 for flowers. They are all skilled and powerful. But after this incident spread, these pirates all gave up their cooperation with Doflamingo. Even if Doflamingo increased the reward several times, they did not agree. Damn it, what a bunch of bastards who play with the wind. Doflamingo's face was livid. Continue to contact Kaido, as long as you can cooperate with Kaido, it doesn't matter if there is no one else. Yes, young master. Doflamingo still has the last ray of hope, and Doflamingo is his last straw. But what he didn't know was that Kaido didn't care about him at all. Although the current Doflamingo is extremely powerful, has a wide network of contacts, and has business all over the world. But wanting to cooperate with Kaido is still a bit short of qualifications. In the original book, the reason why Doflamingo can cooperate with Kaido is because he can produce man-made devil fruit. But now, Doflamingo does not have this bargaining chip. Point 0. The only thing Kaido can look at is man-made devil fruit. Kaido simply doesn't like the other resources that Doflamingo has. In the original book, once Doflamingo loses the man-made devil fruit, he will be killed by Kaido, which also proves this point. In a sea area of New World, the sun is bright and the breeze is blowing. The Nether is sailing slowly on the sea. Captain, the latest reward order has come out, and your reward is frighteningly high. Enel turned into a bolt of lightning and fell from the mast to Lucifer. Lucifer, who was lying on the beach chair, opened his eyes and accepted the reward order from Enel. The devil Lucifer, with a bounty of 2.548 billion Baileys, has committed a heinous crime, regardless of life or death. Added more than 2 billion at one time, it seems that Naval headquarters and the world government really went crazy this time. Lucifer smiled slightly. This kind of amount is also top in New World, only 4 Emperor's pirates is higher than Lucifer. Beside, Enel, Cavendish and Baby 5 all rolled their eyes. Did you listen to what he said? Do you believe me? You've bulldozed Marijoy's, can the world government and naval headquarters not go crazy? Since the establishment of the world government for 800 years, you are the only one who dares to do such a thing, right? And with the spread of the reward order, some pirates in New World have already regarded Lucifer as the 5 emperors. Lucifer, the devil of the 5 emperors, is a great pirate who can stand on equal footing with Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom, and Redhead. As soon as he entered the New World, he ascended to the throne of the emperor. Lucifer is not the first since the beginning of the era of great pirates. What about you? Haven't your bounties increased? Lucifer looked at the 3 of Enel. Although Lucifer is the only one who invaded Marijois this time, the 3 Enel, as his crew, will also be affected. Ours went up too. The 3 of Enel took out the reward order. Thor Enel, offering a bounty of 220 million Baileys, is a heinous crime, regardless of life or death. Weasel Cavendish, with a bounty of 185 million Baileys, has committed a heinous crime, regardless of life or death. Battlemaid Baby 5, with a bounty of 166 million Baileys, a heinous crime, regardless of life or death. The bounties of the 3 people have been symbolically increased by 100 million, which can be regarded as additional bounties brought by the Nether pirates. In addition, there is also the slave Jack who was taken away by Lucifer, and Marine also issued a reward order for him. Jack the Ripper, with a bounty of 296 million Baileys, is a heinous crime, regardless of life or death. Jack the Ripper? Your guy's name is kind of bluffing. Enel held Jack's reward order and smiled playfully. That's all in the past, don't mention it. Jack, who was sitting in the corner, looked at the reward order, shook his head slightly, with a bit of bitterness in the corner of his mouth. After a few days of getting along, Lucifer and the others already knew Jack's origin. 257 was originally a Marine, and a Marine Rear Admiral. Not only that, because of his repeated military exploits and sufficient strength, Naval Headquarters has decided to award him the rank of Vice Admiral. But in a mission, Jack accidentally offended the Celestial Dragons. Not only was his promotion cancelled, but he was charged with many crimes. One of the biggest crimes is the massacre of all the residents of a small town. Because of this, he got the nickname of the Ripper. Jack was framed and could not return to Naval Headquarters, but became a criminal and was wanted by Naval Headquarters. Jack ran away for more than a year, and was finally captured by the General Kizaru. After being caught, Jack was not imprisoned in Impel Down, but was sent to Marijois as a slave of Celestial Dragons, and was tortured for several years. It wasn't until a few days ago that Lucifer made a big fuss in the Holy Land of Marijois, and Jack took the opportunity to get out of trouble. The inside of Marine is really dark enough. Can this be considered a righteous organization? Cavendish sneered disdainfully. It should be said that it is not the Marine that is dark, but the Celestial Dragons. As long as the Celestial Dragons are involved, Lucifer doesn't see any surprise in Jack's fate. Even if everyone in Marine knew that Jack was wronged, it was useless. No one can resist Celestial Dragons' light words. What is a Marine Rear Admiral compared to Celestial Dragons? I think there are still some people in Marine who have fought for Jack, but how the result will be, we will know what happens to Jack. The orders of the Celestial Dragons are absolute, and even the Naval Headquarters cannot defy them. Jack the Ripper, you are quite capable. You said you would play for me, right? Lucifer looks at Jack. Yes, Your Excellency saved my life, and my life will belong to Your Excellency from today on. Jack fell to his knees at Lucifer's feet and said, well, starting today, you are a member of the Nether Pirates. The Nether Pirates are short of people, but Jack is strong enough to rival Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, and he deserves to be in the bag. Yes, thank you Captain Lucifer. Seeing Jack kneeling on the ground, Lucifer hooked his finger, and a devil fruit appeared out of thin air. You shouldn't be a capable person yet, so this devil fruit is for you. Its ability is very suitable for your nickname. Jack took the devil fruit, a little excited, but also a little confused. Captain, this fruit is. Paramecia cutting fruit is the top ability in Paramecia. If you use it well, it can greatly improve your combat power. Yes, thank you, Mr. Lucy. Without hesitation, Jack opened his mouth and ate the devil fruit. This is the devil fruit recovered by Lucifer with the power of speech, and Lucifer doesn't know how it tastes. But looking at Jack's distorted expression, Lucifer already knew the answer. Paramecia cuts the fruit, and the ability user can create a vacuum slash at will, and it is very powerful. Theoretically, when the cutting fruit is developed to a certain extent, anything can be cut, even space can be cut. According to the system's identification, this fruit is worth 80,000 killing points. The person with the ability to cut the fruit who died in Lucifer's hand did not display the true power of the fruit at all. It is precisely because of this that Lucifer has never recycled it, just wanting to use it to train cutters. Jack has good strength and good qualifications, and cutting fruit is very suitable for him. It would not be long before he could adapt to the power of cutting fruit. At that time, his strength can be improved a lot. Of course, Lucifer is not afraid that Jack will betray him. He can bestow fruit, and naturally he can kill him to take back the fruit. Okay, it's time to start again. Lucifer stood up and gave the order. Then Captain, where shall we go next? Asked Cavendish at the helm. Go to dress Rosa and fix a problem. Doflamingo is also anxious to come, let's go see him off. Lucifer has not forgotten that he and Doflamingo have formed a deep hatred. Now that the enemy has been formed, it is natural to cut the weeds and root them out. Otherwise, keep this guy Doflamingo, who knows what tricks he will do behind the scenes. Speaking of Doflamingo, Baby 5's expression was complicated. After all, she was originally Doflamingo's subordinate. Hey, baby, you won't be reluctant, will you? Cavendish looked at Baby 5, showing a trace of indifference. If you dare to report the news, I will not spare you. Now, Cavendish has completely regarded himself as a member of the Nether Pirates. 0. He will not be soft when dealing with traitors. Don't worry, Baby 5 won't do that. Right? Baby 5. Lucifer looked at Baby 5 and smiled faintly. That's right, don't underestimate me, Cavendish. Baby 5 scolded, I am now a member of the Nether Pirates, and I know where I stand. That's good. In this way, the Nether accelerated and set sail, following the signpost to dress Rosa. Soon, the Nether disappeared on the sea level. Naval Headquarters, Marineford, Naval Headquarters. Sengoku is on the phone with 5 elders. I have sent someone to track down Lucifer, and he will be found soon. Lucifer is very strong, I need to make a detailed plan to act. I'm already hurrying. Okay, that's it. Sengoku hung up Bug and sighed deeply. Is it the 5 elders again? Next to him, Vice Admiral, the Chief Staff Officer, propped his chin with both hands, and asked calmly. That's right, it's the one urging us to send troops to eliminate Lucifer. Sengoku frowned, feeling a little tired. Not only physically tired, but more mentally tired. Sengoku has barely had a break since the Shrine Marijois was bulldozed. The Holy Land continued to exert pressure, urging the phone calls one after another without stopping at all. It is true that Lucifer killed too many celestial dragons this time, and some celestial dragons' families were almost wiped out. The surviving celestial dragons were extremely angry, and naturally wanted revenge. However, Lucifer is too powerful. How easy is it to catch him or even destroy him? Against Lucifer without any preparation, 1.3 is to let the marine soldiers die in vain. Sengoku doesn't know how to do that, so he uses the Dragable. The future is long, and their marine has been preparing to eliminate Lucifer, but how long this preparation will last is beyond his control. Let them go in a hurry, celestial dragons are a bunch of garbage, the world would be cleaner if they died. Next to him, Garp, sitting on the couch, laughed. When laughing, stuffed donuts into his mouth one by one, and eat them with relish. Hearing the news that the celestial dragons suffered heavy casualties, Garp was in a good mood and his appetite was whetted. Not only do I have to eat 100 more bowls every day, but I even broke the record of eating donuts several times. Shut up, Garp, stop talking nonsense. While equally displeased with the celestial dragons, Sengoku won't be as outspoken as Garp. You know, even slandering celestial dragons and insulting celestial dragons behind their backs is an unforgivable capital crime. Even Marine Vice Admiral cannot escape sanctions. That is to say, Garp bears the name of a marine hero, and his prestige is too high, and his good friend Sengoku has been wiping his A, so it has been able to live in peace for so many years. If it was an ordinary marine who dared to be so bold, he would have been eradicated by the world government long ago. Ha 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 ha, ignore those idiots. Sengoku, get out the tea, I just bought senbei. Garp ignored Sengoku's yelling and instead pulled out a bag of senbei after eating the donuts. Ugh. Sengoku shook his head and sighed deeply. He was too tired to argue with Garp today. At this moment, a burst of hurried footsteps sounded outside the door, and then a Marine Rear Admiral broke into the office. Your Excellency Marshal, something serious has happened. What's the matter? Is Lucifer messing up again? Sengoku's expression changed. Every time someone reports something big, it tends to involve Lucifer. He didn't want to hear those words at all now. As soon as he heard these words, he had a splitting headache. No, this time it has nothing to do with Lucifer, it's an accident in the science unit. The guy of the Marine Science Corps caused an experimental accident in Punk Hazard. Now, the 2 research institutes on the island have been blown up, and the Marine station there suffered heavy casualties. Because of the spread of poison gas, the entire Punk Hazard has now become an island of poison gas 10, and the casualties are still increasing. Normally, Sengoku might feel anxious when he hears such big news. After all, Punk Hazard is one of Marine's most important experimental bases, and the accident is a great loss. But now, not only was he not in a hurry, but he was relieved. As long as it's not Lucifer's mess. What is a mere experimental accident compared to Lucifer's invasion of the Holy Land? Send someone to arrest Guy, and at the same time rescue the wounded on the island, and see if the poisonous gas on the island can be eliminated. If it doesn't work, lock down the entire Punk Hazard. Sengoku took his time and gave orders. Yes, Your Excellency UN. Marine Rear Admiral saluted respectfully, then exited the office. Sengoku leaned back on the recliner, took a sip from his teacup, and breathed a sigh of relief. Now, as long as he doesn't hear about Lucifer's troubles, it's good news for him. New world, aboard the Nether. Lucifer lay on the bow, enjoying the sun and sea breeze. On the deck behind him, Enel and Cavendish are playing cards. With the addition of Jack, they finally made up 4 people. But they didn't play so easily either, with Lucifer giving them a field of gravity. When the 4 play cards, they are subjected to the tempering of gravity all the time. Even moving a finger takes a lot of physical and mental effort. The new world is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, and the strong are like clouds. If they want to gain a firm foothold here, they must practice harder. Boom, 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 boom. Suddenly, an explosion sound came from a distance. Lucifer hooked his finger, cancelling the gravity field. The 4 quickly stood up from the deck and looked towards the sea area southeast of the Nether. I saw 3 warships rapidly approaching the Nether. While approaching, the guns continued to fire. Hey, are there any Marines who dare to come to your door? Cavendish was a little amused. You know, now that the Nether pirates have completely established their reputation, when Marine meets the Nether pirates at sea, they immediately turn around and flee. It's been a long time since I saw Cavendish who took the initiative to throw himself into the trap. Their target is not us, but the guy in the sky. Enel looked at the sky in front of the warship, and there was a breath fleeing quickly. Marines' shells were aimed at that man. When Lucifer and others discovered the warship, the Marine observers on the warship also discovered the Nether. Vice Admiral, the Flying Squirrel, traces of the Nether pirates have been found in the sea ahead. On the warship, a Marine colonel came behind the Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel and reported respectfully. Ghost pirates, Lucifer. Vice Admiral's Flying Squirrel's hand holding the knife suddenly tightened. He looked at the fleeing figure in the sky, and a trace of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. At the same time, looking at the Nether in the distance, deep hatred emerged in the depths of his pupils. But soon, all kinds of emotions were forcibly suppressed by him. Send the order, the whole army retreats. Yes, Lord Vice Admiral. When the order was issued, the 3 warships immediately turned their bows and fled towards the distance. No way, who let them meet Lucifer? Naval Headquarters has already issued an order to give up all missions when encountering the Nether pirates at sea, and to save their lives first. Although unwilling, the Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel has no choice. He is not afraid of death, but there are thousands of Marine soldiers behind him. He couldn't drag thousands of Marine soldiers to die with him. Oh, run away. On the Nether, Cavendish looked at the 3 fleeing warships and yelled. I thought they had a bit of backbone, but I didn't expect them to be a bunch of cowards. Meet Captain Lucifer, isn't it normal for Marine to escape? What's all the fuss about? I'm even more curious, who is Hui who was hunted down by 3 warships? Enel looked at the cloud of gas in the sky. Although there was no human form, observation Haki told him that it was a person. Catch him back and ask, will you know? Lucifer smiled faintly, raised his hand to point at the fleeing gas in the sky, and grabbed it hard. Universal pull. A gravitational force exploded, and the gas in the sky was instantly torn apart, and was then captured by Lucifer and brought back to the Nether. With a bang, the gas hit the deck, and a human figure appeared. Who? How dare you catch me? Do you want to die? The visitor was very irritable, and immediately yelled curses after regaining his physical body, but he was quickly stunned. Cold sweat broke out on his face, and he froze in place. Say it, why don't you continue talking? Enel's eyes are not good, and his body is full of light. Cavendish has sharpened his knife, Baby Five's hand has turned into a huge cannon barrel, and his fist covers armament Haki's jack. But these are not the worst. The most terrible thing was Lucifer standing in front of everyone, staring at him playfully. I wonder who it is. It's Guy Sasa. No wonder he has such a bad temper. The person hunted down by Marine is Gaisa Courant, the mad scientist who created the man-made devil fruit in the original book. Lucifer didn't expect that he would meet him here. I remember that in the original book, Gaisa defected in 1516, and I think it is now. After that, Gaisa will meet Doflamingo, and then be recruited by him to make artificial devil fruit for him, thus establishing a cooperative relationship with Kaido. But now, Guy is cut off by Lucifer. 707. It can only be said that this is God's will. Even God is helping Lucifer, arranging fate to send Guy to Lucifer. Lucifer, why are you here? When Guy saw Lucifer, it was like seeing a scourge. Frightened, he quickly stepped back a few steps, and at the same time his body turned into a gas form, flying into the sky to escape. Lucifer's reputation is not only against Marine, but also against pirates. Lucifer killed more pirates than Marine. Guy SA didn't want to die, so he could only run away. Hey, now that you're here, it's too embarrassing for us to leave without saying hello. Enel was the fastest, and with a flash of lightning, he teleported to the sky above Gaisa's head, and the pitch-black gold rod hit Gaisa's head, knocking Gaisa down into the sky. Cavendish and Jack also shot at the same time, one from the left and the other from the right, causing Gaisa to be injured again. Guy slammed heavily on the deck of Nether, spurting out a mouthful of blood. Immediately, the knife flashed, and Baby Five's arm turned into a machete, which was already placed on Guy SA's neck. Just escaped from the tiger's mouth, but fell into the pack of wolves again. Guy SA really wanted to cry at this moment. Don't rush to go, sit down and chat. Lucifer sat in front of Guy and said with a smile. What are you talking about? Guy swallowed his saliva and smiled dryly. Looking at you, you should have defected to Marine by now. Do you want to come to my ship? Regardless of Guy's identity as a scientist, he is also a Logia gas fruit capable user. There are still very few Logia capable users, and Vasilishi has great destructive power and toxicity. For that alone, Lucifer is worth recruiting. Take refuge in you. Guy rolled his eyes and suddenly felt that this was not bad. Although Lucifer is a rookie, his strength is terrifying, stronger than Marine Admiral, enough to protect him. And now that Lucifer has rushed into the new world, he will soon establish his own huge power. At that time, he, who is attached to this force, will naturally be able to get support and continue his own research. Gaisa's dream is very simple. He wants to surpass Vegapunk and become the world's #1 scientist. With Lucifer's protection, he has a great possibility to realize this dream. And Guy glanced at the scimitar on his neck, and the few people around who were staring at him, and swallowed again. Although Lucifer invited him, he didn't give him the right to refuse at all. If he dared to say no, he would be decapitated in the next second. Okay, I agree. I am willing to be your subordinate. Guy nodded again and again. Sure enough, it's a pleasure to talk to smart people. Lucifer waved his hand, and Baby 5 immediately removed the scimitar. Guy breathed a sigh of relief, the killing intent that made his scalp numb finally subsided. Let's get to know each other. This is marine scientist, Guy S.A. Courant. Lucifer pointed to Guy and introduced his identity. Don't look at him like this. He is a Logia gas fruit capable person, and his strength is not bad. Sure enough, he's also Logia. When he shot just now, Enel had already seen Caesar's ability. Hey, goat, do you want to have a fight and see which is stronger, lightning or gas? Thunder and lightning rose from Enel's body, full of fighting spirit. No need, I admit defeat. Besides, I'm a scientist, not a combatant. Guy's head is still hurting from being hit by Enel just now. How dare he fight him? Although Gaisa is a Logia-capable user, his main focus is on scientific experiments. Usually, he didn't pay attention to training his own strength. Once the fruit ability was restrained, or he faced the armament Haki user, he would immediately be useless. Gaisa is the type who relies too much on Logia's abilities. Let's talk about armed color and observation Haki. Gaisa's level is not very high, barely comparable to Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. But when he met the Naval Headquarters Elite Vice Admiral of Grandmaster Armament Haki, Guy lost more than he won. After entering the new world, Haki's power is the key. Of course, when Guy meets Lucifer, things will change very quickly. With Lucifer's devilish training, Guy's strength will soon be reborn. And just like that, Lucifer gets another Logia crew. The Nier continued on, heading for Dressrosa. A week later, the Erebus entered the Dressrosa waters. Dressrosa is a tropical island with a resort style, known as the country of love, passion, and toys. There are a large number of mushroom rocks on the nearby coast, and the island is full of the fragrance of flowers and is famous all over the world for its delicacies. Dressrosa's fame in the New World has been even greater since Doflamingo ruled the country. Countless people come here to travel every year. However, the beauty of Dressrosa is only on the surface. Hidden under the beauty and passion is endless darkness. 6 years ago, Doflamingo took the country with his pirates. From that day on, the darkness began, and Dressrosa gradually became a land of toys. In fact, those toys are all changed by human beings. Dressrosa is full of laughter and laughter every day. I don't know how many silent cries and despair are hidden. It's really wicked, as expected of celestial dragons. Lucifer boarded Dressrosa, looked at the toys all over the street, and shook his head slightly. This is exactly the same as what he saw in the holy place of Marie-Joy's, and the scene in Dressrosa is a replica of Marie-Joy's. The same superficial beauty, deep filth, and evil. Suddenly, Lucifer frowned, and his eyes instantly locked on the direction of the distant palace. Just now he felt a sense of spying, which was not the feeling of being probed by observation Haki. Is it Violet? Lucifer quickly thought of the woman. Violet was originally the princess of Dressrosa and the one with the ability of paramecia. She can see pictures from faraway places, and she can also see through people's hearts. Simply put, it is an enhanced version of clairvoyance. Thinking about the feeling of spying just now, it was because she was spying in the dark. Captain, do you feel it too? Enel looked at Lucifer. Among the crowd, only Enel's observation Haki is comparable to Lucifer, and he also felt the spy just now. It's okay, it's just a small role, it doesn't matter. What matters is Doflamingo, as long as he doesn't run away. So what if it's discovered Lucifer didn't intend to hide his tracks in the first place? It is so arrogant to open the door openly. Let's go directly to the palace. Doflamingo should wait anxiously. The moment you land on the island, Lucifer's observation Haki has already covered the entire island. In the depths of the palace, Lucifer sensed a very powerful aura, only slightly weaker than Marine Admiral. Only Doflamingo can possess such strength. In this way, Lucifer and others swaggered towards the high ground of the Dressrosa Palace. At the same time, Doflamingo, who was in the palace, also received the news that Lucifer had landed in Dressrosa. Damn BD, did you really find him? In the palace, Doflamingo's expression was distorted with anger, the veins on his forehead were bulging, and blood could be seen surging. When he squeezed hard, he crushed the phone bug in his hand into a pulp. The life of a phone bug snail is indeed very dangerous. What now, Dover? With our strength alone, we are no match for Lucifer. Torrible next to him had a runny nose and looked a little flustered. The rest of the Donquixote family all gathered in the palace, waiting for Doflamingo's order. Is it a war? Or a retreat? Pass my order, all the staff retreat from the underground port. Doflamingo finally gave the order to retreat. He was very unwilling, very angry, but also very disrespectful. Doflamingo is a hero and decisive. He knew that he was no match for Lucifer. Forcibly recklessly, can only die in vain. It is better to retreat as soon as possible to preserve the vitality. Although Dressrosa, which has been in business for many years, has been abandoned, as long as the person is still there, it is not over. As long as they escape from birth, it won't be long before they can rebuild their power and make a comeback. The underground port passage is connected to the palace, so the retreat route for Doflamingo and his party is very smooth. After the order was issued, all the Donquixote family fled towards the underground port immediately. I'm going to run away now? Isn't it too spineless? Lucifer, who was advancing, suddenly showed a playful smile. His observation Haki has been covering the palace, so he can naturally detect their escape. Let me come, it's time for them to experience the power of God. Enel twisted his neck, and the surface of his body flashed with lightning. No, let the maid do it. Lucifer stopped Enel, looked at Baby 5, good job, Baby 5, you can do it, use the new power I gave you. Leave it to me, Captain Lucifer. Baby 5 spit out the cigarette he was biting, and jumped to the roof of the tall building next to him. She bent down, and her upper body softened into a huge cannon barrel, aiming at the palace in the distance. There are many complex lines on the surface of the gun barrel. As the muzzle rotates, energy accumulates rapidly, and the muzzle emits a dazzling blue light. Pluton cannon. Boom! Finally, after the energy accumulation was completed, a blue energy beam shot out from the muzzle, flew thousands of meters in an instant, and hit the distant palace. Rumble! There was a big explosion in the Highland Palace, and it instantly turned into a huge fireball. The flames soared into the sky, directly forming a huge mushroom cloud. The Highland Palace was crushed by a cannonball, and even the ground collapsed and sunken. Wherever the energy beams went, rocks were melted into magma, and even steel was melted into molten iron. The shock wave from the explosion swept across, and the storm spread across half of Rosa. When the people on the island saw the explosion in the palace, they all fell into panic, screamed and ran away in all directions. Ah, the power is really good. Lucifer looked at the giant great fireball in the distance, and praised. It was not in vain that he worked so hard to snatch the Pluton blueprints from Frankie. After Baby 5's weapon fruit is combined with the Pluton design, the power is really different. The power of the energy beam just now is not even comparable to Lucifer's flash bomb. Although it is exaggerated to destroy an island with one shot, it is indeed easy to destroy a palace with one shot. In the future, as Baby 5's personal strength becomes stronger, sooner or later he will be able to destroy an island with one shot. The maid's version of the Pluton weapon really lives up to its reputation. Lucifer patted Baby 5 on the shoulder. She has changed back to human form from the cannon barrel. Thank you, Master Lucifer. All thanks to Master Lucifer's help. It is my honor to serve Lord Lucifer. Appreciated by Lucifer, Baby 5 blushed deeply, deeply feeling the happiness of being needed. Behind Lucifer, Enel, Cavendish, Jack, and Guy spread out. After seeing the raised palace in front of him, he also looked dull. It's okay for Jack and Guy, after all, they are not familiar with Baby 5, so they don't know her real combat power. But Enel and Cavendish were shocked. They have been with Baby 5 for several months, so it can be said that they are very familiar with each other. Baby 5 has always been the weakest of the Nether pirates. But seeing the 673 blows just now, Baby 5's weakest position is about to be overthrown. The real strength of Baby 5 has obviously surpassed their imagination. Hey, maid, when did you become so sleepy? It's quite capable, Baby 5, it's really hidden. When did you learn this trick? There is no sign at all. But as a member of the Nether Pirates, it's only natural to do such a thing. Ha 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 ha. Seeing the warm atmosphere of Enel and Cavendish, the newly joined Guy SA was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. I thought Lucifer and Enel were the only two monsters in the Nether Pirates, but I didn't expect that even the most humble maid is so strong. At this moment, Guy is glad that he joined the Nether Pirates. Having a group of monsters as companions made him feel extremely at ease. Everyone stared at the burning palace in the distance, and Cavendish muttered to himself, wouldn't those people in Doflamingo be shot to death? If that's the case, then we'll save our effort. No, Doflamingo is not such a weak fellow, Jack said firmly. As a former Marine Rear Admiral, he knows the villains of the 7 warlords of the sea well. If Doflamingo was killed so easily, he wouldn't be recruited by the world government. Coming. Lucifer's pupils narrowed. Countless cold lights suddenly lit up in the sea of flames. The cold light crisscrossed, like a sharp slash, cutting the sea of fire in an instant. Then several figures jumped out from the sea of flames. They were the Cotters of the Donquixote family. The leader was Doflamingo wearing a pink coat, followed by Diamante, Pika, and several other Cotters, a total of 6 people. Of course, there are more than 6 Cotters in the Donquixote family, and the others didn't come out, so naturally they died in the hands of Baby 5. BD, it's really deceiving. Doflamingo descended from the sky, saw Lucifer and his party above the roof in the distance, his expression twisted with anger, and he trembled all over. The underground port has been completely destroyed by the artillery just now, and their retreat has been cut off. Go and deal with the others, and Doflamingo will leave it to me. Lucifer gave the order, and the moment the voice sounded, he had disappeared on the roof. Call out? The black shadow flickered away, and Lucifer appeared in front of Doflamingo in the sky as if teleported. Yo, this is the first meeting, Doflamingo. How about the meeting ceremony just now? It was done by my maid. It's powerful, isn't it? Oh, your face is a bit ugly. Is it constipation? Killing and punishing one's heart. This is blatant killing and punishing one's heart. Baby 5 turned out to be Doflamingo's man later snatched by Lucifer. Now Lucifer turned on him with the stolen Baby 5 and killed several of his Cotters. Doflamingo was so angry that he almost burst out, and almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Has that woman actually become so strong? Doflamingo glanced at Baby 5 in the distance, a little unbelievable. Baby 5 used to be at the bottom of the Donquixote family. But Lucifer won't lie to him. At this point, Lucifer has no need to lie to him. If he had known that Baby 5 had such potential, he would have paid more attention to whatever he said. It's a pity that it's too late now. Hey, it's just a maid, I'll give it to you if you want, I don't, care about it. Doflamingo will not show his unwillingness and anger, he is used to cover up his true emotions with ferocious laughter. Even if he is unwilling, he can't show it in front of Lucifer. Lucifer, let me meet you and see if you are as strong as others say. 5 color strings. Doflamingo grabbed 5 fingers and shot out 5 colored thin lines, which Lucifer struck. Disappear. Lucifer didn't dodge or dodge, just said something softly, and the 5 colored lines that were shot disappeared instantly. Gravity crush. Lucifer pressed lightly with his fingers, and Doflamingo was instantly attacked by gravity, and he fell into the sky rapidly, smashing the earth into a huge hole. Lucifer fell from the sky, pointed his palm at the pothole and grabbed it. Vientian sky. Doflamingo, who was vomiting blood, was immediately caught by Lucifer. Shen Luo Tianzhang. A repulsive force mixed with armament Haki hit Doflamingo, sending him flying on the spot. Doflamingo turned into a cannonball, knocked down a dozen buildings along the way, and finally slid on the ground for hundreds of meters before stopping. With this blow, Doflamingo was sent flying thousands of meters away by Lucifer. The battle has just begun, and it has already shown a one-sided posture. Doflamingo climbed up from the ruins, vomiting blood, his chest was sunken, obviously seriously injured. Hey, Doflamingo, that's not all you can do, is it? If you only have this ability, the next move will kill you. Lucifer teleported above Doflamingo's head, looking down at him. Those indifferent eyes made Doflamingo feel cold all over his body. Stop. Suddenly, an extremely ear-piercing scream came from behind. Immediately afterwards, the earth shook violently, and the entire dress Rosa shook. The ground suddenly raised, and a huge stone giant slowly took shape. One of his hands is as big as a small town. It's Pika, he is a stone fruit-capable person, who can control all the stones he touches. The stone palace at the foot of Doflamingo is a battlefield specially built for Pika. Go to hell, Lucifer. Pika's huge palm fell from the sky, covering the sky and the sun, and came towards Lucy. Rumble. Suddenly, a thick bolt of lightning fell from the sky, instantly piercing through Pika's huge palm and blowing it apart. Enel appeared in front of the stone giant. Girl, your opponent is me, don't get me wrong. Boom! A thunder dragon roared out, hit the head of the stone giant, and shattered its head on the spot. With Enel blocking it, Pika cannot protect herself, and it is impossible to come to support Doflamingo. It seems that you still have a few loyal subordinates. Lucifer looked at Doflamingo and smiled coldly. Zixixixixi, of course, they are all my family. Doflamingo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and the ground under his feet instantly turned into a thin white line. Devil fruit is awakened and finally used. When Paramecia devil fruit wakes up, it will affect the things around it. Now, all the surrounding buildings and land have turned into white lines, controlled by Doflamingo. The battle has just begun, and it's too early to say who will win. White line of wasteland. Doflamingo waved his hand, and tens of thousands of white threads under his feet shot up into the sky, forming a wave-like attack, attacking Lucifer. Disappear. Lucifer still didn't dodge or dodge, raised his finger, and the white-lined tsunami that hit suddenly disappeared. What? How is this possible? Doflamingo's eyes widened. Although it is known from Naval headquarters that Lucifer is a person with the ability to speak spirit fruit, which can affect the enemy's fruit ability, and even eliminate the fruit ability. But he didn't expect that after he used his awakening ability, Lucifer could eliminate his ability so easily. This means that the strength gap between him and Lucifer is very large, so the fruit of the afterlife can have such a large effect. In front of Lucifer, all his abilities are invalid, so what's the point of fighting? Gravity crush. At the moment when Doflamingo lost his mind, Lucifer had already launched an offensive. Another strong force of gravity pressed on Doflamingo's body, pushing him to the ground. As Lucifer pressed down with his fingers, the ground cracked inch by inch, and the cracks spread in all directions. Doflamingo's head was pressed into the mud, and he felt that his brain, blood, bones, and every inch of flesh and blood were being suppressed by gravity. A feeling of extreme humiliation tightly gripped Doflamingo's heart. You know, he is celestial dragons. Although he is a fallen celestial dragons, Doflamingo is still extremely proud. He is a descendant of God, the most noble race in the world. How has he ever suffered such humiliation? Endless anger burned in Doflamingo's heart, but no matter how he roared, he couldn't break free from the history that was pressing on his back. At this moment, not only was he physically trampled by Lucifer, but his self-esteem and pride were also shattered by Lucifer. Rumble. Finally, with a loud noise, the ground collapsed, revealing a bottomless abyss. Doflamingo fell powerlessly into the abyss, blood spurted from his body, and he did not know how many bones were broken. Lucifer? Damn BD, I'm not going to die so easily. Go to hell. 16 rounds of holy bullets God kills. Doflamingo exhausted his last ounce of strength to manipulate the surrounding white lines to soar into the sky, turning into 16 thick and sharp white lines with huge waves. The white thread is wrapped with high-density armed colors, which can easily pierce a small island. Mahamudra of the Sage. Lucifer was expressionless, raised his hand lightly, and a huge steel palm with a diameter of more than 100 meters suddenly condensed in the sky above his head. The palm was also covered with high-density armament Haki. Boom! With a palm drop, Doflamingo's 16 holy bullets were instantly shattered. Lucifer's armament Haki has reached its peak, much stronger than Doflamingo. His armament Haki can't stop the powerful power of the Mahamudra of the Sage. The palms pressed down layer by layer, and the endless white lines were crushed layer by layer. Rumble! A loud bang shook the sky, the entire Dressrosa island shook violently, and a powerful shock wave erupted and swept all directions. The town under Lucifer's feet has been shattered, and a huge palm print is presented to the world. With a big wave of Lucifer's hand, the steel palm shattered and dissipated. At the same time, the surrounding white lines also turned back to stone, and the system's prompt sounded in Lucifer's mind. Ding! Host killed the pirate Don Quixote Doflamingo and gained 120,000 killing points. Why? Doflamingo deserves to be a quasi-admiral level powerhouse, worth as much as 120,000, which is Lucifer's highest solo gain so far. The last one was Naval Headquarters Elite Vice Admiral Doberman, worth 85,000 killing points, which is far behind Doflamingo. Lucifer looked under the palm prints, where Doflamingo's body was no longer to be found. Under the offensive of the Sage's big hand print, Doflamingo has been blown up, leaving no bones left. Celestial dragons? Is this not the first time I've killed celestial dragons? Lucifer showed a sneer, pointed his palm down and grabbed it hard. Rebirth. After the words fell, Lucifer immediately grasped an invisible force in the palm of his hand. Soon, a white devil fruit was reborn in Lucifer's hands. Paramecia string fruit. This devil fruit is actually not top-notch in Paramecia, but Doflamingo has developed it to perfection, and even reached the state of awakening. It can only be said that it is Doflamingo who made string fruit, not string fruit who made Doflamingo. Even if Lucifer finds another person, it is impossible for him to develop string fruit to the level of Doflamingo. Dover. Little Lord. Seeing the tragic death of Doflamingo, Torrible, Pika, and other cotters were all shocked, screaming and roaring. Damn it, damn Lucifer, dare to put the young master. I kill you. Pika's sissy screams echoed through the sky as she steered the giant stone figure towards Lucifer. The fist the size of a town has not yet fallen, but it has already set off a violent gust of wind. Painting, the wind comes first, it's interesting. All jokes aside, Lucifer didn't show mercy when he shot, aiming at the huge stone man with his palm. Shen Luo Tianzhang. The high-density armament Haki combines powerful repulsive force to form an invisible palm force. The power of the palm pierced through the air, distorting the space along the way, and instantly hit the huge stone man in the distance. Rumble? With a single palm hit, the stone giant was directly shattered, turning into a sky full of rubble and flying in all directions. Pika's sharp scream sounded, his body was hit by armament Haki, and the armor of his whole body was completely shattered. Damn it. Because the stone giant resisted most of the damage, Pika was not killed by a single palm, and he still had the last trace of vitality left. He wants to open his eyes, but also wants to continue to shoot Lucifer. But it is a pity that he was seriously injured and dying, his bones were smashed to pieces, and he was unable to fight anymore. Flash ray. The devil's whisper sounded again, and a laser ray instantly penetrated Pika's head and shot towards the sea outside the island. 0. Ding. Host kills pirate Pika and gets 45,000 killing points. Why? The system's prompt sounded, and Lucifer once again harvested a wave of killing points. The value of Pika is higher than that of Diamanti. Lucifer killed Diamanti and only got 30,000 killing points. Properties panel. Host, Lucifer. Age, 23. Devil fruit, word spirit fruit. Physique, hell devil. Armament Haki, pinnacle. Observation Haki, pinnacle. Conqueror's Haki, pinnacle. Kill points, 415,000. Killing 2 powerful targets in a row, Lucifer's total kill points have exceeded 400,000, reaching 415,000. Killing points exceed 410,000, and the distance to 1 million is already very fast. Lucifer glanced at the properties panel and nodded secretly. There are a lot of powerful pirate groups in New World, and it won't take long for Lucifer to collect 1 million killing points. 0. At that time, Lucifer will be able to purchase the Conqueror's Haki field. He really wants to know, how strong is the Haki domain beyond the peak? Pika. Master Pika. At this moment, several shrill screams came from a distance, coming from the remaining cotters of Don Quixote. Seeing that Pika also died tragically at the hands of Lucifer, the remaining 4 Torrible, Seigneur, Gladius, and Sugar are all desperate. Run. Torrible was the first to escape, turning into a ball of snot and shooting away at the missile in the distance. As a result, the Sugar lost its protection. Baby 5 seized the opportunity and blasted Granus to death with a single shot. Granus is a Paramecia childlike fruit-capable person, and has no fighting power in itself. There are only a few toy soldiers around who have some strength. Because of her powerful fruit ability, Doflamingo sent Torrible to protect her. Before Baby 5 fired the Pluton cannon, Sugar survived under the protection of Torrible. Now that Torrible has escaped, a few toy soldiers will not be able to keep her. The moment Suzuki died, the ability of Tonk Fruit disappeared. The darkness of the whole Dressrosa is revealed. Countless toys in the country have all returned to human form, and their lost memories have all returned. Most of these people are nationals of the country, but there are also many pirates, bounty hunters, and even marine soldiers and CP agents. At this moment, the entire country was filled with extreme hatred for Doflamingo, and countless citizens of Dressrosa roared for revenge against Doflamingo. It's just that Doflamingo is dead, so even if they wanted to seek revenge, they couldn't find the right lord. As for Marine soldiers and CP agents, they reported the situation of Dressrosa to Naval headquarters and the world government. This time Dressrosa didn't have birdcage to shield the signal, so it was easy to send the message back to death. On the battlefield, Jack stared at the fleeing Torrible, and in a flash, he teleported behind him. Don't go, stay. As soon as the words fell, dozens of vacuum slashes penetrated Torrible's body. Although more than a dozen of the sharp blades passed through Torrible without hurting him, the sharp blades still hit Torrible's hidden body. Torrible let out a scream, and the disgusting mucus on his body exploded, revealing a scrawny, shriveled body. This is the true face of Torrible. He is not a Logia-capable person, he just wraps his body in mucus all the time, pretending to be Logia. Jack took advantage of the victory to pursue, and used the six-style shaving and moonwalk together, and his figure disappeared in a flash, leaving behind a vacuum slash. That is the ability to cut fruit, as if it can cut even space. Torrible's head soared into the sky, and the blood from the broken neck flew half a foot high. On the other side, the battle between Cavendish and Gladius was also decided. Cavendish released the second personality Hakuba, and left hundreds of sword wounds on Gladius 987 with a gust of swordsmanship. Hundreds of sword wounds formed in an instant, and after Hakuba stopped attacking, Gladius fell into a pool of blood. As Cavendish's strength became stronger, Hakuba's swordsmanship and cruelty also greatly improved. In addition, the seigneur who died in the hands of Guy, Doflamingo, and the cotters he brought out were all killed, and no one survived. Lucifer fanned the wings of the devil to suspend in the sky, exerted the power of the fruit of the spirit words, and recovered all the devil fruits of these people. Childlike fruit, rocky fruit, sticky fruit, popping fruit, watery fruit. Together with Doflamingo's string fruit, Lucifer harvested a total of 6 devil fruits. In fact, several cotters who died at the bottom of the palace were also fruit ability users, but they were too far away and died for too long. Lucifer could no longer recover them. But recovering 6 devil fruits is considered a bumper harvest. Call. Lucifer flapped his demon wings and fell from the sky, landing on the roof of a tall building. Enel, Cavendish, and others quickly gathered behind Lucifer. Is that the end? It's too simple, isn't it? Enel still has something to say. It's really easy, and it's a little unbelievable. Jack also felt a little too simple. Doflamingo is the best among Shishibukai. Marine chased and killed him for many years without success, which shows how strong he is. Now it was so easily destroyed by the Nether pirates. It can only be said that it is not that Doflamingo is too weak, but that Lucifer is too strong. The strongest Doflamingo was crushed in the face of Lucifer, and he was beaten to death in just a few moves. Without Doflamingo, the rest of the cotters would naturally be on the verge of collapse. So far, another 7 warlords of the sea has fallen, and the Don Quixote family has been declared dead. At the same time, Naval headquarters and the world government also received news that Doflamingo had been defeated. Boom! In the marshal's office, Sengoku slapped his desk into pieces. Is that Lucifer BD again? I should have thought of that. Before that, the Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel sent back news that the Nether pirates had appeared in the waters near Punkhasa Island and kidnapped the defected scientist Gaisa. Punkhasa Island is very close to Dressrosa. According to Lucifer's habit of hunting powerful pirates, the next target is obviously Doflamingo. Now, Doflamingo had been defeated, and it was too late for them to receive the news. TCH, what's there to be nervous about? It's a good thing Doflamingo was defeated. What he did to Dressrosa would kill him 10 times. One less scum of the sea. You should be happy, Sengoku. On the sofa beside him, Vice Admiral Garp laughed heartily. The marine soldiers in Dressrosa not only brought back news of Doflamingo's defeat, but also reported the darkness of Dressrosa to the naval headquarters. Now naval headquarters knows what Doflamingo is up to. Manipulating the people, selling weapons, leading wars, killing marines, and controlling the country are all heinous crimes, enough to make Doflamingo lose the name of Shishibukai. Of course I know that Doflamingo's death is not a pity, but he is Shishibukai, and he is the power of marine on the surface. After this incident, Shishabukai's prestige will definitely suffer. There is one Moria missing, and now Doflamingo has been defeated, and the majesty of Shishibukai has been trampled to nothing by Lucifer. It wasn't Doflamingo that Sengoku was worried about, but Shishibukai. After Doflamingo's incident was exposed, it would definitely deal a blow to the majesty of 7 warlords of the sea. As a force to balance the sea, the 7 warlords of the sea plays a big role, and it is also very important to marine. If Shishibukai loses its deterrent power, the pirates on the sea will become even more unscrupulous, and it will be marine who will suffer losses. It's too late to send people over now. Let's think about how to deal with this matter first. This behavior of wiping the pirates really made Sengoku feel very uncomfortable. But he had to. I'm afraid it's too late to cover up the news, and now we can only use the old method. Crane Vice Admiral said calmly. That's all there is to it. Sengoku sighed deeply. The so-called old way is to fabricate facts and embezzle the facts. Transfer the credit for defeating Doflamingo to Marine, and declare to the world that Marine exposed Doflamingo's various crimes. In order to demonstrate Marine's justice, Marine removed Doflamingo from 7 warlords of the sea and sent troops to eradicate him. In this way, the matter of Doflamingo will not affect Marine. 0. Marine can also use this to save face. Through some public opinion, the impact of this incident can be minimized. Politicians' methods are extremely dirty, and naval headquarters and the world's governments have long been proficient in the use of such dirty methods. However, Lucifer did something big again, which made Sengoku feel slightly relaxed again. Before he had been clean for a few days, Lucifer started making trouble again. If this continues, no matter how skilled Mr. Tony is, he can't save his gray hair. Celestial Dragon's Shrine, Marijoy's. After Marijoy's was invaded by Lucifer, it has not yet been rebuilt. Only the huge Pango City in the center was preserved, standing in ruins. In the Pango City Palace, the 5 elders have also received the news that Doflamingo was beheaded by Lucifer. This kid is really fast. Another Shishibukai died in his hands. The blonde 5 elders stood by the window, speaking flatly. This was originally Sengoku's purpose for letting him into New World. According to Lucifer's mad dog-like personality, he will soon confront 4 emperors, and then Marine will be able to reap the benefits. However, there are advantages and disadvantages. A mad dog bites people regardless of their status. Doflamingo is a proof. If we are not careful, we are the ones who get hurt. Curly-haired 5 elders swept his eyes, revealing a hint of coldness. It's good for us if Doflamingo is dead, so no one will know the secrets he holds. Holding the sword, 5 elders wiped the long sword in their hands, paying no attention to Doflamingo's death. What about Lucifer? Is it possible he knows Doflamingo's secret? Asked the bearded 5 elders, staring. Impossible. Lucy 0.6 has no reason to do this, and it is impossible for him to know that there is such a secret. The bald 5 elders affirmed. That's good, but Doflamingo is celestial dragons after all, and we can't remain indifferent if he dies. Coupled with Lucifer's previous crimes of invading the Holy Land, this harmful element must be eradicated with all our strength. There's a lot of pressure from celestial dragons. Holding the sword, 5 elders retracted his long sword, and a killing intent burst out in his eyes. Sengoku said that he is preparing a plan, so why not leave this matter to Marine? Sengoku is playing for time, he won't bother Lucifer anytime soon. The blonde 5 elders shook his head, and the rest agreed. The 5 elders are old men who have dominated the world for many years. How can they not see Sengoku's delaying tactics? It's just that Lucifer's strength is indeed terrifying, and 5 elders also understands Sengoku's approach of making decisions before moving. But the celestial dragons kept putting pressure on them, so the 5 elders had to act accordingly. The celestial dragons group includes many huge families, and the 5 elders are just their chosen spokesmen. If their performance cannot satisfy the celestial dragons, their status may be affected. The invasion of the Holy Land caused great losses to many celestial dragons' families. The 5 elders must act forcefully to appease the celestial dragons' vengeance. Send the CPO out. Those old guys haven't made a move for many years. If you don't use them, they will die of old age and lose their use value. Let them play their last sliver before they die of old age. Proposed the blonde 5 elders. Okay, let's do it. Seconded. Seconded. After the 5 elders' order was issued, several masked agents walked out of a secret base underground in Pango City. They are all powerful and terrifying. When the agents lined up on both sides saw the 3 people approaching, they hurriedly lowered their heads, held their breath, and did not dare to make a sound. These 3 are the most cold-blooded agents trained by the world government. No, it should be said to be a killing machine. Not only did they kill their enemies, he kissed their own. Let's go, let's go. One of them gave 10 orders. Subsequently, the 3 left the Holy Land with hundreds of CP agents. The distant New World, dress Rosa. Of course, Lucifer didn't know that his beheading of Doflamingo had caused a shock in naval headquarters, and the world government sent troops to hunt him down. At the moment, he is enjoying the joy after the war. The Nether pirates found a place that was still intact and were having a banquet. Captain, where do we go next? At the banquet, Enel took the bone-in meat and ate it so much that his mouth was full of oil. His fighting spirit is still high, and he still wants to find some stronger opponents. He has long heard that New World has hidden dragons and crouching tigers, and there are many masters. Enel can't wait to fight more powerful opponents and become stronger from the battle. Let's rest for a few days. I've been sailing these days, and I'm going to throw up. Dress Rosa is pretty good here. There are many beauties, especially the dancers. They dance very well and are enthusiastic. Captain, let's play here for a while. Cavendish held a red wine glass, his eyes glowing. Hey, Cavendish is right, I agree with his proposal. Captain Lucifer, let's stay a few more days. When Guy heard that there was a beautiful woman, he immediately showed a wretched look on his face. Do you think, under such circumstances, you can still find a dancer to dance with you? Baby 5 glanced into the distance. The whole dress Rosa was in a mess, and the people in the country were still in a state of panic and fled in all directions. Without leadership, it will take a long time to quell the panic in the country. It takes a lot of time to rebuild the country. In this case, those happy places are not open. Upon hearing this, Cavendish and Geisa immediately became depressed. At this moment, the familiar feeling of spying came again. Enel frowned, revealing a hint of killing intent. Is the woman still alive? It was uncomfortable to be spied on, and Enel hated it. She's here in person, can you just ask her? Lucifer said flatly. Soon, a series of footsteps sounded, and a group of 4 people came from a distance. The leader was a muscular old man, followed by 2 women and a man with a broken foot. One of the women is Violet, who was the first to discover Lucifer's whereabouts with the goggle fruit. Violet knew about the enmity between Lucifer and Doflamingo early on, and knew that Lucifer's landing on Dressrosa was not a good person, so she didn't tell Doflamingo the news, but hid early. Only after the battle was over did she dare to reveal her whereabouts. At the same time, she also recovered her memory, and met King Riku, Cyrus, Rebecca, and others. Then they came together to find Lucifer. Doflamingo was defeated by Lucifer, and Dressrosa is still under Lucifer's control. If they want to return to the throne and rule the country, they must consult Lucifer. Lord Lu, I am Violet, and I have known you for a long time. In front of Lucifer, Violet is very humble. What's up? Lucifer asked flatly. I want to know, Lord Lucifer's thoughts on Dressrosa. If your excellency wants to rule this country, my father is willing to give up the throne, as long as his excellency Lucifer treats the citizens of this country well. Your Majesty King Rika, this. As soon as this remark came out, Cyrus next to him was shocked immediately. Never mind, Cyrus, that's what I mean. King Riku shook his head, indicating that he didn't care. A trace of fatigue appeared on his old face. The old king was very self-aware. They couldn't even resist Doflamingo, and naturally they couldn't resist the stronger Lucifer. At this moment, it is wise to give up the throne to protect the people of the country. King Riku loves the people very much, and it can be said that he is a rare king in the grand line who puts the people first. But it is a pity that his kindness is useless in this world of the jungle, and will only put his country in danger. Lucifer glanced at the 4 of them, and said lightly, I have no interest in ruling this country, and I will leave soon. However, I have a message for you. In this world, kindness is useless. It will only make others think you are cowardly and deceitful. If you want to protect the people, the only way is to increase your strength. In this sea of the jungle, only strength is eternal. King Riku was slightly taken aback, with a complicated expression, and then he sighed deeply. Maybe you're right. King Riku and his party left, and they were going to save the country in dire straits. Under the leadership of King Riku, Dressrosa must be able to recover and be reborn soon. But as Lucifer said, without strong armed forces, Dressrosa will never be able to get real peace. Maybe future Dressrosa will be more dangerous. There were so many flamencos in Dressrosa before, Hai didn't dare to come here to make trouble. But after losing Doflamingo's deterrence, the pirates dared to come here to plunder with confidence. But none of this has anything to do with Lucifer. Lucifer came here just to hunt Doflamingo. As for saving the country, he has no interest in doing it. In other words, if Lucifer stays in this country, it will bring disaster to this country instead. Naval headquarters and the world government hate him to the core. In order to eliminate 553 Lucifer, they will even dispatch Buster Call. By then, the island of Dressrosa will disappear from the map. Let's go, it's time to leave. After the banquet, Lucifer and others set sail again. Nether left the port of Dressrosa, embarked on the journey again, and disappeared into the boundless sea. In the cabin of Nether, Lucifer took out the 6 devil fruits he harvested this time. String fruit, tongue fruit, shishi fruit, sticky fruit, explosive fruit, watery fruit. Including Lucifer's original saber-tooth tiger fruit, transparent fruit, and door fruit, Lucifer now has a total of 9 devil fruits. System: recover childlike fruits, sticky fruits, explosive fruits, and watery fruits. Lucifer gave the order in his mind. Ding! The childish fruit, sticky fruit, explosive fruit, and watery fruit have been recovered, and 60,000 killing points have been obtained. The electronic sound of the system sounded, and Lucifer's total kill points reached 475,000. Among the 4 recovered fruits, the sticky fruit and the watery fruit are the most useless, and the explosive fruit is so-so, and can only turn inorganic substances into bombs. These 3 fruits are used to train cotters, and they cannot quickly increase their combat power in a short period of time. The ability of Tonku fruit is very heaven-defying, as long as it can turn people into toys and erase memories. Theoretically, even Marine Admiral or even 4 emperors cannot resist this force. But a theory is always a theory, and trying to beat Marine Admiral or 4 emperors with childlike fruits is just a daydream. This fruit is very good for making puppets, but Lucifer doesn't need puppets, and can only make the system recycle into a killing point. The last string fruit and shishi fruit were left behind by Lucifer. If these 2 devil fruits meet qualified people, they will soon be able to cultivate 2 powerful combat forces. Although string fruit can no longer meet the second Doflamingo, but with the existence of Doflamingo, the prestige of this fruit is still great. String fruit, shishi fruit, saber-toothed tiger fruit and transparent fruit, Lucifer still has 4 powerful devil fruits in his hand. Properties panel. Host, Lucifer. Age, 23. Devil fruit, word spirit fruit. Physique, hell devil. Armament Haki, pinnacle. Observation Haki, pinnacle. Conqueror's Haki, pinnacle. Kill points, 475,000. It's not far from the 1 million killing point. It seems that we must hurry up and find a stronger target. Lucifer glanced at the attribute panel, and already began to choose the next prey in his mind. There are countless powerful pirate groups in New World, and there are plenty of prey. As long as Lucifer is willing to take the time to find it, there is no need to worry about killing points. The news that Doflamingo was defeated soon spread throughout the world, but Naval headquarters has already suppressed Doflamingo as a Marine Vice Admiral. Doflamingo was expelled from Shichibukai for selling weapons and controlling the country, and took back all his powers. Under the joint control of naval headquarters and the world government, this matter was soon confirmed. Only some big pirates and underground kings in New World know that the one who really defeated Doflamingo was Lucifer. Because of this, some big pirates and underground kings have a sense of fear. Lucifer's reputation has spread all over the world. Pirates are more afraid of Lucifer than Marine, because Lucifer's road to fame was formed by piling up the corpses of countless pirates. Just entered New World and killed a Shichibukai, whose turn will it be next? Marine's method is really disgusting. Can you claim to be righteous like this? On the deck of the Nether, Cavendish looked at the newspaper in his hand and couldn't help showing disgust. Ha 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 ha, Marine's usual style is like this, it's nothing unusual, I've been used to it for a long time. Guy sat aside and let out a harsh laugh. As a former marine scientist, he has seen this kind of thing countless times. The government of the world has also conducted many illegal experiments. Once they fail or cause bad results, they will blame the pirates. That's right, sometimes Marine can do whatever it takes to cover up the truth and deceive the world. The original Marine Rear Admiral Jack is obviously familiar with the Marine way of doing things. Okay, Marine is none of our business, your top priority is to improve your strength. If you don't become stronger quickly, you will be eliminated soon. After speaking, Lucifer rang, and the gravity field doubled in an instant. Enel, Cavendish, Jack, and Guy were crushed on the deck at the same time. Especially the newly joined Gaisa. He has not yet gotten used to the hell training method of the Nether pirates, and his consciousness was almost crushed by gravity. Seeing their painful expressions and miserable wailing, Lucifer felt very good. After creating the gravity training environment, Lucifer continued to read the newspaper. The situation in the new world is changing rapidly, and it is also very important to understand intelligence. And if you want to find a target suitable for hunting, you also need to learn from the newspaper. The news of the new world spread quickly, and some big pirates would be exposed by the newspapers as long as there was a little trouble. Just like the traffic star in Lucifer's previous life, chewing gum can be a hot search. Baby 5, pour me a glass of red wine, and make a barbecue for 100 people. Yes, Captain Lucifer. Upon hearing the order, the only untrained baby immediately went to serve Lucifer with a shy face. Baby 5 is now being trained by Lucifer to be the firepower of the Nether pirates. She only needs to speed up her familiarization with the weapons on the Pluton battleship, and she doesn't need to train as hard as Enel and the others. When the made version of Iron Man is completely updated, it will surely shock the whole world. Lucifer, who was flipping through the newspaper, suddenly stopped, and a piece of news in the newspaper caught his attention. Whitebeard 2 destroys Gordon Island, killing a large number of civilians. Finally there is news about this guy. Lucifer looked at the photo of Whitebeard 2 in the newspaper, and a sinister sneer appeared on the corner of Lucifer's mouth. Lucifer had originally planned to recruit a few more crew members in New World, but Guy was a windfall, which was not in his original plan. This Whitebeard 2 Edward Vabel is the crew that Lucifer originally wanted to recruit. This guy is very powerful, although it is not known whether he is Whitebeard's own son, but his monster physique can indeed be compared with the young Whitebeard. And he is very manipulative. As long as he solves his dwarf mother Edward Vabel, he will always be obedient. Gordon Island, it's not very far from here. Lucifer glanced at the date in the newspaper. The incident happened just yesterday. If he rushed to Gordon Island now, Whitebeard 2 might not have left yet. After closing the newspaper, Lucifer immediately steered the Erebus to change course. Under the control of Lucifer, the Nether sailed very fast, and disappeared in the boundless sea in a short while. A day later, Gordon Island Palace. Boom, boom, boom. Several loud noises erupted from the palace, resounding all around. Clouds of black smoke rose into the sky, and Tamiya was filled with extinguishing light. In the flames, a huge figure with a height of more than 6 meters and close to 7 meters is waving a huge naginata. Every time the knife fell, a huge knife energy was released, destroying the palace walls of the palace. There were nearly 1,000 guards guarding the palace, but they were all defeated by that monster at the moment. On the ground behind the monster, there were countless corpses lying in disorder. This monster is Whitebeard 2, Edward Vabel? Stop him, everyone go up together, don't be afraid. The leader of the guard army held a huge machete, hissing and roaring. We are the well-trained guards of the Gordon Kingdom. We have sworn allegiance to His Majesty the King. Today is the time for us to dedicate our lives. For His Majesty the King, we must defeat this hateful pirate. Encouraged by the leader of the guard army, the remaining soldiers of the guard army raised their courage one after another and headed towards Vabel Doctor. The soldiers in the rear fired at the same time, firing countless bullets. But the bullet hit Vabel's body without even breaking the skin, leaving only a few white marks. It hurts, you bastards. Vabel has a simple mind, and he will yell when he feels the slightest pain in his body. He swung his naginata and slashed down angrily, knocking all the hundreds of guards in front of him into the air. The dozen or so guards who were hit by the naginata in the front were cut off in half. The leader of the guard army gritted his teeth and did it himself, but was also defeated by Vabel with a knife, and even the knife and the man were cut in half. The leader of the guard army died in battle, and the rest of the guard army soldiers immediately lost their courage to fight and fled in a panic. Mom, the enemy has been defeated, you can come in. Seeing that the enemy was repulsed, Vabel hurriedly shouted to the back. Immediately afterwards, a short, dwarf old woman came out from behind. She is Vabel's mother, Miss Bajan, who claims to be Whitebeard's lover. Ha ha ha, got it, ha, well done my son, you really are the best. The old woman laughed wildly, her twisted and ugly face was disgusting. But she didn't feel it at all, and walked into the palace with Vabel swaggeringly. The Kingdom of Gordon is just a small country, and it is not a member country of the world government, so its national strength is very weak. When Vabel invaded, the king had already fled with the queen and prince, leaving only an empty palace and castle. But people can run, but the treasure is too late to take away. Miss Bajan is domineering, ambitious, and a woman who loves money extremely. She let Vabel break into the palace, the purpose is to plunder the treasure in the palace. Yesterday Bajan had Vabel destroy a small town on Gordon Island and loot a lot of treasure. But Bajan was still not satisfied, and took Vabel into the palace the next day, which shows how greedy this woman is. From the perspective of outsiders, Miss Bajan is a dwarf, and it is impossible to give birth to a Vabel who is nearly 7 meters tall. So many people think that Vabel is not the son of Miss Bajan. Bajan just used Vabel as a tool and used him to plunder treasure. After entering the palace, Miss Bajan quickly found the palace vault. The door of the vault was split open by Vabel. Seeing the glittering treasure inside, Miss Bajan burst into a smile, and his eyes almost popped out. Ha 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 ha, well done, my son, this time is another big harvest. Bajan walked into the vault, put several strings of gold necklaces around his neck, and put 20 rings on the 10 fingers of his hands. If her fingers were longer, she would be able to wear 30 rings. As long as you're happy, Mom. Vabel obeys Miss Bajan's words. As long as it is Bajan's order, Vabel will obey unconditionally. Just when Bajan was immersed in the joy of harvesting treasures, suddenly an indifferent voice rang in his ears. You can only choose between money and life, which would you choose? Bajan was startled and his face changed drastically. Just as he was about to turn around, his body was hit hard and he shot out uncontrollably. Bajan smashed through the wall of the vault, penetrated 3 walls in a row, and was finally buried by a pile of ruins. Mother. Seeing that Bajan was beaten into the air, Vabel was furious immediately. Just as he was about to make a move, a strong force of gravity suddenly pressed against his body. Boom! Vabel's nearly 7-meter-long body collapsed, his head hitting the ground and smashing the rocky ground. Suppressed by gravity, Vabel couldn't move, he could only growl and growl. Who are you? Come out faster. I'm in so much pain, where are you, Mom? Vabel's face was covered with blood, his head was buried in the ground, he was yelling loudly, tears and snot coming out of his nose. At this time, Lucifer came 913 from a distance and stepped on Vabel. Rumble? Gravity strengthened again, and the ground under Lucifer's feet became violent every inch, and cracks spread like spider webs. All the bones in Vabel's body creaked, and the sound became even more shrill. Phew! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed away. Enel came behind Lucifer. He was still holding a dwarf old woman with blood on her face and a weak breath in her hand. She was Miss Bajan. Captain, people have brought it. Enel threw Barjan at Lucifer's feet. The strength of this woman was a bit beyond Lucifer's expectations. Not only did she not die from the blow just now, but she still maintained the last trace of consciousness. It is said that she once stayed in the Locks Pirates with Whitebeard, and she also has some strength herself. Lucifer. Bajan was delirious, but he vaguely saw Lucifer's face and recognized her identity. Seeing Lucifer, Miss suddenly filled with infinite fear. Lucifer's vicious reputation is well known to the world, and if it falls into his hands, it will hardly end well. I won't talk nonsense, give Vabel to me, and you can live. Lucifer said indifferently. Okay, I promise. Miss Bajan was greedy for life and afraid of death, so he agreed without even thinking about it. She looked at Vabel at Lucifer's feet, and shouted with the last of her strength, Vabel, from today onwards you will follow this man and listen to him. Whatever he says, you do. Beeb. Why, mother? Vabel's physical strength is worthy of being comparable to that of a young Whitebeard, and he is still awake under Lucifer's supergravity. Although he screamed in pain, he did not lose consciousness. And judging by the breath, even if the current gravity is doubled, it still can't make him lose consciousness. Such a super strong body surpasses Enel, Cavendish, and others too much. Apart from his demon physique, Vabel's physique was the strongest he had ever seen. Don't ask why, you just have to listen to me. Facing Lucifer, Miss Bajan was obedient and frightened. But facing Vabel, she was bossy and punched hard. Hearing that Bajan was angry, Vabel quickly responded, I know Mom, Vabel will be obedient. For Bajan, Vabel really obeyed. Well, this is my good son. Bajan showed a humble begging smile to Lucifer, is it all right? Master Lucifer. Looking at her twisted and ugly old face, Lucifer really almost threw up, it was so disgusting. With a hook of the finger, a strong repulsive force erupted, knocking it out of the palace. She didn't dare to stay here, and hurriedly dragged her seriously injured body and fled to the distance. Miss Bajan was reborn after the catastrophe, and there was a resentment in his heart. Although he didn't dare to say it on the surface, he already hated Lucifer in his heart. Just wait Lucifer, I won't let you go. Vabel is my tool, and only I can use it. Woman who dares to hurt Whitebeard, you are dead. Perhaps he has been lying to others for so long that he has deceived himself. Until now, Miss Bajan still considers herself a Whitebeard woman. In this regard, Lucifer can only say that this woman has lost her mind. Who is Whitebeard? What kind of woman does he want and can't find? Even Big Mom would love to have a baby with Whitebeard. You know, when Big Mom was young, his figure was very hot and his appearance was very high. No matter how blind Whitebeard is, he wouldn't take a fancy to something like Jin. However, Lucifer is also curious about what kind of monster it will be if Whitebeard and Big Mom do have a baby. Combining Whitebeard's physique with Big Mom's physique, this pirate will really become the scariest monster on the sea. However, being touched by Miss Jin like this is the biggest black history of Whitebeard. Call out? At this moment, a vacuum slash suddenly appeared behind Jin's back, and instantly slashed across Jin's neck. Jin's ugly head broke away from his neck and soared into the sky. The scene in Jin's eyes hangs upside down quickly, and a trace of unwillingness floods into his mind, and finally disappears slowly with his consciousness, and finally falls into darkness. Before Jin could react, she was already dead. In the distance, Jack withdrew his palm. Looking at Miss Jin's ugly face, he almost vomited the overnight meal. I'm impulsive, I should let you make a move. Jack shook his head and said, Are you kidding me? My Durndal won't chop such a disgusting woman. Cavendish's sword Durndal is a rare famous sword. He can't use his own sword to cut Bajin, it's disgusting. From beginning to end, Lucifer had no intention of keeping Bajin alive. Convincing Vabel is her only use value. After draining the last use value, she will naturally be sent to die. On the other hand, Lucifer lifted the gravity field. Vabel crawled out of the pothole with no broken bones except a few bruises all over his body. My name is Lucifer, and I will be your captain from today on. Don't worry about anything else, just follow my orders. Lucifer looked at Vabel and said, Yes, Captain Lucifer. Vabel does what Lucifer says. With Jin's persuasion, it's that simple to subdue Vabel. Let's go, get out of here first. Lucifer turned and walked away. Captain Lucifer, where's Mom? Vabel asked nervously, following behind Lucifer. She's gone to see your father. Lucifer replied blankly. Really? Do I have a father? Yeah, Mom said. My dad is Whitebeard. My beard is the same as his. Vabel pointed to his beard and said, Maybe. For this question, no one knows the answer. Soon, Lucifer took Vabel back to the Erebus. Baby 5 and Geisa have been waiting for a long time. Both of them were a little surprised to see Lucifer brought back a 7-meter-tall monster. In terms of size, Vabel is indeed the largest in the Nether Pirates. Hey blah blah blah, if this guy is used as a test subject to enlarge the human body, the possibility of success is very high. Guy looked at Vabel, his eyes sparkling. The world government has done experiments on human giantization, and Geisa has also participated in this experiment. Only later, because the death rate was too high, the world government gave up this experiment. But in Geisa's view, the reason why the experiment failed was that no strong experimental subject was found. Vabel's body shape and his exuberant vitality make him the best experimental subject. Although he has now joined the Nether Pirates, Guy still does not forget his crazy experiments. It is Guy's last obsession to surpass Vegapunk and become the strongest scientist in the world. Vabel is already a member of the Nether Pirates, not your experimental subject, you have to remember this. Lucifer glanced at Guy and said lightly, The captain is right. Now that you're on the ship, you're a partner. It is never allowed to hurt a partner in the Nether Pirates. Enel's body flashed with lightning, revealing a murderous look. Well, don't be angry, I was just joking. Guy was taken aback, waved his hands quickly, and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead at the same time. Facing the two monsters Lucifer and Enel, Guy didn't really dare to be too presumptuous. Don't worry, when the time is right, there will be plenty of opportunities for you to show your talents. Guy is a mad scientist, and Lucifer certainly won't let his talent go unnoticed. Hey blah blah blah, then I'm looking forward to that day, Captain. Guy turned into gas and flew back and forth, obviously extremely excited. Okay, the person has been found, Tianhai. Lucifer gave the order. Cavendish. Yes, Captain. Cavendish went to the bow to take the helm, and steered the Nether to set sail again. Soon, the Nether disappeared into the sea. Boom, 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 boom. In a sea area of New World, artillery fire roared. A pirate ship with a human face is singing, and many cannonballs with human faces are fired from the ship. These shells have life and can automatically track the enemy. Ha 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 ha, don't run away, I found you. Let me come, I can kill him with one bomb. I came first, don't rob me. Hundreds of shells yelled and hit a pirate ship. Accompanied by the sound of gunfire, the pirate ship was blown up and the wreck sank into the sea. Dozens of pirates fell into the sea and struggled, but were crushed by the singing pirate ship. This ship is the main ship of the Big Mom Pirates, Queen Mother Anthem. Haven't you found any traces of the ghost pirates yet? How did you do it? On the bow of the pirate ship, a man with a huge samurai sword on his back and a very fat man yelled to the left and right. He is one of the Big Mom Pirates' desert generals, Charlotte Snag. This time I came out, following the order of the 4 emperors and, to send Lucifer an invitation to the tea party. It's just that New World is too big, and Lucifer's whereabouts are erratic. They haven't found it after searching for it for more than a month. Hearing that Lucifer defeated Doflamingo, Snug went to dress Rosa. As a result, not only did not find Lucifer, but encountered the marine fleet to clean up the mess, and a war almost broke out. Fortunately, He escaped quickly, and Naval headquarters didn't want to conflict with the Big Mom pirates, so he escaped unharmed. I'm sorry, Lord Snug, but I'm incompetent. Egg Baron came behind Snug, bowed and apologized. Okay, hurry up and contact the Big Mom pirates outside Eyeliners, and let them pay close attention to Lucifer's whereabouts. This BD, when you find him, Lao Zi must make him look good. He did useless work for a month, and was almost hunted down by the Marine fleet, which made Snug furious. The reason why he ordered the bombardment of the pirate group just now was to vent his anger in his heart. At this moment, a chess player suddenly shouted, Master Snug, traces of pirate ships have been found in the sea ahead. Oh, here again. There was a trace of killing intent in Snag's eyes. Go up and destroy that pirate ship. Having just wiped out a pirate group, Snug's anger has not yet been vented, and he is in need of new prey. Baron Eggy, Pachmus and others next to him shook their heads slightly. They could only say that these pirates were too unlucky to meet the angry Lord Snug. However, the chess player just now suddenly let out another exclamation. Master Snuggle, what appeared in the sea ahead are the Nether pirates. What did you say? Snag quickly grabbed the binoculars from the chess player and looked towards the sea ahead. Sure enough, a devil pirate flag appeared in his pupil. Lucifer, finally found you. I haven't found it after searching for more than a month, but now I met it by chance in the sea. It can only be said that this is the guidance of fate. Damn BD, Laozi really worked so hard to find you. Snag's accumulated anger was about to explode at this moment. Don't be impulsive, Lord Snug. Please appease your anger, you are a heavenly being. Mom said, don't conflict with Lucifer, we're just here to send invitations. Seeing Snug burst out with murderous intent, Baron Eggy and Pachmus hurried forward to stop him. They don't forget that Lucifer is a terrifying monster who can defeat Marine Admiral. They alone are no match for Lucifer. If Snug gets his shot at Lucifer, they're dead. A monster who dared to single-handedly invade the holy land of Marijoys and slaughter the celestial dragons, they would not think that Lucifer would be afraid of Big Mom. Being stopped by Eggy Baron and Pachmus, Snug finally suppressed the anger in his heart, and at the same time, he couldn't help feeling a wave of fear in his heart. Overwhelmed with anger just now, they almost forgot that they were facing a monster that could rival the 4 Emperor's pirates. Put the boat aboard. Snag gave the order. Yes, Lord Snug. The chess soldiers listened to the order, immediately turned the bow of the ship, and headed for the Nether. At the same time, Enel on the Nether also discovered the existence of the Queen Mother anthem. Captain Lucifer, there is a pirate ship coming towards us, do you want to take action? These guys really don't know how to live or die, they rushed to the door to die. 0 for flowers. Enel's body flickered with lightning. As Lucifer's reputation spread all over the world, the Nether pirates have become one of the untouchable existences in the New World. On the sea, when pirates saw the flag of the Nether pirates, they all ran away and did not dare to approach. Pirates who dare to take the initiative to get closer to the Nether pirates have not appeared for a long time. This guy dares to take the initiative to come to the door, he should have good strength. A savage grin appeared on the corner of Enel's mouth. I'll also take a look, which pirate group is so courageous? Ha 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 ha, I'm also very interested. Cavendish, Geisa, and the others also ran to the bow of the ship, picked up binoculars to check the pirate ship in the distance. That's the flag of the Big Mom pirates. That's right, it's the flag of the 4 Emperors. Why are they here? Unlike Enel, Cavendish, and Guy recognized Big Mom's pirate logo at a glance. Oh, is it from that old woman? Lucifer under the sun umbrella opened his eyes, and at the same time turned on the observation Haki and spread it into the distance. Peak observation Haki instantly enveloped the Queen Mother anthem in the distance. The old lady is gone, there are only a few small rolls. In the eyes of Lucifer today, except for 4 Emperors, the rest are small rolls. Even the desserts will be the star, no exception. Captain, do you want to attack? Enel is ready to go. Wait, look at their appearance, it seems that they are looking for us. Lucifer's observation Haki has sensed each other's emotions and aura. Soon, the 2 ships met on the sea. Is it the devil Lucifer? I'm Charlotte Snag, one of the 4 desert generals of the Big Mom pirates. Snug stood on the bow of the anthem, shouting at the Erebus. What can you do with our captain? It was Enel who answered the call, and Lucifer was still lying on the beach chair without moving. Opposite is the younger brother coming to the door. Lucifer naturally will not take the initiative to greet him. That doesn't suit who he is. Snug wasn't angry when he saw Enel, he knew Lucifer's strength and his confidence. Mom is about to hold a tea party, let me send an invitation letter to your excellency Lucifer, please appreciate it. Snug took out an invitation letter from his pocket, flicked it, and shot at Enel. Enel's expression remained unchanged, he stretched out 2 fingers and pinched the invitation letter between his fingers. Then bring it to Lucifer. The tea party of the Big Mom pirates? This old woman really likes to hold parties. Lucifer opened the invitation and glanced at it. There was a lot of nonsense written on it, and there was only one sentence to sum it up. My wife is going to have a banquet, so you should come and join me. Pirates love parties, just like the Whitebeard pirates and the Red Hair pirates. As long as there is no fighting, there is a banquet almost every day. But Big Mom is different. She likes to invite people other than the pirates to the party. The kings of the underground world, some big figures on the sea, well-known pirates, and nobles are all among her invitations. The person who receives the invitation cannot refuse, and once Big Mom refuses, someone will send a gift to that person. This gift may be the head or heart of that person's relatives, or the corpse of a fellow pirate. All in all, this invitation letter is said to be an invitation, but it is actually an order. Lucifer walked to the bow with the invitation letter, looked at Snug, and smiled playfully. I heard that those who receive the invitation cannot refuse, otherwise they will be retaliated by Big Mom. If I refuse today, will the Big Mom pirates retaliate against me? Snuggles' face changed, and Baron Eggy and Porkmas behind him were covered in cold sweat. Being stared at by Lucifer, they felt chills all over their bodies, and September 13th found that their bodies had become stiff at some point, and they couldn't even move. No, it won't. Lord Lucifer was joking. Snag laughed dryly. Only now did he understand what the 3 words Lucifer meant. This pirate who has just entered the new world really has the strength to fight against Big Mom. Snug feels that what he is facing now is the 4 emperors. Only the 4 emperors could make him so powerless that he couldn't resist. Go back and tell Big Mom, just say I promised, I will arrive on time when the tea party starts. Lucifer withdrew his momentum, letting Snag and the others breathe a sigh of relief. Yes, I will tell the truth. Snug wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, and quickly ordered Baron Dandin to sail away from here. At some point, his whole body was drenched in cold sweat. It's really dangerous. Just now I thought I was going to be killed. That man is indeed a monster. Eggy Baron and Porkmas are both scared. They ordered the chess soldiers to increase the speed of the boat to the fastest, and did not dare to stay in this sea area for a moment. Captain, do you just let them go? The strength of a few guys on board is pretty good, right? Enel was a little puzzled. How could the captain be merciful today when he usually sees a captain who kills one? Is it a show of mercy? Cavendish, Jack, and others also looked at Lucifer with doubts on their faces. Lucifer smiled faintly, and sat back on the beach chair. What's the use of killing a Snug now? It's exciting to go to Big Mom's lair and make a fuss. What does the captain mean to use the invitation letter to make trouble at the tea party? Jack instantly understood Lucifer's plan. It's just that the idea surprised them. Sneaking into a 4 emperors pirate base and hunting down the 4 emperors is too crazy to even think about. On the day of the tea party, the elite of the Big Mom pirates will definitely gather. At that time, what they will face is the full combat power of the Big Mom pirates. Hey, Captain, you're not serious, are you? Cavendish's face changed greatly with fright, and his mouth was full of fangs. One is not good, but it will kill people. That is, there is no chance of winning, we will die there. Captain Lucifer, there is still time to change your mind. Guy S.A. has also turned into gas with fright, his voice is more piercing than ever. Guy has always been relatively timid, even he dare not provoke Shishibukai, let alone 4 emperors. Although he knows that Lucifer is very strong and can compete with 4 emperors. But Lucifer is strong, not them. Lucifer can compete with Big Mom, but they can't compete with the many cotters of Big Mom. Big Mom is not the only monster in the Big Mom pirates, her sons and daughters are all monsters too. If you face them, you will die. Yahahaha, what's there to be afraid of? It's interesting. Unlike Cavendish and Guy, Enel was not only not afraid, but excited. He has long heard how strong the 4 Emperors pirate group is and how many monsters there are, and now he can finally fight against them. Give up, it is impossible to change what the captain decides. Jack stood in the corner smoking a cigarette and said calmly, as long as it is Captain Lucifer's order, I will carry it out unconditionally. Baby 5 blushed. Me too. Vabel is out of his mind, but he does what Lucifer tells him to do. After being subdued by Lucifer, Vabel will do whatever Lucifer says. If you are afraid, practice hard, there are still 2 months before the tea party, and there is still plenty of time. With my help, your strength can be improved a lot. Lucifer's hellish approach to training was very effective. In just a few months, the strength of Enel and others has been greatly improved. Today's Nether, all members have mastered the armed color and observation Haki, and the level is not low. Coupled with their respective fruit abilities and fighting styles, each can be regarded as a powerful combat force in the new world. Give them another 2 months, and the strength of Enel and others will be reborn again. The Nether continued to sail, and Lucifer was like a hunter, looking for his prey on the sea. New World, Ford Island. The shape of the island is very strange. Looking down from the sky, the shape of the island looks like a footprint. It consists of a rectangular main island and 5 small islands. There is no country on the island, but there are human towns. It is not as chaotic as San Wu Island, but there are also many pirates gathered here. 0. Rumble. A huge fireball exploded on the main island, raising a huge mushroom cloud. The pirate ship on the shore was engulfed by the sea of flames and burned to ashes. BD, damned BD, Lucifer, lousy can't spare you. A burly man with blood on his face roared and rushed towards Lucifer with a big sword in his hand. His speed was extremely fast, and his figure flickered, leaving behind afterimages. In less than half a breath, he had already reached the top of Lucifer's head. Go to hell, you bloody BD. The big man slashed down with his sword angrily, with the momentum of smashing Huashan with strength. The blade is pitch black and covered with high-density armament Haki. Boom! There was a loud bang and sparks flew everywhere. The man's big sword was blocked by a barrier. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't drop a single point. Is it only to this extent? Lucifer shook his head, hooked his finger, and the big man was immediately sent flying, and then a laser beam shot out, piercing his head instantly. In this way, a New World pirate captain with a bounty of 340 million died in the hands of Lucifer. Ding, host killed the pirate Cool Cooper as Lake, and got 34,000 kill points. The system prompt sounded in Lucifer's mind, and Lucifer opened the property panel immediately. Properties panel. Host, Lucifer. Age, 23. Devil fruit, word spirit fruit. Physique, Hell Devil. Armament Haki, Pinnacle. Observation Haki, Pinnacle. Conqueror's Haki, Pinnacle. Kill points, 605,000. More than 20 days have passed since receiving the invitation letter from Big Mom. During these 20 days, Lucifer wiped out 3 New World pirate groups and gained more than 100,000 kills. Now his total kill point 0.2 has exceeded 600,000. New World is indeed different from the first half of Grand Line. Killing a pirate captain can at least gain tens of thousands of killing points. Destroy a pirate group, and the minimum harvest can exceed 50,000. Seeing the killing points keep rising, Lucifer was in a good mood. Call out? A flash of lightning, Enel came behind Lucifer. He also held a corpse in his hand, the deputy captain of the Lake pirates. Looking at his scorched and distorted appearance, it was very miserable when he wanted to die. How is the situation? Has everything been resolved? Lucifer asked calmly. It should all be resolved, after all we are the Nether pirates. While speaking, Cavendish, Baby 5, Vabel and Jack all came from afar. There was blood on their bodies, and the murderous aura on their bodies had not subsided. Where's Guy? Where is he? Lucifer glanced at everyone. There were 7 members of the Nether pirates, only Guy disappeared. He won't be killed. He won't be killed. Enel pouted, a little gloating. It's possible, it's Guy after all. Well said. If it was him, it wouldn't be surprising if the boat capsized in the gutter. Cavendish, Baby 5 and Jack all nodded. It is true that Guy is very powerful, but he is too arrogant. He is different from Enel, and he still can't change the arrogance of Logia ability users. I always think that people with Logia abilities are invincible, and often use their bodies to receive the enemy's attacks. His observation Haki is not as good as Enel, so after he detects that the enemy uses armament Haki, it is too late to dodge. During this period, La suffered the most injuries. Boom! Suddenly there was a loud noise, a 4-story building was pierced by a black shadow, and the building collapsed. A black shadow fell from the sky, and finally landed at Lucifer's feet. It was Guy. Cough cough cough. Guy vomited blood, and a shoe print was clearly visible on his face. Hey, he was really killed, I was just talking casually. Seeing Guy's miserable look, Enel twitched the corner of his mouth. He didn't expect his crow's mouth to be so powerful. The faces of Cavendish, Baby 5 and the others were a bit ugly. Although Guy said he was a little arrogant, he was their partner after all. Being beaten like this, they don't have face on their faces. There shouldn't be anyone in the Lake pirates who can beat Guy like this. Jack looked in the direction where Guy SA flew, and said with a smoke ring. No, it's not a pirate. Lucifer looked forward, and 3 figures came out from behind the smoke. The 3 were dressed in white clothes and strange masks, each of them was more than 3 meters tall. Behind the 3, there was a group of agents in black clothes, about 100 people. Agent CP. It's not an ordinary CP agent, it's a CPO. Lucifer looked at the head of the 3, narrowing his eyes slightly. CPO is the strongest existence in the CP organization, and the people inside are all very strong. Just like the 3 in front of Lucifer, from observation Haki's perception, each one is comparable to Doflamingo in strength. Damn BD, you dare to slap this uncle in the face, this uncle will not spare you. Guy scattered up from the ground, growling loudly. You'd better step back, these people are not something you can deal with. Enel pushed Guy away and took a step forward. His observation Haki also sensed that this group of people is very strong, much stronger than the so-called New World pirates. The current Guy can only deal with the ordinary agents in the back. Of the 3 leaders, he couldn't beat any of them. Finally found you, Demon Lucifer. An old and deep voice came from under the blood-red grimace mask. It was extremely cold and hoarse, as if it could freeze the blood in the whole body of a human body. Sinners who invade the Holy Land, let them be captured. You dare to hurt the great celestial dragons, and you are unforgivable. The other 2 agents wearing bone skull masks and 3-eyed masks also made voices, as old and hoarse as the first person. Listening to the sound combined with the breath, Lucifer can judge that the 3 leading agents are not young, at least over 50 or even 60 years old. Has the pursuer from the Holy Land finally arrived? It's unexpectedly late. After Lucifer bulldozed Marie-Joy's, he already knew that the world government would send someone to hunt him down. It's just that he came so late that he didn't expect it. It has been more than a month and nearly 2 months since Lucifer bulldozed the Holy Land. Lucifer glanced at them and smiled slightly. Did the 5 elders send you guys here? It's a bit of a daydream to want to catch me with such a small force. Humph, Demon Lucifer, don't be too arrogant. This time I will make a move, and you will be smashed to pieces. As soon as the voice fell, the agent wearing the blood-red grimace mask instantly disappeared in place and teleported to Lucifer. A huge, blood-red crescent moon formed and slashed at Lucifer's neck. That blood-red meniscus is not an ordinary slash, but formed by the purest blood. Die, Lucifer. Boom! A shockwave erupted, blowing up dust all over the sky. Lucifer stood in place, motionless, with an invisible transparent wall in front of him, blocking the man's attack. Blood slash, an ability I've never seen before. Lucifer flicked it with his fingers and instantly knocked it into the air. Humph, that's because people who have seen the old man's ability are already dead without a place to bury them. Blood scythe attack. Along with the roar, countless blood-colored sickles took shape and flew towards Lucifer densely. The other two also started at this time. Sharp and ferocious bone spurs erupted from one person's body, and with a flick of his big hand, countless bone spurs formed densely packed bone spur chain knives, slashing towards Lucifer. The last person shoots lasers from the eyes, which is comparable in power and speed to Kizaru's laser rays. How can you dare to make an axe if you have a small skill? Lucifer raised his hand and pushed forward, Shen Luo Tianzhang. The vast repulsion roared out, instantly destroying all incoming attacks. Whether it was the bloody sickle, the bone spur or the laser, they were all crushed and dissipated by the repulsive force. The miscellaneous soldiers are handed over to you, I will deal with these old guys. Leaving a word, Lucifer instantly disappeared in place. The next second, Lucifer appeared in front of the blood-red grimace agent and kicked him in the head. With a bang, the agent's head was kicked into pieces, and his body exploded, turning into blood flying all over the sky. However, he did not die, and the breath still existed. After condensing the entity, he waved his hands, and the blood scattered in the air immediately condensed into bloody sickles and shot at Lucifer. The agent who used the bone spurs also threw dozens of bone spurs at Lucifer. The sickle and the bone spur jointly attacked, and everything within a kilometer radius was blocked, and there was no place to dodge or hide. When Lucifer met the two, Enel glanced at the mask worker. Lightning erupted from his body, and his whole body turned into a bolt of lightning that shot at the three-eyed masked agent. Lightning and laser collided in midair, causing a violent explosion. And Jack, Cavendish, Baby 5, and Geisa met the rest of the ordinary agents. Die, Lucifer. Accompanied by endless roars, countless bloody sickles and bone spurs rushed towards him. Lucifer is at the center of the attack, with murderous intent in all directions. He didn't change his face, just waved his hand lightly, disappear. As soon as the words fell, the countless bloody sickles and bone spurs that flew over immediately dissipated invisible. How is this possible? Impossible. 383 two exclamations sounded, revealing disbelief. Nothing is impossible. Lucifer raised his hand to point at Agent Bloody Grimace, and grabbed it, universal pull. A powerful gravitational force erupted, pulling the Bloody Grimace agent back immediately. Blade storm. The space above Lucifer's head split open, and countless flying swords and long knives flew out, piercing through the Scarlet Grimace agent in an instant. His body exploded again, turning into blood all over the sky, but the offensive of the flying sword and long knife did not stop. Under the control of Lucifer, the endless flying sword and long knife seemed to be equipped with a tracker, and kept chasing and killing the scattered blood. Puff, 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 puff. Under a series of strangulations, there was a burst of cries in the air. Several balls of blood condensed together, and the bloody grimace agent revealed his body. But at this moment, he was covered in cuts and bruises, drenched in blood, with a few blood holes on his body, and dense bones and internal organs could be vaguely seen. Logia Bloodfruit is indeed a good ability, but unfortunately you are too weak to be my opponent. With a big wave of Lucifer's hand, a flying sword was shot down from the sky. The flying sword is pitch black and covered with high-density armament Haki. Call out? With a flash of sword light, it pierced through bloody grimace agent's neck in an instant. His head soared into the sky, and his headless body crashed to the ground. Ding, host killed Agent Blood Eagle and got 110,000 killing points. Lucifer was right, this guy's strength was indeed comparable to that of Doflamingo, providing Lucifer with 110,000 kill points. Adding these 110,000, Lucifer's total kill points have reached 715,000. He won't be killed. Enel pouted, a little gloating. It's possible, it's Guy after all. Well said. If it was him, it wouldn't be surprising if the boat capsized in the gutter. Cavendish, Baby 5 and Jack all nodded. It is true that Guy is very powerful, but he is too arrogant and arrogant. He is different from Enel, and he still can't change the arrogance of Logia ability users. I always think that people with Logia abilities are invincible, and often use their bodies to receive the enemy's attacks. His observation Haki is not as good as Enel, so after he detects that the enemy uses armament Haki, it is too late to dodge. During this period, La suffered the most injuries. Boom! Suddenly there was a loud noise, a 4-story building was pierced by a black shadow, and the building collapsed. A black shadow fell from the sky, and finally landed at Lucifer's feet. It was Guy. Cough cough cough. Guy vomited blood, and a shoe print was clearly visible on his face. Hey, he was really killed, I was just talking casually. Seeing Guy's miserable look, Enel twitched the corner of his mouth. He didn't expect his crow's mouth to be so powerful. The faces of Cavendish, Baby 5 and the others were a bit ugly. Although Guy said he was a little arrogant, he was their partner after all. Being beaten like this, they don't have face on their faces. There shouldn't be anyone in the Lake Pirates who can beat Guy like this. Jack looked in the direction where Guy SA flew, and said with a smoke ring, "No, it's not a pirate." Lucifer looked forward, and 3 figures came out from behind the smoke. The 3 were dressed in white clothes and strange masks, each of them was more than 3 meters tall. Behind the 3, there was a group of agents in black clothes, about 100 people. Agent CP. It's not an ordinary CP agent, it's a CPO. Lucifer looked at the head of the 3, narrowing his eyes slightly. CPO is the strongest existence in the CP organization, and the people inside are all very strong. Just like the three in front of Lucifer, from observation Haki's perception, each one is comparable to Doflamingo in strength. Damn BD, you dare to slap this uncle in the face, this uncle will not spare you. Guy scattered up from the ground, growling loudly. You'd better step back, these people are not something you can deal with. Enel pushed Guy away and took a step forward. His observation Haki also sensed that this group of people is very strong, much stronger than the so-called New World pirates. The current Guy can only deal with the ordinary agents in the back. Of the three leaders, he couldn't beat any of them. Finally found you, Demon Lucifer. An old and deep voice came from under the blood-red grimace mask. It was extremely cold and hoarse, as if it could freeze the blood in the whole body of a human body. Sinners who invade the Holy Land, let them be captured. You dare to hurt the great celestial dragons, and you are unforgivable. The other two agents wearing bone skull masks and three-eyed masks also made voices, as old and hoarse as the first person. Listening to the sound combined with the breath, Lucifer can judge that the three leading agents are not young, at least over 50 or even 60 years old. Has the pursuer from the Holy Land finally arrived? It's unexpectedly late. After Lucifer bulldozed Marie-Joy's, he already knew that the world government would send someone to hunt him down. It's just that he came so late that he didn't expect it. It has been more than a month and nearly 2 months since Lucifer bulldozed the Holy Land. Lucifer glanced at them and smiled slightly. Did the 5 elders send you guys here? It's a bit of a daydream to want to catch me with such a small force. Humph, Demon Lucifer, don't be too arrogant, this time I will make a move, and you will be smashed to pieces. As soon as the voice fell, the agent wearing the blood-red grimace mask instantly disappeared in place and teleported to Lucifer. A huge, blood-red crescent moon formed and slashed at Lucifer's neck. That blood-red meniscus is not an ordinary slash, but formed by the purest blood. Die, Lucifer. Boom! A shockwave erupted, blowing up dust all over the sky. Lucifer stood in place, motionless, with an invisible transparent wall in front of him, blocking the man's attack. Blood slash, an ability I've never seen before. Lucifer flicked it with his fingers and instantly knocked it into the air. Humph, that's because people who have seen the old man's ability are already dead without a place to bury them. Blood scythe attack. Along with the roar, countless blood-colored sickles took shape and flew towards Lucifer densely. The other two also started at this time. Sharp and ferocious bone spurs erupted from one person's body, and with a flick of his big hand, countless bone spurs formed densely packed bone spur chain knives, slashing towards Lucifer. The last person shoots lasers from the eyes, which is comparable in power and speed to Kizaru's laser rays. How can you dare to make an axe if you have a small skill? Lucifer raised his hand and pushed forward, Shen Luo Tianzhang. The vast repulsion roared out, instantly destroying all incoming attacks. Whether it was the bloody sickle, the bone spur or the laser, they were all crushed and dissipated by the repulsive force. The miscellaneous soldiers are handed over to you, I will deal with these old guys. Leaving a word, Lucifer instantly disappeared in place. The next second, Lucifer appeared in front of the blood-red grimace agent and kicked him in the head. With a bang, the agent's head was kicked into pieces, and his body exploded, turning into blood flying all over the sky. However, he did not die, and the breath still existed. After condensing the entity, he waved his hands, and the blood scattered in the air immediately condensed into bloody sickles and shot at Lucifer. The agent who used the bone spurs also threw dozens of bone spurs at Lucifer. The sickle and the bone spur jointly attacked, and everything within a kilometer radius was blocked, and there was no place to dodge or hide. When Lucifer met the two, Enel glanced at the mask worker. Lightning erupted from his body, and his whole body turned into a bolt of lightning that shot at the three-eyed masked agent. Lightning and laser collided in midair, causing a violent explosion. And Jack, Cavendish, Baby 5, and Geisa met the rest of the ordinary agents. Die, Lucifer. Accompanied by endless roars, countless bloody sickles and bone spurs rushed towards him. Lucifer is at the center of the attack, with murderous intent in all directions. He didn't change his face, just waved his hand lightly, disappear. As soon as the words fell, the countless bloody sickles and bone spurs that flew over immediately dissipated invisible. How is this possible? Impossible. 383 two exclamations sounded, revealing disbelief. Nothing is impossible. Lucifer raised his hand to point at Agent Bloody Grimace, and grabbed it. Universal pull. A powerful gravitational force erupted, pulling the Bloody Grimace agent back immediately. Blade storm. The space above Lucifer's head split open, and countless flying swords and long knives flew out, piercing through the Scarlet Grimace agent in an instant. His body exploded again, turning into blood all over the sky. But the offensive of the flying sword and long knife did not stop. Under the control of Lucifer, the endless flying sword and long knife seemed to be equipped with a tracker, and kept chasing and killing the scattered blood. Puff, 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 puff. Under a series of strangulations, there was a burst of cries in the air. Several balls of blood condensed together, and the Bloody Grimace agent revealed his body. But at this moment, he was covered in cuts and bruises, drenched in blood, with a few blood holes on his body, and dense bones and internal organs could be vaguely seen. Logia Bloodfruit is indeed a good ability, but unfortunately you are too weak to be my opponent. With a big wave of Lucifer's hand, a flying sword was shot down from the sky. The flying sword is pitch black and covered with high-density armament Haki. Call out? With a flash of sword light, it pierced through Bloody Grimace agent's neck in an instant. His head soared into the sky, and his headless body crashed to the ground. Ding, host killed Agent Blood Eagle and got 110,000 killing points. Lucifer was right, this guy's strength was indeed comparable to that of Doflamingo, providing Lucifer with 110,000 kill points. Adding these 110,000, Lucifer's total kill points have reached 715,000. Lucifer pointed at the corpse of Agent Blood Eagle and grabbed it. Rebirth. Soon, a blood-red devil fruit with spiral patterns was reborn in Lucifer's hands. Logia Blood Fruit. This is the first time Lucifer has recycled Logia Devil Fruit. Logia fruits are extremely rare, and the power of each one cannot be underestimated. This Blood Eagle is not weak, and its fruit ability is also well developed. It's a pity that when I met Lucifer, all the abilities and moves were crushed, so I can't see how strong it is. It's like a husky and a wolf challenge a Tyrannosaurus Rex, both will be instantly killed. In the eyes of outsiders, the fighting power of wolves is no different from that of huskies, and they are all equally weak. Blood Eagle. The Bone and Skull Mask agent roared in horror. The battle between Lucifer and the Blood Eagle seems to be a long process, but in fact it is only a short moment. In the blink of an eye, Agent Bloodhawk was tragically killed by Lucifer. Damn BD, the old man will not let you go. The agent with the skull mask exploded with endless murderous aura. All the clothes on his body exploded. Densely packed sharp bone spurs grew out of his body. The bone spurs pierced the air and flew to attack, and grew side branches on the way of flying. At a glance, countless sharp and ferocious bone spurs make one's scalp tingle and goosebumps all over his body. Gravity crush. Lucifer's palm fell, and the infinite gravity field was opened immediately. Under the influence of gravity, the bone spurs shattered into dust one after another. Agent Bone and Skull was also shrouded in the gravity zone, slamming face down into the mud. His mask shattered, revealing a skinny old face with no blood in it. What are you trying to do at this old age? Isn't it good to retire early and go home to provide for the elderly? Do you have to come to die? It's better to go home to raise fish and plant flowers than to die. Lucifer shook his head, raised his finger, laser raise. Call out. The laser beam shot out, instantly piercing through the eyebrows of the agent in the bone and skull mask. There was a loud bang, the laser exploded, and the huge fireball engulfed the agent and burned it to ashes. Ding, host kills the bone demon agent and gets 100,000 killing points. The system's prompt sounded, and it was another big harvest. Lucifer's kill points have reached 815,000. Rebirth. Lucifer grabs it with his big hand and captures the power of the reborn devil fruit. Soon, a devil fruit with a white body and sharp patterns like bones was reborn in Lucifer's hands. Paramecia bone fruit belongs to the top calendar in Paramecia. The harvest this time is really big. Lucifer was very satisfied, the corners of his mouth raised slightly unconsciously. When Lucifer killed 2 CP agents, Cavendish Vabel had already decided the winner. The group of black-clothed agents is just a small group, and the Cotters can't stop Cavendish, Vabel, and others. It was killed in 2 or 3 hits. Only Enel's battle has yet to be decided. Yahahaha, all your companions are dead, and you are the only one left. Thunder and lightning flashed in the sky, and Enel laughed ferociously. Damn BD Lucifer, did he defeat the Blood Eagle and the Bone Demon so quickly? The three-eyed masked agent glanced at Lucifer in the distance, his heart beating wildly. No matter what, at least one Cotter of the Nether Pirates must be killed. The eyes under the three-eyed mask flashed a cold light, which turned into golden light and shot out, directly hitting the sky. The dark clouds in the sky were pierced, and so was the thunder and lightning. The endless lightning dissipated, and Enel's body appeared, with 2 blood holes in his abdomen. The 3 CP0 agent leaders who attacked this time are all extraordinary in strength, comparable to Doflamingo. Despite Enel's strength, Armament Haki's cultivation base is not enough to stop the ultimate move of the three-eyed mask agent. Vabel, you go and help him. On the roof of a building, Lucifer gives orders. Yes, Captain Lucifer. As soon as the voice fell, Vabel shot out directly. He jumped into the air with a leap, and the Naginata slashed down angrily. The huge sword energy pierced through the air and hit the three-eyed masked agent directly. Rumble? A 7-story building was split in half by Vabel, and the ground beneath the building was also split. Vabel's slashing power comes not only from his sword skills and Haki, but also a large part from his natural power. Terrible physique, powerful Haki, top-notch knife skills and monster-like strength finally created Vabel, a monster among monsters. His attacks are wide open and close, as if they can destroy everything. If you can't stop it with one knife, you will be smashed to pieces, and there will be no bones left. Call out. The three-eyed masked agent is afraid to meet Vabel's slashing blow, and uses moonwalk and shaved in the sky to dodge quickly while firing a laser at Vabel. It's just that the lasers were all blocked by Vabel. At the same time, Enel in the sky also launched an attack. In the dark clouds, the electric snake danced wildly, and 3 lightning dragons flew down, hitting the three-eyed masked agent. A violent explosion occurred in the town, the building was destroyed in an instant, the ground cracked, and a large pothole appeared. While the flames soared into the sky, they spread towards the surroundings. The battle here was too fierce, the residents and pirates on Ford Island had already hid far away, and they didn't even dare to stay and watch the battle. You died. Being attacked like this guy must be dead. It really deserves it. He. Behind Lucifer, Guy gloated and let out a shrill, maniacal laugh. The shoe prints on his face have not faded, and several teeth are missing in his mouth. These guys beat him so miserably, Guy SAK still holds a grudge. He's not dead yet, the chief agent of the CPO won't die so easily, Jack said with a smoke ring. Do you know these guys? Lucifer looks at Jack. Do not know. Jack shook his head, but I've heard of the names Blood Eagle and Bone Demon. These three should be the previous instructor and captain of the action team of the CPU. The three of them are all over 70 years old. Logically speaking, they should have retired long ago. I don't know why I was sent out to perform the task this time. It should be waste utilization. Lucifer sneered. He had already guessed the purpose of 5 elders sending these 3 people. As a tool, it will naturally be squeezed out of the last trace of use value. These 3 people are dark tools cultivated by the government of the world. Instead of letting them slowly die of old age, it is better to let them play the last sliver of value. Even if you can't kill Lucifer, it's worth it if you can kill 1 or 2 members of the Nether Pirates, or cause some trouble to Lucifer's voyage. At the same time, this also represents the attitude of the world government. Lucifer invaded the Holy Land of Marijois, causing huge casualties of celestial dragons, and the world government cannot remain indifferent. 5 elders dispatched 3 powerful CP0 agents, which represented their attitude and could also save the face of the world government. Besides, there is one thing Lucifer doesn't know. That is 5 elders to give the celestial dragon's family an explanation. Sending Blood Eagle and Bone Demon to chase and kill Lucifer is the 5 elders' explanation to the celestial dragon's family. What the 5 elders didn't know was that instead of causing trouble to Lucifer, they sent the 3 Blood Eagles to give Lucifer a big gift. After killing these 3 people, Lucifer can harvest several powerful devil fruits in addition to a large amount of killing points. Amazing Zhao. This undoubtedly enhanced Lucifer's strength. Boom! During the explosion of the fireball, a figure shot out from it and hit a wall. It was a 3-eyed masked agent. At this time, his whole body was tattered, half of his mask was broken and half of his face was missing, and his aura had weakened to the extreme. Under the mask is a face without any expression, insensitive, like a puppet. Even though he was seriously injured and on the verge of death, he didn't show any signs of pain or fear. What surprised Lucifer the most was that the agent's eyes were flashing with lightning, and his eyes were actually a pair of electronic eyes. I thought his Cyclops was a devil fruit ability, but I didn't expect it to be just a reformer. Lucifer shook his head, somewhat disappointed. If Cyclops is a devil fruit ability, then Lucifer can harvest a powerful devil fruit again. Boom! Babel fell from the sky, jumped to his side, and the Japanese knife slashed down. The agent with the 3-eyed mask rolled 5 or 6 times on the ground, barely dodging the slash, but was hit flying by Enel who followed. The 3-eyed masked agent turned into a cannonball and flew into the sky, spilling crimson blood along the way. It's time. It's time. The reason why Lucifer didn't take action to deal with him himself was because he wanted Enel to have a chance to fight against the strong. If Lucifer takes action himself, the 3-eyed mask agent can be killed in seconds. Then Enel would lose 1 chance to fight against the strong. Presumably after this battle, Enel will grow up. As for the final beheading link, naturally Lucifer himself did it. Just kidding, an agent leader is worth at least 100,000 kill points, so it can't be wasted. Call out? A flash of light shot into the sky, instantly piercing through the head of the 3-eyed masked agent. With a bang, the agent's head exploded and was engulfed by the exploding laser fireball. Ding! Host killed the magic eye of the agent and got 105,000 holy points. The value of the magic eye is 5,000 higher than that of the Bone Devil, and Lucifer's kill point has increased by a large amount again. Properties panel. Host, Lucifer. Age, 23. Devil fruit, word spirit fruit. Physique, Hell Devil. Armament Haki, Pinnacle. Observation Haki, Pinnacle. Conqueror's Haki, Pinnacle. Kill points, 920,000. Killing 3 powerful CPO agents, Lucifer's kill points have reached 920,000. It's only 80,000 away from 1 million. To buy the Conqueror's Haki field, you need 1 million kill points. As long as Lucifer asks the system to recover a few Devil 477 fruits, they will be able to get together soon. Call out? With a flash of lightning, Enel came back behind Lucifer, clutching his abdomen with his right hand. The blood had stopped. How is it? Are you all right? Not dead, still not dead. Enel shook his head. Although he was injured and embarrassed, his expression was very excited. Fierce battles can make him stronger. This sentence is not false. The first battle ended today, and Enel obviously felt that his armament Haki had improved. These old guys are not easy. It's pretty good that you can fight with them and lose both. Let's go, get out of here first. Lucifer glanced at the dilapidated island and shook his head slightly. After a great battle, 1/3 of Ford Island was destroyed. This is also one of the cruelties of the One Piece world. Without strength, even if you hide at home, you may suffer from unwarranted disasters. Especially in New World, most of the pirates here are terrifying. Once a battle breaks out, the destruction of houses and buildings is relatively light, and even the entire island will be shattered into pieces and sink into the sea in severe cases. If you want to survive in this cruel world, the only thing you can do is to continuously improve your strength. Lucifer left Ford Island with everyone, and the Erebus set sail again. On the deck, Baby 5 is bandaging Enel's wound. Looks like it's time to go to a ship's doctor. The current preparation of the Nether pirates is not perfect, and the ship doctor, snipers, and navigators are all vacant. Navigator is irrelevant. Anyway, Lucifer and others are strong. Even if they encounter the devil climate of New World, they can calmly deal with it. And with Lucifer's ability, the Nether has a strong maneuverability and can go anywhere. Navigators are of little use, but ship doctors and snipers are still necessary, especially ship doctors. Some diseases in the sea are very terrible, and the One Piece Luoji is an example. Who would have thought that the majestic One Piece, the strongest in the world, would be defeated by a small disease? Although Lucifer can buy healing items from the system store, that would be a waste of killing points. Lucifer doesn't want to waste his hard-earned kill points unless it's life or death. There are a few people with excellent medical skills, but none of them are suitable to be ship doctors. As soon as he thought of the ship's doctor, several candidates automatically appeared in Lucifer's mind. The first one is of course Op Fruit ability Luo. Luo, who has Op Fruit, has almost no injuries that he can't heal, and he has very good qualifications. If he is properly trained, he will also be a very good combat force in the future. It's just that Luo has not gone to sea yet, and is still fooling around in North Blue. Finding him is difficult and time-consuming. The second one is Manswili, the little human princess. She is a paramecia healing fruit-capable person. No matter how many injuries she receives, she can use her ability to heal quickly. But the traces of the little people are hard to find. Last time Lucifer didn't find her in Rosa. Besides, apart from being stronger, Manswili has no fighting power and no value of cultivation. It is not suitable for such a person to be taken on board. I can only take one step at a time. I hope New World has doctors with excellent medical skills. Lucifer glanced at the sea ahead, turned and walked into the cabin. Lucifer sat on the bed, waved his hand, and 7 devil fruits appeared on the table in front of him. They are ancient saber-tooth tiger fruit, badge fruit, transparent fruit, door fruit, string fruit, stone fruit, blood fruit and bone fruit. These 7 devil fruits are all very strong. It is a pity for the system to recover them. Lucifer hesitated for a while. Forget it. No matter how many devil fruits I have, I won't be able to use them myself. It's better to turn them into killing spots and use them to improve my strength. Your strength is the most important thing. Lucifer didn't hesitate any longer and turned on the system directly. System, recover string fruit and bone fruit. Ding, the recovery of string fruit and bone fruit is complete, and 80,000 holy points have been obtained. A golden light fell, and the string fruit and bone fruit on the table disappeared without a trace, leaving no trace. After letting the system recover 2 fruits, Lucifer finally made up 1 million killing points. 1 million killing points. This is the first time I have such a huge sum of money. Lucifer looked at the killing point balance on the attribute panel, feeling a little emotional. After entering the New World, it is really different from the first half of the Grand Line. The speed of harvesting killing points is many times faster than before. If it were the first half of the Grand Line, it would be impossible for Lucifer to collect 1 million kill points in such a short period of time. Lucifer closed the properties panel, opened the system store, and gave instructions in his mind. System, buy Conqueror's Haki field. Ding, the purchase of the Conqueror's Haki field was successful, and 1 million killing points were deducted, leaving the remaining killing points. The electronic sound of the system sounded, and an incomparably vast force suddenly broke out in Lucifer's body. The moment this power appeared, it immediately connected and fused with the original power deep inside Lucifer's body. That's Lucifer's Conqueror's Haki. Lucifer's brain fell into a blank at this moment, and his consciousness seemed to fly thousands of miles away, and seemed to rush out of the planet. Looking down, the whole world is at his feet. At this moment, Lucifer is like a god overlooking the world, and everything in the world is under his control. However, before Lucifer saw the whole world clearly, Lucifer's consciousness returned to his body. Lucifer shuddered and shivered. His consciousness returned to reality, as if everything just now was an illusion. However, the changes in Lucifer's body are undeniable. Lucifer can feel the changes of Conqueror's Haki in his body. The reserves are already inexhaustible. As long as he has a thought, the Conqueror's Haki in his body will explode like a tsunami, sweeping in all directions. In an instant, Lucifer can construct his own Conqueror's Haki realm. In this field, he is absolutely invincible king. Enemies will be attacked by Conqueror's Haki all the time as long as they enter the field. Even a strong man who has experienced hundreds of battles and killed countless enemies will be hit by the Conqueror's Haki, causing him to lose his will to fight and even fall into a coma. Those who are not physically strong will even be directly crushed into flesh by the Conqueror's Haki field. To fight against Lucifer's Conqueror's Haki field, only use Conquerors as well. But if Conqueror's Haki is not strong enough, it will be defeated by Lucifer's Conqueror's field in an instant. It's so strong, it's too strong, it's impossible to describe it with just one strong word. Lucifer feels that he is very strong now. He doesn't pay attention to Marine Admiral, 4 Emperors pirates. Admiral and 4 Emperors, that's all. Now it's interesting. Lucifer put away the Conqueror's Haki, which was about to burst out, and suppressed it in his body. Lucifer's control over Conqueror's Haki is already strong, so this time there is no Haki out of control. Properties panel. Host, Lucifer. Age, 23. Devil fruit, word spirit fruit. Physique, hell devil. Armament Haki, pinnacle. Observation Haki, pinnacle. Conqueror's Haki, domain. Kill points, 0. A big consumption, Lucifer directly ran out of killing points. Now, Lucifer's killing point has been completely emptied into. It's time to find Big Mom. Lucifer closed the property panel, looked at the tea party invitation letter in his hand, and showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth. There are many hunting grounds in the world, and the lair of the Four Emperors pirate group is one of the biggest hunting grounds. Now that Big Mom has given him the ticket, Lucifer will certainly not miss this opportunity. Sakura Flower Island, a famous tourist attraction in the New World. The climate of this island is very peculiar, and the 4 regions of the island are in the 4 seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. On the 4 areas of Sakura Hana's Hima, 4 seasons sakura flowers bloom all year round. The name of Sakura Flower Island also comes from this. This island is really big. The Nether was docked at the summer port of Sakura Flower Island. Cavendish stood on the bow and looked at the Sakura Flower Island ahead, and couldn't help sighing. Lucifer and others are going to the Sea of Nations to participate in the tea party, and this time they are docking at Sakura Flower Island to supply supplies. Sakura Flower Island is a famous scenic island in the New World. It is said that more than 300 million tourists come here every year. Jack stood aside, smoking a cigarette and said, 3 billion people? Are there so many? Cavendish was taken aback, somewhat disbelieving. Who knows? No one will actually count anyway. Even if it's fake, no one will care. Jack spread his hands and said casually, makes sense. In this way, the Nether docked at the port, and Lucifer brought Cavendish, Vabel, Baby 5 and Guy into the Flower Island town of Sakura. Enel and Jack stayed on board to watch the ship. Sakura Flower Island was indeed as lively as the rumors said. The streets and alleys in the town were full of people, very lively. The shops and stalls on both sides of the street are doing very well. The whole island is full of happiness, which is completely different from the islands Lucifer usually sees. I didn't expect that there would be such a peaceful island in New World. It's really rare. It has been almost a year since Lucifer came to One Piece World. He has been to many countries and seen many islands. But those places are all filled with poverty, despair, and numbness. No matter how prosperous the country is, beggars and poor people can be seen in the towns under the rule. Robbery, killing, and death fights are commonplace. Lawbreakers headed by pirates ran amok in these countries and islands, burning, killing and looting. The life of the residents is precarious and trembling. Everything Lucifer sees and hears tells Lucifer how cruel the world really is. But today when he landed on Sakura Flower Island, Lucifer saw a different island. On this island, there are no beggars and poverty, nor violence and killing. Some vicious pirates don't dare to be presumptuous here. They obediently pay for everything they buy, and they don't dare to eat Overlord's meal when they eat. Whose territory is this island? It has such a great deterrent power? It can suppress these pirates. Lucifer felt a little curious. But soon, Lucifer's doubts were answered. On the central tower of the shopping street, Lucifer saw a pirate flag fluttering in the wind, with the Whitebeard logo on it. When the residents on the island saw the flag, they had heartfelt smiles of gratitude on their faces. When the surrounding pirates and criminals saw this flag, they showed deep fear. No wonder Sakura Flower Island is so peaceful. It turns out that this is Whitebeard's territory. Whitebeard's deterrence is the best in the world, so naturally no one dares to act wildly on his territory. However, an island ruled by pirates is safer and happier than an island guarded by naval headquarters. I have to say that this is really a big irony. Under the rule of Marine, which symbolizes justice, pirates do all kinds of evil, and the residents suffer from poverty and disease, and are oppressed by marine and celestial dragons. Pirates, which symbolize evil, bring safety and happiness to civilians instead. Who is justice? Who is evil? Lucifer couldn't think of an answer, and no one could answer the question. There are moths in the righteous marine, and most of them are evil. Justice and evil are intertwined and cannot be completely separated. Maybe Doflamingo's answer is the best, only the winner is justice? Lucifer led people to buy supplies in the shopping street. Sakura Flower Island is very large, rich in products, and the unique food makes people linger. There is also a Flower Street, which is a holy place for many pirates. Captain, let's go shopping in Flower Street. Flower Street is very interesting, guaranteed to make you linger. CHHHHHHHHHHH. Guy looked at Hwaja, his expression had changed to Brother Juice. That look is so obscene Lucifer wants to beat him up. What nonsense are you talking about? That's not you, Captain, BD. Baby 5 was furious and kicked Guy to the ground. Guy Savas immediately had a big bump on his head. Hey, what are you doing? Baby 5. You, a woman, don't understand the romance of men at all. What did you say? Well Sevas. Who is a lecherous gas, you hot-tempered woman, no man will want you. Guysa and Baby 5 got into a quarrel. Lucifer ignored the two of them. He glanced at the Flower Street in front of him, and there were many smiling young ladies standing in front of the izakaya of every pink shop. The ladies also noticed the existence of Lucifer, a handsome guy, and all winked at him. Good. What's good? Captain. Zero looking for flowers. Cavendish asked quietly. Lucifer said with a serious face, I mean these beauties have very good hearts, they are all kind, and they are willing to give everything to comfort those travelers who are hurting their hearts. These beauties are so selfless and earn so little money, it's so unfair to them. So, Cavendish stared at Lucifer with a pair of dead fish eyes, waiting for his next words. so I think it is necessary for me to save them once. Oh, it's so rare to see someone as kind, generous and self-sacrificing as I am. After finishing speaking, Lucifer walked directly towards Flower Street, and at the same time there was a voice, Guy Sarah, Cavendish, come with me to save the girls who have lost their way. They need our unselfish love. Yes, Captain. Whoa, 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 whoa. Cavendish and Guy quickly followed behind Lucifer, and the three of them walked towards the depths of Flower Street together. Captain, this is Flower Street, you. Point 0. Baby 5 turned pale with shock, as if he saw a ghost. Is this the same demon captain she knew? Baby 5, you don't understand, this is also the cultivation of sailing travel. Lucifer turned his head and said to Baby 5 seriously, in order to maintain a firm belief and hone the will, this kind of practice is essential. You take Babel to buy supplies first, I won't be coming back tonight, I want to concentrate on cultivation. After speaking, he took Cavendish and Guy directly into a pink izakaya. Baby 5 looked at the back of the three of Lucifer who disappeared, and was stunned, I haven't recovered for a while. Cultivation? Hone the will? Is there such a practice method? It's the first time I've heard of it. As expected of the captain. I'm so impressed, what the hell? He obviously wanted to go shopping in Huaja, but he still talked about cultivation and tempering his will. Too deceiving? Baby 5 feels that today's Lucifer is different from usual, it is completely two people as usual. This is not the resolute and decisive bloodthirsty demon she knew. Baby 5, what is Captain Lucifer going to do? Why don't you take me? Wabel asked with a runny nose. He's out of his mind, he can't understand what Lucifer said just now, and he can't understand his behavior. He only felt that Captain Lucifer's behavior was very meaningful and hidden, and it was worth his experience and learning. You don't need to know, and don't learn from the three of them. Men are all the same. Baby 5 cursed a few words, and left Huaja with Babel. Although dissatisfied that the three of Lucifer left them to have fun on their own, Baby 5 still has to follow Lucifer's order to buy supplies. The position of the fighting maid, Baby 5 is very clear. Entering the izakaya, countless young ladies immediately surrounded me. Looking at Lucifer and Cavendish, there are little love spoons in their eyes. Entering the izakaya, countless young ladies immediately surrounded me. Looking at Lucifer and Cavendish, there are little hearts in their eyes. There is no way Lucifer and Cavendish are handsome guys who are one in a million, with good temperament, good figure, good looks, and extraordinary extravagance. No beauty can resist such beauty. As for Guy, it's poor. No way, who made him look so wretched? Not only do they have goat-like horns on their heads, but they also have pig-like expressions on their faces, not at all as calm as Lucifer and Cavendish are trapped in flowers. Looking at Lucifer and Cavendish surrounded by beauties, Guy gritted his teeth and was going crazy with jealousy. Looks amazing, huh? How rich is it? Lucifer just wants to say that being rich is really amazing. He is not only rich, but also good-looking, destined to be the envy and hatred of countless men. That night, Lucifer used his gentleness, kindness, handsomeness, and wealth to save countless young ladies who were hurt in their hearts. Let them feel the beauty of this world. When Lucifer left, all these young ladies became rich wives without exception. Lucifer 453 is very generous, he spends money like a king. When he left, the proprietress of the izakaya almost knelt down and begged him to stay. Such a handsome, generous, and rich man, I have never met a man in 10 years. It's a pity to go. Unfortunately, Lucifer has a big heart, and he won't be bound by a girl somewhere. The vast sea is his destination. Hey Guy, what's the matter with you? Twisting your waist. Lucifer looked at Guy who was walking against the wall, and shook his head. You can't do it, your body is so weak, you need to hurry up and exercise. That's right, Guy. You have to learn from me and the captain. Only by exercising hard at ordinary times, will you not be weak in battle. Cavendish tidied up his hairstyle with a proud face. Are you kidding me? Is this uncle going to lie? I didn't try my best at all, okay. Even if it's one more time, my uncle, Halfway through the conversation, it stopped abruptly. Guy shivered, his legs were weak and cramped. Okay, I haven't rested after practicing all night, I should go back and take a break from the rain. Although this kind of practice is tiring, it is good for training willpower, and we must try it a few more times in the future. Captain Lucifer is right, and I feel the same way. Cavendish nodded repeatedly. Okay, it's time to go back. Baby 5 and Enel should have been waiting for a long time. Lucifer tidied up the gorgeous robe and said seriously. Boom, 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 boom. Just as Lucifer and the others left Flower Street for the port, a burst of artillery bombardment suddenly came from a distance. Pirate, the pirate is coming. There's a fight between pirates. Run away. Residents on the street fled in panic. Panic spread on the island, and soon spread to Huaja. Residents on Huaja also turned into birds and beasts and fled in all directions. Many girls immediately hid in the izakaya, closed the door, and dared not stay on the street anymore. Hey, isn't this Whitebeard's territory? There are pirates who dare to make trouble here. Cavendish looked at the crowd fleeing in a panic around him, a little surprised. Lucifer showed a playful smile. It's interesting now, go and have a look. The wings of the devil unfolded, and Lucifer soared into the sky, turning into a black shadow and shooting towards the port of Sakura Flower Island. Captain, wait for us. Cavendish immediately caught up, but he stopped after taking 2 steps. Looking back, he found that Guy was still holding on to the wall and panting there. Hey, is it okay for Guy to spoil you? I'm going to leave you. Okay, why not? My uncle is a real man. Guy's dignity was challenged, and he stood up straight with his chest straight. But in the next second, his face changed. You go first. I suddenly remembered that I left my wallet at the izakaya, and I have to go find it. Cavendish. He stared at a pair of dead fish eyes, looking at Guy as if he was looking at a fool. Are you FG kidding me? You left your wallet at the izakaya. What an excuse. Even a 3-year-old would not believe this excuse. I really admire you. Cavendish shook his head, teleported to Gaisa, grabbed him and rushed towards the port. There was also a sentence in the air, I really put my wallet in the izakaya, I really deserve it. Lucifer was very fast, and arrived at the port of Sakura Island in less than a minute from Flower Street. The Nether is docked on the shore. Call. A gust of wind whizzed by, and Lucifer landed on the mast of the Nereus. Enel was sitting on the mast, and he was eating an apple, watching the show while eating. Baby 5, Vabel Jack and others also stood at the bow, watching the battle at sea in the distance. Ah, the captain is back. Jack sees Lucifer and flashes a meaningful smile. Captain, you are not kind, you didn't take us with you in yesterday's practice. We also want to become stronger. That's right, next time you have this kind of cultivation, you must bring us with you. Enel agrees with Jack. Okay, there are opportunities to exercise, let's talk about the current situation first. Lucifer waved his hand and looked towards the sea ahead. As soon as he came to the port, he had already seen 2 fighting pirate ships. 2 pirate ships, one behind the other, are firing at each other. The pirate ship fleeing ahead was a little damaged and was traveling very slowly. The pirate ship chasing behind is faster, and the distance between the 2 sides is rapidly approaching. Among them, the logo of the pirate ship in the rear is very conspicuous. It was a skull with horns, pierced by 3 white bones at the same time. Lucifer recognized it immediately, it was the symbol of the 4 Emperor's Beasts pirates. I said who would have the courage to act wildly in Whitebeard's territory, it turned out to be Kaido's people. Kaido acts impulsively, has a violent personality, and is fearless, so his subordinates also have the same personality. Acting recklessly, a word is dry. Also of the 4 emperors, the Beasts pirates had no qualms about Whitebeard's threat. It would all make sense if Kaido's minions were messing around here. Boom, 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 boom. The 2 pirate ships bombarded each other, and the ships on both sides suffered damage. Several of the shells missed and landed on the port, blowing up several houses into ruins. Beasts pirates have stronger artillery fire, but it's not clear who will win this battle. Lucifer turned on observation Haki, locking the breath of all pirates on both sides. Boom! With a gunshot, a pirate on the Beasts pirates ship was headshot and fell to the ground. This is already the 21st. Lucifer looked at the snipers on the pirate ship and muttered to himself. It's been less than a minute since Lucifer arrived at the port. But the sniper fired 21 shots in a row, shot to the head, and killed 21 Beasts pirates in a row. You know, the distance between the 2 ships is more than 2,000 meters, and the pirate ship is still sailing on the sea. The chassis is unstable. In addition, Lucifer's observation Haki also sensed that the sniper was seriously injured. In this case, he can still shoot headshots continuously, which shows that his marksmanship is accurate. This sniper is not bad. Lucifer's eyes lit up. The battle between the 2 sides continued. There was a shout of killing from the Beast's pirate ship, and the artillery fire became more intense. Damn BD, hurry up. He's badly injured and he's going to die soon. Must kill him. As if enraged by the prey, a group of hunters chased the prey faster. Boom, 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 boom. After a series of bombardments, the hunted pirate ship was finally sunk by the artillery fire and turned into a sea of flames. But in the sea of flames, a figure jumped out. He walked in the air at 5.9 in the air. Although his figure was a little staggered, he finally landed on the shore. When it landed, the sniper spat out a mouthful of blood. He clutched his chest, his breathing was disordered, and he was obviously seriously injured. But this person did not beg for mercy, nor did he give up the chance to survive, but was still looking for an opportunity to kill the hunter. Boom! There was another gunshot, and another person on the pirate ship behind was shot in the head and fell in a pool of blood. Sharp. In a state where he was seriously injured, his footsteps were unstable, and his hand holding the gun was unstable, he was still able to shoot so accurately, and shot his head with a gun, which shows that his sniper skills are very powerful. If it was the heyday, his sniping skills would be even stronger. Call out? At this moment, a black shadow came from the sky, landed on the shore, and instantly killed the sniper. A cold light lit up, and the vacuum slashed vertically and horizontally, cutting off the 3 buildings in the port immediately. P.S. Adding more updates today, please readers to vote for some flowers and favorites. If possible, please give the author a little pocket money. Guaranteed 8 changes, the specific number depends on the reader's reaction.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.